And we're live. Hello and welcome to this historic PlsConference.live 42-hour live stream for PulseChain. And I'm your host, Maddie ALLin, conference organizer, and this hour's speaker, joined with my guest, Chris of HEXsearch.io. Welcome.
Hello, Maddie. Hi. Thank you for having me. What an amazing conference you're having this time around again.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's my pleasure to be talking with you here on this live stream. And I understand this is your first time ever live streaming. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely. First time. First time.
Well, I know you're going to do great because I know we've had lots of talks offline. And I can tell you that, even for me, it sometimes feels like it's a totally new experience talking about something that I care about as much as the topic that we're talking about today. And so I was thinking for the structure of our discussion, I was thinking maybe I could tell you about 3 different problems that I've seen in crypto, and you could help me think of whether there might be any solutions on the horizon.
Sounds cool. Yeah, let's start that. Yeah.
Doesn't say. How many viewers do you have right now, and how did they find you? I wonder.
It looks like right now we're having some technical difficulties downstairs in the conference room, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play an awesome song that a Hexagon made. I'm going to cue it up here, and so we'll have a 3-minute intermission, and then we'll come back to our talk. And this is actually by Drix Madison, and it is it's an awesome song that we heard yesterday as well. So let me share it here, and then I'll get on the phone with people downstairs and make sure that they can join in. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, you know,
Things
this
happen.
conference has been running flawlessly for at least 31 hours. We're going to see if we can go another 31 hours of flawless operation, but we have had a little bit of downtime here, unlike the HEX smart contract, which has no downtime.
Absolutely, yes.
Awesome. So as I was saying, there's one narrative in crypto that has inspired me the most and that I think can be improved the most. And that's the narrative of programmable money. And I know, Chris, you're joining us here. And I was going to make a joke at the beginning. I was going to make a joke about pretending like I was unprepared and that I
Sure.
didn't do my homework before all of the equipment got knocked over in my YouTube studio. And I was going to say, wouldn't it be cool if there was a tool that existed to go back and search everything that Richard Hart has ever said?
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting project. That sounds useful to me.
Well, yeah, and of course, you're the one who's made this incredible product that we're starting off with today. HEXsearch.io, I know is one of the things that Richard has promoted the most out of things built by the community because it's so useful. Can you tell us a little bit about why you made it, or what you'd like to say about it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know a lot about me. I'm a coder. I've been a coder for quite some time. So I like tinkering around things. I like learning. I like exploring new things. And I mean, and that's not just 9 to 5. We're talking about weekends, whatever, holidays, doesn't matter. Just I like to absorb information. I like to do stuff. So, and that was about a year ago when I got introduced through another friend about HEX. Actually, a year and more, like a year and a half or something like that. And so it's one of those stories that you hear about a project. Let's say it was HEX in this case, and then you say, okay, I'm going to look into it, and then you hear it again, I'm going to look into it, and nothing happens. And then after a while, you do, and then you go down the rabbit hole and you're learning. And yeah, so mainly it was mainly through YouTube and some Twitter, some links, but mainly through YouTube. There was a lot of content there. So, and I learned a lot in that time. I learned a lot. I said, okay. I mean, that's a lot of hours that I went through. And sometimes when I had to, share that info with a friend or actually link them to the thing that I've learned from or something, I couldn't find it. I was okay. There must be a better way. So I said, okay, I can think of this way. And actually, I was sitting with a friend. I was on holiday. I told him, because every now and then I do have these kind of moments, and I say, okay, I'm gonna do this and this and that. I was very specific about it, actually, and I like to verbalize things because when I do, it's kind of like you're committing and you're making a contract with yourself, and you're putting out there, kind of like a HEX stake. So I've committed to it. I said, okay, I'm going to do this. It's going to be successful. And I committed to the success of it. And I said myself, okay, when I come back from holidays, I'm going to dedicate X amount of days and it's going to go live. And that's what it was. That was the whole story about it. And then slowly I just started tweaking. I said, okay, this is going to be useful for the community because if that was useful for me, there was a lot of content there. It might be useful for someone else. And that was also because by that time, HEX has won me over in terms of, I'm not going to go into the details of what HEX is, but that was my gift to HEX and to the rest of the community that's around HEX. So that was the story.
Awesome. Well, I'm batting 1,000 right now, like I said, because the conference has been running flawlessly until I decided to speak. But to risk it even further, I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to try to see if we can demonstrate using hexsearch.io with sharing the audio tab here in StreamYard, because there are some things that Richard Hart has said about programmable money that I wanted to share.
Let's do it. Yeah.
So you're the developer. You've made this awesome tool, hexsearch.io, to where people can search any of the live streams that Richard Hart has had. And I'm going to search for the term can't wake you up. And I actually did do my research a little bit. I was prepared for this stream. And so I know that this is one of the funniest ones to click on here. These are all search results where it has identified where Richard said the words "wake you up" in the morning, and then it creates a snippet, and I can click it, and it'll take us right to YouTube, right to the part where he said it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I actually recently extended the term that you get back for the follow-up sentence. That was a nice feedback where someone gave me through Twitter, and thanks for that. So I picked it up, and that's how you see the whole sentence after the term you searched. So that's quite recent, I would say.
Awesome. And it's funny if you go through these clips, because there was a giant list of times when Richard said something about programmable money.
Ethereum to wake you up tomorrow morning. Nope. Sorry. Can't do it, mate. You're like, hey, I thought this was the world computer. You're like, well, it's good for censorship resistance, but everything else, man, it's not that good. So yeah, Matic can take all your money or freeze it forever.
Could you hear that?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So there's countless examples where Richard is saying it's like one of his favorite things to say to criticize Bitcoin. And it's funny because I can relate to what Richard is saying, because I too was sold on the narrative of Bitcoin as programmable money, of that being the big deal about why Bitcoin was the future. And lots of people who are new to crypto, they're usually introduced to Bitcoin if they're being explained the problem that Bitcoin originally solved was the double spend problem. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And not only, it solved quite a few mathematical problems. And yeah, I mean, I am familiar, yes, because I read kind of the technical implementation of it, and that's how I got introduced into crypto in general, because I love the kind of, remember the thing that people say, I'm in it for the tech. So yeah, it relates kind of into that, because it was interesting to learn how that was solved, and yeah, programmatically, not just on a piece of paper, like in code. So that was amazing to see, and that's how I ended up in crypto in general. But
that's exactly what I was thinking. About after I got into Bitcoin and was taking it seriously, then I found out from other people that some of them were not in it for the tech. And what's worse, they would laugh about how they used to say that they were in it for the tech only so they could get mad gains. This is disgusting behavior to me, because I don't think money is the end all be all. I don't think that, I don't think that money itself is going to make me happy in crypto. I think that crypto needs to fulfill its potential even further. And so this is part of how I think we'll be able to tell the story this hour of why crypto is so inspirational to us, and what you and I and future us have built together.
Yeah, but also if we talk about the reference back to Bitcoin has been up for how many years now? 12 years. So it did set the background, the solid background for what we call now crypto. So when we say it was for the tech, yes, it was for the tech for the first couple of years, because it was tech. It had no association with money of value. Going back to the reference of 10,000 Bitcoin pizza. Yes, I mean, at the time it was irrelevant. It wasn't a, multi-million worth of pizza, not at all. It was tech. It was purely tech, and that's what it was at the time. So yeah, so you have to, what you say, you have to take it into context of the time and the passing of time. So yeah, so but it is a good point.
Absolutely. Here's another example of Richard. I paused it right after he said, Bitcoin is trash.
Try and program it to wake you up in the morning. You can't. Oops, it's trash. Okay. So then what's next? Digital gold. Keep rotating through sales pitches. Same with Ethereum. Ethereum was unstoppable world computer. Then it was DAOs.
Yeah.
Then it was, now we're money. And now it's what, NFTs?
Yes,
They keep changing that sales pitch a lot. Hex's sales pitch never changes.
There you go.
So just more and more examples, and anybody in crypto recognizes this this divide between the people who are in it for the tech, which again, the people who were bragging about how rich they got, most of them are making fun of the people who are in it for the tech. And those are not the type of people that I see in this community. And those are not the type of people who really inspire me. And so again, I think that programmable money has a really cool future. And so to discuss that, I have 3 crypto related stories that I wanted to share with you, Chris, and with the audience. And then maybe we can think about how the product that we've built called Time Pays Me, how that might solve this.
That sounds great. Let's do it, Amadi.
Awesome. So I guess we'll be jumping around a little bit in my crypto timeline, but a lot of people will remember the bull run of 2021. And this is the time when I had started a YouTube channel in 2020 and organized the first HEX conference. That's how everybody came to know me. And that's how I learned how valuable it was in this community for us to cross promote each other. And so anyway, that had built my reputation in the community to the point where when tragedy struck in November, a community member who had gotten hacked for $100 million worth of HEX came to me and did an interview. And that gentleman's name, he went by, still goes by HEX 19. Did you ever hear about the story of HEX 19 and how he got hacked?
No, not at all. Not at all. I haven't heard that. By the way, oh yeah, your camera is okay. Better. Nice.
And if I go out of focus, I think that'll be okay because I care more about the content here than the presentation. But it's ironic that the presentation was perfect until I needed it to be. So that's fine. HEX 19 inspires me as the largest hack in HEX history because of how he dealt with it. He didn't turn to self-harm. He didn't, become depressed or think that his life was over. But he immediately came on the YouTube show that we were doing every Tuesday night that had gained a lot of popularity, Quant Gang. He came to a trusted place to let other people in the community know how he had gotten hacked so that it wouldn't happen to them. And as a result of that action of somebody could say it'd be embarrassing to admit that mistake and to go on camera for the first time to explain it. I admire his courage and how he has this attitude of wanting to help others. So he came on even though it was no easy task for him, and he explained how the hack had happened. And the result of that was that 60% of the HEX community replied in a survey of about 1,000 people. 60% of people said that they were going to start taking their security more seriously and that they were going to order a hardware wallet and keep track of their private keys better because of what happened to HEX 19.
Oh, bravo. I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, out of I mean, a fortunate story. Yeah, he utilized that to share some knowledge. Yeah, absolutely. Something you take for granted. Not a lot of people would be familiar with or not taking it seriously until it happens, right? So yeah, brilliant. Nice story. Nice story, man. I didn't know.
And today, something else historic has happened because I executed on a promise I made to the community quite some time ago, and I revealed in a brand new way one of the features that we have created in Time Pays Me. Can you guess what that feature is?
You revealed something. Might be the undoing a hack.
That's right. Now, most people in cryptocurrency, they would laugh at the idea that you can undo a hack. They would question it, which I think is a good thing, to question such a bold claim. But as I broke this story today, and the proof of that story, in this tweet, I said, breaking, we invented a method to undo a hack in crypto using Time Pays Me. Here's my real seed words with $10,000 on Ethereum and Pulse to prove it. Test me, bro.
That test me, bro, is best. Yes.
Now,
really good.
this is something that I've been promising to the community for about 6 months at least. And it's the most profound way, and maybe the best marketing idea that I could think of as a way to prove to people that this is a real thing and it is a big deal. And these are my real seed words. And Chris, do you know what somebody would do in order to take this demonstration further and to investigate it themselves?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a bunch of seed words, right? So you create a new wallet, restore it. I don't know, depending which wallet you want to use, using those keywords that Mari just unveiled. And there you go. You have access to his wallet. That's it. So what you gonna do now, basically? So once you do that, yeah,
exactly. What the person would do is they would be able to examine by going to the website timepays.me, and they could see the funds inside the Smart Vault contract. And then they would be able to prove to themselves that even though they have my seed words, and my seed words do control an address that controls this $5,000 of Ethereum in a smart contract on the Ethereum side and $5,000 worth of Pulse on the PulseChain side, even though you can see it, you still can't get control of it.
Well, you can try. Yeah, that's the whole point. You can try because it is there. It's open. You got the seed phrase. I mean, one of the things you will never, ever try to do, even for a joke. But
that's right. You should never share your seed words. Even if you're using Time Pays Me, why would you waste your life that way? You got to save your one extra life, so to speak. And if somebody got access to my second seed phrase that I used to secure this seed phrase, then they would be able to take my funds.
Correct. That is your second life, as we call it. Yeah. So if someone would use those seed phrases and goes to Time Pays Me, yes, they will see your $5,000, $10,000, whatever you have locked. They will try to claim it. They can claim it. They can request a withdraw. But there is a function for you to act on it on time.
That's right. Yeah. And if anybody tries to wrench attack me, I've actually already given the signature to somebody who can run it. So even attacking me and knowing my seed words wouldn't stop you from not being able to access. Basically, you still can't access the funds even if you took me out, because somebody,
because someone might say, I'm gonna drain your wallet, so you're not gonna have any fees to pay for any transaction, even to put your wallet into panic mode. We call it panic mode. But what you did, it was a good step because you've shared your signature, right, to a friend of yours or whoever. They have the ability to put that vault into panic mode on your behalf, and that is something powerful.
That's right. Yeah, because the nature of getting hacked means that normally your funds would be drained from your hot wallet, from your primary address, and so it'd be impossible for you to tell the blockchain that that permission needs to be given to the second seed phrase. And so that's something that our team solved by creating a signature to give permission to basically take away the privileges from the primary address that's been hacked and to give them to the second seed phrase. And yeah, so that is really cool that you can do it from any address that has gas. You can tell the blockchain, hey, this smart contract that I own because I can show the signature, that needs to be put into panic mode.
You know, a good use case that we were discussing about this is, let's say you're on a holiday, long holiday, where you don't have your access to your main wallet, which is your core wallet, which you shouldn't have when you're on holiday, right? So what you can do, if you have the signature with you, kind of on a Google Doc or whatever, because the signature has no control over. It does not control your wallet, just the signature. It can do no harm, right? So you can literally in 1 minute can launch a new wallet, fund it, and then put your own wallet into your primary wallet into panic mode by using your signature, even if you're away. So even if you don't want to share it with somebody, you can use that way as well. Oh, you went offline? There you go.
The phone in this room has not rang once the whole time I've been here, but now it's ringing. Go figure. Okay, so being able to undo a hack, that was our first story that we told of the largest hack in HEX history. And now Chris and I have explained one of the ways that Time Pays Me could solve this for somebody if they had it set up ahead of time. Now with HEX, you're interacting with a smart contract. And so basically it's not going to work with HEX that's not from a tokenized stake unless you're only dealing with liquid HEX. Are you still there, Chris?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
so
so we've just discussed the first of the 3 stories that I have about why programmable money is not just a meme, why programmable money is something that is an important part of the future of crypto and the future of money, and going beyond money to not just make people rich, but to improve their lives beyond that.
Yeah. So we brought an element of it's for the tech with the comfort of your whatever coins you have. Some people will consider that money, and in the future, even it's gonna be there for you. So yeah, so it's a combination of the two in a way. You can say that.
And I would encourage people to play along, open up your Google Chrome browser, create a new profile.
Yeah.
And that'll allow you to making sure that, before you do any testing, you want to make sure you have your seed words backed up and secured from your main account. And then if you're playing around with this account, you can create a new profile in Chrome, and that will allow you to install a new instance of MetaMask, so that you have those 2 versions separated. And then you can load these seed words into the dummy account, and you want to label that really clearly. And then you can go to the website timepays.me, and you can look at these stakes or look at these time locks, look at the funds of Ethereum and Pulse that are in the vault on both the Ethereum chain and the Pulse chain side of things. And you can prove to yourself, you can do your own research and see that that I was able to undo a hack. Even with you knowing my seed words, you don't get my $10,000.
Exactly. What a way to demonstrate that.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant.
Okay, great. So we're ready to move on to the second story that I have here about how programmable money I think is the future and how we have better tools today. Did I ever tell you about this most famous Bitcoiner who, well, he's the most memed person in
Yes.
Bitcoin history when it comes to buying and selling. And his name is Greg Schoen.
Mm.
And I think Greg's story is a perfect illustration of the upside of crypto. So Richard Hart, he often talks about how Bitcoin did a 7 million X going from a penny to $70,000 per coin. But in this case, we have a face and a name of somebody who back in May 16th, 2011, wrote on Twitter, Greg said, "I wish I had kept my 1,700 Bitcoin at 6 cents instead of selling them at 30 cents. Now that they're worth $8 each."
Yes.
And of course, even today, Bitcoin is trading at $30,000 per coin.
Yeah.
Greg picked the right crypto and he made a 5X. He turned his $100 investment into a $500 investment. And unfortunately for Greg, though, he's still working his software job. Bitcoin did not retire him because he sold all of his Bitcoin at 30 cents per Bitcoin. I did the math. If Greg had dripped the coins back to himself over a 15-year period, he would be a little bit over halfway through that time, and he would have already cashed out. If he had sold monthly, he would have already cashed out multiple millions of dollars, and he would still have multiple millions of dollars of Bitcoin. So,
yeah.
Do you see what the problem is here?
Sounds like programmable money to me. That would be a solution. Yeah.
All right. Well, how so?
Sorry, say again.
How so? Like how, or like in
Well,
what way does time pays me solve this?
Yeah, if you have the ability to, again, help himself from, save himself from himself, basically, that's what it is. And we know how any market is volatile, it has emotions, you can't really assist yourself too much. So if money is programmable, then it can lift that weight off of your shoulders and assist you in doing so. And I think that's where time pays me comes in. It could
Exactly.
have Greg
Well,
if you knew there was a solution.
And this is partly something that was emergent from HEX. We heard in the Richard Hart documentary that premiered last night, we heard, I'm not going to spoil it by any means, but I will say that the one thing I heard Richard say in there that I wasn't sure that I had heard him say before in the same words was that the time locking feature in HEX was an emergent property, that he started off trying to make a way to reward Bitcoin holders. And he ended up with something that was far more powerful because it had a way for people to time lock their funds. And, I'm going to, I don't know, I'll do a little bit of a brag here, and I'll, let me see if I can find it. I actually, yeah, under my StreamYard here, I actually have a video of Richard shouting me out, saying something about how I understand programmable money.
A lot of people do a better job promoting HEX and understanding it than I do, which is crazy because I invented it and pretty good at marketing things and selling things. So I think Matty ALLin does a better job talking about giving yourself a gift in the future, like teleporting it through time using the time locking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, delay gratification. I've heard that clip. Yeah, it's awesome.
I don't get it out very often, but you know, this is an occasion because using Time Pays Me, we're possibly able to solve a problem that I saw with programmable money, which is that I couldn't program my Pulse and PulseX tokens for me to hold on to them into the future, or for me to drip them out to myself every 15 years. And, you know, Greg would have benefited from this tool. And it was built into Bitcoin, a time locking function back from the early days, but nobody popularized it. Nobody spoke about it. I don't know if anybody realized the significance. And even today, there are lots of cryptocurrencies where time locking is not popular. In fact, there's only one cryptocurrency where time locking is popular. It's called HEX. And
yeah, absolutely.
So it's no wonder that you know, that you and I and future us, we set out to create a time locking feature in PulseChain. And so basically what we came up with is a way through timepays.me for you to be able to time lock any ERC or PRC20 token. And you might ask yourself, like, why would somebody want to lock up their money? Especially if you come from a country with high inflation, or if you're just in the working class and you have felt the pressure of inflation. And that's one of the things that I think is wrong with society today, is that the governments are so busy printing money and destroying the purchasing power of people who are saving. And I mean saving without like investing in some like corrupt startups, or, you know, all the corruption that happens on Wall Street that has been exposed through things like Wall Street, or GameStop, the GameStop debacle with Robinhood, Occupy Wall Street. Like, there's a long history of people wanting a better way to save. And Bitcoiners, people who like gold, there's a lot of people out there who do a better job of explaining it than I do about the thesis of why scarcity matters, and why having a supply that can't be programmed by greedy politicians, right? Something that's transparent and that people can opt into. And so that's another way that I think cryptocurrency creates a brighter future when it comes to programmable money. Because with PulseChain, here's what I did. I time locked half of all my Pulse token, all my Pulse coins. I locked half of them for a year, and they're going to drip back to me on a weekly basis. Basically, anything that you put into Time Pays Me, whether it's Ethereum, USDC, wrapped Bitcoin, you know, whatever it is, Time Pays Me is going to allow you to drip it back to yourself over whatever length of time you want, up to 55 years. And so to celebrate that, Chris, I actually locked 1% of all my Pulse and all my PulseX for 55 years.
Yeah. I've heard about that. That's insane. Yeah, exactly.
I love getting people's reaction to that.
Yeah. That's amazing. I like to clarify the thing that you said about 55 years. I had a friend come reaching over and said, do I need to lock my tokens for 55 years? No, that's the maximum. That's the maximum time that we've coded in the contract. You can actually time lock next day for your lock to come out, but it's not going to drip back to you only after 7 days, because that's a period that the time lock needs in order for that to drip out. So, but yes, you can, from 1 day up to 55 years, that is the rate you can set yourself to.
That's right. In order to be able to undo a hack, remember, people need 7 days waiting period so that they can detect if somebody's trying to withdraw, and then take control back with their second seed phrase, like I'm doing to all of you who have taken my seed words that I purposefully leaked, and am proving to you basically the bug bounty of this whole undoing a hack thing. So, but that's a convenient way for people to learn about time locking, is for them to be locking for a week or a month or a year or 10 years, or like Greg should have done 15 years, or there is one guy in the community who is the most enthusiastic about locking for 55 years, and that's Kincaid Honey. He's actually also a longevity fan. And our next speaker, actually, who's going to be coming up here in a few minutes, is a longevity expert. So we're kind of bridging the topics here between people wanting to program themselves to be able to save for the future. And of course, the reason why I was telling you how shitty government money is at saving, it seems to be the opposite in crypto, where if you have a crypto that does well, it goes way up in value. Like Bitcoin went up 7 millionx, HEX went up 10,000x. And there's still a bright future ahead for people who pick the right crypto and who decide to, choose the same rules of their programmable money. Now, I can show you this here is it's a real $100 trillion bill from Zimbabwe, right? That's a reminder that I have for myself that government money is a lot different than programmable money, or at least the future of programmable money that I see. And so being able to time lock some of your coins using Time Pays Me, I think, is something that's really exciting. It should be done very cautiously. You should practice on testnet. You should do small amounts and get to know the thing before you lock yourself into a behavior that you might later change your mind about.
Mention behavior now, yeah. I think that comes back to our latest feature, which you are very excited about.
I was actually starting to tear up earlier in thinking about how I would discuss this, because this is the number one reason why I care about crypto. It's not for the mad gains. It's actually for this idea of being able to pay yourself for healthy behaviors, for healthy habits. And this is something that I've been thinking about for 7 years. Since I started in Bitcoin, I actually learned how to program in Python. I learned how to run a Bitcoin full node, and I got all the way to the part where I had connected my Fitbit and I was going to pay myself a Satoshi for every step that I took, because the idea was I wanted to show a proof of concept that people could reward themselves for the amount of physical activity that they had, which would be a potential way for people to get over or to like work on their depression, because the less activity that somebody has, the more likely they are to be depressed. And what I stumbled upon, Chris, was a giant field of behavior science and psychology called contingency management.
Okay.
And what that means is there's lots of research that shows that that the strongest effect size in all of psychology is paying people to have healthy habits. And I actually worked in a neuroscience laboratory for 7 years where we paid people to quit smoking tobacco cigarettes, one of the most addictive, behaviors out there. And we had great success, just like in lots of other instances of contingency management. So my dream was always to see if we could use Bitcoin, which I thought was programmable money, to give people the choice to program whatever behavior they want to be motivated for in their lives. And of course, this was also at the time when I was working as a therapist and seeing incredible changes in people, changing their lives and learning how to help people solve their behavior change challenges. And what did I discover when I tried to program on Bitcoin? Well, it was that the fees were too high. This was back in 2017 when I remember paying $52 for a simple send on Bitcoin.
Really? $52.
I helped to make the top because I was buying ASIC miners, like the top of fees, basically. And because that, I mean, you know, that's what would really jam up the Bitcoin network more than anything, was Bitmain giving their next batch of ASIC miners, which people were foolishly buying, like paying 5x for. So, you know, that taught me that I would have to wait 6 years until Richard Hart came along and invented PulseChain, which is a solution to the high fee problem on Ethereum and Bitcoin. And I can say that myself, working with you, Chris, and future us, that we've delivered a tool here in cryptocurrency where it has no coin associated with it. It has no sacrifice. The project that we did was a volunteer effort where there were no developers getting paid. There were developers volunteering and earning like the highest level of trust.
I've actually reached out, because when you went on Twitter, right, and you posted something about this idea, I think you verbalized this idea. I said, okay, that looks interesting. I want to contribute. Let me get in touch. I mean, that's how boom, and that's how it happened. I said, okay, because I know how I can contribute to that side of the story to deliver this. I know I can. I'm really good at that. So okay, let's start a conversation, and this is where we are. Beautiful. Thanks again for being open-minded. And I mean, I came out of the blue. You didn't know anything about me. I didn't know nothing much about you. Just obviously what I know, what everyone knows online. But again, at the time I was new. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to join your story and your dream about this project.
Well, I have to tell you that it was inspiring when you came forward. It was inspiring when Future Us came forward. And
pleasure to meet Future Us, by the way, as well. What a gang!
I saw the passion that we all shared to take programmable money to the next level, to make it so that you can pay yourself to change your own behavior. And so this is something that we're actually unveiling, like in the very near future. We've got it working on testnet as of now, and it's already been programmed into the blockchain code that we launched over a month ago, which is really great. Now we're just optimizing the front end. We're creating the best experience for the user on the website, for you to be able to interact with what I would say is true programmable money, the ability to be able to pay yourself to increase your own healthy habits. And if you're interested in this, if you're interested in undoing a hack, if you're interested in paying your future self, or if you're interested in paying yourself for healthy behaviors, then I would encourage all of you to tune in to my live stream that I do every Thursday night called HEX Therapy Live. And I've had a continuous streak of streaming every Tuesday and Thursday night for 140 weeks. And I hope that I'll be able to continue this streak and be able to teach more and more people about the vision of what Chris and I and Future Us and so many others see as the future of money, with money being programmable. And I wanted to give one last shout out. The third story that I have to tell is that somebody came up to me here at the conference and accused me of changing their life. He said that he had been watching me for a couple of years and had come to my first meetup in Las Vegas, where I handed out bottles of Omega 369, which is the #1 tool that I found could help motivate people when I was working as a therapist for 7 years. And I myself have learned that Omega-3 is something that helped me become a better version of myself and to show up for myself more. And so when I heard that there was somebody else who came all the way here to Austin, Texas, to tell me that, and I could see the look in his eye and how true it was that that was the first step he took in a lot of steps that he did on his own that he can take credit for to be able to improve his life. I was very moved by that. I was very inspired. And so just like Chris, you've inspired me, just like Future Us and Richard Hart have inspired me. This gentleman who came here to Austin also inspired me. And so I want to thank all of you.
Amazing story. Yeah, appreciate it, man.
So people can learn more about Chris and I because we're probably going to stream again together in the future. And again, I hope that that lots of people will join me in my journey to make the most out of programmable money. Chris, I want to thank you for sharing this panel with me today.
Thank you for inviting me. Hope I wasn't talking too quickly. It was my first conference, but yeah, thank you again, and all the best for the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao.
And now we're going to move on to the next segment. We have our keynote speaker, Aubrey de Grey, coming up next. Stand by. Sure. Well, just have a seat here, and you can speak into the mic.
Yeah. Just easy, but I imagine I won't need this. So how do I do this? How do I connect?
I'm going to email you a link.
Okay. I already sent you my slides on Telegram, but I actually added another one. So yeah, send me a link. Can everybody hear me already?
Yes, people can hear you.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am just sorting out the technical details with Matty.
Okay, I just emailed it to you.
All right, hang on, guys. Won't be long. I'm just sorting out so that I can share some slides. Here we go. Link to join, StreamYard, fine.
And then on there, just...
Yeah, I'll just wait until it gets that.
Yeah, just hit Enter Studio.
Yeah, it's working.
Go ahead and mute yourself and hit Stop Cam.
Mute myself. Fine. Present. Slides. No, not that. My computer. Thank you. No. It is. Looking good, looking good.
So it looks like it's still uploading.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. All right. All right. I think we are in business. Let me just see whether I can actually change slides. Yes, I can. Good. Well, the fonts have changed. Okay, that's going to be interesting. All right, then. So first of all, I want to thank Matty for having me along to participate in this excellent meeting. This is actually a new experience for me to be in the venue where the meeting is happening, but actually presenting from a completely different place, 12 floors above you. But I'm in the building and I will be here all day today, all evening. So I very much look forward, for those of you who are here in Austin, to socializing all evening. There's a very good bar in this hotel, and I will be there all evening. But in the meantime, Matty has asked me to speak. He's given me a whole hour, but since he had some technical difficulties earlier, I guess I'll try and be a little quicker than that. I'm going to talk about a bit of background, which may be necessary for some of you who are unfamiliar with why on earth I am here in the first place. And then I'll tell you something about what we're doing at my foundation, LEV Foundation, and what we hope to do. So background, as I said. First of all, I work on the biology of aging. I'm a biologist. I know, honestly, embarrassingly little about crypto, but to each his own, as they say. And I am interested in helping to develop the medicines of the future that will allow people to stay healthy however long ago they were born. And in other words, to address the health problems of late life. So I always start from this big question that I'm mentioning on this slide here, namely, what's so difficult about this? Why has it been so relatively straightforward for humanity to figure out how to eliminate the infectious diseases that used to kill literally more than 1/3 of babies before the age of 1, even in the wealthiest countries in the world? And yet we have had so little success against the age-related health problems that we are experiencing these days. So in order to answer that question, let me first give you a definition of aging. And of course, it's rather crazy that we have to do this because, aging has been the #1 preoccupation of the human race since the beginning of civilization. So you would kind of think that we would know what the word meant. But if you ask a bunch of people about what aging is, even a bunch of experts, you'll get a bunch of different answers. So this is the definition that I use. I say that aging is simply the combination of two processes. The process on the left here is something that goes on throughout life, and it is the creation of self-inflicted damage. By which I mean, well, first of all, what do I mean by self-inflicted? I mean that the damage arises from the normal operation of the human body. So that's what the word metabolism means. That's the word that biologists use for that. And damage, they create, metabolism creates a wide variety of changes to the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body. And those changes are initially harmless, because the body is set up to tolerate them up to a point, but eventually they're not harmless because the body is only set up to tolerate a certain amount of them. And that's why it's appropriate to use the word damage to denote those changes. And of course, the other reason, what I just said really, why it's appropriate to use the word damage is that there's this second process, the one on the right of this slide, that happens only late in life when we have more damage than what the body is set up to tolerate. And that's where the health problems of late life emerge from, the pathologies of late life. All right, so fair enough. Problem is that we have to figure out what to do about this. Now, what do I mean do about it? What I mean, of course, is I want to separate from metabolism from pathology. I want us to allow, I want people to carry on being alive, in other words, undertaking metabolism, and yet not get sick, not actually have the pathologies of late life. So one way that you might separate metabolism from pathology is to separate damage from pathology. In other words, to stop people from getting sick, even though they are accumulating damage. And that's basically what we try to do today. what we are currently focusing on in terms of medicine that's available today. And so that's kind of what geriatric medicine is. So fine, except as you can see, it doesn't work. It doesn't work really at all, hardly at all. And that's no surprise whatsoever if you look at that concept in the context of this definition of aging that I'm giving you here. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent something from happening that is the consequence of something that's accumulating, something that's getting worse all the time, namely damage. So obviously, anything that tries to attack the pathologies directly to try to stop pathologies from happening, even though damage is accumulating, that intervention, that treatment is going to become progressively less effective as time goes on, as the person gets older. Now, I'm not the first person to notice that, and indeed, more than a century ago, a few people started to realize that that was just a non-starter. So what happened was that the field of gerontology was born. And gerontology is all about separating metabolism from pathology in a different way, namely by separating metabolism from damage. In other words, by essentially making the body run more cleanly and not generate damage, or at least not generate damage as rapidly as it normally does. Fine. Sounds promising, doesn't it? Now, of course, it's a little bit problematic for people who've already accumulated a bunch of damage. Let's say they're in middle age and they're already nearly at the point where the right-hand process kicks off. But, you know, maybe better than nothing. Unfortunately, it's also been a complete bust. And this is why. Metabolism is ridiculously complicated. What I'm showing you here is a simplified diagram, really simplified, of a small subset of what we know about how the body works, how metabolism works. And as you can see, you know, most of you are programmers, right? So you understand immediately that this is the ultimate nightmare of uncommented spaghetti code. You know, there's just no way that we're going to be able to unpick this thing and stop it from doing the thing we don't want it to do, the creation of damage, without having unintended consequences that, you know, stop it from doing things we need to do to keep us alive, right? So what we should actually do is try to find another way of dealing with this, because this is just never going to happen. And that's what I did 20 odd years ago now. I realized that there is a third completely different way to separate metabolism from pathology that does not suffer from either of the problems that I have just described with the geriatrics approach or the gerontology approach. The idea here is you leave both of the processes alone. You don't try to interfere with them. Instead, what you do is you separate the processes from each other by going in and periodically repairing damage, every so often, so that even though damage is being generated by metabolism at the normal rate, nevertheless, it never actually reaches that level of abundance that's bad for you, that causes pathology to emerge and to progress. And this was a very, very heterodox, heretical concept early on. But honestly, first of all, I don't think it's an exaggeration to call it common sense, because it is, after all, exactly what we do with simple man-made machines like cars. And let's remember, the human body is a machine. It's an extremely, complicated machine, but it's still a machine. So, why wouldn't we be able to postpone its decline into loss of function by the same general approach that we do, for simple man-made machines? This car, obviously, it's more than 100 years old. And it was designed to last maybe, 10 years, 15 years. So it's, obvious from this kind of thing, that preventative maintenance, as long as it's sufficiently comprehensive, which of course most people do not do to their cars, actually works. It actually works. So then, of course, we have to drill down to the specifics. We have to say, what actually does preventative maintenance mean in practice for the human body, or for anybody, for that matter, the body of a living organism. And this is basically what it means. I was quite relieved to be able to come up with a rather manageable classification of the many, many types of damage that the body does to itself into these 7 major categories. And the purpose of this classification, very important thing to understand here, the purpose of this classification is that it tells us what to do. In other words, for each generic category on the left, there is a generic approach to doing maintenance on the right. That's something that, you know, makes the whole thing much more believable, because it means that once you've got 1 or 2 of the examples within one of the categories on the left working, you know, you've actually figured out how to repair it, getting the next one working in the same category and the one after that will be a lot easier and a lot quicker, because you're going to be able to leverage all of the knowledge that you gained in getting the first 1 or 2 working. And that's turned out to be more or less what's happened. You know, we've rather succeeded in moving forward here. And when I say we here, of course, I have been running a foundation for quite a long time, pursuing some of this science, but it also means increasingly burgeoning large community of longevity researchers. So, you know, it's definitely flying. And perhaps for those of you who are more focused on the private sector, I want to emphasize what I'm saying at the bottom of this slide, that this has got far enough along that it has got to the interest. Every single one of these has come to the interest now of people who are not in this just for humanitarian reasons, you know, and supporting it philanthropically. They're actually in it to make money, which means that, you know, hard-nosed, you know, people of the world who don't just frivolously fritter their money away. So that means that's another really big piece of evidence that this is really real now. Another piece of evidence, going back to academia, is that it's no longer heretical. I had to withstand a decade, really, of quite difficult conversations with my colleagues in the research of gerontology, of the biology of aging, because initially they couldn't understand a word that I was saying, and as they started to understand it more, they didn't really get it, and they thought it was unscientific. But by 2013, I had won that battle so comprehensively that this paper was published. It is by far the most highly cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging this century. And it's basically a root and branch restatement, albeit a rather imperfect one, of what I had said a decade earlier. So that was very heartening. I mean, of course, you know, arguably I would have liked more credit, but I don't really care about that. I get plenty of credit. What matters is that I never have to justify the damage repair approach, the maintenance approach to my colleagues anymore. So another thing I want to emphasize that's happened over the past several years is we have more and more examples of ways to do the damage repair that have been coming along. I listed earlier on, a few slides ago, the original ones that I put forward in the year 2000, 2001, 2002, that were, you know, plausible ways to do this damage repair. But more of them are coming along all the time. Every single one of the 7 different major categories that I've been talking about for all this time now has multiple different ways to potentially repair the damage. And again, most of these are already far enough along that they are being pursued in startup companies, not just in non-profits. So that's really pretty good news. And then this happened. So Richard Hart was pretty interested in this whole area and in my work a long time ago, more than 15 years ago, way before crypto was a thing. Richard was already, you know, in a position to volunteer his time for things, and he volunteered some of his time to me a couple of times to do the videography for a couple of my conferences back in the 2000s, 15, 17 years ago, something like that. So that's when we first met, and I was delighted to know him, but we lost touch with each other for quite a long time until, as I guess nearly all of you will know, he got in touch with me and my colleagues at Sense Research Foundation in about May of 2021 and said, listen, I've got this thing called Pulse that I'm in the process of creating, and I'm doing this airdrop, and I'd like to allow my flock, my Hexagon followers to contribute to your work in the course of doing this. So he created this alternative mechanism to sacrifice during the sacrifice phase in July of 2021, where if you were willing to get only, I think, 3/4 as much Pulse as you otherwise could, you could, instead of donating direct to Richard, you could donate to Sense Research Foundation. And of course, the rest is history. We received $27.5 million, roughly speaking, from more than 2,000 people, almost all of whom were Hexagons, and hardly any of whom had ever donated to Sense Research Foundation before. So this was completely transformative. It was like just completely amazing. So, well, I don't want to sugarcoat this too much, so I will, for those of you who may not know, I will tell you what has happened in the meantime. About a month later, my evil board of directors decided to find ways to get rid of me and to try to use your money in other ways. But things have not gone all that badly. So let me just focus very briefly on the things that have not gone as well as they could, and then I will spend the rest of my time talking about the things that have gone extremely well as a result of what you guys did. First of all, what's happened at Sense Research Foundation? Well, having kicked me out, they have discovered, somewhat belatedly, that they can't get any more money, that they have essentially zero income. And the result of that is that they are spending your money much more slowly than I would have spent it. And obviously, as a result, getting a lot less done. But they are getting something done. The projects that I initiated when I was there are very much still going, and most of the staff that I hired and brought in are also still there and doing their best. There is, of course, a bit of drift because of the lack of scientific leadership, and there's certainly a lot of limitations imposed by the attempt to stretch your money out. But the projects are going, at least they haven't started any new, useless, mistaken projects. So, could be worse. But the main reason why it could be a lot worse, and it's actually not so bad at all, is what happened last year. So as many of you will remember, Matty invited me to speak at his conference in Las Vegas in March of 2022, at which I discussed some of this. And, long and short of it is that largely as a result of what I said to people that day, there was a lawsuit last year in which three of the top four, in fact, airdrop donors who in combination donated 12 million out of the total of 27.5 million. They sued the board of Sense Research Foundation for fraud, for essentially having used me to get them to donate, and then when they were already planning to get rid of me. And rather than be forced into a situation of discovery and subpoenas and so on, the Sense Research Foundation board negotiated a settlement which they have insisted remain confidential. But fact is, I have a new foundation as a result. The new foundation is called LEV Foundation, and that's what I'm going to talk about for the rest of the hour, or at least for the next 20 minutes or so. That's a bit of a shame. The transmission of my slides to StreamYard has deleted the figure that is supposed to be in the middle of this this thing. So longevity escape velocity is a term that I coined about 20 years ago, and it is defined in a slightly subtle way. So let me be careful in how I explain what it means. When we slow down the creation of damage in the body that metabolism does, we are slowing down the rate at which we are getting biologically older, but we are definitely not getting biologically younger. But preventative maintenance of the sort that I described and of the sort that my work has focused on for the past couple of decades is different. That does make people biologically younger again, which means that if you take someone who is like 60 years old and you have a bunch of these damage repair therapies, let's call them rejuvenation therapies, which are able to repair a lot of the damage that the body has accumulated over that time, then the person is then biologically younger. And it may be another 20 years or so before that person becomes biologically 60 again. Now, that's a very big deal, not just because this person has 20 years of much healthier life than they would have had otherwise, but also because people like me, the researchers who are developing these therapies, have been given those 20 years to develop therapies that are even better. Let's call it Sense 2.0, which means that as and when this person who at the age of 60 gets the first generation of these therapies, Sense 1.0, and is rejuvenated by 20 years, as and when they get back to being biologically 60 again on account of the aspects of damage that that panel of interventions fails to repair, we will have actually developed better therapies that are cheaper and more convenient and so on, but also more comprehensive. In other words, some of that difficult damage that we couldn't previously repair, we will now be able to repair. So we'll actually be able to re-rejuvenate the same people who are now chronologically 80 but biologically 60 for the second time, so that they won't be biologically 60 for the third time until, let's say, they're 110 or whatever, and so on. So longevity escape velocity is defined to be the minimum rate at which researchers like myself need to continue improving the comprehensiveness of this panel of interventions, starting from, of course, the point where we get this initial period of maybe 20 years to give us a little bit of time, the rate at which we need to improve those therapies so that people who are getting the state-of-the-art therapies at any point will never get enough damage in their bodies to make them sick, to get them to to start going downhill. So, that's longevity escape velocity. And since most of you are quite mathematically inclined, I guess you will not be daunted by the conclusion that I'm writing here below the diagram that you can't see. Getting anyone to live to 150 is a very big, difficult challenge. At the moment, the world record is 122. And so we've got to get that 30 years or so in order to get anyone to 150. But the point is, the person who gets to 150 will be someone who was definitely going to make it to 110 anyway, and we've been able to give them a bit of extra. And during that time, because we started treating them when they were, let's say, 80, we've improved the therapies and so on. What this means is that people who are only a few years younger, maybe 5 years younger, maybe 10 years younger, will genuinely be able to keep going. The first 150-year-old may be someone who only just managed to get into, some kind of level of rejuvenation, and we couldn't quite keep them on the straight and narrow. We couldn't quite pull them out of the dive, so to speak. But once you get to 1,000, once you get there, just only a few years margin of error, it'll be enough to get people properly to longevity escape velocity. And that number of 1,000 comes from simple statistics looking at how likely you are to die when you're young. In other words, when you are not at risk of dying of anything age-related. If if you reach the age of, let's say, 26 or whatever, your likelihood in the West these days of not reaching the age of 27 is less than 1 in 1,000. It's really low, which means that if that probability stays the same for every year that goes forward, rather than rising by roughly 10% with each year, the way it does today, then a lifespan in 4 digits is what you will expect, is the mathematical consequence. So that's why I called my new foundation LEV Foundation. We have just a few staff at the moment. We don't need any more. I'll tell you why in a moment. These are my absolutely heroic people, lieutenants, who keep everything going. And before I get on to our main flagship work, which I'll start talking about in a couple of minutes, I just want to mention that we additionally do non-research work. Less Death is a series of retreats, which actually we only seed funded the first one of. They've been able to get other money since then, I'm delighted to say. So that's what I always like, to be able to kickstart and seed something and have it proceed. It's a fabulous, really important initiative that is bringing new people with a variety of different talents into the field and getting them to make an impact by partnering them with other people and so on. Afro-Longevity is another education initiative, which is highlighted by an annual conference that's happening in late August this year. The first one happened last year, bringing, as you might be able to gather, the longevity field to Africa. So another really important initiative. And then within the US and the West, we are beginning to focus much more aggressively than ever before on lobbying and advocacy. This is something which really wasn't possible to do with any kind of likelihood of any impact until now, because let's face it, we're talking to people who are elected and whose number one really only goal in life is to get re-elected. So they follow public opinion, and public opinion has been slow to progress in this area. But that's changing now. A4LI, the Alliance for Longevity Initiatives, is a 501c4 for those of you in the US who know what that means. And so it lobbies in Congress and the corridor of power elsewhere. Quite recently, it was able to spearhead the passing of new legislation in Montana, which is being copied elsewhere around the US, to improve the right to try, such that some of you may know that there is a federal law that says if you're terminally ill, you can access unapproved therapies. Now, so long as the therapy has gone through phase 1 of clinical trials, which is the FDA's definition of safety, more or less, you can get these therapies even if you are not ill. You can get them however healthy you are, if you just happen to think they're going to be good for you. And that's only in Montana right now, but chances are it'll be in a bunch of other places soon. Sister organization, the Health Span Action Coalition, is a much more broad-based advocacy organization seeking to really get the world to understand, especially in the US, but elsewhere as well, that aging is a medical problem that is on the verge of being successfully addressed. All right, so what do we do? What is our flagship project? It's a mouse lifespan project. About 8 months ago, I bought 1,000 mice from a place up in Maine called Jackson Labs. And what we're doing with these mice is we're giving them a bunch of different treatments. We're only giving them those treatments starting when they're already in middle age. So that means when they're about 1.5 years old, out of an average lifespan that they normally have of 2.5 years. We want to double that remaining lifespan. We want to take them out to 3.5 years. And also the maximum lifespan, which is typically about 9 months more, we want to extend that by a year as well. Now, what is RMR, first of all? Let me explain. That's something called robust mouse rejuvenation. And it's kind of a poor man's version or a mouse's version of longevity escape velocity. In mice, excuse me, in mice, because aging is so fast, there's only so much you can do. in terms of improving how well you can treat the mice while they are getting older. So I don't think we will ever get to longevity escape velocity for mice. In fact, it'll be touch and go whether we ever get there for cats and dogs. It's much harder than it is for humans. But we can certainly do the kind of life extension that I'm talking about here, adding an additional year or so to life using treatments that only begin when the mice are already in middle age. So that's what we're trying to do. And as you can see, we have these 4 treatments. Now, these were chosen because they all have really good evidence for impact, for actual benefit individually in mice, even when you apply them only late in life. In most of these cases, they've actually shown actual longevity evidence. So we figure, since they work in very different ways, that the combination is quite likely to be very much more beneficial. And we started the experiment only 6 months ago, so it'll be a little while before we really know, but I encourage you all to check my Twitter feed because I'm quite active there, and in particular, about once a month, I put out an update. We have the luxury at Lely Foundation that we are not constrained by a profit motive or by our junior scientists basically needing to get lots of publications in order to get their next job, because people who work for me are not looking for their next job, I can tell you that. So that means that we don't have to worry about keeping anything secret. So I can talk about this experiment as it's proceeding, and that's extremely valuable both to keep people interested and to stimulate other work around the world. I should probably emphasize a little bit about how we're doing this. We want to have, obviously, control groups. Whenever you do anything, you have a group of individuals that get the therapy and ones that don't. But because we're looking at 4 different things in combination, the thing is a bit complicated, and we have 10 groups. In fact, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because there are 2 ways in which you can not give the therapy. And we do this in order to determine whether there is any impact on the way in which we are delivering the therapy that might have on the lifespan or the health of the mice. So I won't get into details now, but certainly for any of you who are here in Austin, happy to talk about that over a beer or 3 during the evening. This is my last slide, I think. No, it's not. It's my last slide about the project, though. We're not just measuring how long the mice live. We're looking at a whole bunch of aspects of how healthy they are, which you can tell by visual means, just by looking at them, whether they've got hair loss, have they got curvature of the spine, things like that. You can also look at how they behave. You can do tests of their memory and their strength, things like that. And then you can also take blood samples, and we're also actually killing a few of the mice every so often, so as to check out their organs in ways that you can't do without killing them. So that's the experiment. If you want to know more, of course, there's lots more details on our website. And as I say, we're putting out updates all the time. And that's what we're doing. But here is where I want to tell you what we're going to do. This experiment is using just 4 different therapies. And, that's good, but there's lots of other treatments that we could be using. So we want to do this experiment again. And we don't want to wait until this one experiment is over. We want to kick off the second version of this same kind of experiment within the next few months if we possibly can. But unfortunately, it's damned expensive. This experiment that we're doing right now cost $3.5 million. And the next one's going to be about the same. So I am vigorously beating the bushes right now, just trying to encourage people to contribute to the fund that will be needed to get this going. This is, because it's a single standalone, self-contained project, it means that basically we need all the money in the bank before we start. So I'm doing my best to collect it. And of course, we have ways to, there are ways for you to donate, whether with crypto or any other way on our website. But please talk to me if you want to know anything more about that. Finally, I just wanted to mention that this is probably not the last conference of the year that you might want to go to. A year ago, I launched LEV Foundation at Longevity Summit Dublin in September, and it was a blowout success. Dublin is a fantastic place to have a conference, especially the kind of conference that I run, which has a great deal of emphasis on the recreational and networking aspects of such things. Because honestly, the talks are very important, but the informal interactions at any conference are really far more important. So as you can see on this slide, we are running a sequel to last year's conference. This will definitely be an annual series. The next one's coming up in less than 2 weeks. And I really hope to see as many as possible of you there. Quite a few crypto people, Hexicans and others turned up last time. And it would be great to see more of you here this time. It's just less than 2 weeks from now. The speaking roster is honestly the best. I was going to say the best I've ever put together in the 20 years that I've been organizing conferences, but I think I can make a stronger statement. I think I can really say that it's the best that anyone's put together. Pretty much everybody you've heard of in longevity will be there. So that's us. I will stop there because it's just coming up to 5 o'clock, and I guess Matty will be thankful that I have got the conference back on schedule. And I will, I guess, hand over back to him. He's right here beside me. And I don't know how to stop sharing my screen, but I'll try. And I was already doing that. I have no idea how to get back. I'll just leave the studio. All right. There we go.
Awesome.
Oh, I don't
Hey,
think.
Aubrey.
There I am.
Thank you very much for hosting the conference. Oh, Maddie's even here. Sorry, I didn't know. Okay. Well, everybody, that was Aubrey the Grey. Very interesting stuff. I listened, but I almost fell asleep. But I'm really looking forward to extending my life here. And yeah, when immortality. I saw somebody in the chat write when immortality. I can't wait. Saving lives. So yeah, please follow Aubrey on his socials. I think he has Twitter. I don't know his exact name on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure it's Aubrey the Great. Maybe once the bull run is like, when I'm a millionaire, I'm like funding Aubrey the Great by myself. But right now, I'm like, I hope we can find the money. Okay, my alarm goes off. Everything is fine. And we will sure have the next panel. There they are. Thank God. You guys are muted, but welcome.
How's it going, sticker guy?
Oh, very, very good. How are you, man? Congratulations to launching your Time Pays Me. I'm really looking forward. Like you said, like play with it on testnet. Like, whoa, big brain move. Don't put real money in. Try it out on testnet. I think I'm going to do that for like a couple of weeks, learning how the thing works before I put my hundreds of millions of dollars of big cash that I will probably
Of sticker coin.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A scooter coin with Tom Gillespie, so that's going to be it.
Well, as you could tell, I'm super passionate about Time Pays Me, and so I'm loving that you'd be willing to probably talk about it in the future. And
yes.
By the way, huge shout out to you, sticker guy. I'm gonna start bragging about you now, even though I'm probably gonna do it later as well.
I'm blushed.
And let's bring up our other two speakers here real quick.
Yes.
Hey, Crypto Class and Hod Pro.
Hey, how you guys going?
Ooh, sparkly. Awesome.
Hey,
I've been saving this dress.
You both look great.
very
And we
great.
also have another guest joining us here, Wit_crypto. Welcome.
Hello, ladies.
Hey.
Yeah, good to meet you, Whitney. I mean, I haven't come across you that much on Twitter, so we need to catch up.
I've been more. I've been playing more on Instagram and building out communities to bring people inside to our space. But anyways, I'm very pleased to be able to speaking more in this Pulse community. Yeah. So anyways, I would love to hear both of your stories if we just wanted to like kind of get into that and understand like essentially like why you're crypto, why HEX, why Pulse, and kind of like the origin story around that.
That sounds like a perfect panel discussion. And before you all hop into that, I just want to say, Sticker Guy, you're a legend. You've been running the show behind the scenes. You, Tangent, and myself have made at least 32 out of the 33 hours here, flawless operation of the conference. And I can't thank you guys enough. Sticker Guy, he is the only person in the world who had a sticker featured on Richard Hart's Ferrari.
Is it in the video? Is it in the film?
It was in the Highest of Stakes documentary. And there is a badass.
I just found out.
There's a
badass nobody told me.
Of like a drone or an airplane or an aircraft carrier, like zooming out of Richard's Ferrari as he's like driving it around like the cliffs of who knows where. And you can see the sticker in that shot.
Yes. I gotta tell my mom that I made it.
Tell your mom now that you made it. That's right. Sticker guys.
Once we can see the film in Europe, I will actually show it to my friends. But until then, I will patiently but mad wait. I'm so happy that the film launched, that the Highest of Stakes is finally out after all this waiting time. That like the timing was perfect. Even thanks to Gary Gensler, shout out to him for the big support he's giving our community. His timing. Okay, you guys, like for real, this is not a coincidence. Like they're not stupid. They can use the internet. They can go on YouTube. They're on Twitter. I have posted hex.com below Gary Gensler's Twitter post multiple times, and I should do it more. Oh my God, that's a cool idea. Anyways, everything is just playing out perfectly. I'm down 99% on my investment 4 times, but I'm still here. And thanks to the HEX contract, which made me that I cannot sell it, and that's why I will support Maddie's cool invention that will do the same, but for all coins. I hope I can somehow take your idea and make it better for the future, but I will take like 10 to 15 years, but I'm looking forward to it.
That is quite the statement. Thank you for holding the show together. I appreciate you. You had a segment earlier today with Tom Gillespie and Sticker Guy. That's a must watch. For now, Sticker Guy and I are going to get out of here, and we're going to leave it to the ladies to have their panel. And again, thank you all for joining.
Yes, thanks, Maddie. Thanks, Sticker Guy. And congratulations, Sticker Guy. I think that's just so awesome. And I'm so happy for you, honestly.
Is anybody going to there's like some people watching. If anyone can pirate just that little clip and send it to me on Twitter, I would love it.
I would love to see it.
I will send you 1 post Dogecoin as a thank you, and I will pay for the gas. So
all right, yeah. No pirating. Thanks. And
thanks, guys.
Let me say my final word here that I stumbled upon Whitney's content. She had been doing a Twitter Spaces with somebody who has the handle on Twitter PLS. Like at PLS is her friend, I guess, who she's streamed with, and I thought she had really great takes. I love listening to Hod Pearl. I love seeing Klaz become like, the new Joe Rogan of the PulseChain space and everything.
Aww,
and so I mean that, and I'm really excited for you all to have your panel. So thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate you. Love Maddie. Girls, here we are. I was thinking that whole time, guys, get out of here. Jeez. Yeah. Chewing into our time slot. Chewed 4 minutes. Woo. That's 4 precious minutes, ladies.
Well, we are here now. It was 4 minutes of pure adorable, though.
Yes, it was. I was just mucking around.
We got all the love. Welcome to the stage.
Hod Pro, you're out of focus, hun. Like, get that camera and take it and beat it.
I can't, man. My camera just hates me.
Oh.
Is it working now? My green
Like
screen's a
put your
little bit
head, like
wonky.
sometimes if you put your head like super close and then like zoom yourself back, that works. Yeah. And then go slow back. Hey, I think that's a bit better, slightly. Yeah.
That's as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah, looking hot. I can tell. Even
Thanks.
though it's
Thank
slightly
you.
pixelated, still hot.
It's part of the reason.
So I have a tendency to talk a lot of rubbish, ladies. So we probably should focus though.
All right, ladies. So I shared at the very beginning is I'm really curious to hear kind of about your stories. One of the things that has been coming up as I've been at the conference is how nice that first off, like within Pulse and Hex and crypto, like we all come with so many stories and we all have this very like rebellion like energy, which is also why we are here speaking. And I find sometimes we just kind of miss the stories and the essence of like what got us started and what's really the fuel to our fire. So I would love to hear a little bit about how you guys got started and like your kind of your why around why you're still in it, what your MO is, just a little bit about you.
Oh, I love that. Podpro, do you want to
Who
go
goes
first?
first? Who goes first?
Or do you want me to go?
You go, Claus.
All right, I'll go.
Yeah.
So my normie job, I work as an emergency department consultant, which would be, I think in America, it would be like an ER attending, although I think that's how it translates. So that's my job. And I would say like most doctors, traditionally, I tie up a lot of my identity in being a doctor, which I suppose would be natural. When I was heavily pregnant with my second daughter, one of my contracts wasn't renewed. And I didn't find out until I just left my maternity leave, and I still had another contract. So a lot of people would be like, oh, that's kind of natural. Like you're working for a company and, your contract ended. But for a doctor that doesn't get their contract renewed, it actually, it's taken quite personally. And I really took it personally. I couldn't take it too emotionally at the time because I had other things to focus on and I needed to be mentally healthy for my pregnancy and birth. But it made me realize like I was working for a business. And it sounds really silly in retrospect to say this, like where, people with a normie job are working for a business. But because I'm working with critically unwell people, I'm immersed in the human aspect. And I'm also tied up like selfishly or egotistically in my role as the doctor. So when I lost that contract or it didn't get renewed, there was like this fallout of identity where I realized for the first time that I wasn't so much valued as an individual. I was valued as that number that was the number of certain type of doctor that had to be in the department. So that was like a huge awakening. And I was, like, well, I think I blame myself. Like, why is all of my identity so, like, I didn't realize how firmly tied up it was. And it was kind of like a mourning period after that point in time. So then I decided that, I wanted retribution financially. So not that I sued anyone, of course not. Like I didn't have any grounds for that. And it's life, and sometimes life's not fair and it smacks you in the face and just deal with it. But I decided that I wanted a moon coin because I'm like, well, how am I going to fund my maternity leave? I lost half of my, I basically had to self-fund my maternity leave. And I realized even though that I was working as a doctor with, a great salary, I also had a great amount of mortgage debt and I hadn't escaped the rat race. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I've got like one of the most highest paying jobs that I possibly could get. And I still haven't escaped the rat race. Like I've read all of the real estate books. I've got 4+. I've got a lot of properties. Why haven't I escaped the rat race? Like there's something missing. Like I haven't achieved my financial goals. And around the same time, because my husband knew Tangent, because they went to university together, then Tangent was running his own streams about cryptocurrency. And he was also streaming with the HEX Late Show about HEX a lot. So we were buying HEX without being at that point so-called cult members because the price kept going up. And the HEX Late Show is like hugely entertaining. So it kind of started off with like a combination of all of those kind of things happening in my life where I was ready for the next stage in my financial freedom. HEX Late Show was like hugely entertaining. HEX kept going up. And then I think it slowly kind of came to be that I realized that this community is actually incredible. It's entertaining, which is actually difficult for me to be entertained. Like I have this extremely short attention span and I don't find traditional things that entertaining, but it was entertaining me. And I actually enjoyed talking to the people about cryptocurrency even more than I enjoy I do talking to people about medicine, which was a little bit strange, but yeah, and that's basically my story.
Very cool. I love. I feel like a lot of people have, and I think the documentary showed this well as like the game of HEX and the game of crypto, but it becomes very. It's an entertaining game. Like we're going to play the game of money some way, somehow. So I think that's really cool with just how the engaging aspect that you got to it and being able to be bit by the bug.
Definitely. Pod Pro, you are up.
Yeah, I'm enthralled. Like there's some stuff I didn't even know. I've been streaming with Klaus for a little while, so it's kind of nice to hear your background story like that. And I used to be a game developer. I worked as an animator and tech artist, and in games, mostly mobile games. There were Facebook games and a few AAA titles, but when you're an artist, it's hard to save money, right? Like even if you get paid out a lot, sometimes you get the full-time job, sometimes not. You never know how long that's supposed to last you. But I had a pretty good gig at a big enough company, and I started getting interested in cryptocurrency, and I had found out about Bitcoin at 9 cents, and that's way before I got into it. But I knew of it, and I knew of blockchain technology, and I knew I would eventually probably get into it if it got any higher. But I had kind of ignored it, sifted it back and put my job front and center. When Bitcoin got to the point where it hit 3 digits, right? I felt that the moment that happened, I felt like it was too late, right? And I know it's funny to think about, but I was like, why bother? I don't have the US, I don't have a little USB miner. I'm not able to do it anymore, but it kept being up there. And the fact that you could mine it was very interesting. And so I know Butterfly Labs had miners and everything. There was kind of a loop that you could get caught into when mining that stuff, where you'd mine enough Bitcoin and then you could pay them in Bitcoin to get a bigger miner. And then it perpetually would happen and you never technically had Bitcoin and you had the bigger miner. So you had to watch it, right?
Awesome.
I ended up getting it was crazy. It was the day of Mt. Gox and BTCE. And I had found a KNC miner. Is my internet going out? Sorry, guys.
Oh, we can still. You got good audio still.
A KNC miner. Okay, that's all that matters. And it was $3,000, and I was like, you know what? I love passive income. I know how to do this. I could join the pool and get paid out in Bitcoin. So, long story short, I could explain that longer, but I got it, and I started mining Bitcoin, and then started trading it on these sites. And I'd go to work and trade instead of work, and asked people in my cubicle if they wanted any Bitcoin to trade with me. I was the manager, so they're not going to get in trouble. And nobody wanted any, okay, I'll stay at my desk. And I eventually, it was a good job. I liked the people I worked with, but I quit because I was making more money doing the Bitcoin stuff. I wasn't holding back then. I was living on it and saving a little bit, but not the hodl you see today. So as time went and the price skyrocketed in the Bitcoin, and it's not just about the price, it's what blockchain ended up really representing. at that point, especially when the shutdown of Mt. Gox and BTCE happened and people pushed for more kind of DeFi options. I realized the importance of holding for a long time rather than trading and rather than living off of it, right? And so I was interested. I held for a long time. I ended up getting into Ethereum because you could develop on it. I thought that was amazing. A little bit into Monero, but then HEX was the ultimate token to hold, right? Because you can stake that and make yield. So for me, I'm like, this is a proof of stake miner. It doesn't cost me the electricity, because when you proof of work mine, it's expensive. You will not break even sometimes. It's worth it. You'll, depending on how much electricity you use and whatnot, and the pool, what's happening in the pool and everything. But yeah, you stake it or you mine it. Really, you accrue. Eventually, when you unstake, you accrue more HEX. I'm like, this is exactly the perfect token, because when there's a bear market, people eat emergency end stake. I know how people are emotionally with volatility. I trade before, right? So when you're really a higher percentage of the pool, or you get the payout and fees, what better token to hold in a bear? I mean, right now in HEX, both sides, we're getting close to 7. It's been payout per chain. And granted, we're in a hardcore bear. People are emergency ending stake. When it goes back up, that's a lot of money. And so I've noticed a lot of people that are on the higher end of the crypto having spectrum get more excited at a bear than people that are rather new to it, because they're like, oh my God, if I stay here, if I get paid out in yield, that's going to go up. And they do get excited, actually, in times of where you wouldn't traditionally get excited, like, oh, these payouts are fantastic. So that's how I got into HEX, and I'm a huge proponent of HEX because I hold. That's my whole thing now. I do research and hold a coin. I don't trade anymore because it's not the smartest way to do it. And so that's my journey into HEX.
Someone even said Hot Pro is a legend, and so I feel like that very much just wrapped up. I loved hearing the evolution of how the progression from Bitcoin through Ethereum, through all the different levels, to really understand, like, oh, this is the real deal.
Because I know what crypto's out there, and this is the one I choose. And this is the one I choose to change from, Ethereum and Bitcoin, the two highest tokens, to one that isn't even listed anywhere, just because the white paper and the tokenomics were so astronomically fantastic. There wasn't a second thought after I knew what it was about. I thought it was brilliant.
I love that, Hot Bro. And I think people don't realize the genius that is in the code. A lot of people that aren't into crypto, they say, oh, crypto is a scam, because it's easier to say that than to actually do some research. And same with HEX compared to other coins. It's easier to say, oh, HEX is a scam, because again, compared to other crypto tokens, like it has a lot more maths behind it than people can bother to learn. And the layman's paper, it actually is pretty simple to read and understand. So I think it's worth reading. So Wit Crypto, I'm excited to talk to you. Tell us your story.
So we begin. First off, this is my first live stream, and so I'm just so thrilled to be with you, ladies.
You're doing so good. Oh my God, my first live stream. I was not like you.
I've been playing on other spheres, but first one on YouTube feels like first of many. So
I was like, I'm Hot Pro, I'm scared.
I deleted the first year or so of my streams, actually. So you're doing great.
Anyways, hi, thank you. So a little bit about me. Where do I begin? So originally my background was as a construction engineer. I very much I was living the traditional, the only thing I knew growing up was like, get the salary, get the retirement fund, stick to the plan. And I did that. I got the engineering degree, worked for a large general contractor in Washington, D.C., very much had like the stability long-term relationship, all of the things, checked all the boxes. And as I was like in the industry, I realized in the construction industry, I was like, this is not my life and not the space, the game that I want to play. Sure, this is the only thing that I've been taught and programmed. And I was just surrounded by a bundle of people who just stuck on the salary route. But anyways, I wanted something more. So my story blends in with a whole lot of different spiritual quests and evolutions in the works. But essentially, the short of it is, after 3.5 years in the engineering industry, I decided to leave. And so I quit and moved from Washington, D.C. over to Bali, Indonesia. And from there, I said, I don't really have a plan, but I do have a big curiosity where I want to understand what a dollar really means to me. For so many years of my life, I was like, people have just told me around like, you should have a salary, you should save in this much amount. And I was like, all of these accounts look really great, but it doesn't give me the satisfaction that I want. And I feel like I'm giving my time away. And so anyways, moved over to Bali, and my financial literacy at that point is quite low, even though I had this curiosity where I was like, I want to know what a dollar means to me. And so pretty quickly when I was over there, I ended up meeting a friend who started to speak to me about the financial industry and like the current problems that are going on and where things are shifting towards in the technology and blockchain and crypto. And naturally these things started coming up where I was like, whoa, like firework moments in my mind where I'm like, how have I not seen this before? Like, yes, I learned the like engineering world and the real life and the rat race game. And I thought that I had my life together in so many ways, but how did I miss this puzzle part of life? And so that was back in January 2020 that I really got bit by the bug, the financial literacy bug and the crypto bug. And from that moment, I was in Bali and I said, I'm skipping my flight home, and I proceeded to stay abroad for the next 2.5 years. At that time, I also still did not have a plan with how I was going to financially make things work. And so fortunately, that friend that I met also had a 15-year experience with investing all sorts of assets and studying macroeconomics and crypto and all. And so this friend very quickly became my mentor. I pulled my retirement fund out, and my friend helped mentor me into the space and also helped me learn how to manage my own portfolio. And so at this time, I'm now living abroad. I've exited a lot of systems, and my family also thinks that I'm absolutely crazy. And what's going on.
Don't worry, all our families think we're crazy. It's part of the gig.
Always. And so, and this is also right as COVID is all going down as well. And so anyways, ended up playing around with a lot of different assets, and eventually by August 2020, and then in between August and November 2020, I ended up throwing all of it into crypto, which just timed the market cycles quite perfectly in that sense, and got in through ADA, Cardano, and through HEX. And that was the evidence that I basically needed of just like set it and forget it, leave it and let it ride the timing of the cycles, and noticing how much I can really play this game by understanding how the cycles move. And less is more. I don't have to be trading. If I play smart, I can like really truly understand and like focus on my investing mindset and have my money work for me. And so anyways, all that to be said, me moving abroad, pulling my retirement fund out was the catalyst that helped set all that up for me. And today I'm just still wildly passionate about financial literacy and helping other people understand to like truly like evolve their relationship to money and to building wealth, which I believe many of this comes back to building out a solid investing mindset. And also one of the other quirks and the things that really lights me up is I play a lot around in the world of seeing life through the lens of energy. And I'm a spiritual channeler. I channel the Akashic Records. And with this, I like really track innovation through the lens of seeing like where we are now in the world and identifying the problems of where we are now and seeing where we're going. And for me, crypto is one of these like new earth systems of like we have all these flaws. We all know this. This is also why a lot of us are here, is like we see all these flaws and we want to be a part of the solution. And crypto is literally fundamentally holding the values that us as humans have shifted with. Like we've evolved to new values, and the earth has shifted, and we are just simply in the process of now trusting in the new systems. And so I love that the environment and the energy that all of us hold are like early adopters and innovators to the new systems and the new ways of the world, which will only then help spread more light out into the world, and we'll be able to continue to grow on that frequency.
That's beautiful, Wit Crypto. And you know what, HexMac? I just found your wife over here. Are you so Wit Crypto, just a quick question on behalf of HexMac. Are you like married or single, or just HexMac is a guy in the community that's heavily into what you've just been speaking about spirituality.
Oh.
So I just think you would make his perfect wife. That's just like a side note there. Yeah, like a slight tangent. I'm sorry, I'm very tangential.
Sorry, I totally missed that. Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot more. Like earlier today, actually at the conference, I was sitting down with someone else where I opened up like the Akashic Records, and for anyone who doesn't know it, that's the record hall of the universe. And I opened up the records and specifically asked questions where I'm like, how is PulseChain, and how is HEX, and how is Richard Hart, and how is our collective movement as a community here to help build the new earth? And like, how are we here to help flip the systems? And I just want to like plug this one little part, because it's just like, it feels so special of a time of that all of us are here and we all have these similar values. And really what I was seeing was the old systems in the world. I like to see things through, like they were showing me through like light and dark, and the old systems are crumbling, as we all know. And they're like dissolving away. And what we as like the chaos that people feel on earth right now is because the systems that they used to trust are dissolving. And it's like people want to hold on to something and they want to trust in something, but their trust is no longer with the governments and they don't know what to trust next. And so it feels like a lot of humanity is just going through the cycle of like, what do we trust? What can we lean on? Who can, like, what is truth? And so I find all of us in this community, we are very much holding this frequency of building the new fabric of where we are going to be shifting our energy into. And the building part is the exciting part. So it feels like every conversation that we have, each person that we talk to, how we transmute and speak about PulseChain, crypto, HEX, the opportunities that are here are what is building the earth that comes ahead and helps more people flood into the system and really truly build the new system that the earth deeply craves.
Oh, I love your vibe with crypto. I think that's such a beautiful take on the market cycle. And I think what we, if you girls are up for it, we might go around and just take out, say our own perspective, perhaps on how we see the market cycle going. So with crypto, we'll get back to you and maybe you could do like a spiritual take. But Hodpril, this market cycle that we're in, obviously, with the recent announcement, then there's, I hope there's been capitulation. But going forward, what do you see as some of the, you're just on mute, some of the milestones in the market cycle? Or do you want to just give us the rest of this cycle, like from your perspective?
All right. It's interesting because it is more of a complicated question to answer this time, because the SEC is going after what they're going after, kind of technically HEX, after XRP, after a lot of, both DeFi and centralized exchanges, and they're kind of going after crypto, everything but Bitcoin, which is a little interesting since some people may or may not be vested in Bitcoin that are in our own government, right? I mean, Brian Armstrong was apparently contacted by the SEC saying you need to not trade any token or coin that isn't Bitcoin. He's like, excuse me? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's just what I've read and heard, and obviously I have no idea. This is not financial advice, but The people that I see on Telegram, where I mostly am on, sometimes I go on Twitter. I wonder who is aware of what's going to happen with the blockchain. And there's a market cycle here that's actually correlated to the, a higher entity really attacking it, right? This is going to be the first time, other people call Richard a scam, sure, the FUD, but government FUD can be interesting. It could either drive people away or it could drive people toward it if there's more of a freedom loving libertarian kind of mindset. And there are still a lot of American crypto holders and Australian and all over that are aware of what the blockchain actually represents, right? It's freedom of speech. Blockchain isn't really anything. It's an abstraction of human behavior. Every single movement on that blockchain is a person, right? And that's how I can see how you could take a spiritual take on the blockchain and understand that beyond something that sounds complicated, that sounds like, it's just internet money. No, these are humans. This is what uncensored human activity looks like. And there will be an attack on that. And the people that are left on the Pareto distribution, on the higher end of crypto holders, are going to be the people that understand that know that maybe you do need to be a little bit rebellious to hold these tokens, and even to have them accrue value or to stand for, to be somebody who stands for cryptocurrency and is willing to not be threatened by every existential thing trying to take people's power away, financially and otherwise. As far as this cycle, though, to answer your question more succinctly, I'm guessing that the next 2024 will probably be more of the time when it might pump again, is my guess. Although the volatility's been crazy after the news. I mean, there's less volume now, but the recovery is pretty substantial. But I know there's a Bitcoin halvening, I believe, on the 26th of April. That might actually affect the crypto prices. We're still all correlated to Bitcoin to some extent. But really the election, there usually is an economic false pump before every election in the US, and that might actually pump crypto a little bit. It's possible, but I'm waiting until 2024, maybe the second half of 2024, but before I really believe there's a possible crazy jump. But for a lot of people, that's a lot of time, but you have to be patient in crypto. You have to be realistic, but that's my take on it.
I love that, Hodbril. All right, I might give you my take. So HEX was designed to be a better Bitcoin, and then Pulse, on PulseChain, was designed to be better Ethereum. So I don't think it was a coincidence that around day 77 post-launch, ETH did its biggest dump or capitulation. And same with PulseChain. Day 77 post-launch was capitulation, which I don't know, serendipitously or whatever, was timed with the SEC announcement. So what I like to do is obviously look back through historical timings. And if you look at the days from when Ethereum launched to all-time high, I think it was 886. So I think the launch date was 2015, the 30th of July. I hope I get the dates right, but you guys can look it up yourself. And then the peak was the first week in January of 2018. So it's about 886 days. And if you did the same for PulseChain, you could do your own calculation, which turns out to be October 15th, 2025. So I like to play around with historical numbers, trying to pick tops, within the cycle to know where I am in the cycle. And so that, that is what helps me to be patient and not to click buttons. Because if I'm of the belief that out of all of Richard Hart's coins, PulseChain, in my own opinion, will do the best, then I need to wait until the latter end of 2025 for that to come to fruition. So, it's not all about, I think there's a very delicate balancing act between pressing no buttons, which would be very convenient, and pressing lots of buttons, which would be silly because occasionally you could use like a secondary system to increase your gains in your primary system. And by primary system, I'm just talking about the Richard Hart coins. So that's how I'm kind of viewing the cycle and timing things. And then in terms of like, when are we going to see a bull run? I think there's a few things obviously stopping us now. So Richard Hart has always talked about the grayscale discount. So while we have a grayscale discount, then we're not going to see a bull run. At the moment, the grayscale discount's at about, I think it's 30% discount the last time I checked. I could be wrong on those exact numbers. So, there's still a discount. So there's not going to be a bull run. Also, the interest rate, there's still interest rate rises on the cards, maybe 1 or 2 more. So until the CPI really drops, and it is dropping, they're not going to halt interest rates. And I just believe, like, in general, I'm extremely disappointed with the, financial governance with traditional finance, it's governed extremely poorly. And the reason why inflation is so high is because, they can just print trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And so in the economy, you have supply and demand. And so in order to get this crazy inflation under control, they'll be like, well, there must be so much demand. There must be all these people just spending so much money, increasing all the prices of everything. And let's just make people super poor so that we can control the economy, which is just a false narrative. And so the way to make the middle class poor is to increase interest rates. So all of those people that have a mortgage can suffer and basically go into financial decline. And that is the way that they want to control the economy. When the truth is the opposite. The truth is that there is a supply shortage. There's not a demand increase. There's a supply shortage and there's printing of money. So we are at the whim of these financial systems that are not in our favor. They're designed to keep us locked into perhaps a job that we don't especially want to be in, or just locked into, a system whereby in Australia, you cannot get paid the pension until you're 67 years old. 67. There's a chance of everybody getting cancer, like everybody's chance is about 33% in their lifetime of getting cancer. So the fact that you can't get your pension that you've worked your whole life for until you're 67, it's just an extreme situation. And I think that's what drives us into crypto. So yeah, my market, the way that I see the market cycle is I like to look at timings. And then I look forward to the Bitcoin halvening. I see that as like a milestone in when we'll start going up. And then I also, in terms of the US election, I look forward to that because I think that would be November of next year-ish.
Yeah, it's November 2024.
Oh, sweet.
So right before then, it's going to happen.
Print that money. The money printer goes on.
Woo!
So the interest rates... the interest rates start rising and they turn on that money printer and then all the money flows into crypto. So I'm excited for that. And I think this bull run, I've always said this my last, few streams, I want a hard down so we can get a hard up. And I actually feel sorry for those cryptos that are kind of stagnant right now, because that's not a good kind of financial sign for what is going to happen later. And I'm sure there's more technical terms I could use mathematically to describe that situation, but you need a slingshot down to get a slingshot up. And we definitely got that slingshot down. And that was just like, that was capitulation. And I'm still relatively new to crypto. So to feel those emotions was like, whoa, like my husband woke me up. It was midnight over here roughly. He's like, you got to come and see this. And I cried. Like, I'll be honest, I cried. I was just like, I'm not crying about my reputation. I'm crying about the money. Because the price was just like,
oh, bless.
I was so sad for 24 hours. And then after 24 hours, I was very sad. I watched the HEX Late Show and then like my spirits were lifted. And it was just like, oh, I'm happy again. I'm a happy little cult member. And for that 24 hours, I was a very sad little cult member. And now I'm such a happy little cult member again. And I'm back on track. And I don't believe that any announcements are going to stop us. And, it's a civil suit, right? It's basically a tax on the founder. So I don't want to get into the SEC stuff because I'll just keep going on and on and on because it's just a joke, really. And they have no jurisdiction over fraud. They have none. They don't even have any governance. There was like a ruling. They don't have any jurisdiction over fraud. So the whole case is going to should get thrown out.
Do you know their second page was blank? Their second page was blank on accident. And they had
I did
diary.
this post and I was like, these guys are just like Sesame Street. Like they are a mob. There's so much emotive words they're using in an official document as well. I was like, and then all of their numbers, a lot of their numbers were wrong. And I was like, is this a draft? Like, oh, it was just so hilarious. Anyway, with crypto, it's time for your...
I want to feed off of one thing you'd said
Sure.
at the end, when even the 24-hour drop that you were talking about and like the emotions that come up in it. One thing that I love and like I frequently will just use is like, you know, like we all know as investors, I think one thing that we as like hexagons get the exposure to is because our cycles are so intense and so big, I feel like we get to learn how to work with our emotions, or we have the ability, we have the invitation to work with our emotions as an investor. And I really feel like I'm like, if the only way we can stay in the game with the volatility that we experience is if we are in check with our emotions. And so I was glad to hear that even like you gave yourself the 24 hours to like feel it and just be like, this is like, this sucks, this hurts. But now look where we are. It's like we stayed in the game. We didn't make any decisions while like we were at the lows. And I find that's like one of the really big keys as investors, in that I think in our community, we actually can act as really anchoring forces to people coming in because we have been tested a lot.
Definitely. And you know what? People always tell you should buy when you don't feel like buying. And I've always heard people say that. And I've always been good at DCAing, you know, around the bottom. And, you know, I understand the theory behind that. But during that capitulation time, I got some great buys right at the bottom. And it was a time when I was feeling the exact opposite. But it was just, it was interesting because then I really kind of understood the concept. Like the time when you will make your best buys is when you really are not feeling great. Like at those times that you make the best buys of your life, you're not going to be smiling. You'd probably be crying as you're buying. But they honestly, a cry buy will be the best buy of your life. And I just knew like this one particular buy, I'm like, I honestly believe like that is the best buy of my life. Like, that one buy, I believe, after being in the game, I can't tell you, my daughter's 2.5. So I started, as I said, because of that whole contract thing after my daughter. So that's how I know how long I've been in crypto. So I've been in it around loosely for about 2 years, definitely 2 years. And, you know, all of these different DCAs at different times and all of these different theories and thoughts came down, I believe, to this one cry buy, which wasn't necessarily like the biggest amount I've ever done, but I believe that will give me the biggest gains of my life, that one buy. Anyway, quit crypto, market cycles.
Okay, market cycle. So I like to say that I have a little unique twist on investing and how I see it. So first off, I bring very much like my engineering mindset to like tracking patterns, but the way that I see life and investing is through the lens of energy. And I can like speak all the same language as everyone through like looking at the different cycles, looking at the different numbers, the price points and all. But I like to say that the numbers are a tool to understand how energy is moving in the world. And so what we are experiencing as investors, like I like to buy based on the cycle. So just buy when it's, I do less clicks than anything. So it's buy when things are low, sell when it's high. It makes it easy for me. It feels good for me to live my life that way, and then maintain my emotions as well. But bring this up because energetically, what I have been seeing and we've all been reinforced with is right now the systems are crumbling and more things are just being revealed. And I think even so, like when I'm talking about energy flowing in the world, it's essentially seeing like there is a problem in the world. And taking that problem, so being our financial system, and pointing to all the different reasons and validations of why that is a problem and how the problem is just getting magnified. And the more cases that I can, and the more evidence that I can have of like, this is crashing even more, or there's more of a problem, what that problem that just keeps bubbling up is saying that's creating a demand for a solution to be adopted long term. And so I'm just simply tracking by saying energy is here. as investors, it's our job to be able to say, where is the energy going to be moving towards? And then how can I shift my money, which is economic energy, to where the future is going to be growing and to where people will demand it. And so that I can buy when we can all be ahead of the curve, and then we can be rewarded as the price goes up in the cycle. So just because the energy approach I find it's actually very intuitive to do it that way. And I can still use all the same tools to be able to help measure how much energy and how much demand there is for something being adopted long-term. But for me, that's a fun way of making finance feel a little bit more in flow than how many other people may speak about it. So anyways, that's related to this cycle. I'm very much seeing a lot of things that both of you ladies spoke about. In particular, I'm very optimistic in the sense of like, I can feel within our community how much the conviction and the confidence and the trust that we have in it will only help magnify more people to flow into it. And so since we are so young, like since PulseChain is so young, the people that are involved right now, we are all builders, and we can be builders just by simply being investors and putting our economic energy to work as so. And we can also be builders by having more conversations like this, so that if someone else listens to this thread, to this video, they can go back and be like, I want the conviction and I want the confidence that these ladies hold in this new technology, in this change. And I may not trust it now, but my hope is that I will have the amount of confidence and conviction that they do at some point. And so what I'm seeing right now in the overall like movement of our group is that we all bring a very special gift and a special opportunity of time right now, where we get to say, we are here recruiting other energy into our space, and with the confidence and the trust that we feel about this being a part of the future, we can help other people also buy into that freedom and align to the future to have a more ease-filled life, and to also break themselves out of the system and see the system. And so also you said, I very much mirror both of you in terms of like 2015 timeline wise, but I just like to bring a little bit of reference around the whys. And a lot of it is just like, we are collectively here building the system that more energy is going to be flowing into.
I love that. I think that was really beautiful. And I know you do have quite a following, like you do spend some time on Instagram. How do you use your energy to connect with outside communities to bring them in? Like, because there's a very delicate balance between mentioning outside communities, because I believe strongly that Pulse in particular is my pathway to financial freedom. But how do we do that, strike that balance?
Sorry, you're saying in particular.
So how do we strike the balance between speaking to other communities without necessarily going too much into other projects? Because I don't really like mentioning other coins or tokens, because people then get little words stuck in their little minds. Okay. And I believe strongly in PulseChain. But what are some of the ways that you're doing that, some outreach to bring people in?
So one thing is, I've just been sharing a lot of my story. Freedom is something that I deeply value, and my life story, and like I haven't had to work for the past 3 years because of crypto, and this type of financial freedom and liberation and rewiring my relationship to money is something that honestly a lot of people do desire. I mean, we all know it. I don't need to, but like people desire it. And so by me just sharing my evolution and my shift, and people seeing overall my happiness and my joy to life, that has been a big factor. And then of course I'm also teaching about fundamentally these things too. But hold on, actually getting back to your question. How I'm doing it is I'm not talking about alt projects. I'm not going into other things, but instead I'm trying to hit the audience of people who are not in crypto. And instead they might actually be curious about crypto. They may feel like it's a total unknown. They may have fears around crypto. And I'm here to be like, hey, I want to be your guide. Like, I want to be your little bestie to be like, hop on under my wing. Let's join in the community. Let's have a conversation. Let's learn about financial literacy. Let's build out an investing mindset. And through that journey, I'll help you. I'll be your guide, welcome you into the space. And I'll have you see and understand how to spot innovation. And particularly through the lens of like seeing the different projects, because there's a reason, there's no accident that we're here. Like we know what innovation looks like. And so I think that a lot of times, and like I needed this too when I was first getting into crypto, is like I needed a guide. I needed someone to say, how can I spot what is actually lasting in the space, what's actually a radical change, and what's noise and what's garbage. So I think there is a big market to be had, that if we want to talk to people who are like, I desire more freedom. I'm itching to get out of my life. Like I feel that there's a change in the system, but I can't see it yet. I find those people are like the ones who are like, I desire something, yet I didn't know that crypto was my prayer, that would answer my prayers.
Nice. I love that. Hodbro, can I just ask, ladies, what do you think? We've got 10 minutes to go. Should we do a little bit of social stuff and talk about the movie and dresses and stuff like that? Or should we be very focused and good conference people? What do you guys think?
Good conference people.
I don't know how serious I'm meant to be or not. I made some popcorn before I came on.
Is there anything?
I have sweatpants on right now. I mean,
I got the dorkiest socks on, and I got my. Anyway.
No one's gonna see the bottom half today.
What were you gonna say?
Hello, Austin.
I would love, is there anything that like you guys have been both nerding out where you're like, this is exciting me and lighting me up all in the same ways, and I just like need to get it out to the world?
Ooh, crypto related or non-crypto related?
Yeah, right.
Sorry, I will focus. I promise.
We could have a lot of fun with this. Should we take 3 more hours and we can like really get into it?
Exactly.
So we're gonna have to narrow this down. I suppose we're in a crypto conference. I suppose the question may be crypto related. I feel a lot of joy in my life this week. After what happened. I don't know what happened.
Not that day,
though. I'm very bad with general questions, as you can tell. I'm a very literal person. So sorry, Whit. I will have to have a more specific question, please. Oh, you just mean crypto? Like, what's firing up you for crypto? Like, what makes me optimistic for crypto?
Yeah.
Once I knew about the Ethereum thing, like once I did the whole 77-day thing, once you prove that to yourself, because for me, I was always like, obviously, I want the max out of this cycle, and I'll decide at that point in time how much I leave in and how much I take over to the next cycle, because the next cycle is going to be, unpredictably massive as well, I think, for HEX. So for my mind, I'm thinking this cycle HEX will do well, but Pulse, oh my god. And then next cycle, I'm thinking that is when HEX. Anyway, this is just what I'm kind of thinking. So once I got those dates for Ethereum, it made me have a little bit more confidence. And then once I kind of got my head around some of the milestone dates, like the halvening and the US election, and then knowing about the grayscale. So for me, having a little bit of knowledge about those historical factors and historical cycles kind of gives me a lot of confidence. And also knowing that, around the election time, there's going to be a lot more money that people are going to be able to flow into crypto. And the crypto world is looking for a coin where the price will go up. So most people that will get into PulseChain, they won't be so-called cult members. I always refer to myself as a cult member because I just think it's funny now. Like, I'm going to start wearing white dresses and dancing in the fields and stuff. But most of the people that will cause, I think, the... I want to use like a word that's probably the wrong word, but I'll use it anyway. The cataclysmic upside to PulseChain will be people that aren't in our community right now. They'll just be people in crypto looking for the coin that is going up, and they want to be a part of that rocket ship. So they'll time it for, I presume, around just before the US election when all the normies have some money, and then look for what's going up, which will be PulseChain, and then just ride that rocket ship. So for me, yeah, historical timings give me confidence. And the massive downside, as hard as it was, actually also gave me confidence, because we didn't die. We were like, we definitely did not die. The community rallied. It was so impressive to see the amount of exposure that we got from that, worldwide exposure. That was just like, I couldn't have wished for anything more to have that kind of exposure at this time of the cycle. And so people will bank that, okay, that happened to that community. It's banked. They've got a strong community. They rallied. Don't really think it will affect them too much. And then around the time of when the green candles start coming, it's already like that movie that did you guys watch that movie where they wanted to, who was it, where you kind of implant like a number, and then there's this, they're at the game and then they have to pick a jersey, and then it's up to that chick to pick the right jersey or her partner will lose a bet. Anyway, I think you're on mute, Hopperl. But anyway.
No, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm mentally on mute.
Anyway.
Not this time, class. I just don't have an answer.
I basically feel like this is the best thing that could have happened to us, and that we are in the back of everybody's mind. And yeah, it's gonna go so hard to the upside now. That's what brings me joy, and that's what it's just giving me a super amount of confidence now.
I guess my answer to that, it's similar to you, Klaus, where you see like a lot of potential for the future because of, again, the economic energy that's coming into there. And I know the difference I feel from being in crypto for as long as I have between a rug pull and the selling of the news. And this sort of thing was selling of the news. And as soon as I figured this would happen eventually, the SEC Richard thing. And, when what you never do when you feel like it's not a rug and you feel like it's selling the news is you never sell. You diamond hands it and you watch it go down, and you don't take a cut. You don't sell it. You don't freak out. You just hold, and you do train yourself mentally to do that. But I went on there. I'm on Telegram, like, oh shit, it's going on, and then I'm just, and then we're watching the charts, just breaking the law. Like, how is it going to go? And it's funny, everyone's laughing, right? Because it's so funny to hold so much crypto that's going down so fast. This is terrible.
We laugh now, but at the time,
it's not very nice because it's on the backs of people who are really freaking out, right? Where it's exciting, but it's the same sort of exciting where you're on a roller coaster, and part of your brain feels like you're going to die, but your smarter part of your brain knows I'm not going to die. For some reason, the human psyche has translated this to fun, right? So it could be fun watching it go down if it'll go back up, which in my head, I believe it'll go back up. We need more volume in there. So before we have more volume back into the Pulse chain itself, it's going to be volatile. Volatility can be exciting. Volatility could bring people in. It brings traders in, and they're an important part of the community. And like you said, with the energy, you can see the economic energy literally being bridged in through the bridge. You can see it back and forth. When it was going down, it was going one way, but I guarantee you a lot of the people who cry and buy and do it the correct way, like Klaus does, it was going the other way. That salmon's looking at all the loser fish like, see ya, this isn't what you're supposed to be doing when this happens. And if you're making it in crypto, sometimes it is on the people who are irresponsible with it, who aren't as smart with it and trade it away, and whether it be through fees and yield. And a lot of people don't want to accept that. But, if you really just do the smart thing and you understand energy too, you're talking about the energy of the crypto and how you see it like that. If you look at not just the USD price, but you look at volume. You look at the ratios. That's huge. The ratios on pools. You look at entropy. You look at these sorts of things. You see a dimension that a lot of other people don't. And you begin to make these more calculated decisions that are less emotional and more born on fact. But when you can do that and you see this volatility on, ups and downs, you know what I mean? It's just hilarious. Like, oh, this is going to make Twitter awful tomorrow. Woo! But we'll recover. No problem, really. It's kind of exciting. If you think about it.
Super exciting. Okay, so I think our hour is just about up. So, Whit, is there anything that you didn't get to say?
Maddie's hovering right here, but I spoke plenty. I love being with you, with both of you ladies. I feel like we have to have more types of. I would love to be on more live streams with you both.
Oh,
definitely, you'd be
awesome.
Invited.
Yes. Yeah. Great job.
Yeah, you did so great. I had to delete over a year of my streams. I'm not even and you just rock up and do fantastic job.
Right.
Also, I have to say, being in this space, like being in Austin with everyone, this was also my first HEX conference and Pulse conference. And wow, right now it feels like a recharge of the energy for emotional energy as an investor, and really getting more foresight around this is the road that we're creating. And also to be on the live stream with you ladies too. There's something really special about being able to have more conversations like this and be engaged in it. So I'm calling in more of this and very much feeling the momentum. So any more conversations that want to be created and spaces that want to be like this, I am all for. So yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Awesome.
I'd love to have you on my show. And I say my show, but it's really Hodprul and I's show because she's always there.
Klaus runs the ship. Klaus runs the ship. Come on.
We have 6 people usually at least, and then we just do this chaotic thing where we just bounce around the room. It's fun. It's very entertaining.
Wow.
Hodprul, do you have any closing? And where can people find you, Whit? Because I think we might have to close out because we got
All right. Yeah, I'm on Twitter and I'm on Twitter and Telegram as Hodprul. That's it.
Oh,
that's where I'm at.
Nice. And Whit, where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter, Whit Crypto, or on Instagram, Whitney Woodcock _ is the last one.
Nice. And I would ask people to please sub to my YouTube channel because I'm trying to get over 1,000 subs and I've got 961. So at Crypto Class. Don't worry about Twitter. I got enough people there. I don't even really necessarily want Twitter followers. But yeah, my YouTube. I've got this Twitter's Twitter, isn't it? I spend all my day mute block. And then I'm
X is what it is.
You know when you have the ... I'm like, crap, did I just... So if anyone is muted or blocked by me, I probably tried to go for an advert and I've accidentally gone for... Because I'm seriously mute block all the time because of all the adverts have just swarmed me on Twitter. So yeah, if I've done that to anyone, please reach out to someone else to message me and I'll sort that out. I'm sorry. I know that I've accidentally pressed mute and block on people instead of ads because I'm so frequently deleting ads, Anyway, that's my story.
Cool. I very much have been enjoying also the comments. So thank you all for commenting, and it's made also the first my first live stream very engaging too. So loving the buzz of it all.
Yes, thank you, chat. I have been actually looking through chat, and I can't bring up some of your comments, but I see them. I see you. Yeah. So Matty Allen's meant to come in and he's not here. So I've got this awkward moment thing where I eat popcorn. Oh, it's so awkward, but I've got my Maltesers and my popcorn.
There he is.
There he is.
As soon as you sit all relaxed and entertained, it happens. The volatility happens.
So how'd it go?
I think we did great.
It was fantastic.
Amazing. I love the energy that you all bring. So thanks for speaking. And I know that Crypto Class is going to continue on her marathon of hosting here. And I know that Sticker Guy is going to keep communicating with everybody to make sure that we can bring up the guests that we have available. We're going to continue the meetup stuff happening here, but thanks for joining, and we'll catch you guys a little bit later.
See you later, alligator. Woo!
Bye.
Oh, wait, it's not working. Oh.
Hard Pro, don't leave me. No. See, this is why I made popcorn. These little gaps when people haven't come on yet. So Crypto Power Talk is coming. You see how I burnt some of my popcorn? So, a funny story. When I was watching the first hour of this conference, Walrus was on. Can't even remember who he was on with. I apologize. They were really cool people, and they were actually speaking some power to truth. And it was actually, their conversation was fire. But there was a guy in the background of Walrus. You guys have to clip this. This is the funniest thing you'll ever see. And because Walrus is in the airport, right? Because he's going to some premiere. The highest of stakes about the HEX community and Richard Hart, which is going to be so good. And I'm in Australia. I'm so jealous. I can't watch it. There's a guy in the background in the airport. He has this burger and he doesn't know he doesn't know that he's on a live stream, and he is just eating this burger, like worried that he's going to be called for the plane. So he demolishes this burger, and it was just so enthralling. It was like, I don't know if you guys have seen Pulp Fiction, and they always say like, what makes a good movie? And it's the casual eating that makes the movie entertaining. So this guy has got this burger and he's just inhaling it, and the chat is going nuts. I have to get a clip of this chat, but it was like, in the chat, it was like, whoa, burger guy's really going to town on that burger. Hey. And then everyone's like, whoa, I know what happened to that dip. And the comments were just so on fire. So then what I thought, when I saw that, I was like, I know what I'll do for like awkward moments, or like I need to like make this conference more spicy, because everyone keeps talking about the SEC. It's like, stop doing that, everybody. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Like, stop. We're over that. Anyway, and so then I thought I'll make a giant popcorn, and me and the ladies will do like this challenge. So I was super unprepared because I was working yesterday. I'm usually super prepared for like every live stream, but I wasn't because I was working. And then I was like, okay, so we might do these challenges, which never actually came to fruition. Was I supposed to leave? I got kicked out. Sticker Guy's like, yeah, you were supposed to leave. This is in the private chat. Oh yeah, the guy that I'm streaming with hasn't rocked up yet. Yeah, Crypto Power Talk. Come on, man. Otherwise, like, we'll get a ring in from the audience. Like, come and join me on stream. Only one. Otherwise, you're going to watch me eat down an entire large popcorn, because I was like, okay, so what happens if there's an awkward moment? Like, that's going to be super orkies. Or what happens if people aren't entertained? Because this SEC talk is driving me nuts. Like, I was listening to some playback. I'm like, no way, we're not doing that. And so I was like, when I was in high school, actually I did this all throughout college as well. We used to do these food challenges. So you get home from a night out, bit boozy. I did this one food challenge, and I'll show you. Too bad for you guys that we don't have the guest yet, because you're going to have to hear the rando stories now. And like, we got back to our room, me and my, because in college, this is college. When I say college, I mean you go to university and you stay on campus, because my home was like 2 hours from university. And then you get home from a big night out, and you're in you're sectioned into different like buildings. So you become a little bit territorial about what your building is. I was in Q Block, right? So me and my mate, we get back to Q Block. This is my girlfriend, not girlfriend, but just a friend who's girl. And I had this box of roses. And if you come from Australia, they're like these chocolates. So she did this roses chocolate challenge, where I was like, okay, line up your roses. And it was just entertaining, you know. They're like food challenges that are entertaining. And she ate the entire box, like giant box of roses chocolates, right? Just one after the other. We just lined them up and just laughed our ass off while she went through them. And then she vomited. I think she was sleeping on my floor that night. She vomited right in our little sink. You get your own little wash basin in your room. And the next morning, she tried to clean it up. The next morning, there was all of these. Crypto Power Talk is backstage. So I think somebody has to let him on, Sticker Guy. If you can actually let him on, that would be good. Can you add me? I can't, unfortunately, because I have no admin rights. But Maddie or Sticker Guy, if you can add Crypto Power Talk, that would be great. And there was just these nuts left in like the drain of the basin, and it was just, I don't know why, but it was just the most visual thing. Hey Maddie, how you doing?
I'm good. Now Crypto Power Talk, he was somebody recommended to me, and he may not have made it to the stream. I'm gonna
he's in the private chat, and he says that he's in the backstage and he just needs to be added. So I'm not sure, because he's actually in the private chat, so he must be backstage somewhere.
He must have, maybe I sent him the wrong link. That's totally possible. So what I'm going to do now that I see what the problem is, I'm going to message him on Twitter, because I know Sticker Guy Win was having trouble messaging him. And I apologize for sending the wrong link there. Crypto Power Talk. It looks like he is here ready for action. And I know you guys are going to have a great interview. I also just reached out to Ben Dubard to see if he is available to hop on at any time. And then
that'd be great. Add him in, Maddie.
I have a really great surprise. So it looks like in hour 36, which is just after class ends, but you're welcome to stay on as long as you want. It looks like My Life is Awesome is going to be joining the stream at that time. So lots to look forward to on the program here. Crypto Power Talk, you can look at your DMs from me on Twitter, and you should see the updated. There we go. Hey.
Okay. I think.
Thanks for joining. We're live.
Hello.
Hi, Crypto Power Talk. How are you?
How are you? Good. How are you? Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you. Great. Audio is good. Visual's good.
Okay. That's great. I think I had the wrong link.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to let you guys take it away, but I wanted to say, Crypto Power Talk, I'm really glad to include you this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really nice to be
Maddie.
here.
So Crypto Power Talk, it's really good to see you and speak to you. And yeah, I'm interested to learn from you, actually, because I started watching, I had a look on your YouTube channel, and I saw your videos are getting like a huge amount of views. I was like, whew, this is impressive. Yeah, well done, man. You're getting some great viewership on so tell me about yourself. Tell me about your YouTube channel.
I started it. It's a good while ago. Early in the early days of HEX. How it started is very simple, right? I got into crypto I first heard about crypto early on, around 2011, and that was from RT Max Kaiser, and I never really took much of an interest in it, right? And what happened was then 2017, when the prices started spiking up, like Bitcoin started off under 1,000 in January, and then at the end of the year it was about 20,000. So that's when I started getting interested in crypto. Then the bear market came, and I discovered Richard Hart. When I started listening to him, a lot of stuff that he was saying was really, he was saying a lot of stuff that a lot of people didn't want to say, but was like true, but everyone didn't want to really say it direct. So I was attracted to that. I started listening to him. Then I got into HEX, but at that point I had a few videos that I used to make here and there. And one day I forgot about HEX because there was a lot of FUD around, but then I still had some HEX. Then one day I wake up and the prices spiked, like it has gone insane. And then I just I got hooked. Then I started making HEX content, and then I started to get a good amount of viewership. Well, it was small back then, right? Smaller than now, but it was a good amount. So then I just started making videos. But I used to make for different kind of crypto content, right? But when Richard Hart announced PulseChain, that's when I just said, okay, look, I think this is going to be the biggest thing to happen in crypto. So I'll just focus completely on PulseChain.
Yeah, I remember. During that time when the HEX price was pumping, I remember coming back from, like, I was in the park. I did a gym session, and it was just like, I remember my husband calling me, and he was like, "What the hell? Like, it just keeps going up and up and up." And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. Like, oh, okay. I don't know. It's awesome. So yeah, I love your vibe. I think it's like amazing. And I would really like to learn from you today because I haven't had time to really go into detail into your background, and I haven't watched all of your videos yet, which I actually plan on watching a few of them. But I want to hear about your take. I want to hear about some details about the different Richard Hart products and just what you think about them. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry.
No problem.
Like HEX is obviously a store of value, something like a Bitcoin, and obviously the best thing about HEX was the design, how it was designed, and the game theory behind it. That it's really designed for price appreciation. The tokenomics are great. And in fact, I think that's one trend in all of the products that Richard Hart creates, that the tokenomics, the game theory behind it is really, really good. Because I think in terms of if you're looking at layer one solutions like your PulseChain and Ethereum and all that, I think they for the most part they do the same thing. But I think that the game theory is a competitive edge because it essentially does what most people are in crypto for. And that's how I view it. I view it as the design, the design of the tokenomics. I think, in my view, is possibly the best part. Like we're starting off with burning transactions, the buy and burn on PulseX. I think that's what gives it the competitive advantage in my view.
Let's go into
how do you look at it? Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I'm interested in you today because, to be honest with you, I've been focusing on my patients, which means I've evacuated a lot of my brain cells. With HEX, for instance, because there's a lot of people that will be watching this conference interested about HEX, and they want to know more about HEX. They want to know about the HEX contract. They want to know about passive income and about how does HEX produce yield, and why is everybody keep talking about holding HEX and T-shares and what the hell it all means. So can you go into a bit of that, please?
Yeah. Well, HEX produces yield by you stake your HEX, and then by staking you can earn HEX by doing that. And it's pretty simple, and it's a way to earn yield in a very trustless way. Because I mean, if you look at the ways that people have been earning yield in the crypto space so far, it has been with Celsius, which got people wrecked. Then you've got all these other platforms that got people rigged during this cycle, and HEX allows you to actually earn yield whilst holding your own keys. I think that's a really unique piece. And HEX, from its creation, it had lots of innovations that were there back in the early days, right? Like, for example, when HEX launched, you never heard about any cryptocurrencies that had a referral program back then. But HEX launched with a referral program, which allowed it to really act like an onboarding machine. But what I like the most about HEX and other Richard Hart products is I like the technical aspects of it, but I like more game theory, and I also like how he built the community, right? Because if you look at right now, we're having this conference, and there's a lot of people who are excited about it. We've got the highest of stakes. A lot of people excited about it. You've got several meetups that are happening. You've got multiple people who make content about Richard Hart products. So the way that he's been able to build a community that is decentralized is, I think that's phenomenal. And if you look at the marketing, it's very, very similar to how Bitcoin grew, because Bitcoin was more like ordinary people pushing the message forward, pushing the onboarding new people. That's how it grew. And Richard Hart HEX initially as the first product, that's how it grew. It grew by one person telling the next person, telling the next person, and it worked well for Bitcoin. And I think that it definitely will work well for the Richard Hart assets.
I mean, I think
obviously, like you spoke about yield. You spoke about yield. Everyone likes yield, and being able to earn it in a trustless way in a growing community, I think is the best place to be.
Yeah. I think from a marketing perspective, the natural growth of HEX community, I think from an outside view, they may see this as some kind of like, they don't understand. They're like, there must be money behind the marketing. There must be a company. There must be a marketing team. There must be a marketing budget. They don't understand the essence of decentralization. And our community is that passionate that none of us are paid. And I think that in terms of traditional finance, it's actually like, I think it's very difficult. Like you can see in the SEC document, I don't want to go into SEC at all really today, but in the document, you can see this lack of comprehension on what decentralized finance would look like, because they're referring to entities, they're referring to Richard Hart and these alter ego corporate, for lack of a better word, entities. And they just haven't come to the realization, people from traditional finance, what it means to be decentralized and how does that organic marketing, what does it look like? How does that play out in real time? And part of the beauty of having this film actually be released at this point in the cycle is that people are kind of with us on that journey. They're with us through where we're at. We're at capitulation. And they're seeing this passionate community and they're thinking to themselves, how did this come to be? And like exactly what you said, it's peer-to-peer transactions. It's us trusting this contract. We don't trust middlemen. It's peer-to-peer or peer-to-contract to peer. But it's this natural speaking with each other that, it's the referrals. It's knowing somebody like with us. My husband went to university with Tangent. And so it's just listening to Tangent's story about crypto and his passion for the HEX community. And by word of mouth, it has spread. And also through the genius of Richard Hart and who he is as a person and realizing what did our community need at that time? They needed the outrage marketing. Do you think without the outrage marketing, we would be where we're at today? No, we would not. So from a marketing perspective, I think HEX is... it's like nothing else anybody has ever seen. And it has the power for adoption. It has that power. And this movie is just the start. And that's one of the reasons I'm so excited about the highest of stakes, because it's just the start. And can you imagine us at capitulation being this passionate, this energetic, this excited about the project at the bottom? God knows what's going to happen at the top, man. The parties are going to be so wild. So that's from a market point of view. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the trustless aspect of it, that's crucial, and the safety aspect of it. And Richard's always been extremely good at educating us and stopping all of us from being involved in scams and being involved in centralized exchanges. And none of us were affected by Celsius or BlockFi or FTX. Community unaffected, because we know about self-sovereignty, and we're educated in decentralized finance. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful product. And that's what HEX really stands for.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, it definitely is about self-sovereignty and holding your own keys, being able to do this stuff for yourself. I do think that in regards to, you spoke briefly about how the language is in some documents, it's not accurate. It's not an accurate representation. I think as a community, that's another thing that we're going to have to try and educate people more of, because a lot of people seem to have a wrong perception of what the PulseChain, the HEX community is all about. They seem to have certain misconceptions. They view it differently than what it actually is, because they need to understand that we value decentralization. We're one of the most decentralized communities out there. We are the one of the communities that does not use centralized exchanges at all. Like, I think if you look at PulseChain, the volume on PulseChain, according to Dex Screener, last time I checked, was about 25 million for the last 24 hours. That's all on chain. And then if you look, the biggest exchange, I don't remember the last day I checked it, at 400,000 24-hour volume. So that's a very small amount, 400,000 compared to 25 million. It tells you that people are holding their own keys. They're trading on chain. And that doesn't happen on Ethereum. It doesn't happen on Bitcoin. It doesn't happen on any chain where you have more on-chain activity than you have on centralized exchanges. Majority of everything else, it's all... what you find is mostly centralized players have almost, like, I think at least 100x the volume that decentralized players have. So
not your keys. Yeah, not your keys, not your coin.
Yeah.
Like that's what decentralization is all about. And we are an extremely, extremely passionate community. But what we do stand for is self-sovereignty. and decentralization. And I'm excited to bring HEX to the world. And I think this documentary is going to be just the start of that. So let's go into, I wanted to talk to you about PulseChain and some of the tokenomics of PulseChain itself. And one of the things I did want to mention about decentralization as well was that with our validators, we have 32,000 validators. And it's not run by any company. It's not run by Richard Hart. Richard Hart doesn't have any employees, apart from the devs that have obviously made the product. And none of those, anyone can be a validator. So we are 100% have decentralized validators. So you need 32 million Pulse and you can become a validator. Anyone can become a validator. And that's the power of decentralization. We're holding up our own network. It's a really beautiful thing. So we talked a little bit about HEX. And is there anything else you want to sort of finish off about HEX and making yield with HEX and T-shares?
Look, I think yeah, HEX was definitely the first of its kind. In fact, I'll say that the only asset that has been able to actually replicate what Bitcoin did. So I definitely think that's the most exciting thing about HEX.
Yeah, I love HEX. Let's move on to PulseChain or Pulse. And I want to hear your take on where do you think Pulse is going? Talk me through it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, just one quickly. You spoke about the validators, and it was really surprising to me when Richard Hart tweeted that the first 4,000 validators switched off, because I expected him to have some extra validators on the side, but then he definitely yeah.
No, we're decentralized, guys. Like, get your shit together. That's it. We're turning off now.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I love that. Also, that's trust.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, our community is smart, and they went to the efforts of educating each other. Like you saw, it was an extreme. Everybody was volunteering their time basically to educate each other about how to become validators, and it was a beautiful thing to watch because it's a community service, isn't it? So David Feeder, all these people just giving up their time to educate each other. It was really beautiful to watch. I'm really grateful for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff that the community does. I remember there were some days when there used to be a 24-hour Telegram chat, and they would be almost hand-holding new people who are coming in, telling them, okay, you bought your HEX, this is how you store it, this is the best security practices you can take. And I thought that was really great. I mean, like, imagine people spending hours out of their days to educate people they don't know. On Telegram, and I thought that was really great. So the community does a lot. And my hope is that a lot of more people can see that this is truly a community-driven project.
Absolutely.
You're asking about PulseChain. PulseChain. I think PulseChain is exciting, extremely exciting. Being that, like we've established, that the most decentralized, is extremely decentralized, and I think that will definitely attract a lot of people to come on to PulseChain, to use PulseChain, because majority, it's a chain that's used, attract a lot of builders. And so I expect to see a lot of stuff happening on PulseChain, a lot of projects launching, a lot of applications being built, and many of those becoming very, very successful. And so I see it more as like an engine to incubate, to propel different DeFi applications that will be built for.
Let's talk about the farms. Yeah, let's talk about the farms on PulseX. What are your thoughts on the farms? Have you been using them?
Well, I haven't farmed on PulseX yet. I like the farms a lot. I like, obviously, passive income. There are some that I didn't like, though. I didn't like some of the which ones? I didn't like the other bridge token farms. I didn't like them. The reason why I didn't like them was because it was other communities on Ethereum, and I didn't want them earning anything.
No, fair enough.
Like for me, for farms, I like definitely the PulseChain farms, PulseX farms. And I also would like to see other farms that are on other PulseChain projects as well.
Like
the reason why I don't like the other farms is that because some of those communities have never really done any good thing. They've never really promoted, they've never really supported. So some of those communities, I didn't like those farms. The concept of farms, I do like it, and I like the PulseX, the PulseChain farms, and all of those other ones.
Yeah, like you said, we're waiting for some more applications to come to PulseChain, and we know that they've been in the works for years now. So I'm excited to see when they're all sort of birthed onto PulseChain. But in terms of the farms, like the starting off APR was quite extreme, which I enjoyed a lot, and I thought it was quite a clever sort of way of course, earning the APR, but also kind of kind of seeing, if prices drop, then you're actually DCAing in, which was kind of cool. And then if prices go up, then you can see, oh, okay, that would mean that I would be kind of taking profit. Well, in fact, you're not doing either, because it's just staying in the farm, right? It's kind of swinging between the two. But it was just like it was a nice thing for me, being fairly new to like liquidity providing, to just see that and appreciate that. And, now that the APR has slowed down, it's a more sustainable chain is the way that I see it. And it's kind of more in line with other farms that you see on different chains. So let's move on to PulseX. There's some very passionate PulseX people in our community. I think Westcott is one of them. I think Westcott would I don't know, he'd chop off his right leg if it meant he could get more PulseX. What do you think about PulseX?
Yeah, PulseX is great. PulseX is great. A lot of volume there on PulseX, and the buy and burn mechanism, that's incredible. I mean, it's burnt like over 320 billion PulseX, and it's definitely on track to burn, I think, 1 trillion at least for the year. So that's a significant amount. And these are the fundamentals that most people don't see until one day they wake up and then they see the big pumps. Because a lot of people don't realize it. There was a lot of excitement about it, and then some people are not so excited now before the launch. Some people are not so excited now, but it doesn't happen overnight, and it's not like the pumps, they don't come every day, right? So it's all about building slowly. I mean, and if we burn 1 trillion, that's a huge amount. Like, according to GoPulse, they say that they estimate user supply being about 20 trillion of PulseX. So if you're burning 1 trillion in 1 year, that's a significant amount. That's a significant amount of total supply.
Definitely.
I'll say, is it 5%? I think. Yeah. That's 5% of user supply. Yeah.
Now, do you have a favorite? So we've mentioned those three. Do you want to say anything more about PulseX before I get you to start fighting amongst them?
Well, look, PulseX, I definitely like the farms are great. Now, the farms, you spoke about the farms. If you look at, for me, the best of the farms would be like between the RH ecosystem tokens, because if you believe in PulseChain, you believe in PulseX. So if you're earning by providing liquidity for both, that's great.
Yeah, at least you're earning something. So incentive token, like, what are your thoughts there?
Incentive. I don't know much about incentive token, but I think that there's several teams that are building a utility for incentive token as well. So that's exciting. And but I haven't really looked into it that deeply.
No, when I first started on PulseChain, I was super bullish on incentive token, and I still am, and I'm just using it to DCA in. So with the yield farming, I'm just using the incentive token basically to just buy dips all the time, just buy whichever one is on sale. So whether that is HEX that's bridged in from Ethereum, whether that's HEX on PulseChain, whether that's PulseX. And sometimes then I get, I'm like, oh, I actually just love incentive token as well. And sometimes I hold that just by itself for a while or buy more Pulse. So I think that's actually been like a really kind of a cool way to get familiar with PulseChain and with using the different features on PulseX. I think it's been fun. And then, like you said, like if you love them all, then, that's a good thing. So we do love them all. But are you weighing I want to hear you weigh your thoughts between them. And also, what do you think this cycle is going to bring?
What do you mean the cycle is going to bring?
So weighing between them, I want you to pick a favorite. And then I want you to kind of tell me through this cycle and next cycle. So for me, for instance, this cycle, I'm of the belief that PulseChain is going to do extremely well. I think HEX will do well, but I think for next cycle, HEX will do extremely well. But for this cycle, I think for me, PulseChain just seems to be coming out in front. And PulseX is a bit of an enigma for me. I can't predict what's going to happen with that one. And same with incentive token. And everything is always opposites. Sometimes what you think could be the opposite as well. So I just wanted you to pick between your favorites, and then just tell me in terms of like them going in front of each other with price performance over the next cycle or two. Which one do you think will do well this cycle, and which ones do you think will do well next cycle?
Yeah. Oh, this cycle. Okay, I think that they'll all do well. But if I have to say what's my favorite is Pulse. The reason why Pulse is my favorite is simple. Like if you look on Ethereum, the ETH, the gas token, Ethereum is the most valuable token there. So I think that for the most part, majority of price performance is driven by people speculating, and I think that most people will speculate would choose PulseChain over the other assets. So I think PulseChain is my favorite in terms of that. But then there's also hard flow, right? That says assets that are bonded together with liquidity move together, right? So there's also that, and meaning that they're most likely going to move together. Like I'm looking at the PulseX volume right now. So not volume, liquidity. It's 43 million. So they are bonded together really, really strongly. So they're most likely going to move together. Yeah. But if I'm leaning towards PulseChain more than because of what I just mentioned. But talking about so I'll say that PulseChain and I would go. Okay, if I was going to, I would say possibly.
You're having to like pick between your children now.
yeah.
You'll have to love them all.
Yeah. So possibly I'll say HEX, and then I'll say PulseX. That's what I would say. Yeah. Then
nice.
That's what I would say if I was going to choose in order. But again, they're most likely going to move together. And then, but next cycle is. Look, the big advantage that HEX has, like you said, you're anticipating that HEX next cycle will lead.
Yeah.
The big advantage that HEX has is that HEX was designed, the tokenomics were designed, it was the primary feature that was designed. So HEX has that advantage that it can really move to the upside. Now, Pulse was designed the same way, but I think Pulse has, tokenomics is a core, but it's not as much a core as HEX is. So there's that. But but if I'll say the next cycle, I absolutely, I think it's a difficult one to answer. But for the PulseChain, if I had to, I'll say PulseChain. But then they're all bonded together with liquidity. So
yeah, I'm excited for HEX next cycle. So I think, for example, I hate talking about the SEC, but once the case is cleared up, and whenever that happens, even if it is next cycle, combined with the power of the contracts and the T-shares, and I just think there's going to be this, for me, like in the next probably, I would say 4 to 8 years, I really think HEX will grow. Will just flourish, and I'm really excited to watch that and see it all sort of unfold with time. Yeah. So is there any questions that you would like to ask me?
For you, which ones would you choose? You said Pulse is, how would you structure them?
So I've gone heavy. This is not financial advice for anyone in the chat. I'm just sort of speaking from, obviously I'm not going to dox myself, but just what I'm sort of thinking. For me, I go quite heavy in Pulse, but I'm also not silly to discount the others as well. So although I do go heavy in Pulse, I definitely have exposure. I have exposure to PulseX, I have exposure to HEX from Ethereum, HEX on PulseChain, a little bit of incentive token, not so much, and PulseX. So when PulseX was dipping, for me, especially at the earlier times in this chain, I was going into PulseX because I could see the opportunities there. So whatever was presenting as an opportunity, and on Dex Screener, you can basically look at the ratios between the two. So say you didn't know what was on discount, you don't know if you're gonna, say you get your incentive token from your farming, and you're gonna buy a dip somewhere within the RH ecosystem. Then I would go into Dex Screener and look at the ratio between the two. So go sort of PLS versus PLSX. And have a look at the charts in terms of price against each other, and whether, is there a buying opportunity for one against the other. And that's how I would kind of make my decision amongst the Richard Hart coins. So do those combinations within all of the Richard Hart coins and see where the real the real deal was, because it might not be intuitive when you just look at all the prices together. And once you've looked at all the combinations of different ratios on Dex Screener, prices against each other, then use that as your buying opportunity. So when PulseChain first launched, there was many of those opportunities, like volatility, one against the other. And so I could use, and the APR when the farms was massive, like massive. So using that ink to just go hard on whatever was for sale. So I definitely have good exposure to them all, apart from perhaps incentive token, because I'm using that to buy up, and then, but more heavily weighted towards PulseChain this cycle. But when it comes to incentive token, I suppose a lot of people would be doing the same, like using it as a method to DCA, into other coins. So that has in itself, that mechanism has then kind of contributed to perhaps ink not being worth as much. And yeah, part of the adoption methods for adoption, I know Richard Hart did a post and he said, he opened it up to the community and he said, what is the next idea for adoption into PulseX? And essentially it would be surrounding ink token, wouldn't it? So if people are going to go where the APR is, and somehow pumping the price of that ink token, however, in whatever manner, pump the price of the ink, and people will flood into the farm where they're earning that increase in APR, or any of the farms. And I think sort of in finding ways to pump the price of the ink will bring adoption. And how exactly do we do that? Well, it could take many forms. For example, if Richard was to consider to make the Enigma Diamond, the different facets, the 555 facets NFTs, you could somehow use buying the NFT. You could only buy that NFT using the ink token, or there could be somehow not referral program, but trying to get incentives for new people to come into the system that were tied up with the somehow pumping the price of the ink token. So I see ink token as a vehicle that will increase adoption into the chain. And I'm not quite sure how that's going to look in the future, but I think there is a lot of potential there to use the ink token as a method for adoption. Using the Enigma Diamond NFT idea, I think is probably the best one that I could come up with, or even just, what are your thoughts on that?
On the incentive token?
How do we increase how would you basically bringing tokenomics to the incentive token? And I know different projects are looking into that. And I thought NFTs was, could be an idea.
Yeah, in terms of how to bring utility, that one is because I think the only thing that I would think about in terms of utility would be fees, some kind of fees, and then like a buy and burn as well, which is similar to what we have with PulseX. But you need another application to build another app that generates fees, and so that would definitely need something else in my view. I unless your idea of NFTs, I think that would be a great idea as well. In terms of bringing utility to. Yeah, so go on.
Is there anything else you want to say about the market cycle or market sentiment at the moment before we switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, in regards to PulseChain, how do you think it will evolve in this cycle? What do you think it will look like at the top of the cycle?
So for me, the US election will start the ultra bull run, because with the money printing in November around that time, I think that's when people will have money to put into crypto. So I think it probably will start with people that are already in crypto. They know about HEX, they know about PulseChain, and they're just waiting for that sort of run to start. And everyone kind of knows it's around the time of the US election when the money printers turn on, right? So I think people in crypto, they're pretty clever. Like a lot of people in crypto will probably start going heavy, probably from April when the BTC halving is, but also around that November mark next year when the money printers turn on. So I think people in crypto are pretty savvy. They'll probably get in around then, and probably start getting in hard then and just holding. So you might see like around November next year, some pretty significant price action, which is going to be hard to just sit through that, isn't it? Because you're just going to see these green candles going berserk. So I think people in crypto will start in November. I think normies or people that maybe are just getting into crypto will start later because normies buy green candles, right? So
okay, yeah.
I think maybe early 2025, all the normies start basically coming in and just seeing that there's green candles over there. And then it's hard to know. It's hard to know, like, at different points, how hard it's going to go at different points. Like, how hard is it going to go in November of 2024? Can that be sustained through to October 2025? But my firm belief is in historical charts. And like I was saying to the girls before, like HEX was designed as a better Bitcoin, right? And PulseChain or Pulse was designed as a better Ethereum. And Ethereum had its sort of dump 77 days post-launch. And Pulse had its dump 77 days post-launch. And Ethereum from launch to all-time high was 886 days. So if you do that for PulseChain, then this is my little Easter egg for everybody that listens to me rabbit on, apart from watching me eat popcorn and make a fool of myself, is that October, that would make it October 15th, 2025, roughly speaking, because so Ethereum was launched, and people have to check their own dates. Do your own research, everyone. This is just coming out of my own head. The 30th of July in 2015, and the top was the first week in January of 2018. That was 886 days, but I'm not sure the exact day during that week when the top was. So I'm taking it from the first day as 886 days. So that would make it October 15th, 2025. So because I'm of the belief that history repeats itself, that is my overall arching decision-making tool as to when I think the cycle will be at the top. What worries me is in November, there's going to be some pretty heavy price action to the upside. And I think that would be the challenge, isn't it? Is holding through all of that really positive price action to your ultimate target. But that's why we stake. And what people don't realize about one of the beauties of HEX is that we're using that as almost like, for me, being liquid and being staked is extremely important. And they perform different functions, right? Like staking gets you through. So you're going to have that long-term kind of like safety net, and you're not going to get like fudded out, or you're not going to get too excitable at the wrong time. And so by being staked, that protects me. So each cycle, this is just not financial advice, just what I try to do is to stake to historical dates that I believe are significant for me at the end of that cycle, and then having some liquid during that cycle as well, so that you can have a little bit of room to move, buy some dips, whatever you're going to do. So that's the way I see things.
Yeah, I think you place a lot of importance on dates, and like you spoke about 77 days down, and then a date in October 2025. And one thing that I realized, the SEC tweeted about the lawsuit at 5:55, but that's in I don't know which time zone exactly it is. Hodl Dog shared it on Twitter, and I went and looked it up, and I saw it. It was exactly
this document.
And that was really strange. That was really
I made
strange.
A few posts.
They tweeted at 5:55.
I made a couple of posts about the document, right, which I think are funny. So number one post that nobody really liked, but guys that are watching this show, check out this post. I said, these guys are like Sesame Street. Like, this is seriously Sesame Street, because they're referring to all of these, referring to corporate entities that just don't exist. Like, they just don't get it. They do not understand that we are decentralized. So that was number one. I'm like, these guys don't get it. Like, there's that ultimate, line number one, or, the first paragraph that they're writing, they don't get it. And the fact that they're suing Richard Hart and these entities, they just don't get it. So that was like, that's why one of the reasons I called them Sesame Street. The second one, they demand a judge trial. And this thing is very emotionally written, which in any profession, you try your best to be professional, right? Like, in not so much for me in crypto, because we're allowed to be a little more free on, social media. But in our professional life, we use certain language. We try to be objective. We try to, come across as very sort of, in a very stressful situation, you want to go back to that professionalism and protocolize written documents and the way that, you know, I'm a doctor in my real life. So if I come across the most critically unwell child, for example, I'll go straight into protocolized thinking and teamwork and professionalism and, you know, going towards this ultimate goal. And I would have had the same expectation for a legal document, because these are lawyers, right? I'm presuming they're lawyers that are writing this document. Actually, no, it was ChatGPT that helped them write this document, but it's meant to be written by lawyers. So the first few, like the way that it was set up in the first paragraph, immediately.
Why do you think they used emotional language, and why were the lawyers not able to realize the points that you're raising? And another thing is, who do you think is the audience for the document?
The audience is for the jury. They want a jury trial. So they put in capital letters, which is part of the emotional language. Like, we demand, this is not the exact words, but we demand a jury trial, because they want people that are completely unfamiliar with crypto to be assessing it, because people unfamiliar with crypto, it's an extremely scary thing, and it's much easier for people that are unfamiliar to say it's a scam, so that they don't have to actually use their brain, you know, and they can also feed back to themselves that what they've thought all along about traditional finance is true, when it just is not true. Like, people can look at their 401k statements, or for me it's my super statement at the end of the tax year, and these people that you are giving your hard-earned money to, believing that you're getting rich from your share portfolio, which is essentially what your super is, right? It's not working. Traditional finance is not working. The money printers are turned on. People are locked into jobs, and they're locked into jobs to pay higher interest rates for the same house that they're living in. So it was an emotionally written document. There was capital letters, jury trial demanded, and an emotive language all throughout the document, which was extremely unprofessional. And also, not just that, but a lot of the numbers that they used were just wrong. They were just wrong numbers. Like, the sacrifice amounts were wrong. There was a number. I won't go into detail about all the different ways that they were wrong, because I don't want to teach them how wrong they are, except to say that they hadn't done their due diligence. And yeah, but having said all of that, the actual, so many elements of the document, it was a puff piece. It was written almost like a puff piece, like it was promoting HEX. It was, HEX has done this much against BTC, HEX has done this much against Ethereum, and it actually did have some really positive things to say all about, you know, the staking mechanism. And I'm like, yeah, this document is actually teaching people a lot about HEX as well, like a lot of the good stuff. So that, I found that to be like really strange, because I would have thought they would have gone along some kind of like, you know, scam internal Ponzi narrative. No, they were actually boasting about all the great things about HEX and what it does and its performance against other things. So it's a very interesting take from them to actually, they're almost actually, in fact, promoting the products. They're actually saying, oh, hey, everybody, this product actually is really great. And they're actually like going into detail about how great it is. And you know why? Because they use ChatGPT. I was one of the people very early on in ChatGPT to feed ChatGPT the layman's paper all about HEX, to give ChatGPT all of the information. So I fed ChatGPT the layman's paper, and I fed it another contract. This is ages ago. So the fact that they've used ChatGPT is hilarious to me, because they're basically using our own layman's paper to teach people about it at the same time. So
yeah,
it's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah. And I want to ask you one question. What's in regards to all of the products, PulseChain, all of the Richard Art products, what are you most excited about? Like, what aspect of this are you most excited about? That's
a good question. And I suppose it comes back to the ultimate question, like, what is money for you, or what is the value in money? And for me, I think I shared with the girls a story about my work as a doctor. I didn't get a contract renewed, and I felt, you know, that I wasn't perhaps, I didn't feel valued in as much as I wanted to be. And it was kind of a life-changing moment for me, where I felt like my work as a doctor is actually, it's incredibly rewarding. And I see it as somewhat of a vocation, like somebody has to do it. And, you know, we need people to have good humility. And I think, you know, to be honest with you, I will always work as a doctor out of choice. But I do want it to be a choice. And my other passion is oil painting. And I've used so much of my brain to be a doctor. Like, I went straight from high school, I went into medical school. So I left home at like 17 and went straight into medical school for 6 years. And then I went into basically the hospital system. I did my fellowship, blah, blah, blah. And then I've been a doctor for, I don't know, 13 or 14 years, something like that. So I've spent all of this time being a doctor. And I've always had a very strong artistic side, almost as strong as my kind of, I don't know, science side, you know. But I'm not allowed to be an artist because I'm not, that's not going to pay my mortgages, is it? So I'm not allowed to be because it's not going to make me any money. And if you look back through history, you know, all of the famous artists and what they were able to produce and their legacy, my legacy is not going to be through my work as a doctor. No way. That's just like for me, that's like a human act, you know. It's me being good to other humans and making sure they get the best care possible and that I care for people and then I give them great medicine. So that is like, for me, that's more like a vocation that feeds me like a lot of money. Whereas like, you know, a legacy, you can't really create a legacy like that. I don't think, not as a female doctor, I don't believe that I can create a legacy like that. Whereas in art, I believe that I have the potential to create a legacy. And I would like to be able to explore that about myself. But the only thing holding me back is money. And that's why I'm in crypto.
What would you like your legacy to be?
That's such a great question. Very beautiful question. I think it would come down to a series of paintings. It might come down to 10 or maybe up to 30 paintings, very large scale oil paintings that are very fine work. What would those paintings entail? Would they be like biblical? Would they be like anatomical? Maybe a little bit of a combination. I would like to be the best oil painter that I can be and have a series of paintings that are quite large scale and monumental. I think that's what I would like my legacy to be. What would you like your legacy to be?
I haven't thought much about legacy. For me, I take one day at a time and try to do my best. But I definitely would like to do some really huge things over time. But I haven't really thought about it. I think it's an important question, and I definitely will ponder it more. The reason why I asked was because you were speaking passionately about legacy. That's why I asked that question. But I haven't thought that deeply about it. Yeah, but definitely I want to make an impact, help a lot of people. Yeah, but I don't know how at this point.
What do you think Richard Hart's legacy will be?
I think his legacy will be on PulseChain, creating these tools that are very disruptive in the world of finance. Yeah, I think PulseChain will be his legacy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
it will be PulseChain. Yeah.
Decentralized finance and creating new sort of ways of thinking around finance, like making finance decentralized and waking up, you know, the general population to what is actually happening. People can see it, like they can see it, but they also believe everything they watch on the TV as well. And they're prepared to sort of work harder and harder and longer hours for the same thing. Like your house isn't changing. It's just that your interest rates have gone up. And also you're not getting rewarded with your super fund for that. Actually, you're working longer and longer. And I think people are realizing that. And I think decentralized finance is the vehicle to give people more freedom.
Yeah, and like in regards to Richard Hart, he's spoken about going into medical research and all that other stuff. But I think it's difficult to beat what PulseChain can do. And PulseChain it's almost like an engine that's now self-sustaining, that runs on its own. So it's going to continue to grow over time. So I think maybe he might do something with healthcare that he's spoken about before. But I think it'll be PulseChain, yeah.
Yeah, I think it will start with decentralized finance through PulseChain. And then, like you said, he's into longevity research. And obviously I'm interested in that kind of thing because I can see that medicine hasn't evolved. Like the way I'm in the emergency department, I deal with critically unwell people. And the way that I treat people at that stage hasn't really changed for me in the last 14 years. It's all the same concepts, same principles. There's no new magic device helping me when there probably should be. So for instance, there was a great post someone did about the failing left ventricle, and there's many devices available and systems in place that can assist the left ventricle. But that technology is not really, it has advanced, but it hasn't sort of advanced to the point where it's translatable to the everyday person in the everyday hospital, which it probably should have in the last 15 years, I would have thought. And why do people still have Parkinson's? Like, you can identify it clinically really early, and yet people still decay with Parkinson's over 5 or 10 years. And that's a sad one, that one, Parkinson's. I have a real soft spot for Parkinson's. And it's really common too. Every large family will have at least one person with Parkinson's. So I think, using cryptocurrency eventually to fund these, fund humanity in these kind of ways, it's extremely important.
Yeah, very, very important. Yeah, it's very, very important.
How do you think people are going to take the film?
I don't know. Well, I haven't watched it yet, but I think I don't. I think it'll definitely bring a lot more people into the space. It'll attract a lot more people, and it's a great onboarding tool as well. So I think it'll bring more people, and how they react to it. At least in the crypto space, most people already have an idea about who they think Richard Hart is, and so yeah. But ordinary people, some people will be inspired. Some people, like I listened to the interview that one of the directors said, and they said that they believe that they asked Richard Hart, how many people do you think are going to like you after this? And it was like 5%, right? But they were like possibly about 30% will identify with him and like him. And so I think it'll bring a lot more people in. It'll get people curious to want to know what is all of this about. It'll be beneficial to PulseChain, HEX, PulseX. It'll also be beneficial for the entire crypto space. So yeah, it'll onboard people to other coins it'll onboard a lot of people into PulseChain, but it'll onboard people into crypto in general as well. So I think it's going to be a great vehicle for that.
I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah, it's bringing us closer to virality, like virality where we go mainstream, where everyone knows what PulseChain is.
We've got a question in the chat, so I think we should engage with the chat. I agree with you. I think it's going to bring adoption, especially if we can get Netflix on board, which I think we can. So John says, Richard Hart said Steve Jobs lost the game. He didn't use his resources to try and live longer. Do you think that Richard Hart will spend his HEX to live longer? Yes, I do, because obviously, that's his ultimate goal, right? Is he wants to live longer. So if he was going to spend his money on anything, then I assume it would be on that. And let's just go through a little bit more of chat and see what else is going on. So somebody is talking about Parkinson's up here. Oh, we're out of time.
Hello.
Hi, how you going?
I couldn't listen to your talk, but I really hope you guys had like an amazing time. Crypto Power Talk. If you want, you can stay a little bit. Or actually, I don't know what Top Gun Hexagon has preferred. Maybe we'll pull him up. He's next. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Top Gun, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you're very, very welcome. I'll leave you guys alone. Maybe Crypto Famous will come to you guys, but so far he has not answered. So
he's there's a bushfire around his house, so he may not be able to make it. Yeah, he's safe. He's in a safe place, but there's a lot of smoke around. Yeah, okay, so I think he's making sure he's safe though.
Okay. Well, then he won't come. So have fun, Crypto Power. If you want to stay, feel free. And yeah, have fun.
Yeah, Crypto Power Talk. If you can stay, that would be great. Thanks, Sticker Guy.
Yeah, it's a little bit late here. My time zone. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So.
Oh, no problems, no pressure. But yeah, it would be great if you could stay. But if you need to go, yeah, understand.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll head off. Thank you very much. It's been nice, nice meeting you, nice chatting. And,
tell people where they can find you.
Oh yeah, Crypto Power Talk on YouTube, Crypto Power Talk on Twitter as well.
Awesome. It's great talking to you.
Yeah. Great talking to you too. Cheers.
See ya.
See you.
Top Gun, how are you?
I'm doing quite well. Pleasure to meet you, class. How are you this evening?
I'm really good. I'm excited to talk to you because you got a big brain.
I've been accused of that.
Yeah, I looked at your liquidity providing Excel document and I was like, whoa. I'm like, well, now's the time. I've got an hour. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. So yeah, I can definitely go over some liquidity math. I love this community and I love doing math for it. So yeah, you let me know where you want to start and we'll dive right in.
Yeah, we might do one question about you and then we might just dive into liquidity providing and you guys can educate me and also the community. I got my pen and then I can give my brain a break and eat popcorn and Maltesers while you teach me stuff. But before we do that, I just want to know a little bit about you. Like what are your hobbies and interests and like, yeah, what do you do as your normie kind of job?
Well, actually enough, my 9 to 5 is renovations. I do drywall, flooring, trim, doors, windows. So renovations, it's really easy to read a tape measure. It's kind of like the lowest effort required when you can do Pythagorean theorem in your head. So yeah, that's what I do for my 9 to 5, trying to get my small business to scale up a little bit larger. And crypto really is my nighttime hobby that gets a lot of my time, studying traditional finance and DeFi so that I can better understand it and better communicate it. I've just found that I really have a passion for this and the financial instruments that we're trying to build on this blockchain.
Fantastic. And just a quick word, I mean, how do you think the whole PulseChain launch went? And how's the movie going to affect everything?
Well, I've never been around for the real launch of a blockchain until PulseChain. I can say it was a little chaotic with all those stuck transactions, and I cooked my phone battery by doing 2 days of Twitter Spaces, 8 hours the first day, 9.5 the second, doing tech support for everyone. I was smart enough to record the second space as I cooked my phone battery. By the end of the space, we're all laughing because it's like the Matrix collapsing around us. Nobody can speak properly. And I'm like, okay, everybody over to Katie's for the after party. She's going to host a space.
Oh, I remember that. That was so good of you. I'm like surprised your voice held up like so strong as well. And I was like, oh my God, this guy, like, where do you get your energy from? Good God. Yeah, so thank you for that. And yeah, so how do you think this film is going to, is going to affect things?
Well, I haven't actually seen the film yet, so it's hard for me to have a real opinion. I'm stuck here in Canada waiting for a listing so I can go see it locally. But I mean, my imagination from what I'm hearing from other people, what they've said about the film, what little snippets I've seen, and being part of the community for a good chunk of this process, I really have a lot of optimism for it waking people up, for making them question things and doing some more research. I think it is going to be a wonderful onboard tool, but the basic how much will it impact, I think, is really going to come down to how successful it is in box offices over the next couple of weeks. Because really, the more ticket sales that we get, the less the gatekeeping is going to be able to hold out because they're greedy. They want the ticket sales from the box office. So they see it's doing well. They're really going to want to carry it, especially with the writer's strike. So this is one of the best times to get an independent style movie out while Hollywood's in the middle of a writer's strike and the box offices are a little desperate for content. So I think we're posed in the exact right time with the right momentum. And I think things are looking very much up. And that video is got me very bullish.
All right, we're going to go straight into liquidity providing so that you can do all the heavy lifting. Are you able to share your screen or do you want me to try to share my screen here?
I should be able to share. Allow me just a moment here.
Sweet. And while you do that, I'm going to engage with the chat. Bitfinesse, Top Gun is a John McAfee lookalike, and that's a compliment. That's a great comment, Bitfinesse. You're a funny man. We give you a comment.
I've gotten that a lot.
You've heard it before, but it's still good. Okay, more comments. Come on, people. If you want to ask a question about liquidity providing, now is your chance while we load up. Blah, 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 blah. Cool. Oh, here we go. No, I can't see any. scrolling through that is just like too challenging at the moment. But yeah, you're giving some good Top Gun vibes though, like with the look.
The John McAfee thing, I have been compared before. My joke is I'm the illegal clone version of V2B. That's at least the one I ran with. I do very much respect John McAfee and his kind of quest to wake people up and give them some understanding of the technology around them. So yeah, and I grew up in an era where I mean, I was in the 90s learning programming. So John McAfee, he wasn't that big of an idol to me at the time. It was after everyone compared me to him, I had to go watch. And then the more I listened, I was like, oh, yeah, I do see the comparison. No, I'm not drinking, doing heavy drugs, and hanging out with a whole bunch of illicit women, at least anymore. But no, I do see the comparison, and I'm very flattered by it.
I watched the documentary and it was enthralling. And he's a clever guy. Like I honestly believe a lot of that persona was like sort of calculated or pre-made by him. And he just used it as a vehicle for whatever he was up to. But yeah, that really interesting character. So we're already getting some questions about liquidity providing, about your opinions on the possibilities of V3 shaped liquidity being on PulseX. And we're going to get into that. How are you going with sharing your screen? Is it possible, Top Gun?
I think I went to go ahead and share it, but I don't see it up on the screen here.
I'll try from my end. Sometimes I've had it work for me this one time with on Sammy's channel. And I'll see if I can do it. I think we need special permission, which we do not have, but that's okay. Maddie, are you able to get on here for a second, or Sticker Guy, and just share? I've got something down the bottom that I want you to share, please. So while we do that, Top Gun, can you just go through some basics of liquidity providing on PulseChain, please?
Certainly. So, I mean, the basics that I usually like to go into is the V2 structure. It's a simple equation, so it's something that a lot easier to explain to people for understanding how a liquidity pool moves. So with V2, you've got X times Y equals K. And okay, good, that sounds nice and complicated. What does it mean? Well, if you imagine a liquidity pool like a teeter-totter over a balancing pin, or a seesaw over a balancing pin, the K variable is kind of like the balancing pin right in the middle, keeping everything floating. And as you add weight or liquidity to one side, you're removing it from the other, keeping it balanced on K. So essentially, as you try to change the equation, the K number should always stay the same unless someone's providing liquidity or removing their liquidity providing. If you're transacting with the pair, you're moving the teeter-totter up and down. So essentially, if you imagine a stable coin as the Y, and your asset, say Pulse, as your X. Now, if we got to $1, it would be pretty simple. If we had a really small, teeny pool that no one would want to use because of the slippage, we'd have 10,000 coins of Pulse with 10,000 stable coin, $1 a Pulse, because you divide the one side by the other. That gives you your price. Multiply them gives you your K. Okay. And now people come along and they don't understand slippage, but hey, I see Pulse. I see it for $1. I have $10,000. I think this is a great buy. So I'm going to dump $10,000 into this liquidity pool. Well, I've doubled the one side. And because it's not addition and subtraction, it's multiplication, division. I doubled the one side. I have to half the other side. So I put 10,000 stable coins in, but there was only 10,000 to draw from. Half of that's 5,000. So I just got 5,000 tokens for $10,000. That was $2 a token. That's 100% slippage. Ouch, what happened? But we look at the liquidity pool now, and there's 20,000 stable coins with only 5,000 Pulse. And when you do that division, that's a 4,000 or a 400% increase. You're now at $4 a coin. So that's the price action moving behind you. That's the slippage that just happened to you. And that's how the liquidity pool is rebalanced. Now, obviously, this is happening on a much smaller point where everyone's trying to move the pool less than 1% or something, or 2%, not to eat a lot of slippage. And this is why we like larger liquidity pools. So when adding liquidity, if you're the first one there, you get to choose the price, set the ratio, and then see what the market does to you afterwards. If you're coming afterwards, the market has already set the game for you. and you've got to kind of match the standard, which means in those V2 pairs, if the ratio is 20,000 to 5,000 and I want to add 5 Pulse tokens, I'm going to have to add 20 stable coins. I'm going to have to keep the exact same ratio to add to it. So the teeter-totter doesn't move, but the K balance gets bigger or smaller because I'm pulling it out at the ratio it's at. So it's really easy, in essence, to go provide liquidity. It's a few button clicks. You go to PulseX and you choose whether you want to do it in V1, go after your incentive token in one of the farm pairs and donate all your fees to the buy and burn, or V2 if you want to get all of your fees and there's no apparent farms yet. We're hoping for them, but that's another way. So it's either fees or incentive token that you can go after. The incentive token and fees are meant to hold against impermanent loss. So right now, like the last couple months since the initial launch, when price has been bouncing around sacrifice price, one of the best times to provide liquidity, because price action's a lot of mostly sideways comparatively when we look at the volatility of crypto. Not a lot of impermanent loss, but a lot of time to be earning fees. That's really awesome, but price can move at any time, and all of a sudden the market can change and you can see that all change, but it's not really realized impermanent loss until you remove your liquidity, because if the price ever comes back down, you get your ratios back, but that gets really complex. It gets hard to track, and this is where I like to just think of it as a different type of earning money. So yeah, I'm putting my DCAs in and I'm buying my moon bags, my YOLO, I'm waiting for it to go up, baby. But then at the same point, I'm taking small DCAs and I'm also going, you know what? I want to market make. I want to provide liquidity for the asset that I love and earn money while I'm sleeping, get paid out in a yield and speculate on the future value of it, whether it's the tokens I'm getting in fees on one pool or the incentive tokens I'm getting. So I look at it as a different way of investing my money, where this is more like the bonds of the market, where, okay, I'm expecting a regular small yield and I don't care about the impermanent loss. That, say, $100 DCA wasn't about the price of the crypto, but just getting a section of the liquidity pool and earning some APR. So yeah, I've got steady, reliable, I can get my head around practical earning, and then I've got my YOLO bags at the same time. So that's where I'm keeping myself very separate there. I wouldn't dare put personally my own whole bags in and then watch them suddenly close because the price jumps 100x and boom, I've suffered horrible impermanent loss. Now, essentially, yeah, trying to calculate impermanent loss, I tried to make an Excel spreadsheet and provided it on howtopulse.com on a little sub page. If you go to /top-gun.hexadian, I think it's in my bio on my Twitter. But there are other impermanent loss calculators out there that are more actual apps than some strange Excel database or Google Sheet that you have to trust doesn't have a virus. So there are other options out there. I just try to provide different ways of looking at the math, so maybe you can understand it in your head. These apps you're looking at will make a little bit more sense. But all that math in Excel let me build an emulator for PulseX to try and track the buy and burn, at least in theory, with non-accurate numbers. A lot of people get really obsessed about that. They're like, tell us what the price will be. And I'm like, I'm not the price guy. This is not the real price. This is an emulator, theoretical universe. This is not the universe we're living in. It just shows how the mechanics work, but people still get pretty excited about it. With liquidity, though, you get more options. So, I mean, you can see how X times Y gets pretty heavy slippage. And then you get into this V3 situation with liquidity. So, Richard Hart, obviously, with the SEC, I've been saying this for weeks when everybody's like, we want to know what's going on. When do we get farms? When are we getting this? We get no details. I'm like, theoretically, he's put himself where he's backed himself into a bit of a corner with the release of PulseChain and it not being a security that he can't set expectations. He could be forking V3 and V4 and making a V5 Uniswap before Uniswap even does it and couldn't tell us a peep really safely until it releases on the site. So I'm ever hopeful that in the quiet time here, they are continuing to build, and we'll see limit orders, and we'll see V3 style liquidity pools where you can put in single-sided pools. And that mechanic gets really different, but it can cut down slippage in a wonderful way, because you can choose a price range to set your liquidity so it all exhausts between, say, 5 and 10 cents for whatever asset that you're doing. And so when everybody's trading in that range on their V2 pairs, that's where the arbitrage bots will come in and possibly trade with the V3 pair, or someone will want to go with a V3 pair to get less slippage because it's in the price range, and you've got even more liquidity now available on this part of the teeter-totter, kind of like a balloon hanging on the side of it. That's just so weird to try and think of. But it just essentially cuts down the slippage, but that can be even worse for impermanent loss for the people put in those tight ranges. But it can be very lucrative for the fees, because the difference between V2 and V3, which is very crucial, that a lot of liquidity providers really appreciate, is V2 wraps up the fees you collect inside of your trading pool. So your trading pool gets bigger as it goes, collecting those fees. But even though you say got $100 of USDC worth of fees, well, all of a sudden price could trade the other way, and that USDC could disappear because it was in the pool. So even your fees are subject to impermanent loss. But on V3, when you're providing fees, it separates them out and puts them on the side, and they don't change. It's like, oh, I can just look at what I'm earning, and it just keeps going up, and I don't have to worry about impermanent loss wiping these fees out. And so some liquidity providers really like that way of being able to view their fees. But whereas the other ones maybe like their liquidity pool growing, because the more their pool grows, usually other people are providing too. If they can get a better share of the pool, they make more of the fees. It's kind of a compounding effect. So it all depends on your goal. That's where I love the variety of financial instruments, because these give you different ways to think about the value of money and how you can accumulate value or make your wealth work for you, at the same time as can be very, very risky. And that's where, yeah, I have my YOLO bags very separate and if I have some extra money, I'm like, yeah, let's put that in a liquidity somewhere and make the markets just a little thicker and make it a little better for people to trade. So also we've got other protocols which could theoretically be integrated with PulseX. Like, I don't see any reason that with arbitrage bots and DEX aggregators that you can't integrate these functions, where Balancer, I know somebody in the community has already forked Balancer and brought it in, and that's even freakier. That has like 3-sided, 4-sided, and 5-sided liquidity pools. I'm like, what the crap? Like, I haven't even gone into the math on that yet, because I'm like, this is going to hurt my brain a little bit and going to take a whole weekend. And this is my summer. I've been enjoying the time out touching the grass. Sorry, folks. This winter, I'll probably do more math. But yeah, we have so many choices with liquidity, because the Balancer does even more for reducing slippage and allowing cross pool swapping with its aggregating. So with all these options,
have you been on the new aggregator? Is it called Bateus? Is that what it's called?
No, I haven't been on that yet.
I hope I'm getting the right word for it, but it essentially takes all that into account. And so say you wanted to do like, I don't know, PLS to Ethereum or vice versa, it will go through a route that you wouldn't have thought. It might go to wrap BTC in the middle of that, because it takes into account like, FUX and the balancer, which is just, it's kind of cool, because I watched it in real time yesterday or the day before, and the different options were just options that I would never even have thought of. So I thought that was really ingenious. Yeah. So there's a lot to be built, and that is still being built. So yeah, it's exciting.
It really is. And I do think that Richard's working on this stuff personally. I think we'll get to see it, but he's never confirmed it. So there's no expectations. And even if he's not working on it, that's the beauty of attracting builders to this chain, where there's an opportunity to get this kind of stuff built and get it deployed. And I'm excited just as much for the third-party builders to come build on the chain as for Richard Hart to bring this stuff, because he always said it best when a smaller piece of a bigger pie is better when it comes to market share. Competition is healthy. Options, they really give people something to debate over, something to try, something to compete, something to speculate. It brings life to the marketplace. So competition is a healthy thing. And the market is a free market and gets to decide. And I do have a lot of faith in Richard Hart products. Like, it's the most liquid DEX. It's at the heart of the chain. Even if people try to ignore it, everything will end up aggregating with it, with arbitrage bots at some point or another. There's no way to avoid volume going through that giant beast one way or another. So it is the heart of the chain, and it's beautiful watching it run. This is where I hope it's all right, because I think Richard Hart has tweeted it out and stuff. GoPulse.com has been an amazing site for watching metrics, being able to go in and actually look at the transactions present on the DEX and to see what kind of volume it's having day over day or in total since conception. Like, I love the way to break out all those different metrics. Of course, I'm a math nerd, so of course
that's
I
the
love
one with the portfolio checker as well, isn't it?
Yes, they keep adding more and more
that's
features.
Incredible. That portfolio checker was mind-blowing, because I try not to look at it much, but because it can be difficult sometimes to figure out where you're at with your portfolio. But that portfolio checker, because you can add multiple wallets, and then boom, and it includes your liquidity providing positions, because you're like, it's an incredible
It's very
site.
inclusive app. Yeah, like, and then the information it provides, like, I found it very useful going into other spaces where it's not necessarily a Richard Hart community. Got into a pretty good debate this weekend with somebody, definite hardcore Bitcoiner, Maxi, but he was very, very open, very communicative, allowed us to talk. And it was great when he started bringing up points like he's probably like the 100 chain for transactions. I'm like, well, did you know that there's been over 6.5 million transactions since it launched? And he assumed that was PulseChain. I was talking the DEX in PulseX. There's been even more on the chain. But when I listened to that, he had to stop and go, wait, that's like 100,000 transactions a day. I went, yeah, I know, it's not the greatest. He's like, yeah, but that's actually kind of impressive. And when you hear the Bitcoiner like have that sound of defeat, I'm like, I'm making headway. This is going great. Another member in the community came in, and he's hardcore about the tech, and I had to appreciate it. But like, I have a different style. I like to be very warm and welcoming. Try and just have a listen. I know this information, let it creep in on its own. So combative kind of attitude. I was trying to lure him in, and then the other community, it's more, don't take the technology like this. And the tone of the chat changed just a little bit, but I mean, a lot.
It doesn't work, does it? And that's an important. That's a really important point. Like, and there was a video I watched from, was it Steve Jobs or someone? Anyways, a marketing video, and it's like, you don't go for the tech. Like, and he did this, like, it's a beautiful, like, 7-minute YouTube video about the Nike shoe and the Nike marketing campaign. It's not about how you got the pump at the bottom. It's nothing about the tech of the shoe. It's about the athlete and the person that is this athlete and going through their journey. And it's like, it's the value that thing provides. It's not the tech. That you're never going to sell anyone on the tech when it comes to like a product, which is why we love to educate about decentralization. Like, the tech is all there. Like, it's brilliant. It's way more genius and better than any other product. But it's the people that, people connecting with people that bring others in. And that's what I think this movie is going to do as well. It's that people probably that can't be bothered with new things might say, oh, hey, Raquel, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm so glad that you could join us.
Really good.
Oh, I'm sure it'll settle down. Yeah, your audio is
I've been
good.
trying for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure it will
Okay,
settle.
good.
Your audio is good. I'll just finish up a quick chat about liquidity providing with Top Gun, and I've got to hear all about this premiere. Oh my God, I'm so excited. You look so beautiful. So You looked so beautiful, and I'm going to ask you all about it. But I just want to tie up this conversation about liquidity providing with Top Gun. So he's been teaching me about liquidity providing on PulseX, and it's an extremely informative conversation. And I really appreciate all the value that you're bringing here, Top Gun. So Top Gun, tell me on PulseX. Not many people are using V2; they're using V1, right? And you going through some of the pairs, like how have you used this system? I don't want you to dox yourself or anything, but generally speaking, how could people think about using it?
So essentially, it is true that with the incentivized farm pools, that any of those, so a lot of the DAI pools, the incentive token pools, the heaviest liquidity is in V1. But a lot of third-party projects that want to incentivize fees to not necessarily go all to the buy and burn have launched the thickest or largest amounts of the liquidity on V2. So there's kind of a little dance going back and forth where you want to get the best deals. So aggregators are really nice there. But as far as liquidity providing goes, I'm honestly branched into both sides. I've stayed, I put $100 in liquidity providing to just because I'm a small fry and I don't hide that. But that was I don't care if impermanent loss hits it, it's earning incentive token. I put it in the DAI Pulse pool. So use that money, deployed it to buy DAI USDC and Pulse. I was going to move it to DAI, but it's funny. Every time people chase those APRs when the pools adjust, it's like, oh, well, everyone fleeing the pool I'm in just boosted the APR, and I get a nice dose by just not going anywhere. So personal experience of just picking a pool and staying in it, let the chasers chase, like APR goes up, APR goes down. As long as you're in a decent, good APR pool to start, should be all right, if that's your goal. That's at least my goal. And hey, at points I haven't been selling the incentive token, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got 3 tokens now, and yeah, that was $240 at one point, but that's not the truth today. So I mean, at any given point, looking at the price, I've compensated maybe 10% of the liquidity I've put in at the just $100, not thinking about the impermanent loss. So I'm earning and waiting to see where the price action goes. But I really enjoy, and this is probably really, really complicated for people to some extent, unless you go to Excel and make a really simple formula. I wanted to show it how I've been tracking my liquidity pool providing on V2, because I've watched my liquidity pool pair grow and grow on V2. And I've even seen, like, as some people get frustrated with the low volume and leave, suddenly my percentage of the pool jumps, and I'm like, that little amount of money, just, it's still little, but it's not as little. Like, so the way that I tracked it was, okay, I had to put in 2 sides of the pair, just like V1, and I decided personally I wanted to chase ETH and Pulse, because I'm like, they're both layer 1 gas tokens, and that's my least risk for impermanent loss. Either I have a lot of gas for ETH or a lot of gas for Pulse.
I love that. I love that pool.
Yeah, so I dropped in there and I watched it. So, okay, I had to actually take the amount of ETH, the coin, right down to all its decimal points, put it in one side on my Excel sheet, and take the other side of the pair, how many Pulse I put in, and calculate the K number. Now, as I see the K number grow, I still see the 2 sides of the pools changing. So how do I really know how much I've gotten? And this is where I always love bringing back to price being, 10,000 to 10,000 at $1. A very simple function you can run to your K pool is called square root. Most people know how to do it on a calculator. That tells you if the prices were equal for ETH and Pulse. So if the pair is equaled right out, how many tokens would you have on each side? So if the prices were equal, if you had equal balance of tokens, okay, well, I started with 108 on either side. I watched that go up to 113 on either side. I watched it go up to 118 on either side. I'm like, well, hey, that's more than 10% growth. Like, in some ways, those fees are outpacing my incentive token at the current prices. So I'm having a lot of fun watching it grow. And that idea of breaking down the square root is what's giving me an idea of how much the percentage has grown really on the 2 sides of the pool, even though they stay out of balance. And then it's fun because I track it. Sometimes I get to see, I'm like, oh yeah, when my ETH tokens were at this exact number before, I only had this much Pulse. Now I have 50,000 more Pulse. It's only $5, but that's cool. And seeing these little things through the progression has been a really wonderful journey.
Yeah,
I love the numbers.
That pool. Yeah, that pool in particular, the Pulse ETH pool, is so cool because like price of Pulse drops, then you're DCAing in, and then if the price moves away, then you're getting more ETH. So yeah, I find it to be great. Obviously, if the price of Pulse is going to start rocketing, then you want to get out, not just leave it there. But
well, that's where I've got much larger YOLO bags. So I may just leave it because I want to make sure the community has pools to trade in and out of. It's that $100, went directly to making a market, which helps if there's bigger pools, which people are able to get in with less slippage. More people will want to come and trade, more volume, more buying, more price action. Well, my moon bags do even better. So I don't know. It's my logic.
So what do you think, has there been any word on the V3 coming to PulseChain? I thought you said before, like, he can't say people can't expect anything of Richard, obviously. But say it was on PulseChain, talk people through how they would use V3 to, for example, DCA out of a position or buy into a position.
Okay, so it is on PulseChain. All the contracts for V3 are there. It was cloned. There's just no front end currently. If you know how to use the Block Explorer, you can actually go interact with it. I've never tried doing this kind of interaction. But essentially with it, so say you wanted to DCA out of your position or DCA into your position. Depends on how much you think price is going to move from where it is currently, dropping or going up. But essentially, if you think price is going to keep going up and you want to DCA out, you can open a pool. And so maybe you think price is 20xing and it's already done a 10x. So it's gone from $1 to 10. You think it's going to go to 20. Well, you want to DCA out. You're going to set maybe a single-sided pair in that case between $11 and $19 is your price range. And so obviously you'll get a better price as we head up and the pool exhausts itself out. You'll earn fees during the whole process. So even when your pool's empty, you'll still have your fees left over.
So when you set it, you would be going into a Pulse USD pool, but you're not obviously providing any USD. You're providing just the Pulse in that range. So then, as the price moves up, then you're basically ending up with your USD.
And essentially those pools already exist in V3 on Ethereum. So those pools will exist already on PulseChain. Not sure how full they are. Arbitrage might be using those pools. But they are present there technically and accessible. And the Ethereum /DAI pool, for instance, or /USDC pool would now be Pulse because all we did was change the ticker over. So those are Pulse pools, not bridged over WETH. So sorry, go.
Yeah. So then if you wanted to DCA in, so you would provide, say it was a USDC Pulse pool, you provide the USDC in that range and then you're buying in, which actually would be like, if you can do that manually now, that's actually a pretty cool move, isn't it?
Well, see, this is the counter. If you were to try and provide the USDC, like if you thought price was going up and you wanted to DCA in, that would not work at all. Because if you went to try and deploy it above a price where it is currently, technically you've given the liquidity guys a huge freebie and they're just going to drain that. It's because you're setting it above where the price already is, like giving away the money. So to DCA in, you'd have to assume, at least using V3 for this, that price is moving downward. And so in this case, people are chasing the USDC, selling their asset in. Okay. So you can deploy the USDC now and safely DCA in. If you try to deploy the USDC above the price, it's just, it will automatically, arbitrage will come, sweep it, convert it, and all of a sudden it's boom, the other side of the pool.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool times.
So that is an important thing to know. Yes, if you want to DCA in on V3, you have to be assuming price is going up. And if you're trying to DCA out, you have to kind of be assuming DCA in, you have to assume price is going down. And DCA out, assume price is going up. Yes.
Awesome. And what are your other passions in crypto? Like I know liquidity providing is one of your passions. That's why I like to ask you lots of questions. But what else intrigues you about the ecosystem?
Trying to replace Wall Street. That's probably really over egotistical with the system, but
No, run with it.
I mean,
Go for it. Tell me.
well, so I mean, there are wonderful protocols. So I don't know. This is the PulseChain conference. I don't know how much we want to go into third-party projects that are coming around the chain. I talk about them on my Twitter all the time, but essentially, leverage trading. Never ever do it. Richard Hart explains 67% of people that go into it get wrecked, and the 33% that don't win by very much. Don't do it. People still keep going and doing it, like Michael Saylor. And so, anyways, we provided leverage trading. So, hey, Michael Saylor, come on by. You get your liquor, you get your ladies, we got leverage for you. And you can try to short HEX, or you can try to double up on some wrap Bitcoin. Whatever you want to do, there is a leverage trading program coming. And the beautiful thing with this stuff is normally, okay, why would I be excited about something that will wreck people? Because I don't plan to play in it. I'm going to buy some of the tokens for it. Well, like Uni, what do these tokens do? They're just duct taped on. No, like PulseX, where you're distributing revenue made from the protocol back to the token holders. These protocols are now doing the same thing through a series of basically either buybacks or dividends. And even better than the buybacks, because on Wall Street, Apple will do buybacks, share price goes up, you get excited, you buy some, and they go, ha ha, and dump their shares on your head and take your money. But we're creating protocols that go, no, we don't even want our shares. We're deleting our shares. We don't need them for anything in the future. So we're just putting that money back into the liquidity pools directly, or paying that money directly to you through the form of staking yield or dividends, however you want to classify this. So all of a sudden we've got projects where, MetaMask geo-blocked a couple countries at the time around the PulseChain sacrifice, and they've also done some hinky stuff with HEX right now.
Oh, yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, we've
Sorry,
got wallet
keep going,
building.
Top Gun. I was just telling Raquel, like everything is fixed. She fixed her audio and her visual. Well
Nice.
done. There you go. Good troubleshooting, mate. Yeah, so she's just finishing up there. So Top Gun, it's an interesting concept, right? With these other applications coming to PulseChain. I think, yeah, I always teach people about, holding your primary products, like you're not muted, Raquel. You're not muted. I was going to let her go because I'm like, I wonder what she would say.
I've had the worst time. Okay.
You're doing a great job, though.
Time. And I couldn't hear you guys, and I'm like, what is happening
roll
now?
with it, man. Just roll. I want to get your take in a minute. I'm going to give you 5 more minutes to sort your shit out, and then I'll get your then we'll get your take.
Sorted now. I just went in the other room with the other guy, and now
you're sorted. Except we lost we lost visual. That's the only thing. People want to see you, man. You're beautiful. So Top Gun, I'm just rounding off that conversation. The applications coming to PulseChain, like I'm always of the opinion now, I'm holding the Richard coins. I'm pretty much like an RH maxi. I don't know if you've kind of noticed that. Like I try to focus on RH products quite heavily. How are these other applications? How's it gonna fit? Like, maximalism versus diversity in a crypto portfolio.
That is essentially a hard question, and essentially it doesn't have to. I mean, that's the beautiful thing of a free market. If you want just Richard Hart tokens, that's all you have to hold. That's the base of the chain. They're likely going to do very well. But depending on your risk tolerance, like a chain isn't just made up of its layer 1 token or its DEX. Like there's so many supporting protocols that make a thriving ecosystem. It's hard to know which builders are safe, but any of the ones that have hold to the ethos that they try to remove admin keys to the maximum extent possible. They try to do fair launch to the maximum extent possible. Definitely going through audits, submitting their work even through community groups like Pulse Police that just volunteers their time to go over smart contracts for simple red flags, like whether or not the origin address can mint extra tokens. So it is hard to know which ones are safe, but there are some certain community leaders which at least they seem close enough, like they're trying to hold up enough values of what RH does that I'm very optimistic of how they will enhance the value of the RH tokens. So, I mean, there's no need to hold those tokens. Other people can speculate on those. Those third-party projects are great for onboarding new people. And then those new people at some point, when they realize those projects may be extra volatile on top of the actual chain, may get more interested in the RH tokens. We'll have to wait and see. This is the best free market experiment in the world.
Agreed. And I did do a stream with Jesse from Power City, and I must say, like, I'm excited for that to come out, to see how it's going to affect the system mainly. Yeah, I'll always be of the belief that I don't want to be doing too many swaps back and forth, but I'm not completely closed off to the idea that a secondary project can feed into your primary project either. And it seems like, what is the holdup with these applications coming? Do you think they are market timing? Like, are they market timing the shit out of their appearance, or what is going on there?
So I think it depends from protocol to protocol. Certain things have, so I mean, when we're talking about the stablecoin loan minting protocols that are coming, they're waiting for a decentralized Oracle service to make sure their values are 100% accurate. Well, that decentralized Oracle service, software is hard, 2 more weeks. It's been trying to get through its final audits. That's almost done. So we're going to see those protocols launch. There's some other protocols that did launch already, but not a lot. And that's where I like the ethos that they're being very cautious. They're going through their code. They're making sure that they're audited, and they're making sure that we get the best quality of code like Richard sets a standard for. So if it takes a bit of time, I mean, PulseChain took 2 years, and I was like, what's taking PulseChain so long? Software is hard. What's taking these third-party protocols? Software is hard.
Got you, Raquel. I see you. Well done. Good troubleshooting. Yeah, software is hard. I hope they're not timing it, but you know what? It's their business. I just feel like, say, for instance, there's a few applications that have NFT market places, and they're all timing their appearance. Nobody wants to be the first. They want to have some test dummies to see about the price action for that project. Well, I hope that the first ones get rewarded for appearing first, because I would definitely, although I'm pretty much an RH maxi, if I was going to use a secondary project, it would be some of the initial ones, to reward some of those initial ones for perhaps coming onto the scene and promoting the chain without just sitting back and just seeing what everyone else is doing. Because it seems like there's a bit of a standoff that's happening. And yeah, it's not, we don't appreciate that as a community, I must say. But yeah, none of my business. I'm not founding any of these projects, so it's not really my business, but we're going to move on. Raquel, it's good to see you. I can't wait to chat about the premiere. Oh my gosh, you're the only person I've spoken to today that's actually went to the red carpet. Give us a breakdown. How did it all go down?
So I drove for like 5 hours. And then I got there and I was hanging out with Nerd Girl. We went to lunch with RG3 Pirate. And
wow.
Yeah, it was really good. The food was good and everything. And we looked around in some shops close to the hotel. We were actually staying in the same hotel.
That's awesome.
So that happened to be, really good. And then we went, and she and I got to hang out and get ready. And she's just the coolest person ever. I was like, yes, I have a friend.
That's so cool. Because I saw the pictures. That was so good. Keep going.
Oh, yeah. So after getting ready and, helping each other with our dresses and everything, so both of our dresses have trains in them. So we were like, okay, so how do we walk without like messing up? So we're like looking at videos on how to walk in these really pretty dresses without messing up.
Oh, your dresses were so beautiful. Did you see the photos, Top Gun, of these ladies in their dresses?
No, I have not. I've been working my way through Twitter. I will see that on my feed at some point, and I will like the crap out of it. Trust me, I am so excited about all of this documentary release. I mean, I even in my own small way, I made a little contribution to the documentary. I'm so happy to see everybody able to get around it and celebrate it.
Yeah, they looked amazing. And, Nerd Girl and yourself, like, absolutely just stunning, just a great representation of the community, just intelligent, beautiful women on the inside and the outside. And yeah, keep going through the details.
Yeah, so So she and I, we went in an Uber, and we were actually probably some of the first people there at the movie theater. We got there way too early. Hold on. Sorry. I went to the pool today, so I'm actually a little bit like
the chlorine.
under,
Yeah, I know
yeah,
exactly
it
what you
started
mean.
to
It gives you that
rain.
hay fever kind of feel. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I took more bathing suit pictures, so those are coming
Oh,
soon.
very nice. And chat is loving you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, new bathing suit means more pictures. Oh, I love all the PulseChain stuff. So we're in the movie theater. We're waiting, and in the second floor is where everything is happening. We're downstairs, and then when we see more people show up, then we start to go up the escalator. And this was me meeting everybody for the first time. I met Nerd Girl for the first time. I met Hexologist. I met like just some more people than I can even name. When we first went up to the red carpet, we saw the directors and the producers all waiting there. And I don't know why I thought the red carpet would be outside. It's actually inside. It's like a small red carpet, and the banner is behind it. But it looked really, really nice. Everything looked just beautiful. You go in and they take your picture on the red carpet, and then there's these tables set up. You can sit around the tables. There's things on the tables that have like the box set, or you get like a poster. And there's a cardboard cutout of Richard Hart there. You could take a picture with that. There's like an area for selfies and an area for the professional pictures. So that was really cool. The big posters everywhere. I got to meet Westcott. He was really fun, and I got to meet RG3. I already met him. I met Kinetics. I met Toby for the first time. We've spoken before, but I met him for the first time there. I met like I said, Hexologist was there.
Walrus was there. Did you meet Walrus?
Yes. I met
He would
Walrus.
be cool.
I met
who else was there? Funding Jim?
Yes, I met Funding Jim. I met both of the directors, the Caitlin, Patrick,
Grant. What about Richard Hart's father? Did you meet him?
I didn't know that it was him until after they said it. We were in the movie theater and they were like giving some thank yous, and when they got to him, I'm like, oh, that's who that is. Because I'm like, sort of like, okay, who's that person? Who's that person? Because some people don't have their picture as their profile picture.
Oh, true.
So I'm like, oh, I'm putting the names with the faces now. So that's how
Awesome.
I kind of like. Oh, and oh my gosh, I'm not even like, I don't know why I can't even think like.
Who was it that you went out with? I think you went out with Westcott and RG3. That's after,
RG3, Kinetics, Toby, Westcott, and oh my gosh, why is his name not Kareem? Kareem. He was like, sorry, Kareem was like, this is my city, and I'm gonna show you guys the good time. And he
tell us what happened.
So he takes.
We want to know the details before we run out. We only got 9 minutes, man. Tell us about Kareem and his party plans.
Oh my gosh, Kareem was like, "This is my city. I know where to go. This is where we should go." So we went to this amazing restaurant. They came out with a sign and sparklers, and I posted the video there in my Twitter too. The food was amazing, and then we went out to like a place after that, which was interesting.
Was it like a strip club? You can say it. It's okay. It was a strip club.
I wasn't expecting that, but I guess when you're in Miami, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it was classy though.
Yeah.
Kareem taking the ladies to a strip club. That is hilarious.
Well,
that's cool, man.
We just had a really good time. I mean, every time that you tell Kareem, okay, I gotta go now, he's like, no, 5 more minutes.
No.
He's like, he even told me, I said, no, I can't. I have to go. Like, I have to leave in the morning. And he goes, I'll fly you back. Just stay. He's like, no, I can't.
I love it. I love it. So before the movie started, it seemed like the directors, I only got a glimpse of it because I think Westcott posted something. They were doing some games, some like initial sort of like working with the audience, or what were they doing there?
Not really. We were just like, it was like an introduction. You know, they're introducing, like just talking a little bit about the work they put in, you know, into the movie and everything. The movie went on. Richard Hart's message went in first, and then the movie goes. And for me, I was watching the movie and I'm just like, it didn't feel like a documentary. It felt like
was it emotional? I imagine it would be quite an emotional movie for Hexicans to watch.
It was funny, and a lot of parts of it were, you know, because it's the inside jokes. That, you know, the movie for me, I think it was. I wanted more. When the movie was over, I was like, oh man, I want to see more, or I want to see it again.
Oh, that's a good thing. And then afterwards, like, what was the vibes afterwards between everyone that saw it?
After was when we were all talking together and figuring out, oh, well, what should we do? And that's when Kareem was like, okay, I'm taking you guys out, all of you.
That's awesome. Oh, I love that. I love that you got to experience that. Like, what a special moment.
Yeah, and I felt comfortable right away, even though this was my first time meeting anybody. I've never been to any HEX conference.
I always wonder about that because I haven't met, apart from Tangent, I don't really think I've met many Hexicans at all, which is strange because I feel like I know everyone because I'm always like, I just talk to everybody and anyone. And then when I first came into the HEX community, I wasn't quite sure who everyone was. So I would just randomly on Twitter be like, hey, you want to come on a stream? And people were like, sure. And my husband would be like, what? Like, you're getting that person? And I'm like, yeah, I just asked them. And they said yes. So it was kind of like a strange introduction to the community because I didn't know anyone. So I didn't know who was who. But then, and I haven't actually met near anyone, but I'm going on the Australian meetup. So that would be, that'd be pretty exciting. So it was good vibes then, like in person.
Oh my gosh. Everybody was so nice. Like, I didn't meet anybody where I was kind of like, oh, no. Everybody was really nice.
Oh, that's so good to hear because you get that feeling from the community, like in general. Like I know on Twitter, everyone has their Twitter spats, but I would say generally speaking, like I've just come across really personable people, you know, and we just love sharing our interests, and we all love crypto, which is great. We all love Richard Hart. So was there, was everyone like kind of like on edge, like wondering if Richard would pop out, like from behind?
No,
like
I think we all knew he wasn't going to be there, because he said he wasn't going to be there. So we all knew he wasn't going to be there. None of us were expecting that. I think if he did, that would be a huge surprise. And meeting everybody in person, I didn't really have any ideas of anybody before, but I'm like learning their faces and everything, and I'm like, whoa, you're a lot taller than I thought you'd be, or you're,
Yeah. Yeah, it must be hard to. It's definitely hard to gauge like online. What a great experience. And then how, like going forward with everybody else that's going to be seeing the premiere over the next 2 days, how do you think it's all going to play out?
I think a lot of people are going to really love the movie. I think it especially appeals to people who don't know anything. And that's what I've noticed. I noticed that like people in the community, they're like, well, they should have talked about this or they should talk about that. But the people who don't know anything, it really, really appeals to them. So I think it could be like a good onboarding tool.
And I know they've already announced international screenings in the UK and Ireland, which is just such a great step forward. So Top Gun, have you heard, like, what do you think our chances are for Netflix?
I think they're not too bad. Again, Hollywood writer strike and actor strike, really, really good for us. And I mean, when they were first working on The Highest of Stakes, there was interest from Netflix to stream it. They backed out of the deal later on. So they're greedy. They see the revenue at the box offices. They'll want a piece. Yeah,
I think so. I'm feeling really bullish about it. Like of course, like I want to see the movie. So I'm just trying to be careful about like spoilers on Twitter because I just want to have that like experience to myself. But it's such an exciting time. And how did Richard come across in the movie, Raquel?
The outrage marketing was on purpose, I think. And I feel like the movie did a really good job capturing a lot of his essence. But it was filmed during a lot of that outrage marketing, so it was meant to bring more eyes into it.
It certainly has done that, that's for sure. And I think Richard's been quite clear that that person is now dead, and humble Richard remains. So yeah, I think he will end up streaming again at some point. Of course, no expectations. We don't know if he will or he won't. But yeah, it will be interesting to see like his journey. It must have been just an incredible amount of like a personal sort of growth thing to go through all of this in such a relatively short amount of time. It's like a lifetime of experiences that's been squished into a couple of years. So that's actually, although may have been difficult for him at times, is that's where sort of, you know, great innovation is made. You need to have incredibly difficult times to have great innovation. You can't get one without the other. And yeah, I really appreciate Richard Hart. So I would just probably like to end this session just with some sentiment and words to Richard. And I just personally would like to say thank you for PulseChain and this opportunity for financial freedom for me and my family. And I see this as the gateway to a new life for myself, where I can explore potentially being an artist and leaving my legacy through my art. So I just would like to say thank you. Top Gun, what would you say to Richard if he were here?
Thank you, sir, for an awesome blockchain. I'm glad that the outrage marketing and Gucci section of your life seems to be over, and I can't wait to hear you finally come out and stream. And I hope we don't have to wait for the SEC case to be settled, even if you're not talking about blockchain. I think we all miss you. I mean, no matter what, I wasn't a huge fanatic, but I love watching you slaughter Bitcoin maxi after Bitcoin maxi. It's just fun watching you talk, man. Get out there and say hello, even if you're just talking about gardening, hell, or it's installing bidets, starting a new company for bidet installing. Just get out there, man.
He would be the best like promo man for like a bidet company. I'm thinking, you know what I should do to make money, right? This is like a side hustle. I should open a bidet company and get Richard to do like the promo for it. But the whole thing is set up just so that he can do the promo. And then how much money could you make out of the bidets if he was doing the promo? How hilarious. Anyway, Rika, what would you say to Richard if he were here? I'm sorry to talk about bidets.
You're okay. I would say good job with PulseChain, good job with the movie, and that you really are loved by so many people. And so many people in this community would just owe you so much for everything, myself included.
Oh, that's beautifully said. And I think the sentiment around the SEC case is that we're obviously all behind you and we'll be fighting extremely hard alongside you. And however the community can help you in that regard, then just let us know. And yeah, we all deeply appreciate you, and we hope that you're doing well. So that about brings up our time. Do you want to go around and tell people where they can find you?
Yeah, I am at Raquel is now on Twitter. That's pretty much the only place you can find me.
Nice. And Top Gun.
Yeah, this name, take the spaces out. That's at YouTube, Twitter, Discord, even though I don't go there much. I even made a TikTok video once. If you can imagine the platform, I tried to put that name at that platform.
Well done. And if people could please sub to my YouTube channel at CryptoClass, I'd really appreciate it. Trying to get over 1K subs. Tangent, how's it going?
GM.
Yeah, GM. I got the 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. spot here in Perth. But
yes.
It's good to see you, Tangent.
Thank
Thanks
you
for everything
so
you're doing
much
for this conference.
for doing the more brutal shift.
No worries, my pleasure. All right, I'm going to get out of here and let you do your thing, man. Thanks for having me.
Sure. I mean, you guys don't need to rush off. Oh, too late. So we've got Steve here in the background as well. I'll bring him in.
Hi.
And maybe you guys tell me what we're doing, even though I'm the host, technically. Oh, Maddie's here as well. So what were you guys just talking about? I do try to listen to the stream, but then as it gets closer and closer to me coming on, I can't hear it.
What?
I did like what that question that she was asking in terms of if Richard was here, what would be your message to Richard, sort of thing. I think that's really nice.
Well, before you got here, I was going on about the technical nerd liquidity stuff, and Raquel was at least giving us the runway updates of the stars of the highest of stakes documentary she ran into, bumped shoulders with, and got the social grind with. So she's been giving us the whole Hollywood treatment.
Cool. Yeah, I did actually hear parts of your LP stuff. Yeah. Very cool. And Steve, welcome to the stream. Oh, you're muted.
How about now?
Now
Awesome.
Good.
Awesome. It's good to be here. I honestly did not catch much. I did catch the tail end there. I think if I met Richard, I'd go like full geek on him and just be like wanting to know about all the tech in the background. Probably annoy the crap out of him if I was in public. But maybe behind closed doors, he'd probably enjoy that conversation that I'd have. But yeah. What's next?
Yeah, awesome.
What's his plans? All that stuff. Stuff he wouldn't tell me.
Everyone's allowed to ask whatever question they want, and the other person has the right of refusal. So it's like you can't. Yeah, you're allowed to ask any question.
I think meeting him would just be like a little overwhelming.
Yeah,
I heard a lot of people got to meet his dad in Miami, which was pretty
his dad
cool,
was there at the movie.
right?
He's a really, really nice guy.
I was thinking that in terms of what it would be like for him to be at a cinema where everyone there is a massive fan of your son. Like obviously you'd be super proud, but it would. I think it would also seem odd, right? Because someone that you're so familiar with and that you've grown up with or whatever, that you've had in your family your whole life, so they're not necessarily superhuman to you. Not necessarily that I'm not saying your family members can't be superhuman to you, but you know what I mean? Like it would be a weird perspective that you would have not had previously of your own family member.
I think he seems really, really proud of his son. Really good dad.
I can't imagine watching it on the screen, someone that's probably not real, because that's not who Richard is.
Right, yeah.
So that's got to be a little funky, but I'm sure he prefaced them with, you're going to see an act, or whatever. So,
yeah, he would have given him the pre-brief and be like, don't.
Yeah.
Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
I'm just tweeting out the link, and in fact, if everyone that's viewing Fame would be absolutely amazing.
What is the link? Is it in the chat?
It is. It's in the it's in the Telegram, but typically what I do is I just actually search YouTube for Maddie's channel, and then I find the video. Are we part 3 or part 4 at the moment?
Part 4 now.
Part 4.
Oh, all right. I need to refresh this page because this one's saying part 1 is live. Okay, part 4. Oh, cool. Oh, so I don't have to do any transfers. That was very kind of Maddie. I started at the start of part 2, and now we're in the final stretch. Is that right?
Yeah.
Must be, yeah. Here we go. Perfect.
And you're just getting up tangent, is that right?
No, I actually, because I had to sort of shift my sleeping schedule quite drastically to make this time slot. My body didn't want to sleep. So I ended up not sleeping very much either night, but it's fine. I feel fine. I'm ready. I'm hyped. I'm on the PulseChain vibe.
I feel like I'm still recovering from the movie.
Did you do much pre and post stuff? Was there partying afterwards? Did people meet up beforehand?
I had lunch with Nerd Girl and RG3 Pirate beforehand, and then Nerd Girl and I got ready together. And then afterwards, there was a lot of hanging out, there was dinner and like party places. I was not ready for it.
Oh, so yeah, I think
usually go out.
I think I saw a photo of you and Nerd Girl floating around on Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just the coolest person.
Is that the first time you've met her in real life?
Yeah. Actually, she messaged me before, like a couple of days before, asking if we could get ready together, and I was like, yeah, that would be awesome, of course. So we ended up staying in the same hotel. We're helping each other get ready. She was like such a good friend to me the whole time. I'm like asking her advice, she's teaching me so much. And then she told me, she's like, oh, like there's not a lot of females going, other than like production people. And I was like, really? And she was right. There was not a ton of females. It was like me, her, the Caitlin, the lead producer. I can't remember the other women's name. There was like 3 other women. I can't remember their names, but it was like, wow, yeah, she was really right.
I guess it is a male-dominated industry still.
Yeah, somewhat.
Lit, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, what up, fam? What's happening?
What's up, Lit? How are you, brother?
Oh, good to see y'all. What up, Raquel, Top Gun,
Hi.
Steve, Tangent, my boys here. What's happening, y'all?
We're literally just getting started. You haven't missed anything yet.
Bro, we're gonna get hectic. How long have you been in HEX, Tangent? Like since the beginning?
From the start, or like some people say since before the start if they were following Richard prior to the start. So I was getting all excited about that fluid dynamics token. I was like, yeah, productive, proof of work that actually also has that dual purpose. And then, oh yeah, we're going to do Bitcoin HEX. Yeah, it's going to be a better version of Bitcoin, or at least like in some ways better than, like arguably better than Bitcoin in certain respects. And then obviously super happy with how it turned out. But yeah. So from before the beginning.
So in all that time, like all these ups and downs, I think I've been in the community like a couple years now. You have way more. When you see all this stuff happening, the SEC stuff, all this stuff current, are you phased at all?
No. I mean, I don't like seeing the price down. I don't enjoy it, but I'm not concerned. So like I'm not concerned. I know that it's like nearly 0% chance of it actually going to zero, like some of the haters are saying. That to me is just incredibly unlikely. It's sort of like nuclear bomb, solar flare, internet kill switch level probabilities,
Yeah, I do.
Possible, but not probable.
I'm less shocked, I covered a lot of the SEC stuff, like when it first came out. And before that, with the crypto in general regulations, I was talking to Identity Block a lot. And I did hectic research into the SEC. And I found out it's kind of like a business model that they have. And it's not as shocking as I first thought. So like for people who are new, they hear it, they probably feel shocked. But when you look into it, it's kind of like this is their model for making money. It's who they are. It's what they do. And it's like if you think about a chick like who's married, and she cheats on her husband and they've been together like 20 years. It's a huge deal. You know what I mean? Everyone's like, oh my God, I can't believe she did that. But if you marry like this hoe out in the streets and she's just cheating all the time, it's kind of like less shocking. So I kind of feel like
you're saying the gap between your expectation and reality.
Yeah. like I feel like this SEC thing, like if we had just got like in a lawsuit with them, and it's just barely ever happens, it'd be such a big deal. But like they're suing everyone. They sued like 10 people last week. They're about to hit Binance. Like they've taken hundreds of millions of dollars from attacking little crypto communities. So I realized, like that's what they do. They're little hoes out in the street. Like they get their money just attacking different places. So Yeah, just being here so long, I was curious, like, does it even phase you? I don't know. Like, it sucks, but I also feel like, we'll get through this. This is what they do. They want their money. They want to collect a few milli. They're going to go on to the next. You know what I mean? It's just not, I just feel, I don't know. That's how I see it.
I guess I don't respect authority for authority's sake. And I was already, over the last probably at least 6 months, probably longer, was actively trying to ignore legacy, like legacy finance, legacy governments, legacy everything. So it's kind of inside the category that I'm sort of trying to forget it even exists. But I maybe some of the other people on the panel have got some different takes.
I mean, best case scenario, Richard goes in front of the SEC and just like mind F's the hell out of him and just, you know, ruins them. You know, but I don't know. The risk may not quite be, I don't know. The reward in that would be probably insane. You know, I've already seen, you know, a lot of Twitter posts about that don't even like the HEX community, that aren't okay with the Uniswap takedown and things like that. I mean, I had a small amount of liquidity over there. I hate to admit it, but I pulled it all. So, you know, I think I saw volume was down on Uniswap like over 30% over a 24-hour period. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I think our community is insane. I think it's led by a very smart individual that could go stomp the SEC if he wanted to. Personally, like one-handed, you know, one hand behind the back maybe. But you know, probably like Lid said, it probably makes sense just to give them their couple milli and just move on. But I don't know, man. The press out of it, you know, especially if you could rally the crypto community behind you, would be insane. So.
You think Richard's going to represent himself or get like lawyer up hard?
Oh, dude, he would have a team of highly paid lawyers.
Yeah.
Even if you think you're smart, you have to be super, super careful representing yourself.
Just say one thing, then screw you.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Richard Hart gave him the same treatment as his devs. Just got 5 lawyers on retirement and then stuck them in a camp all by themselves and gave them boot training. Like, no, you will say this in a sec. This is how this works. You will learn this.
Oh, there would definitely be quite significant dialogue between him and the lawyers, obviously, because he'd have to explain how everything works. And look, I would be shocked if he didn't already have legal advice going into these things.
He did. He openly admitted he got a letter written for the HEX Investment Trust to pretty much stamp HEX as a non-security in the same fashion as Bitcoin, so they could start that thing. So that's one of the funniest parts about this is they've technically already signed off on HEX once.
I don't think Richard was involved in that HEX Investment Trust. That was community members.
I think he had the lawyers write up the letter, though. I'm not sure. It could be in the community. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I wasn't here from the beginning.
I don't know for sure, but I really doubt he would get involved in something that he's not involved in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the HEX Investment Trust, they're inner circle, but they're high up in the community, been here forever. They're all
but not Richard.
Can he legally be involved in that, or is he just separate from all of it?
Yeah, I don't think he would have touched that. As in, I don't. Yeah, but look, I could be wrong about components of this.
Yeah, KNTX RG. They crushed that out, and
Kinetics project.
All that really matters is they did go ahead for the HEX Investment Trust and pay the lawyers to write a statement of why it's not a security, and the SEC signed off on that. So that's where we've got the funniness here of all right, they're backpedaling like. I mean, even a drunken lawyer with brain damage, I think, should be able to handle this case. So Richard, with a bunch of lawyers he's trained personally and paid a lot of money to, I got some pretty good confidence for.
These are typically opinion letters, though. So it means that it doesn't actually mean that, and I don't know the details of this particular one that you guys are talking about, but usually these things, the lawyers say, look, we can't tell you how this would play out in a court. So this is just a legal opinion. So while it does give you some confidence and something that you can show if something goes wrong or something comes up, it doesn't actually guarantee you a win.
No.
we're in wild times too. Like there's a whole shift. There's WorldCoin, there's Fed now, there's a whole payment infrastructure getting set up. We're like if there's a tidal wave coming to change crypto, we're starting to see it form and build up, but it hasn't like crashed everything. They're in preliminary stages. They're going to attack everyone. I have a friend who's worked at the Fed for 20 years. All right. And I asked him, what the hell is going on, bro? And he's like, oh, they want to control everything. Like they want all your transactions fully controlled. I'm like, what about all these other DeFi projects that are out there? And he's like, oh, they want them gone. Like, so he put it that simple. And I was like, damn, are we going to see this like in slow motion? So anyone fudding on HEX or Richard Hart or PulseChain, they have no clue like the bigger picture. They're trying to change crypto as a whole. And I think they're trying to funnel, like a penny stock market. The penny stock market had some freedom, but when Wall Street Bets came out and all these people started piling onto Reddit threads and going to social medias and like all buying together, they created that GameStop fiasco. And there's articles that came out. They're like, hey, the OTC market's out of control. So what happened? In Legacy, these institutions came in and started buying up all the shares so they could control it. They actually halted trading at different times as well. So once the institutionals do that, like they basically can control it. And DeFi, they don't control right now. It's fully autonomous. We do what we want. The transactions are there. But once they get involved, like then they can have a sense of control. So I think we're seeing that in slow motion. And yeah, I don't feel like we're singled out. They're doing this to everyone, It's across the board.
Great points.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think they have finally met their match. In big way, big time.
I hope so. That'd be awesome.
What's
the worst that can happen if we are labeled as security? We still trade, right? You just have to, we're a little like, we just have to pay fees and be a part of the legal structure, and then they can control. Definitely, SEC's control freaks. And, the OA ownership probably turns them off from like getting in themselves, but you never know. They're still coming for the control of all DeFi. I don't think they want us to have autonomy, That's not their not their vibe. Like if they were a dude, they'd be the most controlling asshole. Like that chick would just be like in the castle, can't see anyone, have to sign a document before she went to the market.
Right. Having some experience with controlling assholes, I know that you don't want to deal with them at all.
Yes, no, you're better to avoid it.
You guys just reminded me, I'm actually doing a Twitter space. I'm not the host. I'm going to be a speaker in a Twitter space. I think it's roughly tomorrow, like in less than 24. Oh, wait, no, it'll be Tuesday morning, actually, my time. So in 2 days from now. And it's going to be an ex-SEC employee will be in the space.
Oh,
So while I've been kind of trying to avoid the topic of conversation because I think people have been over discussing it, I think that will be slightly different because we'll get some degree of inside knowledge. What we're allowed to ask her is restricted though. So I don't want people losing their shit at us for like not asking all the questions that you would think to ask, because it's like there are limits to what we're allowed to ask.
I have 2 SEC lawyers in my my DMs from like a year ago or something.
Whoa.
You want me to try to find them and get them in, or do you want to just do it with your gal?
Oh, as long as she's okay with that. I don't know if because
one of them was kind of like, he's kind of a hater though. He's kind of like all this stuff securities. He's just like, what do you guys think you're doing? I'm like, bruh, we're trading DeFi. Fuck off.
They might be ex-colleagues. If there was overlap when she was there and when they were there, so then it might be awkward. Imagine being with your ex-colleagues in a Twitter space. You're like, I don't want to be here anymore. She's like, she'll just be like, yeah, you just do it with those guys. I'm out. Like, we can ask though.
Yeah, well, all good, dude. I love your Twitter spaces. You know how we get. I get hectic with you, bro. I love doing Twitter spaces with you.
Yeah, we've got to line one up, man. We've got to line one up soon where we co-host.
Yeah, I love that, bro. We always have the fire energy. By the way, y'all, I have an important, exciting announcement. I'm really, really freaking lit on. Yesterday, I am part of the team that just launched PulseMarket.app. So if you type in PulseMarket.app, we have the first full system state copy of Ethereum. Every single NFT is on the platform. We're improving it every day. The devs I work with are absolute badass, and I am taking the reins of onboarding. I am going to existing Ethereum communities that their NFT has now been forked over, and I'm going to holler at them. And I want community support. I want all of us to tweet them out and say, dude, come get your free copy. Because the way the contracts work, whoever owns the Bored Ape Yacht Club, it forked that address. So that NFT is for them to claim. And what they did is they added an auction function. And you can put an auction on one of the NFTs that's not for sale. But let's say you want a Bored Ape Yacht Club, you can say, hey, I'll put $1,000 for this NFT. And they can log in to PulseChain, go to PulseMarket.app, and they can find, oh my God, look, there's like 5 different offers for different amounts. It might motivate them to trade on PulseChain. And all we have to do is find the founder, the one founder. So if we can find the founder of that community and say, bro, come get your copy of your whole Ethereum collection on PulseChain, this is what I want to do. It's outside our ecosystem. It's not siloed. They don't know about it. And it's the first time to like reach my arm outside of the ecosystem and bring people into PulseChain. So that's what I'm most excited about. Y'all know I love this chain. I've been here for years, just getting hectic on it. And I really want to see us do well. Everyone invested in PulseChain, like I want to see your bags moonrun. I want to see my bags moonrun. And we all have to just understand we need new onboards, new community members, people who don't know about it on it. So that's one of the things I'm doing to try to reach outside our community and help, you know?
Some of you might, is there a phone ringing somewhere?
I'm sorry, it's my phone. It's going to end.
So some of you guys will know this marketplace as Hocus Pocus. So it's the same, that's the same one. Because I was like, oh, another marketplace, and went to the website and it's actually the same one. So Pulse Market, they've either rebranded or it's a dual branding where it's...
I'm working on it. What it is it's the developers from the Hocus Pocus team, and the Pulse Market is separate, but it intertwines. It intertwines. So like fees get funded to pump their token. But like I'm here to get onboards into PulseChain. So the reason I'm involved is I'm going to start streaming, or I'm going to start tweeting. I want to get all of us to reach out to these communities and get them on PulseChain. But it is the Hocus Pocus team. And honestly, like they're really good dudes. The founder had a software company for almost 20 years in developing code. He's absolute genius with code. And there's no sacrifice. We didn't charge any money. We offered it directly to the community with no BS. And I just like, dude, you all know me. I just want to see this chain crush it. I want every one of our bags to moonrun and all of us just be kicking it. Like when we set up a meetup in person, I want us to all never worry about the money that it took to go there or after. Like that's been my goal for 2 years, is that we crush it on this chain. So I'm just trying to go outside the box and onboard like any way I can, you know?
Perfect. Are any of the others of you involved in any projects on PulseChain, like directly or indirectly?
I think I've read up on some things that have been sent to me, but I'm not actually involved in anything.
Oh, yeah.
I've had some involvement with different projects. With the Internet Money Wallet, I wrote a line of code for them during their sacrifice to do some math. There was another team that approached me about their project while they were still building it, and I did some game theory with them and helped them refine some of their ideas. So, like, I'm not an actual founder anywhere, but I love helping out. And I want to actually just jump in and say here, like, Thanks for having me on, but I was only expecting to be here for about an hour. It's been like almost 90 minutes. My
Oh
throat's
yeah,
a little
sorry.
dry.
I
All good.
I didn't look at who was supposed to be like joining and leaving and stuff like that. I was just freestyling. So you're welcome
No
to leave if
worries.
you've got other
Yeah,
stuff
I
you need to do.
don't want to steal the
Also
show.
welcome to stay if you want to stay for a bit longer. And
Well,
same with you, Michelle.
This is what I'm going to say to you is you've got my DMs, man. So I don't know what your schedule's like because I know you were trying to fill in some gaps earlier. There was concerns if there was people to have on. So if you need me on, send me a DM. I will be right back, and I will give you all the nerve you can handle. All right?
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Take care, guys.
Great to
Later,
see
buddy.
you. Thanks for coming by. Bye. So someone here said that Richard loves my company, but I don't know how they would. I don't know how they would know that. I guess they mean digital because we've never met. And yeah, so what else were we just talking about? Oh, that's right. Can I reiterate? This is actually the third time I've said it in the conference, but they're far enough apart that we'd obviously have different viewers. When the Maximus guys had their slot on the first segment, one of them was saying, in their opinion, every single person that brings any sort of value to PulseChain, he considers them to be a founder. So obviously that's not the definition that most people are using, but I tend to agree with him that in your own way, you are a founder for you or for the group of people that you're bringing to add that specific value to the chain. I thought at a minimum, it was a nice sentiment.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point. I was driving home last night from the movie with my father, right? He's like a 72-year-old man that barely understands, his computer, much less what a blockchain is. And I've been trying to teach him for a while. He's got a decent bag, but that was his concern kind of, I felt, was like, he felt like he wasn't a promoter or founder or whatever you want to call it. Right. And I said, well, you don't have to be. First off, I think it's still a small percentage. Like you look at the theater, like only there's like only me and maybe two other people that you would know in that theater, like from the online community. We met maybe a few more than that, but we met, a woman and her boyfriend. Her name was Samantha, that Rags had pointed our way, and she met up with us at like dinner before, and she was like, "Oh, I'd probably know everybody by their Twitter handle." I'm like, actually, probably not. Like these are all like my onboards. Like none of them are on Twitter. Like they are on Twitter, but they got they don't even so no, probably actually. So, but I think like that's a great point. Like whatever we do, whether I used to do videos in the before when we were just speculating back in the day, but honestly, I found that a lot of people were filling the gap, so I wasn't too worried about it anymore. For example, K4K came in and did an amazing job, right? Filling like the complete nerd gap where you're trying to all the info you could ever want and imagine, right? He gave out, and so that was amazing. But I think we all have, he's just because he hasn't started a project, I would consider him a founder. I mean, he's got a huge following, and even though we don't all have large followings, we have different followings, right? Yep. And every little bit really counts. Yeah,
it's a really good point in terms of convincing people that you don't necessarily have to be involved the same way or at all, and also that the opinions that you see online, or even if everyone on there all sound like they agree, that probably is only still a small representation of the network participants as a whole. So there would be whales that are perhaps in countries that don't even speak English, that don't give an F about the stuff that we're talking about online, and you don't tend to factor that in because it's like that out of sight, out of mind. It's not out of any sort of disrespect or deliberate attempt to not take their opinion into account. It's just you don't see it.
Bro, we're all owners of PulseChain. All right, let me break this down.
Do it, Lit.
If you go to the Apple store, okay, you're a client of Apple. All right. If you buy an Apple phone, you're a client of Apple. If you buy Apple stock, you are a percentage holder of the company that makes up Apple. You are an owner of Apple. you can say, yeah, I own that. I'm an owner of that.
Yep.
And people will say, what are you talking about? I own the stock. So in legacy, if you pick a company and you actually buy shares of it, you are a percentage owner. You may be a tiny little dude in the company, in the game. You're not going to be a whale in it, but you are an owner. In PulseChain, anyone who's sacked, anyone who's bought and holds PLS in their wallet, you are an owner of PulseChain. And flex on it, y'all. Be proud of yourself. The SEC's attacking everyone. No one has this level of community. No one has these turbo nerds that are so smart. They're freaking top heavy when they walk in a room. You know what I'm talking about, y'all. We have those top heavy turbo nerds. We also have dudes like me. I'm not a turbo nerd at all. Like, I'm constantly learning. And I learned from Steve. I learned from HEX Tangent. I love you, bros. I'll straight ask you questions. What does that mean? There's no ego about it because I'm an owner of this chain. Just like every single one of you is an owner of this chain. And the more you know, the better you can do for yourself and your family. So I'm constantly learning and I'm bringing the energy that I know I have that's authentic. So if you have a whole community of people bringing the energy they know is authentic, acknowledging they're owners of the chain, moving forward, that's liquid motivation, y'all. That's something to be proud of. And when you see the macro, like, okay, the authorities are trying to control everything. They're coming for DeFi. They're coming for centralized exchanges. They're going through all of the litigation process. It's a whole tidal wave coming at all of crypto. It's not HEX, PulseX singled out. All right. It's not your 20-year wife with 4 kids cheating on you. It's like that hoe in the street banging everyone. It's just not, you got to expect them to do this and chill. So I'm freaking stoked on this. Bring it on, bro.
This comment is a throwback to when you first mentioned that.
I mean, Richard says it too, right? Like, is it you want a bunch of people working for a company that don't have any ownership? Like, do you really think they're going to give a crap? I mean, I know that personally, you know, I work for a pretty large IT company, and by me having partial ownership, it definitely incentivizes me to perform well.
Bro, you're a beast. So. People don't know. You're so low key. People have no idea what a beast Steve Hitson is. I'm gonna call you out, bro. You're a savage. I got mad respect for what you do. Mad respect. You start getting to know this guy, you'd be like, damn, bro, that's what you do every day. And he'll be like, nah, it's nothing.
Give us the exact summary. Give us flex on his behalf.
What do I do?
Some of the big notes.
Bro, okay, I don't want to blow you up, all right, G? No, I got nothing but love for you, Steve. But my man is a VP of a tech company, all right? You don't become a vice president talking to multis all day long with their own businesses, their own communities. He's the dude. He has to sign off on it. All his sub agents are doing all their thing. It's on him if they screw up. So the responsibility he holds, he has to know every facet of every corner. He has to know the technology. He has to know sales. He has to know psychology. He has to know people. And he just handles it. And like, you know what he does? I ask him, bro, how'd you do it?
I'm trying to take notes here for my LinkedIn profile. Hold on here. The way lit, like, just I mean, I would just say like I'm a regional vice president, and then like walk away, like, yeah, it's what you know.
Bro, you're
dude. Clip the video and send Lit in as the testimonial for people to watch.
Tangent. It's like if someone doesn't know Tangent, they have no clue he has a decade of crypto experience. Can burn.
Dude, he was talking about bots the other day, and I'm like, oh, he's a giga nerd. Like he's like I'm a pretend giga brain. Like I'm a halfway giga. Like I'm in the middle somewhere. I'm definitely.
What was that? Like, what was I talking about? Sorry, bots.
Like how you had all your bots running for, like, I don't know if you're doing arbitrage or what you're doing, if you're joking or not. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I was talking about botnets. Oh, no comment.
Yeah. That's, we don't have to talk about it. So, anyways, it is what it is. But like, so I mean, I'll say this though. You know, going back to connect it, what you said, like the only reason I'm good at my job is because I have a great team. Like I'm not like trying to be all cliche with it or not. But you know, that's it, man. We got a good team, and I think we got a good team here too. You know what I mean? So we can rock it.
You see how humble he is?
That's
He'd be like,
awesome.
"No,
Yeah.
man, it's my team. No, bro, you're the VP. The president of the company calls you, and you have to give him the update. You have to have everything handled. If something's not right, it's on your shoulders." This dude knows his stuff. He knows his crypto. He knows his blockchain. I'm really happy you're with us. And you're just like one of those pieces in the community that's badass, only you don't brag. You don't brag, bro. I love it. We have all types of personalities, and we need all of us.
I liked what oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. He just left. Top Gun.
But
anyway,
Top Gun Hexagon.
Yeah, he same way, like, you know, call me if you need to talk game theory, you know, call me if you like. That's the stuff that I really like to do, you know. That was why, like, even in my videos, it was kind of just like I would just put these presentations together with all these numbers, and like, you know, I don't know, people got what they got out of it, and I know people liked it, but it was like, that's not what I like to do. I don't like to put together presentations or anything like that. I like to just chat game theory, man, and talk. Like, I wish I would have heard his liquidity talk, because I missed it. I'll go back and listen to it, because I love that stuff, man. So that's where, you know, I get down. Also, things like I was looking at how many people we had in the theater, and I'm like, man, it would be great to go back to, you remember that old app like Meetup or whatever it was called? And you can create these little groups. And like, man, I find that definitely going out there, like I was just thinking, create a blockchain group locally here, like not try to like completely shill PulseChain all the time, but like, yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. You know, like that's it, you know. But yeah, get people together, right, locally in the community. Doesn't have to be online, doesn't have to be all that stuff. I think, again, people have different superpowers, so you got to go figure it out.
Look, y'all,
like, Lit is the hype man. Like, look at this guy. He can hype up my whole job.
Let me just tell you, y'all don't know. PulseMarket.app is so much work went into this that I'm going to be onboarding other communities. It doesn't stop there. All right. I'm in the Silicon Bay Area, Silicon Valley. All right. I started a PulseChain think tank in my area. All right. We have secret meetings. All right. We link up, we chat. I don't invite people, but one by one, we bring high-powered individuals with the right motivation, the right network connections. And I want to tell y'all something. It's fun as hell. It's so fun. I have some of the most awesome people that I meet up with, and it's literally PulseChain think tank. We're putting our minds together to help this chain crush it. You got to do this in your area. Imagine breaking off and having 1,000 PulseChain think tanks with just a different area. It's like a TED Talk. You know how there just used to be TED Talks? Now there's TEDx. TEDx is they took the format and they put it in their area. That's what we need to do. You have no idea who's around you who might bring something fire to the table. And that's what we need. Just form like Voltron, y'all. Flex on it. We're all owners of this chain. Own it. Be proud of yourself. Be fucking proud of yourself.
I thought one of the differences that TEDx is paid. Like when you go TEDx talks, the person speaking, it's paid.
Yeah,
that was my understanding. I might be wrong about that.
No, you're right. I'm on Corey Costa's channel, and they had an epic thing. He said, yo, we should look at grants for builders on PulseChain. Big shout out to the chat, by the way. Westcott, Maddie T-Share, all these boys, ALLin, such a cool chat. So many OGs, so many good people. If y'all don't know, this is the best community in crypto. And I want to just be direct. If we do what Corey said, and we end up with a way to fund builders, that's what other chains do. Right now, everyone comes for free. They come because they want to be on the cutting edge of innovation and technology. That's how the Coinbase dev came. We just got, y'all know we just onboarded Tupac's homies in real life. Y'all know that? The Outlaws.
No.
Bro,
no, tell
the
us,
Outlaws from when I was a kid.
Was this at the movie?
Oh my God, this is last week. I just did a stream and I'm literally, I grew up in the Bay. Tupac is my favorite rapper. All right. If I'm going to listen to rap, Tupac, dude, like his stories bring me back to my childhood. I can't express the connection that I have to him. His homies in real life, who he labeled as leaders. He, like, when you're from these streets, you pick your army. All right. Tupac picked them and said, these dudes are leaders. And EDI is creating Recordian. Recordian is a streaming platform for other rappers, and they pay a bigger percentage. So check this out. They're in with Def Jam. You guys know Def Jam? Like Martin Lawrence, Kevin Hart, all these incredible comedians and all the music, they're in with the highest of high, the actual founder of Def Jam, okay? These dudes in their network have one phone call. Yo, what up, bro? We're building on this PulseChain HEX game. They say, what's that? Next thing you know, that dude has 3 to 5 million followers. Do you understand where we're on the threshold, y'all? Me and Corey both had him on our channel, and I told him, bro, this is lit as fuck. You're about to have a streaming platform that onboards your network of famous rappers. And you know what they told me? Richard Hart should have been a rapper. That's what they told me. I was like, oh my God, like his swag, his outrage, the way he dresses, how he acts is all pompous. He's all know-it-all. I was like, dude, I could see him spitting bars.
You need to be quite intellectual for wordplay, and you need to be like, you need to actually know a lot of words. Like you have to have good vocabulary, be intellectual, and also have mad confidence in yourself. He actually does have the attributes of what it would take to be a good rapper.
And could you see him just not giving a fuck, just getting hectic, dressing all crazy, being on the G, talking about his dick, talking about hoes. Like he totally fits the mold. So they said Richard should have been a rapper.
All the way.
And they like his energy, being famous rappers, being through the game, understanding it. And they see PulseChain as a huge opportunity that hasn't even blossomed yet. They told me, Lit, once people understand the opportunity happening on PulseChain in our industry, they're going to be all over it. The modern system of music puts people in a box. It controls them. They get 0.000% per song. Okay, it's like 4 zeros. So if they have 1 billion plays on a track, I think they told me, yo, EDI Outlaws, if I'm getting this wrong, correct me in these comments. They told me if 1 billion plays happen, they don't even make $1 million. All right. And back in the day, they used to make way more. So they're trying to solve that, and they're doing it on PulseChain. I am so bullish on this project because it's the network effect. Once they start tweeting out to these other rappers, once they get Def Jam involved on PulseChain, are you kidding me, y'all? Like, we're going to get these hubs. You know how there's like, okay, let me break this down. In the world, when you form a group, there's certain people who are quiet. There's certain people who are turbo nerds. You got the hoes. You got the housewives. You have all these different people, all right? You got dudes like me. You got dudes like Steve, who's the VP, big dick, doesn't even talk about it, turns away credit, all right? This is just how it works, y'all. So we come together. Then you get these hubs, like these centralized dudes who sit in the center, and they know everyone in their sphere. They're called the hub of a network, all right? Those dudes, if you get one of those dudes, what they can bring into the community is insane. It's more than thousands of other people who are just sitting there chill. Does that make sense? It's happening, y'all. We're getting these hubs, the network where they make a phone call, they tweet something out, and it goes to a CEO of a multi-million-dollar organization who has a bunch of artists and comedians under him. Next thing can you imagine if we got Kevin Hart like in here? Like that's not that far off. We're like on the trails of these big celebrities through the network hub. And those network hubs, they're one dude or one chick. Like it's one individual. So I want y'all to get a little more bullish on your ownership in this chain and realize one of these days, someone's going to pop off and just be a big old hub, and it's going to change the whole game. You understand? Like
100%, man. You're getting me too hyped, though. You're leaking too much alpha and just revving me up too much.
Actually, I have to say goodnight to all of you. I have to go. But this has been really fun, guys.
Please do an outro if you want. I'll get rid of the comments so we can see your name. And so tell people where to find you, your socials, if you want to do an outro message and anything else you want to do before you go?
Sure. I'm at Raquel now on Twitter. That's pretty much the only place I'm at. And then I don't really know what to do for an outro. Class gave me a question of like what I would say to Richard, but I guess.
Okay. Well,
just happy to be here.
My question that I've been rocking to people is, what's the project that you're either most excited about that currently exists and or one that's coming? And you don't have to worry about playing favorites. It's just subjective. It's like it's just the one that speaks to you the most, that you're most hype about.
Well, I think I've just been sort of DCing everything into HEX, PulseX, PulseChain, just because those are my favorites. Just keep DCing into those.
Do you know what? I love that. I love the thought path that you use to get to that answer of, I'll follow the money. You're following the money. You're saying I'll follow the money because obviously what I'm putting more money towards must be the one I'm most excited about because I'm voting with my dollars. No one else has thought like that. Everyone else has been sort of, well, maybe part of their thought process did that, but no one actually specified that was part of their logic or consideration.
Well,
Thanks so much.
Simple person. So.
Yeah, the chat loves you, Raquel. You got to read back on these comments. People are frothing for you.
Yes, it's true. It's so true.
Oh, thank you guys. You're all so sweet. I'm reading it now. Thank you guys.
Thanks so much for being a part of this. And yeah, come back on whenever you want.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Later, girl.
GN.
Bye.
Have a good night.
All right, bros. Y'all know you're some of my favorite in this community. You know that. I think I've told you privately, like, I freaking love y'all's energy in this game. Like, we've been on a roller coaster, all right? You know what I'm talking about. This ride has been a roller coaster. I'm not going to lie, all right? I've been on some ups and downs in this journey, and I just saw Highest of Stakes last night, and, like, honestly, like, I was like, oh my God, I was telling people when this thing comes out, it's going to onboard more people than all the influencers. And I didn't feel that way at the end of the movie. I didn't feel like this is an epic onboarding tool. What I felt like is this is the first step of a fully neutral perspective, showing people and what it sets up. I want to hear y'all's thoughts. This is like an ultimate shakedown video where all the facts were laid out. It was like a scale, right? Back and forth. This scale of, is it a scam? Is it not a scam? Here's this perspective. Here's this perspective. It's setting up Richard, okay? It's setting up Richard to look like a total scammer if the thing flops and everyone's like, oh, the SEC, oh, it's all a scam. But if this thing does well, okay, if in the future some liquidity gets brought in, if we have a massive pump, just imagine like, imagine the green candles when the SEC lawsuit is over, okay? And we're not labeled as security. Just imagine that. People chase green candles. When that chart starts running, this documentary that's been put out, this big scale of neutral, like, is it not? Here's someone who got wrecked. Here's someone who made it hard. Here's someone in the middle. Like, that perspective lays out Richard to be like, told y'all, y'all didn't believe me. Y'all thought I was a scammer, but guess what? Here's my millionaires. Like, it sets up Richard to absolutely be like, well, the ones who believed in me are good. And doesn't that kind of like make sense what you know about Richard? Like, I get the documentary. Can you imagine a part 2 where they actually start showing us crush it, getting through stuff? They show other blockchains. Here's what happened with Bitcoin 3 months in, 6 months in. Here's what happened with Ethereum. Here's what happened with PulseChain. Then they show the thing moon running when we break through. That, it's like setting up the ultimate onboard. But first, it had to be presented as completely neutral. So I was not expecting that. I was expecting more flex, more onboarding potential. But what I realized is this is like a chess match. It's not checkers. They're playing chess. And if you see a bigger picture, it is setting up Richard to have ultimate bragging rights for those of us who've believed in him. Like,
yeah. And
what do y'all think?
I think they deliberately wanted to present an unbiased perspective. that they are observers and not try to drive the narrative in either direction, which, by the way, is incredibly rare for documentaries.
Yeah.
Most documentaries are actually one-sided. You know, someone gave the example, they said, there's 2 Michael Jackson documentaries. You could watch them back to back, and after watching the first one, you'll be like, he definitely did it. And then you watch the second one, you're like, he definitely didn't do it. And there's probably other examples where you have, like, I don't know, meat and vegetarian diets or something like that, where you're just like, oh my God, I'm never eating meat again. And then you're like, oh my God, I need to be a carnivore diet and only eat meat. These vegetables are dangerous and have all sorts of phytotoxins or some whatever, right? They know how to paint a convincing narrative, and if they're driving one side of it, whereas these guys went, no, we're going to go unbiased, we're going to present both sides of this story. And obviously by your account, and to be clear, I was a little bit worried you were going to plot spoil something, and you did an amazing job not to. Thank you very much. And but yeah, it sounds like they freaking nailed it. They nailed it by getting that balance right.
It threw me off, honestly. I've been talking about this thing over a year and a half. I was like definitely thrown off. At the end of the theater, I was like, what's going on? And as I thought about it, I realized, oh my goodness, this is chess. This is not checkers. Can you imagine? Can y'all imagine a part 2 with an update? Are you kidding me?
I'm ready.
I'm so ready.
Haven't even seen part 1 yet. I'm ready for part 2.
You haven't seen it, bro? Are you gonna see it?
I haven't seen it because I'm in Australia.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta wait for the dates.
So we're going to try and bring it here, and I will be a part of that. As in, so for my city, it'll be myself and Tic Tac and Klaz and Dozer have volunteered to be the anchor point for any ability to get it here, and then we've got Day 43 and Sammy over at East, and yeah, Unwrecked.
I love you, Aussies. Honestly, y'all Aussies are such good energy. Like when I first came, so much good energy comes from y'all. Like Hex, Max, Sammy, you, there's so much good energy over there. Y'all, like, what is it in the water, bro?
Something in the water.
It is. Y'all are freaking badass dudes and fire chickens, dude. I love it.
You know, there's actually a documentary called Something in the Water.
No
So you
way.
can look it up. It's on IMDb. No bullshit. Something in the Water. It was actually produced by the son of a guy I used to work with. And it's actually about the amount of musical and movie talent that comes out of Perth, Western Australia is disproportionately high per capita.
You know,
insane.
It's like the environment, it's the energy, it's the consciousness of the people there. When you live in certain, it's probably something under the ground, electromagnetic, but there's something that happens to people in certain areas where when they're free, creativity is unleashed and channeled. And other areas, like I coach people who have like dark houses, bro, your life is way different if you live in a dark house versus a very sunny house. Same with locations. So that's really cool. I didn't know that about musicians.
It is sunny, dude. It is very sunny here. Like, as in, it's sunny most days, so that could be a factor.
That's definitely a factor. You moved to Oregon.
Underground magnetism one.
You moved to Oregon. They have this thing called SAD. It's like sunlight immunodeficiency. I'm getting it wrong, but your brain gets turned different from not being around a lot of sunlight.
I've heard that happens at the poles as well, because they have like months of darkness. People lose their minds.
All right, I want to hear from Steve. Have you seen the documentary, bro?
Yeah, I saw it last night. So I guess when whenever you're gonna try to go in and maybe you want to convince somebody of something, you typically won't run in and hit them over the head with it. You know, that's not the best way to like run into the room. So, and like just punch them in the face. But so you want to like just slowly sleeper it in there on them and then plant that seed, right? Like you're saying, and then, water the seed, water the plant, and then come back, in 2 years, like you said, and do that sequel. I think it was perfect. I can't believe we got a PulseChain plug in the end of it. I did not think that was going to happen. And even my father walked away saying, I I didn't really understand the lanes on the highway, right? Which I don't want to give away anything, as he said. So, but like there was a concept that they told, and he's got to go research it now, right? And so that's the point right there. Like, and I think someone else said it too, like onboarding isn't just telling a couple of people one time. It's like I heard someone put it up perfectly. It's like the 15 hours you spend and all the phone calls you get, like walking people through everything that it takes to learn how to get from an on ramp to into a chain and starting to swap in a mullet. Like people that don't know anything, that's a lot of conversations.
It's so much.
And
You guys
it's a
remember
lot of
when you were new? Remember when you were new and you didn't know anything? It's
No, I
such
got
a
people like,
curve.
send my Bitcoin to my Ethereum address. Oh, great. Like, what the hell did you do that for? Like, still, I got people that do stuff like that. So it's not over, and it's a constant battle of learning. So yeah, I thought it was amazing. I don't know. I thought, I cannot believe it got a PulseChain plug. So I'm super excited about that. And then even like Westcott got in there, like screaming his head off.
Oh, I love seeing Westcott in there. Bro, I love seeing Westcott in there.
I don't want to blow it anymore though. I don't want to drop any more hints to him. I don't want to.
Yeah, no worries. You're gonna see it. It's not what you think. It is what it is though. And like
you're muted or something.
Sorry, I was just going to say I love Westcott's content, but he's fairly new to the community, so I'm surprised he's in the movie.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's
the people you think would be in it, it's not.
It's crazy.
Not like that.
It's amazing. I think. Yeah, I think someone summed it up great. The last it was super non-biased, right in the middle, and the last 30 minutes is the best. And I have to agree with that.
Oh, I did hear someone say the same comment, but in reverse, where they said, "Oh, there were some OGs that I expected to be a lot of them in the movie, and there was virtually nothing. Like just split scene, like a very quick scene where someone's in it who you thought was going to almost be a main character." So
it's not a community influencer heavy thing. They didn't focus on like the vibe I created on my channel, the vibe other people created on their channels. It's not like that. It's literally a scale of back and forth. And honestly, I want to be very direct, y'all. Like I'm going to just call it like it is. Okay. From where I see it, I have to be authentic.
Do I need to block my ears?
No.
Is this a spoiler? Okay.
No,
okay.
I won't spoil nothing. That's not my vibe. I hate people spoiling movies. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. So like when I saw the documentary, I put myself in a no coiner perspective. Like if I didn't know anything about this film and I watched it,
I see what you're saying.
And I was like, oh my God, this might be a big opportunity. Look, it could go either way. And I Googled HEX and I saw SEC lawsuit. I would not, I'm just being honest, y'all. I would be like, oh, wrecked. Like in Legacy, if I saw an SEC lawsuit, I would clown on him. I would clown him. I would be like, oh, look at this scam. Fuck this company. I would be like that. I'm just being honest, all right?
Yeah, no, dude.
Just being honest. So,
no one can argue against that.
Like
that is
that's
just 100% true. You would just be like, oh, well, I guess
like, no.
I guess I don't need to see the movie. I know the answers to that question.
So, I want to say that to say this, okay? All the work, all the time, all the effort, all the human energy, all the capital put into this documentary is real, okay? The amount of footage that they have that they cut out, insane. But the SEC lawsuit, it's almost like, I don't want to get conspiracy, but it's almost like we have those agents in our community fully infiltrated, watching everything. And they're like, hey, now's the time we launch this 3 days before the premiere so that when people see it and look it up, boom, the first article they see is the SEC. Like, I'm not saying that happened. I'm saying that's a chess move.
Yeah,
that's a chess move.
That's possible.
How do we win? So how do we win if that happened? The way you win,
prove them wrong over time.
With a part 2 over time. Part 2, it's like that gives us the ultimate glory. It gives Richard the ultimate glory of, oh, y'all thought this was a scam. Y'all thought HEX, what up, Ben? Y'all thought we were going to get tanked out. Y'all sold us short. Well, guess what? My diehards, my ride or dies, those of you willing to go down on this ship, crushed it. and it creates this ultimate bragging rights for Richard and all the owners of PulseChain. So I feel like while this looks bad now, it is an incredible foundation to add a part 2, and people will be kicking themselves, realizing, oh God, I wish I got in when there was FUD. I wish I got in when it was tanked. And you know that's how Legacy works, all right? I'm from Legacy. I was involved in a company called NIO, N-I-O. Guess what, y'all? There was a hit piece written about this. It's called the Tesla of China, all right? It's a electric vehicle manufacturer. There was a hit piece that was put out and pumped all through Schwab, pumped through all the major articles for legacy investors. And what it said is, oh, regulations are coming. The warehouse that they wanted, they can't build the cars. Everyone's freaking out. They caused this stock to sell off, all right? Massive. If you look at the chart, it's massive red candles from the FUD. Guess what happened, y'all? The very people who wrote the article were institutions who went in the same day there's a massive red candle, and they fucking bought at the bottom, okay? So you have to understand, there's organizations that will do hit pieces to see something tank, buy in, and then it moon runs. There's stuff like that. You have to think long term. Anyone who saw that and was like, oh my God, the SEC is getting involved in this company, they may get delisted. That's what got everyone. They might delist it from United States Stock Exchange. So this Chinese company maybe is going to get delisted. It was a big deal. Tons of people sold off. Guess what happened in all the forums like months from then, months later? Everyone was saying, oh my God, I wish I bought when all that FUD happened. Why? Because the gains were massive, but people waited. People waited until the green candles came. Now they're chasing green candles, all right? I think something exactly the same is going to happen with PulseChain. We're going to have something flip the switch. We're going to have sentiment change. We're going to moon run this chain, all right? But in the short term, maybe it looks bad. Maybe it looks FUD. Maybe it doesn't look good to no coiners or outsiders or even people in the community. But I think you just have to think long term. You have to understand market cycles. You have to understand hit pieces and understand, dude, if we just stay focused, realize we're owners in this chain, and keep grinding, unify, all right? Unify. We form like Voltron. We stay a strong community. Then we're looking back and we're like, yeah, that happened, but I'm still here. I made it through and my gains are insane. I got mad gains because I believed and understood what I was in. I understood the SEC is suing everybody across the board. It's a money grab, all right? It's a hoe in the street banging everyone. It's not like this housewife that's just all loyal. So once I understood all that, I'm kind of like, dude, we just need to get together. We need to realize we're owners, flex out on it, be proud of ourselves. This will pass.
Dude, tight. I like this. I like this analogy of these dirty hoes in the streets.
It's true though, bro. They're collecting millions from all. Go look at the SEC. Look how many people they've sued in the last few weeks. Look at the lawsuits. It's staggering. Look how much money they've dragged in. Hundreds of millions of dollars. By the way, big shout out to Ben. What up, bro?
Yeah, Ben.
What's up, brother?
You've got a stack of fans in the chat, bro.
Yeah.
I've been featuring some of their comments.
Nice. Yeah, good to see everyone. Good to see you, Lit Gains, Hex Tangent, and then other guy.
Sorry. I normally when someone's coming in or going out, I try to get the tags on Steve, Ben, and Lit.
Cool.
I hate to do it, but it is getting late over here, so I'm actually gonna I am gonna go ahead and dip. Do I have to answer the same question?
You don't have to. It's a permissionless. What is it? It's like a self-sovereign permissionless system, decentralized. You do exactly what you want at all times. But please at least shill your socials and and you know where people can find you, and if you have any outro comments that you want to make.
Yeah, I mean, besides, you know, I'll add Steve Hitton on, I guess on X, which, like, again, sounds very funny to say to me, but on Twitter, on X, there's It's really the only place I'm at right now. Just dropping some threads every now and then on things like liquidity and you know that nerd stuff that Lit was talking about earlier.
Yeah, flex on it.
I mean, besides my favorite project being PulseMarket.app, of course. I mean, besides that one. I mean, the only other one that I think is going to be extremely huge and large as it grows is probably going to be 9-inch. I'm a huge fan of it, so pun intended. But anyways, hopefully they bring some people from Ethereum as well, you know. And I think Lit, again, that's the goal, right? Like your Pulse Market app getting out there, like your main goal, especially for you, is to get those onboards out from the other communities, and likely 100%. Is 90% of them dump their assets and we buy them cheap or something and try to build up the communities ourselves or whatever. Like I've seen Cookies do with Pepe and some other things that have been going on, right? And I mean, again, whether we agree with it or not, I think we all gotta support each other, at least to where we believe, at least in the projects that you believe in. You don't have to support everybody, but the ones you do, you better be supporting them however you can, and that may be just through channels, giving donations or whatever you can do to support people, and or sacrifices, whatever you believe in. You should be out there supporting it. So that's all I got. You guys have a good. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question? That did Lit influence? Like, was his pitch so convincing that you added that to the list of things you're excited about, or you were already on that shit?
The honest truth is that Lit's my boy, and I trust him, and I'm gonna support. I'm gonna support anything. Okay. I'm gonna support him.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's why I asked the question.
Market app is I think it's good. I mean, I've seen a couple other NFT communities trying to do something similar, maybe, or maybe I just saw a different format of the website, but I think it's great. I mean, I think that's exactly what we should be doing.
Exactly.
Either. I mean, we got a lot of new builders, I think, but I think what the big part of the failure in my eyes that did not happen is people did not abandon Ethereum very much at all. To come like games that died off, all these projects that can't live on Ethereum, I don't see them over here right now. Like, so anyways, that's a big gap. So great job, I think, at least trying to fill it a little bit.
Bro, I'm going to get hectic. You know I get lit, all right? I'm going to get these communities over here, and I want community support, all right?
Let's go.
I want community support because once we get a founder from an NFT project, they are the hub. Y'all get it? You look back on the stream, my analogy of us getting together in a group. You have these hubs for marketing, okay? Marketing hubs. You get the founder of a community and say, your collection's right here. Get your ass over to PulseChain and tell what are they going to do? They're going to tell their community, hey, go claim your free copy. Even if they dump it, all right?
Yeah, dude.
Even if they dump their whole stack and they peace out and never touch PulseChain again, that's not what their entire community is going to do. What if someone from the community is like, whoa, I got an NFT on there. Whoa, look at the gas fee. This is a fork of Ethereum. PulseMarket.app is a fork of OpenSea. It's like all happening right here. Why would I launch over here where the fees are crazy? I can go here. It's all tiny. I'm going to take full advantage of onboarding. And one founder can lead to an entire community. You guys know Bored Ape Yacht Club? I'm already trying to get a hold of them. If any of you know the founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club, send them our way. Respond to them directly. I don't need to be the one to talk to them. You hit them up. We all tag them. You guys know the NFT gods, okay?
They have a Steve leave. You got to let Steve leave.
Oh, sorry,
and then we can continue.
Steve,
see you, man. Dude, thank you so much, man.
Yeah,
thank you for your contribution. Really good to meet you. See you.
Humbled to be here. Appreciate it, guys. Have fun, and talk to you guys later. Bye.
Much love, brother. Man. I'll hit you up soon.
Bye.
Okay, so I'm really freaking out. Ben, I don't know if you know this, but I'm part of the team that launched PulseMarket.app yesterday. We are a full system state copy from Ethereum of every NFT, over 127 million cataloged index NFTs live, and I am fully lit to bring them into PulseChain. And my goal is to talk to founders who bring their whole community and grow the chain.
Let's go.
You
Adoption,
understand?
baby. Let's go.
Okay, the NFT gods, you listen up, y'all.
Oh, damn.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. They have over. I correct me if I'm wrong in these comments. I believe it's 200,000 people in their community right now. Are you fucking kidding me?
What?
Are you kidding me? That's like as big as us, if not bigger. Okay.
Holy shit, dude.
Can you imagine if I fucking onboarded their community into PulseChain? Bro, we could literally double the size of our community in like a week.
Fuck,
this is
bro.
what
Let's
this
go.
is what we're on the precipice.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Let's
So
go.
I have a question. So like PulseMarket.app, let's say like Mintra, another NFT place, launches. If someone lists something on PulseMarket.app, will it also be listed on the other NFT marketplace too? Or like
So
no.
I don't exactly know. I just know that the team I'm working with kicked ass, launched it first. Much love to all the other NFT platforms out there. I got nothing but love for y'all. All right. I'm lit. I'm not here to, I don't like telling people, oh, you suck. No, that's not my vibe. My vibe is that we're a community. We form like Voltron and we crush it out. I don't exactly know. I'll ask the devs what happens to that contract address, but I do know that we are a full system state copy. So whatever happens, I'm going to be reaching out to those people. And I see it from I see it for 2 years. Y'all have been trying to build this chain. Go look at all my videos. I've been in front of the camera freaking out about PulseChain. All right. That's my jam. So I'm going to stay PulseChain. And I realized if I can get one of these communities that has 100,000, 200,000 people, are you kidding me? Like, let's be real, y'all. The first person to onboard a massive NFT community that actually gets their people involved, you're a freaking community hero. Let's just call it straight. You're a freaking hero to this community because everyone who owns a bag of Pulse with 100,000 people coming in, you double the size of the community or more. Like you kicked ass for every single owner of PulseChain. And I'm not going to lie. Like I want to do that. I want to see all of us win. I want us to get that never work again money. So I don't exactly know about other platforms or what's happening. I just know that we launched yesterday. We're going to be improving every single day. And my main focus, I don't care if you trade on the platform or not. Do any platform you want. Go for it. All right. I give you permission to trade NFTs anywhere you want. But I am going to attack these Ethereum communities that aren't on PulseChain yet. Like if you're in PulseChain already, trade wherever you want. You're already here. It's not my concern. I don't care. I want to talk to people and get their ass on PulseChain. That's what I want. And I want to talk to those community hubs and get them trading. I feel like it's the best way I can possibly use my energy to help this chain.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know much about like how these NFT, like I did NFTs for a little bit on Ethereum on OpenSea, but that was all I knew. And then I this is so embarrassing. I went on Solana and like I went to a wedding and this guy was like, "Did you hear about the Solana NFTs?" And I was like, "What?" And then I like, of course, for some reason I like went and dabbled in it, and they had like there was multiple different Solana NFT marketplaces. Ethereum, it was like you only had OpenSea. I guess there was Rarible too, but like no one really used it. It was like OpenSea was like the king, you know. So
and then Blur.
Blur. Okay, I never heard of that one either.
Blur did a reasonable job of sort of getting some degree of market share by doing a token airdrop to people using their platform, and also having a feature that wasn't available on OpenSea, which created it to become more like an actual free market, like an actual marketplace. So rather than it being this one thing that's for sale and you either buy it or you don't, so everything is its own market, this kind of created a way that you can, I don't know exactly how it works, but it was like more like, it was easier for people trying to sell, and it was easier for people trying to buy. It made it more, so it's sort of like made it slightly more fungible, more like a fungible market, like a market for a fungible token than how it had been previously.
That was my thing with the NFTs, dude. Was like you have this thing and it has like a rarity level and it says it's worth a certain amount of money. So then you list it and then the prices of all the NFTs start tanking, but then also the price of ETH starts tanking. So then you're like double losing, and then you're like, someone please buy this fucking JPEG.
Yeah. And if you can't find a buyer, you're effed. Like then it's worth zero. Then it's worth zero. Whereas with this blur thing, it was almost like there would be. I think it was like people would put bids in, and those bids, I think anyone in the collection could take the bid or something like. I'm not sure. I never actually used it extensively, so I'm not sure how it worked. But that they still did not usurp OpenSea, even with those two mechanisms for trying to capture market share.
It's so weird, like because OpenSea was kind of like, didn't they get exposed? There's some guy working there who was like front running listings or something.
I did hear some stuff like that. Yeah,
it's kind of human nature, right? It's human nature, bro. If you're in a position of power, you usually abuse that power. Big shout out to Georgia, Claz, all you chat, Ash. So much good energy here. D-Hex, Clintrons. Look at y'all bestials. Oh, geez. It's all you beautiful people. You know? Like, this is what it's all about, y'all. The streamers, like Ben. Ben, when did you get here and start streaming? How long have you been here?
Oh, man. So I know this off the top of my head because I was asked that this morning. So my first video was April 2022. But then I didn't start posting like regularly till like September 2022. And that's when I really started, like, I think the month of September I posted like every day or something. I did a video every day. Yeah. So that's when I started streaming.
What was the final decision in your brain? Like the thought where you're like, all right, fuck it, I'm streaming.
I mean, I wanted to for a while. I moved to Portugal and then that was like really bumpy and like kind of, I guess I'd say unnecessary. I learned a lot from it. Like I'm back in America now, but I moved there and it was like trying to just settle down somewhere. And I was kind of getting the runaround on this person who's setting me up in a place. And I was like in a temporary place. And I was like, I want like an actual setup. I actually did have a channel called HEX Body Maintenance.
HEX Body Maintenance? What is that, bro?
Oh, no,
it's for your ball hair.
Were you flexing your HEX gains on hot chicks? And
no, it was literally like I would do like 10 push-ups and like a minute of plank and then like some stretching. And I was like, instead of working out, we're doing body maintenance. So it's not like intimidating. It's like we're maintaining our body. And I got that from like listening to Joe Rogan. He'd be like, oh, if you think of working out as body maintenance, you're more likely to do it because it's just like you sweep your floors, you're maintaining your body. So I like was just using my laptop and like what I just deleted the channel after a while because I think I did it for like 15 days in a row and I was getting like 2 views and I was like, this is terrible. Like my audio's bad, my video's bad. I'm trying but I need like a good setup, you know?
That is such a good point though, that psychologically, if someone's like, I just don't want to like become weaker and waste away. So I'll just do this. And then once you start doing it, you're probably actually going to push yourself past what you were planning to do. But if you go in there thinking, oh man, if I go to the gym right now, I'm going to be maxing out on everything. It does feel more like an intimidating prospect.
Dude,
just
yeah,
go.
And I feel like in crypto too, like maybe a lot of, I don't know, I'm kind of like an all or nothing kind of guy. So I'm like, well, if I'm not going to go to the gym for 2 hours and do everything I want, I'm not even going to go. And like I used to in college and in high school, I'd be like, oh, I'm 5 minutes late to class. Better just go home. I just shouldn't go if I'm going to be late. And I just like skip class.
I'll try again. I'll try again tomorrow. Yeah.
So
I'm a bit like that.
I want to break. Yeah. Let me just offer. I know y'all didn't ask for coaching, but I'm about to give it to you. All right. I'm just going to insert myself into this conversation and give you some advice. All right. When I feel like that, okay, 2 things. If you just drive that ass to the gym and walk through the doors, something happens. All right. There is some type of electromagnetic field that you pass through when you walk through the arch doorway. And you get in, the second you scan, you're like, fuck, I'm here. Now, it's human energy. All those dudes, all those fire chickens with the fat ass and the tight waist, you know what I'm talking about, all right? They're there working out. And there's an energetic signature of their discipline, their diet, their health. They push themselves. It's all over the air in those buildings. And when you walk in and take a breath, you walk through that arch doorway, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm here. And it supercharges you. And it's so different from being at home and trying to work out with your walls and your own energy. If you just drive that ass to the gym and walk through the door, that's step one. You suck up all the people's successful energy and it helps you feel more motivated. Step two, don't overwork out. Don't do it. Tell yourself this. Here's the thought you hold. When you're working out, oh, I usually do a 30 minutes, but it's only 15. Oh, I usually do that, but it's only this. You know what? Give yourself permission to peace out and tell yourself one thought. I'm not going to overwork out so I can come again tomorrow, so I can come every day. And you do push and pull. One day only pull exercises. The other day only push. Whatever exercise you want, do push, pull, okay? And don't skip leg day. Don't skip leg day. When you do legs, it releases testosterone that goes into your brain and makes you more of a badass dude, all right? Makes you got bigger King Kong nuts and you can hodl through stress in this crypto game better when you're full of testosterone. So, 2 steps.
Friends don't let friends skip leg day.
Exactly. 2 steps. Go to the gym when you don't feel like it and walk through the door and then decide if you're going to work out or not. It'll change your energy. Step 2, don't overdo it because you want to come the next day. Every time that I break, if I do I'm teaching myself muscle ups and I can't do them yet, but I'm going to, all right? I'm going to. I'll send y'all film when I'm flexing out muscle ups. But I got overhyped. I tried 2 days in a row to do it. Freaking jacked up my stuff. Took me a week out of the gym. And I knew better. But I decided, just go for it. I was all hyped up, right? No, my favorite song was playing. I was like, let's go. No, don't do that. Push, pull, week, every day off. Don't overdo it. Just get yourself to the gym. And that, it carries over into crypto. If you can do that with your body and your health and your discipline and your mind, it helps you with this crypto game because it's all emotions. It's all emotions. It's all discipline. It's all the same stuff. And I feel like if you can do those 2 things, you'll see difference in your body. And look, tell me the truth, y'all. When you are in a healthy body, you're sleeping right, you're eating good, you're working out, you're sticking to your routine, even if it's little bursts of workout, it's not 2 hours at a time, it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then a 30-minute steam. Whatever you're doing, you're going to feel better about yourself. And that right there, if you have good confidence and we get sued by the SEC or things don't go the way you want, or you have an issue at home, or your chick's nagging at you and stressing you out, and then you log into your MetaMask and trade something because you're emotional. No, that sucks. Don't do that. Focus, build your confidence, and you're going to have everything in your life be better. You guys know what I'm talking about when you're on it? You just feel better in all areas.
Yeah. Ben, take us back to crypto. Take us back to something. But by the way, that is sound advice. And the not spending too long in the gym. I've heard that one before because then the next day you're like, man, that was too much. Whereas if you keep it short, you actually want to go back the next day and finish off. So yeah, they're really good tips. Thanks, man. Ben.
Yeah.
How do we loop this back into crypto?
Oh man.
Body
Less
maintenance.
is better. Less is better in crypto. So, sometimes in the gym, less is better. So
maybe
good mentality a little bit. Like a DCA, you do a little bit every day. You DCA a little bit every day. I find that crypto is like life. Someone else has said this too, but I always think that it's like you have your ups and your downs, and
That's a really good analogy. That's a really good analogy. The DCA analogy, that your gains will be better if you do a small amount every day rather than trying to do it all at once.
Yeah.
And maybe the injury is the part of that analogy, that if you try and do it all at once, you're going to get wrecked, like more likely to get wrecked.
Yeah. Don't all your money in at once. Yeah. I think I did that the other day where I'm back to working out, but I did a little too much, and then I woke up the next morning and my whole like upper left side was just jacked up, and now I haven't been able to work out for like a couple days. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow it'll be back to normal, but yeah, I get the same way where I'm like I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna kill it, and I just go too hard, and then I'm so sore for the next week I can't even work out.
That's upper traps, and I get the same thing.
Bro, I just did that last week. The left
Dude,
side,
that's the
exact
same area that I have. That weird, hey?
Hey, do you think it's because we're crypto kids and we like hold the mouse with our right hand? Maybe like muscle. Like, are y'all right-handed?
You are right.
You
Time
think
at
that
a
has something to
computer.
do with it?
Yep,
Why are we all having left
dude.
trap?
Yeah, because it's one side as well. Like, I don't get it on both sides. It's always one side. Yeah, good point.
Do you guys use a lacrosse ball?
No, teach me.
No, when it happens to me,
one.
I go heat pack, magnesium, like powdered magnesium, a shitload of that, like omega oils. So you know the stuff that Maddie recommends, the omega 369. That's like an anti-inflammatory.
Epic.
So the mag like reduces any kind of like muscle spasming. The omega oils, and look at me. Let's get back to crypto, and then I'm like talking about supplements. But those three things I find to be quite effective. You keep the heat on, and you keep the mag up, and the anti-inflammatory stuff.
Look, working out in crypto and health in crypto is 100% tied. All right, 100% tied. Why? Because DCA takes discipline. It's way easier to take a stack and dump it into something. But what happens when the chart tanks? You go, fuck, I wish I had money to buy right now. There's a fat dip. If you're working out every day, you're building the daily discipline to DCA. Your mind is more focused on the bigger picture and not just getting emotional and aping into something, and then you have no reserve to buy a dip. So it's totally connected. The more discipline you have to push, pull, go to the gym when you don't feel like it, see how you feel once you walk through the door, you immediately change. That carries over to crypto because you can tell yourself, hey, remember, I didn't want to do that and I pushed through and I can't overdo it and I have to watch this part and I stretched and I did this. Same with crypto. You do your research. Don't get into rug pulls. Find out who the founder is. Find out your how much of dry powder you have. Do some math on it. Say, okay, I'm going to put this much in and then I have 20 buys. And then I get paid again.
Amazing analogy. Absolutely amazing.
You're amazing, bro.
Injury prevention. Everyone, someone's 8-year-old daughter is planning to get richer than the rest of us in the next bull market. Are you guys going to let that happen? Or are you going to step up? Are you going to step up and listen to Lit and get your shit together and get hype?
Just get it. Realize you're an owner. You're an owner of PulseChain. Be proud of yourself. Get your health together. Listen to people like Maddie telling you to take omega 369, Tangent telling y'all to take magnesium, understanding how it works. Just think of this, y'all. If you have the right minerals in your body, the building block minerals, your whole system will create cells better. Those cells will serve your mind. If you don't have the right minerals and nutrients in your body and you're trying to be in this crypto game, you're going to get tired. You're going to be lazy. And when you're tired and lazy, you're not on point, y'all. You're not going to do the right research. You're not going to make the right. You know what I'm talking about.
100%.
Sorry, I'm just tweeting out stream.
Oh, yeah. So audience, if you guys could help tweet out the stream, that would be amazing to get more viewers and more likes and all of that sort of thing. Lit's dropping absolute fire bombs, just like firebombing the shit out of Hexacode. Duck and run, but know that we're doing it for your benefit.
I want to see this chain moon run, y'all. Like, I'll be straight. My intention is to see never work again money, and all of us who've been on this in crazy ass roller coaster. All right. We thought it was going to launch in a couple months. Are you kidding me? We've been through some stuff. I want to see us win. I'm willing to go outside the box. I'm willing to talk to ETH communities. I'm willing to start platforms. I'll do whatever it takes to get this chain to moonrun. You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude,
when you're
I've got
on
one.
land, go ahead.
I've got one for you that's similar. So, yesterday I was wearing an orange hat, and then
look at that comment you just posted.
Yeah. That's 43 style of humor. That's 43 style of humor.
Balance it out, Joel.
Day 43. Day 43 was on the stream with me yesterday, and we stream together every Tuesday night as well. So we'll get rid of it. We'll get rid of this. Too funny.
Oh, I love this community, y'all.
So I went to investigate why I got bombed for wearing an orange hat yesterday and ended up in this like crypto sub community that's a coin that's being built on PulseChain. You guys have probably seen it because it's just been everywhere all over Twitter. It's all these pictures with oranges and shit, right? And while I was in there, one of the guys made a coin and airdropped it to everyone who held the coin that everyone in that group had. And one of the other guys said, like one of the hosts was like, yo, you would not, because by the way, it's not just so the coin's on PulseChain, but this is like a multi-community group. There's people from all different chains, Ethereum, Chia, like all these different chains. They're all in this one group, but they know that the coin is on PulseChain. And if they want to buy it, they have to come to PulseChain, right? So it's already doing what we were talking about before, what you were talking about with that NFT platform to a degree.
Yeah.
And one of the guys who's multi-chain was like, dude, you absolutely would not be able to do this on Ethereum. You could not go, I want to reward these people, so I'm just going to airdrop everyone this token. I'm going to create this token, airdrop it. Dude, you get smoked in gas fees. You get absolutely smoked, dude. You would spend more in gas than the value that you're giving to people, and then everyone's getting wrecked, and you're getting wrecked, they're getting wrecked. They can't even sell the shit because they're fee locked. Like the airdrop you give them would be less than the gas for them to dump it on your ass. And then they're wrecking the chart as well. And so notice how the chain kind of like almost advertises itself as these little use cases that people, you know, maybe these guys are G's. Like these guys, they understand blockchain. They know the difference between high and low fees. But sometimes it's like you have to be in a room where something like that comes up for it to really hit home and for you to go, oh, yeah, I knew that gas fees is fucked on Ethereum, but I didn't think of this one little case that's kind of like cool or novelty that you absolutely would not have been able to do on Ethereum. And so I thought it was pretty cool.
What you just said is so badass. Like that right there, that's that one thought where a founder realizes, dude, I need to get my community on PulseChain. I could not have done that on Ethereum. It just couldn't do it, and I wouldn't do it. It's not fiscally responsible to spend that much money on fees to try to airdrop people when you don't know the outcome. On PulseChain, you can take a way greater risk. You have way less skin in the game to airdrop like that. It's such a good point you made, bro.
Awesome. And so basically that's the reason why I'm not wearing the same hat as yesterday. And then some smartass was like, that's still orange. It's just rare orange. So it's even more valuable because of the scarcity. Like saying that yellow is rare orange. I don't know, something like that. So yeah, someone here saying DCA your health. So yeah, and that's, you know, actually it was a gym owner. I was going to this gym and the owner said to me, he said, and this was when I was quite young, which was fortunate that I heard this early. He said, most people in their life sacrifice their health to build their wealth, and then they spend all of their wealth trying to regain their health. And he's like, don't make that mistake.
So true.
Get a balance in your life early, and then you won't you won't do that arc of wreckage.
Look, I'll tell y'all as a coach, like everyone listening, do this yourself and tell your people. If you're struggling in the community, if you're struggling with SEC, if you're struggling with some factor in this game that is taking your energy, meaning you wake up and you feel stressed, You wake up and you don't feel like your best self. You wake up and you worry. Oh my God, my money's tied up. What's going to happen? We're tanking. I can't handle this. Guess what? The universe is telling you something, and you need to listen. The universe is telling you to put your energy somewhere else, okay? That doesn't mean forever. It means take a break. Go get certified in something. Go back to school. Go find a job or a career or a hobby you like. Go put more time into your kids. Go put more time into your wife. If y'all are married, you've been married a while, next time your wife's cooking, go walk behind her, grab her ass and say, damn, girl, you got a man? Watch what happens. Watch what happens if you've been in a long term and you do that. Look at her like you just met. Damn, girl, you got a man? She's going to be like, what? Are you kidding? Go do something in your life that helps you become a better person and come back to this community with good energy. It's that simple. Don't sell, don't pay, don't piece, don't bail. Just take time and nurture yourself, okay? If you're having trouble, there's a reason that compounding pressure is getting to you. Let it go. Go do something else. I have a big test coming up in 2 weeks, all right? I don't want to jinx myself and tell y'all, but I've been working on it in the background for months, almost a year, all right? And when I pass this test, I'm going to freaking flex on it. Like, I'm flexing on it. I'm going to be so proud of myself. And guess what? All I did is see that the community take a few turns, and I started feeling some type of way. And I said, you know what? I need to put some energy here into myself. And when I have that license, I'm going to be a better dude. And I'm going to come back with more energy. I highly recommend, if you're stressed out right now, don't sell your bag. This will be solved. We're going to moon run at some point. There's going to be liquidity brought in. We're going to have a new community come. Maybe I onboard through PulseMarket.app the NFT God community. Maybe there's 100, 200,000 people now trading on PulseChain because of what Hex Tangent said. Look at the fees. Why would we be trading elsewhere? Everything's copied right here. Let's get the boys over here. All of a sudden, you come back better.
By the way, that community that I just mentioned, they are connected with NFT communities. So they will be a bridge for that shit. Ben, there's a question for you here that you have to answer.
Yeah. I answered him in the chat, but so I have my Hex Dorking Wanderers jerseys, and I've actually worn them on every stream since I got them because I have like 2. But I was really tired and was like, didn't feel like going and changing. I just came in here to do the stream in my normal shirt. Sorry.
What is it normally of? Is it some sort of team or is it a crypto?
Yeah, it's Dorking Wanderers, but they have the Hex sponsor.
Oh, it's one of the teams that got sponsored. Yeah. Sick.
Yeah, I bought 2 of their jerseys, and since I got them, I only wear them on my stream, but I was like kind of tired and didn't put it on. I could go run and put it on real quick since the people are demanding it. So I think
it's actually just one dude. It's just one person. but it's up to you. If you've got it.
Get it. I know, but it's Tim. Timothy is a great guy, and I'm gonna do it for Tim.
All right.
For Tim.
I love these comments
I guess
too.
This question can stay on ice until he gets back. We'll pull that up when he gets back. Yeah, man. Oh, dude, because I was on the stream yesterday as well. Man, the people in the comments have been freaking incredible.
They're such beautiful people. Look
so many compliments, so much positivity. Like, I was just like, wow, for like the tail end of a bear market and particularly with what's happened recently, I was just so shocked that everything's so positive. There was only one hater yesterday, and it was over this orange hat and at the time I didn't even know what was going on. Everyone was just bombing all these oranges into the chat, and this guy was like, "You're a scammer. You're shilling shit coins," and I was just like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?
Do you know me?"
Yeah, it was wild, and he was like, "Not cool, bro." And so, he kept saying like, "You're a scammer. This is not cool. Like, what are you doing?" And then, so I was like, "I'm gonna put this guy on timeout because he's just like spamming all these accusations that I'm a scammer. I don't even know what's going on." So I go to put him on timeout, but there's 2 boxes, and it's like, one is put this user on timeout, the other one's block and delete all comments. and I accidentally clicked the wrong one, and then I didn't know how to unblock him, so he was just gone, and I was just like,
He's
oh,
done.
shit.
So
I'll be
you
hearing
learned
about that on
something.
Twitter.
There it is. Hex.com.
Ben, welcome back.
Is that stock?
Oh, that looks sick, man. That suits you. That looks sick.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's a nice fit, and yeah, I love it. Honestly, I really like it.
Yeah,
And the other one
that's
is
a good
orange,
fit.
and I wore it this morning, and it's orange, and then this is all black, and it looks awesome.
Dude, there's a bunch of people in the comments right now that are like very disappointed that you're not wearing the orange one. Orange happens to be their favorite color.
All right.
Their favorite. No, it's fine. Orange is their favorite color, bro. You should have seen yesterday. I wore this hat and people just lost their fucking minds. It was crazy. You've got a second question lined up. Same user.
Yeah. I streamed this morning with Fashion Coder and Corripto Stylist.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Oh, was that you? Yeah. Oh, was that you on that? Because I actually saw that.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that. It was the one where Maddie was there at the start and then he left, right?
Yeah.
So he was obviously in person with Fashion Coder.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I saw that. I didn't realize that was you. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I must have just like smaller screen and I just probably was paying more attention to the audio than the visual, or maybe I was looking at the girls or something. Who knows? But
probably, yeah. But
distracted by the girls.
They both look really nice. I had just rolled out of bed, so I was like, oh man.
Bro, were you making jokes about like fake fashion? Like you were like saying, like you were like, yeah, this is like some designer thing when it actually wasn't. Is that?
Yeah, that was
the broken glasses. Yeah, I remember. Dude, definitely same stream. Like, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, my juicy
the broken glasses. So
1999. This is
Ben was telling them like, oh yeah, it's like it's a fashion thing that to have like one of the arms missing. It's like
yeah, I was trying to get Crypto Stylist said that she buys fashion items for people.
Yeah.
I was like, oh well, what do you think of these? You know, these are Walmart glasses that broke. So I have them here. They're like a prop of mine. They're just stupid, but
I find stuff like that is good if you want to appear to be like if you're coming to a party late and you're not as drunk as everyone else. like a loose tie that's offset or like something wonky makes it look like you're already loose. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So I use these on BYOB. Me, Westcott, and Pulse Disciple. We do a semi-weekly sometimes where we like drink some and then I'll bust out these glasses and like just be like silly with it.
Westcott's fun to do that type of stuff with, huh?
Yeah.
He's got the best attitude.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of fun, man. He's a really cool dude.
I like these comments you're getting, Ben, because like everyone has a different personality.
You've got fans, bro. You've got heaps of fans in here.
Yeah, you appeal to a certain demographic that like I love it, you know? That's what makes this community badass.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, a lot of these guys are in my chat a lot. So that's cool to see. I guess I'm kind of surprised. Honestly, but it's really nice to see. So thanks everyone in the chat. And I try to keep it real and lit. You're gonna like this. So I think one reason I'm pretty chill is it's been almost a month. It's been over a month, I think. So every day since like the beginning of July, I have a border collie puppy.
Nice.
She takes up a lot of my time, but I walk her 5 miles every day.
Attaboy.
And so the first day I did it, I accidentally left my phone, but I'd already locked the door. I was like, oh, I already locked the door. I'll just leave my phone. And I just went. And then the walk is like through the woods. It's like a loop. It goes through the woods and stuff. And I was like, man, this is really nice not having my phone. So now literally it takes like an hour and a half. I've done that every single day. And I just leave my phone at home. I don't know what it is because I feel amazing when I get home after doing it. I feel like you will vibe with that.
Absolutely, bro. I have a Rottweiler pit bull mix, and he's
cool.
He's 3 years old, and I made a deal with him. I was all lazy one day. It was like the middle of the afternoon. It was beautiful, sunny day, just absolute perfect weather. And I looked over him, and he's just all roached out on the bed with me. And I was like, dude, what am I doing? This is like the dog's prime. I need to get that ass in nature and take him out more. So I decided to start taking trips with my dog and just let him run and enjoy the best time of his life, because he's going to get old and die before me. And I just realized, you know what? Like, that is, bro, going in nature with your dog and losing connection to everything and just immersing isn't that one of the best times in life, honestly?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, just to get away from the phone too. Because I used to do it a lot in like college and stuff. Me and my friends, we'd go run around in the woods, and we'd leave our phones and stuff, and we'd just go and like get lost and stuff. And it always was so fun just to like leave your phone. And for some reason I got disconnected from that. I think it's crypto, really. Like I was just like, I have to have my phone, I got to know what's going on. It just feels great. And then it's kind of fun when you're coming home and you're like, ooh, what's on my phone? Who messaged? Did Richard Hart send me a DM?
You're like, oh no, he didn't again. Like,
yeah,
maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's nice. But I've noticed a big change in my mood overall. Like basically exactly what you were saying earlier, where like I've felt healthier because I'm walking so much every single day. So my body's felt a lot better. And I work out occasionally, so when I add that into the walking every day, it's like compounded, so it's even better. And I've just felt a lot better in general. And I think that's one reason this past month I had a lot more streams on my channel. And the only thing that really changed was this walking I do every day. So I don't know. And I just have a clear mind. Like sometimes I will be stressed and like upset or whatever. I'll be in a terrible mood. Like the other night I was in a terrible mood. I was like, I'm going to take the dog on a walk. And I was like halfway through the walk. It's like, I was just thinking the whole time on the walk. I was like thinking about how like upset I was. And then it literally just went away. And I got home and I was just happy. It's like, I couldn't stop smiling just because I did the walk. I was like, oh man, I'm so glad I like went and did the walk. And that felt nice. So yeah.
It's a game changer, bro. You got to get that ass out in nature. 100%.
Yeah, and I have a little kitten too. Timothy's talking about my kitten. Yeah, me and my fiance, that's our goal. I don't know. I'm hoping the crypto stuff will help me be able to like start a family and everything. So we already kind of did it with the puppy and the kitten. So
good for you, bro. What have you learned being in the community streaming? Like, what's one thing that you've learned you didn't know before you got here?
So one thing I've noticed was like talking one-on-one with people. When I would listen to people on streams, I'd be like, oh man, this guy's cool. Like he's so smart. But like an example is when I had Maddie ALLin on my channel, and I was like, oh my gosh, Maddie is like super freaking smart. Like talking one-on-one with someone, like, and the stuff they said hit me totally different than when I was just like listening to it being said. But when I was like, oh, I'm actually like talking to this person and they're saying it directly to me, the advice hits me different. Like everything you're saying tonight, this is the first time I kind of like talk to you. I feel like it's hitting me different. I'm like, oh man, I'm actually getting Lit's coaching like one-on-one. It feels like.
Damn right you are, bro.
Yeah, and that's such a cool thing about streaming is like some of these people, like your coach and stuff, and other people too, other guys you get to talk to. It's like, when would you ever get a chance to have the time to talk with them for like an hour one-on-one?
So true.
Otherwise, well, you probably wouldn't, or you'd probably have to like pay money or something for some people, like
it's so true.
So yeah, so it feels really
more
special.
Engaged. You're more engaged because you can't switch off or be doing something else and get distracted because that's what you're meant to be doing. I find the same thing on Twitter Spaces. If I'm a speaker, I pay more attention to what other people are saying. If I've just got it playing in the background, I'm doing other shit, because you know that you're not about to get questioned or called up or be expected to participate. So by necessity, it forces you to stay focused. Yeah.
That's such a good point you make of the one-on-ones. And it's like important to, when you mention Maddie, it's important to understand he used to do Quant Gang, and then he started all the HEX conferences, and then now he's doing Pulse conferences. If any one of us did what he's doing, do you realize the amount of exposure to alpha you'd be around? All the streamers bringing their best stuff, anyone talking, doing all their research, trying not to screw up their 30-minute segment or their 1-hour chat. They're researching, they're double-checking facts, they're bringing the best they possibly can. Maddie's just soaking all that up. You understand? I mean, incredibly smart dude around a lot of smart people, just drinking all that knowledge in. And that's what community is, y'all. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
That's actually how I pitched this conference, because I ended up in several
what do you
spaces. Mean? Well, like I ended up in several spaces where they wanted Hexicans to speak because their communities wanted to know more about what was going on and that sort of thing. And so I would say, if you guys want to know more about PulseChain, there's a conference on this weekend, and you're likely to get more concise information because people will have like prepared what they're going to say. And it's like, you know, it's not curated, but people are putting effort in. Whereas with a random stream, people maybe are just like, oh, I'll just stream, and they're not as concise, perhaps.
That's awesome. These conferences are pretty rad.
Dude,
like,
they're so good.
It's so good. It's so good to bring everyone together and connect. I want to connect with you more, Ben. I would love to do a stream. We were chatting about scheduling. Yeah. I'm in, bro. Dude, I'm so down to pump this PulseChain HEX game. Like, I'm freaking here, y'all. Let's all form like Voltron. Let's get this out. Everyone has a different skill set, from a conference or an individual stream, from famous rappers onboarding Def Jam and everything else happening, from the NFT platform that I represent, trying to onboard new communities. There's so much good energy here. There's so much brain power. We have an opportunity to create the most incredible mastermind in crypto. Do y'all understand? Let me break this down. I started Operation Tag a Tweet, okay? I started it on Twitter. It just hit me. I got lit. Oh my God. We all need to tag our tweets and compete with Pepe. I saw Pepe do 1.2 million tweets. The next day, 2.3 million. The day after that, 3 days, went to 4.4 million tweets. And I told myself, wait, what the hell's going on? Then it hit me. Let's get everyone tweeting and tagging our tweets unified, forming like Voltron. Guess what happened? In 2 days, I set a goal. Let's hit 4 million tweets. Let's see if we can compete with Pepe. We did it in 3 days, y'all. 3 days. We're trending on Twitter with 4 million tweets for Pulse. And Pulse, do you guys remember that? I have screenshots of it. I was so proud of myself. Now, why am I talking about tagging our tweets when the SEC is suing us? Highest stakes just came out. There's all this blood everywhere. Why am I talking about that? Here's why. If you take that principle and you compound it into right now, we have the same opportunity. Where? The opportunity is in Netflix. Can you imagine if they got over 100,000 requests from everyone in this community? Please host the highest stakes. They got
100,000 requests just from me. I smashed them with that. You know how you got the three options, and you put highest stakes in every single option. Send it. Next computer, new IP address, botnet. Boom. Let's go.
I genuinely think we should all form like Voltron and get behind that idea. It's very rare we get a chance to do something like this. But if you think about this crypto community, every other community out there wants to see their projects blow up. All right. What makes us different? What makes us different is, like what Ben said, we get to connect one-on-one. What Maddie's doing, we have conferences. What really makes us different is all coming together in one unified fashion. And I know it's been hard for people, all right, to go from an ERC20 where everyone talked about HEX and all the money was funneled into EHEX. Now we're in a blockchain, L1 blockchain. It's totally different, but that's fine. We adjust, we refocus, we bring builders on, we outboard to new people, to other existing communities. We get them in PulseChain, and eventually we find the direction that everyone can go in. That's all we need to do. We just need to sort out the details, get everyone moving in one direction, create the right vibe, and that's how we excel beyond all these other crypto communities, by sticking together. And when you stick together and you're actually unified and you're spreading love, no one can compete. No one in this crypto game can compete with a bunch of hexicans and pulsicans lit on life, staying healthy at the gym, eating good, streaming, connecting, having hot chicks to bang. Like, that's life. That is fun. That's awesome.
Oh, can't hear.
I was saying the players have changed, but the rules stay the same. We run this game, and we just hell yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you, Ash, for this massive donation. $100.
Much love, Ash.
Nice. to Maddie for hosting an amazing conference. Really appreciate that, man. That's huge. And the other thing I was going to say is, check out this mug. It's got hexagons on it.
Ooh.
So this is actually not a HEX product, it's not from our community. It's from a place called Everyday Astronaut, and it's actually got color change paint on it. So when there's hot water in it, it slowly starts to glow red. So it's designed to look like when the rocket ship, when the fucking boosters go off and the metal gets so hot that it starts glowing red. That's what this, like the fire behind the steel is what it looks like. It's fucking insane. And I didn't deliberately bring this mug up. It was just the one that I happened to use for this cup of tea. And, but it has got, I double checked. I was like, is that definitely a hexagon? Because one time we were like, yeah, hexagons. And it was actually a 7-sided thing. I think we might've had it happen with pentagons as well, where we're like, yeah, like hexagons everywhere. And then it's like, oh no, actually that's one. Because 5, 6, and 7, like 5, 6, and 7, they all look pretty similar in terms of their form, right? It's not far off. So yeah, man, fire it up. Fucking Crypto Class throwing the fire ones in. Yeah, man. I love your enthusiasm, and I think we're getting a lot of comments for all three of us that we're hyping the community up and just like bringing the fire.
We're all owners, y'all. Be proud of yourself. Like, seriously, I don't know if y'all know Hex Tangent, but I've talked to him and been like, bro, I love learning from you. And he's like, are you serious? I was like, what? Are you kidding me? How long have you been in this game? Like, what you just said is so badass. And he's like, 10 years, mate. Look, let me just drop the mic. 10 years in crypto. You know how much brain power, time, research, energy, times you wake up overwhelmed and then get up and go back at it and keep learning? 10 years, that's more than a PhD in school. So if you have questions, reach out. Don't be scared. Ask people who know more than you. Don't have an ego. Say, I love PulseChain. I'm new. Can you teach me? We got people like Hex Tangent. We got people like Ben. Look at these comments. Everyone's like, dude, Ben's cool as a cucumber. Some people need to talk to Ben, and he's going to be super chill. And he's going to deliver the message. Some people need to talk to me, and I'm going to make them flex out and go to the gym and pull a hot chick. Some people need to talk to Tangent, who's like a PhD in crypto, but we're all together. We're all formed like Voltron.
I love
we're
that.
all owners in this chain. And when we represent together, y'all, honestly, what is a good business? Okay. What makes up a good business is, do you have a team of people who are all the same as you? Hell no. There's personality clash. Y'all be fighting each other. Fuck that. You want people who are different. That's what makes a good team. This community has such a variety of different flavors. It truly, like, tell me I'm wrong. There's a flavor for every kind of dude.
You are not wrong. You are not wrong.
I like to say that because we call ourselves an ecosystem, but if you think about an actual ecosystem, like everything balances, like you need everything. You need like the little spiders that walk on the water, and you need the lily pads, and you need the alligators, and you need the trees, and you need the moss. It's like all complex, and all these things work together to like make it the beautiful like ecosystem that you see. So like that's what I say. Like you need the guys saying, "Oh, we need 10,000x." You need the guys saying, "Oh, I think it's only gonna be a 10x," and you need the guys who are doing all kinds of like it all like works together. You know, it's like kind of cool. But also, I was gonna say, Tangent is the best Bitcoiner to ever debate Richard Hart, or the best right.
Thank you.
The best guy to ever debate Richard Hart on being on the pro Bitcoin side. I remember that, and it was pretty awesome.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah, look, I was in a debate recently with Bitcoiners, so I was on the other side of it. So I was defending HEX against Bitcoiners in a Twitter space, and I told them, not as a flex, but just to try and impress on them that like some level of credibility. I said, look, I've debated Richard Hart on the other side of this, like so that I was on the Bitcoin side of the debate, and so like. I get what you're saying, and one of the guys was he did identify. He's like, you do sound like you know what you're talking about, and you do know a lot of stuff about Bitcoin that lots of people don't actually know. So yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I really do. Like, obviously, I wasn't full time the entire time. I've only been full time crypto for the last like 3.5 years out of those 10. But I did start my journey in crypto in 2012. Yeah,
it shows though. Like it shows, bro. You can't hide it. You can't hide it, bro.
There's a question for you here, Lib, but I'm actually going to answer it. There are 2 different platforms that we covered, and it might not have been clear the whole way through. Recordian is the music one that's doing the music NFTs and bringing and has actual rappers and like music
streaming platforms,
dons, like music titans in the music industry that are already part of the team or are already associated. And the other NFT platform that Lit is talking about and is going to be promoting for is the Hocus Pocus / Pulse market, which is more of the image-based NFT. So they're 2 different platforms. And actually Recordian, they, by coincidence, announced, like they first went public announcement about their platform in one of my Twitter spaces.
Wow.
So that the first time they announced it to the public happened to be in one of my Twitter spaces. And then they shouted me out on Twitter saying that, like confirmed, like saying that when they did their Twitter announcement, they mentioned that they had sort of dropped the initial announcement in my Twitter space, which was pretty cool.
And it's important to have the right perspective. Like, let me share my perspective, y'all. All right. As a coach, I've had such a variety of people in my life who I've connected with. And I've learned there's value in things you don't think there are. And maybe not for you, but for someone else. If you zoom out as a whole and you say, okay, there's Mintra, there's Recordian, there's the Power City NFT platform, there's all these NFT platforms, and then there's mine. There's the one I'm launching. I don't give I could care less who you go to, as long as you're trading on PulseChain. You understand that? If you zoom out enough, you realize it's all about PulseChain as the foundation. So however you get there, bring it on. I got nothing but love for all y'all. I don't care if you use my platform or another. It's about getting people in PulseChain. Once they're in PulseChain, you do not know if there's a hub of networking hub in that community. You don't know. Maybe someone knows Elon. Maybe there's some family or some friend or some ex-chick who's like, yo, check out these people. You stole their logo. Like, you never know. That comes through open arms. So Recordian, all these other places, I got nothing but love for you. I don't care if you use mine or not. I just want to see this chain do well. And if this chain moon runs, like, honest question, y'all, Ben, Tangent, if this chain moon runs, all the time you've put in, all the streams, all the energy, all the effort, how are you going to feel about yourself when you look in the mirror and you went through this freaking roller coaster of death and then got the best ride of your life, got fudded out at different times, went through all and then all of a sudden liquidity gets brought in, this thing moon runs. How are you going to feel? Are you
10
gonna
out
be
of 10.
worried? You're going to be worried about a community or another person or a different project? You're not going to give a shit. You're going to be like, PulseChain, baby.
Yeah, on a yacht. Wait, someone has asked Lit a question about asking a question. And so the The answer to your question is yes, but because you only get one question, that's it. The answer was yes, though.
Shame.
Much lower.
Ben, what is your favorite thing about this community and Tangent? Like, what is your, like, maybe not favorite, but top three? What's one of the things you really like about being in this community?
I've noticed everyone's ability to just like everyone's so passionate about stuff outside of crypto, you know? Like we can sit here and talk about working out and eating healthy and like walking in the woods or whatever. You can literally talk to anyone about anything. And it seems like everyone shares the same excitement for the future, like positive for the future, because it's, I don't know, like I guess I have a lot of family, and I guess a lot of people in society are so focused on the news and the doom and gloom. Here it's like so different. It's like everyone's so excited, we're all so happy. It seems like HEX stakes, you know, oh, I can't wait for 15 years from now when my HEX stakes are due, and can't wait for the bull market in a few years, and I can't wait for this and that, and Liquid Loans is launching soon, and this is launching soon, and we're gonna have a DeFi run on Pulse. Like there's just so much. It feels like there's so much to look forward to, and I just love that aspect of it. That's probably my favorite thing.
Well said.
You know what? When you first asked that question, I was like, oh shit, I've always thought that the community is so amazing, but I've never really broken it down.
Break it down, bro.
And it's difficult because it's all of it, right? I'm like, oh, how would I pick one of these things when it's all so tied together and all of it is very important? And then thinking about it, I realized that the one that I noticed the most, or that's the most impactful for me, or the one that makes me feel the best, is the recognition. So not just for me, I just noticed that within the community, there's high recognition. When someone does something amazing, people say, dude, that's amazing. What you did is amazing. That's incredible. That graphic design that you did in HEX design is amazing. Or the conference that Maddie organized, absolutely amazing. These HEX Lambos that race around the UK, mind-blowing. This interview that you lined up for Richard Hart, insane. People give the recognition, and so sometimes it sounds like our community is just a massive circle jerk where everyone's like, you're awesome. No, you're awesome. No, you're fucking awesome. No, you did this. That was awesome. But it's all genuine recognition for things which people have done that is actually amazing. The amount of effort that's put in, most of the time with absolutely no expectation of anything in return. And it's, you know, I used to not really be able to handle compliments very well. I used to kind of be the sort of person that if someone would compliment me, I'd be trying to think of how I can compliment them back.
Steve Hitson vibes.
But now I'm like, I hear the person saying it and I know it's genuine. I can feel it's genuine and I accept it and I tell them how much I appreciate it. I'm like, man, I appreciate you saying that so much. That means so much to me. And it's like, I don't feel the need to immediately fire back with a compliment to them. And I almost feel like if I did it in that moment, it would almost be not holding the correct level of respect for the amazing compliment that they have just given me. So, I receive so many compliments from people within the community. It's relentless. So,
you deserve it.
And it makes me, and it obviously, like, I love hearing that shit when it's genuine, and which it mostly is. And I think that's the thing that is most impactful to my day and to my life. Yeah, from the community.
And that makes you a better person. It makes you better in your life, makes you more confident. You know, brain chemistry is directly tied to our confidence, to our gut health, to our physical health. Everything's all tied together. How much sleep you're getting, what amino acids you have. And guess what, y'all? There's something called the placebo effect, okay? Look it up. The placebo, they give you a sugar pill and your body heals. Why? Because your mind is saying, oh, this is the cure, I'm good. When you join a community, there's that same type of effect. It's like you could have a shit life and come here, start getting a bunch of love, and your life massively improves. Why? It's because the input has changed. the input you're getting from others. You're getting compliments. You're getting love. You're getting recognition, just like he said. And you know what? Y'all deserve it. We're here as owners of PulseChain putting in work. Work has rewards. Our rewards have been stifled by the chart, but they won't always be. So when we hold each other and have each other's back and we look out for each other now, the sky's the limit once we moonrun. The creativity, the networking, the amount of friendships you can build. Ben said one of his favorite things is like connecting to people one-on-one and realizing, whoa, you're such a cool dude. We link. This community is absolutely beautiful. Big shout out to the chat, by the way. K for K, much love. Dingo, so much love to y'all. This is just
super quick addition to that, and then we'll like let Ben weigh in on this topic if you want to add things. Is that something that I actually learned again from those like degen communities? Sometimes I will go into like NFT bro spaces or like these like Pepe spaces and stuff, mainly for the lols. And one of the things I realized was that they, some like people buy a tiny amount of these coins that's not likely to make them super rich, particularly if it's like post the majority of the move. But then they feel like they're on that team and that the excitement that's going on in that chat, whatever they're doing in there, that they're a part of it. And it's almost like that tiny amount of entry, that tiny amount of cost was like this entry ticket to feel part of that vibe that they're doing. And then I thought HEX has that as well, right? That it doesn't matter how much HEX you own. It can be a tiny amount. You feel like you're part of that winning team and part of the community. And so that, and I wouldn't have realized that if I hadn't been like going in for comic relief into some of these other spaces to realize that aspect. Because obviously in HEX, I think it's a more serious product. So I'm not thinking of it as being like this worthless thing that you hold just to feel special or to feel like you're part of a group of other people.
Yeah, I was kind of like you, Tangent. I used to, if I got a compliment, I'd always like think of how I could like deter from it. Like, oh, you ran so fast. Oh, well, you know, like I just downplay the compliment.
Yeah, almost.
Saying, wow, thank you. I feel good about that now. So that's been something to learn, and
it's almost like cool. Almost like in an attempt to be modest, you're almost disrespecting the compliment because you don't want to be like, yeah, actually, I am really good at running. Actually, I've got some friends like that where if you pay them a compliment, they're like, I know.
Yeah, I remember I played on a soccer team in college, like a club team, and the captain was this like super cool guy, and he paid me this compliment, and I like said something against it, and I just remember the way he looked at me was like, "Yo, dude, like what the fuck?" Like, yeah. You know, and I remember it like hit me so hard because like, oh, this is the team captain, like he was like the upperclassman and stuff. I was like, oh, this guy's like the shit. I was like, oh yeah, and it was like my default just response was to like be like, oh no, and it's like, and then once I realized that, and then I started giving compliments to people, and they did that. I felt like I was like, I know how that guy feels now because I'm like, I'm giving you a freaking compliment, like feel good. Like I'm being serious to you right now, you know?
And notice that where we were coming from was a good place. It was like in an attempt to be modest and to not like, but it ends up being the opposite. Yeah. Counterintuitive.
Because like it's also like if you're not used to people being so genuine, and I think in our community, people are so genuine. And one thing I've noticed that's so common amongst a lot of people in this community is like in college, like 11th, I say 11th, junior year, because I get this confused. Junior year, like college, I deleted all my social media. Like I just got rid of everything.
Good
and I felt amazing. Because I don't even give a shit about. I feel like I'm doing everything because I care about what other people think, and I'm not actually doing what I want to do. My life changed a whole lot from that moment. I did a bunch of stuff just because I wanted to, and I didn't care what anyone thought. And no one I really knew did that, you know. And then my dad, even like the other week, was like on the phone with me. He was like, "Oh, Ben, I still remember how you deleted social media in college. How amazing that was." And then I joined this community and I hear like 10 different guys. They're like, yeah, before HEX, I just had no social media. I killed all my social media because I just hated it. And I'm like, wow, like same here, So you have all these guys who it's like, we don't necessarily care about like, oh, I'm going to say something to get the likes. And I'm going to say, oh, everyone's saying this, so I'm going to say it too. We're all just like here because we're like, damn, HEX is dope. Like money sucks. This could be like the better version. Like we see what's going on. And it's just like genuinely like we want to help. We think this could help change the world for the better. And I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think that's one reason people are so genuine here is like, they're just here to be here, like they're not here for like, I don't know. Let me get more likes on my Instagram picture.
My chick friend Eve decided to just have Twitter only because it was the one that was perceived to be freedom of speech now, and deleted all of her other stuff. And she is now a Hexican, or at least she's a PulseChain/Hexican. Yeah. And she just deleted everything. And I hadn't even got around to doing that myself, to delete everything. I don't use them. They sit dormant, but I haven't gone and actually deactivated the profiles. By the way, Crypto Trucker, I was joking. You are absolutely allowed to ask a question. So please do ask the question. I was just taking the piss. So ask the question, please, and we'll get to it as soon as but you guys keep going until we get down there.
Yeah, just off what Ben said, it's so true. I deleted all my social media like a decade ago. I had absolutely nothing. I started a Twitter because all the comments on my YouTube section were like overwhelming. Like so many dozens of people are like, dude, what are your socials? We need to talk. We need to connect. And I started Twitter just for PulseChain. Like that's the only reason. And when you get away from your socials, it is pretty awesome. And the community is so inviting. I've thought about what you said, like a year or two ago. I thought, whoa, what is it that's so special about this community? Why is it different than other places I've joined? I think it has to do with HEX. When I started here with HEX, I was really excited to learn. And the people, all the OGs in this space, with open arms, the energy that used to be in main chat. For all y'all OGs in the community, you know what main chat used to be like. It was all these OGs. There was no other projects. There was absolutely nothing. It was just Richard Hart, HEX, and PulseChain. That's all there was. And if you had any question, you were met with so much love and good energy. People were patient. They would explain things to you. You'd connect with someone, not someone else, but that someone would walk you through it. You'd get to a certain point, connect with someone else. You'd learn about security. You'd learn about all these different things. There was this community of open arms willing to teach you about HEX. And that foundation, all those OGs are the foundation of PulseChain. So now what's happening on PulseChain was the foundation was incredibly helpful people trying to help you understand this cryptocurrency. And now it I think it network effect. So people learn like that's what you do here. That's what this community is. You don't have to be someone you're not. You can be authentic. You can ask questions. It's okay to look stupid because that person who looks stupid now, if they keep asking questions, now they're an OG. Now they're smart. Now they're helping others. It's like the torch gets passed. So I think what you said is so beautiful. It's just such a special community for that reason. And I really look forward to what we build in the future.
That thing that Ben said maybe is a better generic term for what I said. Like as in the community being genuine is like a broader aspect of the acknowledgement. So it's like the higher level, right? And I just want to also very quickly say, you guys just reminded me, there was I heard this story secondhand, and now you're hearing it third hand. Yeah. So someone told me that there was a chick that told them, she was like, yo, what the F? I've been in multiple communities where their shit has melted down in price, regulatory attack, whatever those things are, right? Like various communities where their shit basically got like bad, like something bad has happened to the price or broadly
Are
speaking.
you talking about that HEX token?
And No, I mean, she was talking mainly about like XRP after the SEC thing dropped, and I think she was mainly talking about communities like Celsius and just any time where stuff goes wrong. And she's like, you go in those communities after that shit has happened, and it is like depressing as fuck. And she was like, I went into Pulse and Hex communities, and everyone's like vibing, positive, like staying really positive in the face of adversity, not like, you know, supporting each other. And I think when you have it highlighted to you by a third party, it really drives home that you're like, oh yeah, wow, that actually is like really effing incredible.
Nailed it, bro. Tangent, you're always nailing it, by the way. You and Ben are awesome. Much love, bros.
I try. I do try. I do try. Yeah.
Sticker guy is awesome too, man.
Sticker guy is freaking awesome.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, brother?
At first, I couldn't tell whether I needed to bring you on or whether you had the access.
Our price is down fucking 90% 3 times. Our coin gets attacked by fucking SEC. I am fucking depressed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, you gotta flex on it. Okay, listen.
Yeah, well, at least I'm staked and I can't sell.
Look, just think of it like you gotta think of it like a chick. All right, you guys have to think of this crypto game like you're dating Fire Roasted. All right, if you break up with the super hot chick, okay, and you are all wounded, you got cheated on, you're all wrecked, you feel like shit. Just like this crypto game has made you feel. If you lose your value as a man by getting too wrapped up in another person, place, or thing, you're fucked. Okay? Only until you remember, hey, I'm fucking awesome. My life is awesome. I made the decisions to get here. The obstacle is the way. What does that mean? The obstacle is the way. What that means is that the obstacle in front of you, your whole life experience has brought you to this obstacle, and there's no mistake. Be proud of yourself because we're always learning. You understand? A seed that goes into the ground, it's like there's cycles to that seed. There's times where it looks dead.
I love you. I love your energy. I wish I could listen to you the whole day. Like, yes, bro, you're right, man. You're fucking right.
Be proud of yourself,
I
bro.
will never lose that chick, and I will not sell my fucking crypto token, but the price is down 99.99%. Fuck my life, everything.
Look, it's okay. Let me break it down. That chick who left you.
It's okay, no problem.
Bro, the chick who left you, and you feel bad. Tangent, you're muted.
Gonna say I'm really glad that Sticker Guy brought this perspective into the stream, because I'm sure that he is not alone. There would be many people that feel this way, and so it's brilliant that we get to actually have this discussion with the perspectives from both sides. Go for it, Lit. Awesome. Lay it down, because what you're saying is fire, man.
I want to break anyone feeling like first of all, Sticker Guy, you have King Kong nuts to admit what you just did. That's King Kong nuts, bro. You can't be a real man unless you acknowledge reality. And your reality is 100% valid. I have all this coaching for 20 years. So I have all this mindset. I have all these tools and tricks and tactics. I've been broken up with. I've been cheated on. I felt my confidence tank. I've helped people through breakups, and I learned something. And it's exactly the same for crypto as it is with chicks. If you put your money in a crypto and you see it tank.
Everything.
Yeah.
It's everything. Let me show you. Okay, so you see, when you're in life, actually you can. I hope you guys can see.
Or it's like kind of looks all white. I think.
Yeah,
it
was
white. It was all white. Lol.
I know. Maybe if I turn it. Well, I thought it's a pretty. So no, it's getting even. That's how it goes.
What is it?
So
is it your portfolio?
Life is, no. My portfolio is like, but it goes down like this. But let me draw you a picture. Let me draw you a picture, and then I will show you what I.
Were you basically saying that what Lit is saying applies to everything in life, or you were saying that everything's fucked?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Go to the last conference where Richard was talking. To the last 10 minutes, there I'm explaining it. So look, you have two axes in your life. You have the time, and you have the whatever you like. Is it the chicks? Is it the crypto? Is it the whatever? Basically, you can chart anything as long as you keep track of it. Let's say you and the chick, you get along very well, cool, and then she doesn't text you 2 days, not so cool, but then she sends you a cute picture of anything, like, yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So
like her
that's
titties.
Like her titties. So like her titties. That sounds nice.
Yeah,
but then she goes also. But then she's like on a date with another guy. So you're like, damn, that's sad. But then,
lower than that,
like,
bro. Lower than that.
No, he's just a friend.
Wait, that's where the chart ends.
No.
There is no chart after that. That's it. See ya.
I gotta know what happened.
It's okay. The chick is just one example. Let's take it for something else. Like right now, oh man, I'm sorry, that's not that easy to hold. Right now I am very tired. I'm very tired. So if I get sleep, I get more energy, but then I stay awake for some time, and now I drink some coffee, so I get more energy, and then I need to wait because I do living, I don't know, and then something exciting happens, like a PulseChain launches. Wow, that's really cool. But then you're like, oh shit, I'm awake for like way too long, so your energy drops again. So you can do like charting is like oh wait a second.
So yeah, if you had the data, you could plot these things up.
I do have the data because what Lit was talking about is you are the data. The problem is just to be consistent and to write down the data. For my let me give it a second.
And the baseline is your confidence and how you feel about yourself. And if someone brings you below baseline, if the crypto you chose tanks and it brings you emotionally below baseline, start questioning yourself. You start feeling bad about yourself. You have to have the right perspective, and you can't get lost.
Look,
what is that?
This chart. That's me.
His chart.
This chart is me. Like this whole thing, I created 2 weeks in advance of my exam. Like maybe you guys remember, like I went with Crypto Sparbuch, and then I was home, and then I went back to school, and now I have my degree, and I'm going to study next. So for my final exams, I wrote this thing, and like I have a little like here is explained what it means or what it stands for, and on the bottom side I charted like what was happening.
Wow.
And as like we could not wait, we waited like how long? 2 fucking years for PulseChain, and the dumb guy does the fucking thing like Monday, Tuesday is one exam, and then is PulseChain launch, and then the other exam. Like, anyways,
I love this.
I figured out how to chart emotions, and that's really cool. But the problem is that you're not consistent enough to do it for all the time. But you can like do it backwards, like thinking about the last 10 years and chart your life, and like that you could do like the moon math and see where you need to go next. It kind of works. I don't know. Please, somebody stop me from talking.
No, sticker guy, you are so on point, bro. You're so on point. You're speaking what the vast majority of the community feels. All right. I just happen to have learned from chicks one powerful lesson. Okay. I got broken up with by my ride or die. Like I was going to get married. I was going to have kids. Like this was my fire roasted. All right. This was my chicken.
Damn,
I got cheated on.
Such a chicken.
Bro, I got cheated on because I was being a fucking idiot. All right. I'll tell you facts. I was young. I was dumb. Started blaming her for shit. I changed my whole vibe. I started being all needy. So I got all fucking insecure on her. I got so whack when I was way younger. And I literally chased her out of my life. Okay. Then I felt worthless. Felt absolutely worthless. I had invested so much into this chick. What it did is it took me below baseline on my confidence, and I associated her not wanting me with me being unwantable. Like, what do I have to offer? What value can I even offer another chick? I have no value. I fucked up. I don't have her, and I attached to her. And guess what I found out? I found out it takes one person, just one chick, to actually like you, to validate you. And what happens is, as men, we make decisions as leaders of our own household. And if we screw up or we get in an investment that tanks, we lose our confidence. And it's just like when that chick leaves you. But if you remember, one green candle that blasts you off the page is the same thing as one chick being like, damn, you're hot. And you're like, what? Next thing you know, you're banging another chick. And all that time that you were worried about yourself comes down to one factor. It comes down to how I feel about myself. So if we let this community and all this stuff happening damage our personal, individuated confidence in ourselves, it's a really tough world to live in. But if you realize, dude, I've been broken up with, there's 8 billion people in the world, one of those chicks is going to like me. Now you realize I'm desirable. I didn't lose my value. I'm just in a low point. And when you're at a low point, guess what makes steak taste better? What makes steak taste better is not being able to afford it and then being able to afford it. If you woke up every day and just had steak and lobster, what is steak and lobster? Means nothing. But if you don't get it that much and you've had to struggle, now you're cutting that steak, it's going to taste that much better. So if you realize the low points are what define the highs, and if you always get shit you want, it's nothing new. It's boring as fuck. That's not life. So what the trick is to trick your mind to embrace the shit, embrace the depth, embrace the part that sucks. But you have to have forward-thinking future. The chart will change. Another chick will like me. I'm going to get ripped if I keep going to the gym. If I stop eating at 7 p.m., my body will digest the food. My stomach will clean out. I'll feel healthier. I'll get more ripped. But you have to have faith in yourself, okay? So I know stuff sucks right now, but I believe in you, bro. I believe in you. You're fucking awesome. You're a part of this community, an integral part. Same with everyone else. So you just have to understand you didn't lose your value. You just are in a low right now. And that low is going to define the high. The lower you go, the more badass the ride is going to be on the way up. And guess what? You're going to fuck up again. Okay? I'm just going to tell y'all as a coach, all y'all are going to fuck up again. But if you understand it's a cycle of going low and then high, bro, all this stuff doesn't matter. What matters is you're a good person. You made good decisions with your life. You have friends around you, and you can change your now. You have the ability right now to wake up tomorrow and say one thing. You can say, what if I die today? Seriously, one more sec. Say, what if I die today? This is a good practice for every single person here. Tell yourself, I could die today. Don't get morbid and get all weird. Just say, no one knows the future. I could die today. I'm going to make today fucking awesome.
Can I ask a quick question?
I wanted to ask, like,
guy. Out of all those colored lines, which one was the crypto line, or is it so far down off the bottom of the page that you don't even see it? Like it went off the bottom. You know how each line is a different color.
Everything I wanted to know. Ben? What's your opinion on this?
I was gonna say, man, it doesn't look like you're getting much sunshine. Do you go out in the sun much? And I mean this seriously, like getting in the sun and just being in the sun just makes you feel good, you know?
It does.
I think his webcam. I think his webcam is like maybe.
That's actually like I sometimes take like pills where there's sunlight in the pill. They
like vitamin D.
They put sunlight in the pill.
Vitamin D.
Like D3,
D. Yeah, right. It's much funnier if you say there's sunlight in the pill.
Sunlight in the pills. Damn.
Yeah, I know some sunlight pills back in the college days. Let me tell you what.
But yeah, Ben, actually, yeah, I should probably get more sunlight. and I should probably like.
That's a
let's say,
simple thing, and go walk. Just go walk and enjoy and feel the air. Feel the air.
Yeah.
And
What I've noticed through one of the lows is the longer you go down, the harder it is to get back up. Like if you and that's I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about the like more spiritual thing where like when everything sucks and you hate everything and price goes down and shit, like everything sucks, like you don't move, and to get up is hard, and to start doing things is hard. And the interesting thing is it works the same way the other way around. So if you do a lot of things, you start doing more things, and like the less you do, the less you will do in the future, and the more you do, the more you will do in the future. So the harder you try, it's yes, I think, I don't know that word. Let me go.
It's the thing that Richard Hart says about crypto itself. Like he says, you know, when it's going up, it goes up more, and then when it goes down more. So like that's like the reflective system. That it basically it magnifies it in both directions. And
so people sell, so price goes down, so people sell, so price goes down. Yeah, exactly.
I agree with you. I agree with you that when you're down, it makes it harder to go and do the thing. So I keep a list of all the things that I know make me feel better personally. And then if I feel down, I go to that list and I force myself to go through and do as much of the things on that list as I can physically do that day. So it'll be like hit the gym, eat well, hydrate, go in the sun, listen to music that I like, contact a friend, someone that I get along with who always makes me feel better.
Awesome.
You know, that list, I just step through it, and I'm like, it doesn't matter how I feel today. I know that if I go through this list, even if I think, man, fuck this list, like, I just force myself to do it, and by the end of it, you usually feel better.
That's so badass.
Exercise is the big one.
Yeah.
So badass.
But the hard part is to actually do it, or to not forget about the list. Like if I don't see the list every day, I forget that I have the list. Like of course I know that I should, but yeah.
But that's important to not have it mentally, because if you've got a mental list, you're relying on your mental state to remember and go and do the list. So you need to have it written down somewhere, so that then it's not relying on your.
I'm not a tattoo guy, and like one time.
No, not as a tat.
No, look.
Actually, maybe.
Put it on the wall, bro.
I once got in a fight with a Twitter dude who told me that if you don't have a tattoo as a man, you're not a man. I was like, what? That doesn't define man.
Wait. Repeat that.
He said if you don't have a tattoo as a man, you're not a man. And I was like, well, no.
No, that's not true.
I feel that's not how I feel. So, well, whatever. But I thought like, because I forget so much things, I was like this close to like just tattoo them down and like and I will never forget them again. But we kind of.
I guess is it possible that he comes from a culture? I know that like Maoris in New Zealand, that is like a rite of passage. That is one of the things. Like some tribes will like spear dudes in the leg when they become a man, and then some do have tattooing as part of their cultural sort of the ritual of becoming a man. So if you live in a culture like that, I can understand why someone would say something like that. But
I can understand that having a fucking thing through your leg, that would be like people would feel so manly after having a spear in your leg. Damn,
bro, it's important to understand people project their reality onto others. Unconsciously. It's unconscious, okay? Because the reality is so real, because your emotions, you hear, you see, you taste, you touch, you feel. It's like, no, this is reality. Well, guess what, y'all? If a car accident happens and a cop interviews 12 people from 4 sides of the intersection, there's 12 different stories. We're all in our individuated realities. And I want to give you this little gold nugget, bro. I hope this changed your whole life, and everyone listening. I hope this can change your whole entire life. All right. Remember how you were saying the down, like the more you go down, the harder it is to get back up. Remember when you said that? I lay this at your feet. That is a story you're telling yourself. You know the placebo effect? How you believe something's going to help you and it actually does, but it's just sugar. I want to give you that, and I want to tell you a study that was done. The study was done on CEOs who have shit tons of responsibilities. And they had 2 categories, okay? They asked them, is stress a killer? And there was 2 groups. Most of the CEOs are like, yes, there's empirical data through scientific and medical charts that stress causes heart disease, hypertension. You can get all types of death-defying things happen, and it is a killer. It's scientifically proven. So they tracked these CEOs, and when they got stressed out, they're worried, oh shit, don't get too stressed out. Stress is a killer. There was another group of CEOs, and they asked them, is stress a killer? And they said, hell no. Stress is my biggest motivator. And they said, what do you mean? Write that down. They said, when I get stressed out, I'm the fucking boss. That means I got to kick in gear and handle my team. When I get stressed out, I know it's my job to step it up and crush this game out.
Force.
Now, guess what happened? Guess what happened in this study between these CEOs? Guess what they found, y'all? The CEOs who believe stress is a killer started dropping like flies. They literally are dying during this multiple year study. Okay. Why? Because they're getting stressed out and they believe stress is bad for me and I'm going to die. They reviewed their blood. This is such a crazy study. I really want y'all to understand this. They took blood drawing from each group. Guess what they found? They found the exact same level of cortisol in each group's blood. So,
which is stress hormone.
Yes, stress hormone, cortisol. So what does that mean? That means that everyone's going to work and they're all getting stressed out and they have the same amounts of cortisol in their blood. But one group believes it will kill them and the other group believes it's their biggest motivator. This group was so much healthier. None of them were having heart attacks. None of them were having hypertension. None of them were dropping like flies, dying. They were thriving. Why? It's because their mind planted a placebo-like thought that stress is good for me. And I didn't worry. So I want you to take that study and think about that statement where, oh, the lower I go, the harder it is to go back. The lower you go, the more you learn. And the easier it is to get back to where you once were because you've already been that high. And every time you fall after that, you get back quicker. There's muscle memory. When you get ripped at the gym and then you lose your diet and your body goes to shit, it's called muscle memory.
Muscle memory is some cool shit because like you can't see it, but it's there. And if you like really train yourself in one thing, you can like get incredibly fast to a level of knowledge. Like
I might have a better analogy. Like, you know, when people crash diet and then their weight just puts back on, because it's like that natural equilibrium, you tend to just like come back to it. And sometimes people can get even more weight as they swing past it. So if your natural state is at the neutral point, the further away you are from it, the more there is that is sort of trying to bring you back to that center line, possibly.
What do you think, Ben, when you're playing soccer and you find yourself like getting down on yourself, stucking? How do you, in sports, you have to pull yourself out of it.
Yeah, especially soccer. Like you got to forget. You got to forget. Oh, I messed up a pass. No, I didn't. Forget it. Like it's on to the next one. And it's exactly like you said, like you got to be the boss. You got to level up. You got to be like, I'm the effing man. And you see it with pro players too. Like there's a player named Dele Alli who was just like so good. He was winning all these young player awards for Tottenham and stuff. He's like 27 now and he's completely washed up. Messi's like 30 something. Ronaldo's like 40 and he's still like super good.
Crushing it.
And it's like, it was just his mental, like he just like went off a cliff and got all up in his head. So yeah, I don't know. I think the sunlight thing is big, and I think working out, lifting weights, but also just reminding that self-affirmation. Lit is like so right, and Tangent too. Like I think the list thing is a really smart thing, and like even if you're not like looking at the list all the time, just writing it down.
It's only on your down days. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea because see, what are the things that make me happy? You write it down. And you might, maybe one day you don't think of it, but you might think of it another day and you're like, oh yeah, like going on a walk. I remember I wrote that down on my list of things that can make me happy. I'll go on a walk, and then you go on a walk, and you get home, and you'll be like, "What was I even mad about?"
I'm thinking about, like, I showed you this paper that I have, and like I'm trying to think of a solution where I have like you guys have watched Harry Potter. They have like now it's going to be hard to find the English word, but the kids get like a map of the school, and they can fold it up, and then they can see the people walking around, like the I don't know the name, but do you know what I'm talking about? You guys are still confused.
Is it an orientation map? Well, you can see the people walking on the map, or just the paths.
It's from Harry Potter.
Oh! I was like, this sounds high tech, yo. Like,
no,
is it digital?
No, it's Harry Potter, and it's from Harry Potter.
Right. So it's a magical map. Okay.
It's a magical map of the school, and they can unfold it, and then they can see whoever is walking in the school. So if like the bad teacher is coming, they're like, oh damn, he's coming, let's run. So, well, if you don't understand the analogy, like that's kind of useless now. But so what I was trying to say is that like building a mind map, like the problem that I have is I don't have enough space. Like I'm trying to do it digitally with like putting pieces of paper on each other, but then I'm like, I don't have I would need a program, like a drawing board that expands indefinitely in every direction. And then you could like draw circles for like your problems. Like let's say you have the fear of losing money. You make that a circle, and depending on how important that circle is, you can make it bigger or smaller. And then you can take the fear of the losing money and connect it with the childhood trauma of your father never having any money. And then you can expand you can zoom into your fatherhood and expand the whole like nature of your parents' stuff and thing, and connect that. Like the longer you would work on that, the more value it will bring to you, because you could actually see what you're working on. Because the problem is, if you work on yourself, because everybody's working on themselves, right? Without it, would like that's not working. But you can't see the progress. But with that, you could see it, but I have no program. If somebody can send me that program,
bro. If this is something that is helpful to you and something that works for you, then I'm not saying to not do it, like as in feel free to continue doing it. But it sounds like you might be sort of like over sciencing this thing that is not necessarily a purely scientific problem. I don't think this is something that you can solve by having like enough data or a good enough way of mapping it out and connecting it. So if it's helpful, do it. But
it would be somewhat like a diary.
But just I want you to be realistic about, like, I don't think so. Some of these things, I don't think you'll ever be able to get them to the accuracy level that you might be planning to think that, like, you might be looking for this thing that's not achievable and thinking that it's going to, then you'll be like, look at it and go, oh, I've worked it out. Now I'm happy because I've worked out what all this shit is on this data and these graphs. And like, it sounds like you're making like a lot of graph. And I like data too, man. I'm a nerd. I'm a math nerd. I'm a data nerd for sure.
Give me your email address and I put it in a database.
But some of these human elements are difficult. Maybe with AI. Maybe with AI, you could actually use an AI to help you to see whether this is something, and maybe you could become very wealthy if you did like crack the code of being able to data process your way to happiness. But to me, something just sounds fundamentally not likely when you're looking at sort of like trying to use math and science to solve for happiness.
I'll tell you what it is, bro.
You're right.
And so your time might be better spent reading books like The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle.
Or going outside in the sunlight.
Yeah, like you know what Richard says about, he says, we actually already know a lot of stuff that would be good for us that we don't do. So like immediately implementing the bare minimum, not putting all of your eggs in one basket, because I don't know for sure. the thing that you're doing might be the solution, but rather than putting all your time and effort into this one thing that might not actually yield you the fruits that you are desiring, you could try some other things as well, like reading spiritual texts, talking to other people like Lit, who have got like an incredible background in these sorts of topics and have these mindset tricks, these things what is it, like CBT or whatever, cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that, where you like it's worth trying multiple things, because if you, man, imagine spending all this time and effort to do this thing where you're like plotting shit out, and then you get to the end of it, and if it doesn't work, you're like, fuck, now I need to start again. Like I need to start from scratch with some other attempt. Whereas if you're progressing all of these different ways at once, you're not going to be as disheartened if one of them doesn't pan out what you're expecting, because you're kind of already partway through your journey on some of these other paths. I have found, for me personally, the single biggest change in my life was reading that book, Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, by far.
Be fucking proud of yourself, bro. Life is like sex, okay? You don't talk about sex. You practice. Go fuck. You practice. That's how you learn. Life is the same way. The graphs you're making, go fuck, bro. Don't just talk about sex. Go do it. Don't just talk about, oh, this maybe. Go do it. Go get out.
Yes, go fuck
you understand?
life up.
Like,
that's
go
a good point.
out and do it and scrape your knee trying a downhill thing that you've never done, and be proud of it.
I understand what you guys are saying, and I think what Tangent said earlier, that I might do it too much, is like, but I think it is a very, very useful tool that, done right, can really improve or help, especially in like extreme situations like a exam phase, where you're like, okay, if I track it right now, if I have the discipline for just 2 weeks, I will get much better results in my exams. But afterwards, then I can fuck around, like,
Bro,
play around, fuck around.
Do you hold a vision? Do you know what that is? Holding a vision, Sticker Guy?
Yes. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, like, do you have a vision of your life that is like your ultimate?
I believe so, yes, but I can't know everything for certain, because many things change many times. You know, like I can plan life to a certain degree, but then like there's also many unknowns, like the fucking price of the fucking shit. It's not a shit. HEX is like the best coin. HEX is the best, but you know, price, I can't predict that. So I cannot, like, if I would have like had the vision. Okay, maybe what's the difference between vision and a dream?
So the difference. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say hello to.
Sorry,
to
can I just say what Lit said is basically theory can only take you so far, and that is so true. That at some point you actually have to practice.
And I say combine both things, learn from the theory, and use the theory in practice while making the theory better to then fuck more. Yeah,
bro. Okay. Let me tell you a quick study before we change. This is really important.
Say hello
all right?
to Buck first. Hello, Buck. How are you?
What's up, Buck? Much love, bro.
Yo, Buck, I hope we didn't leave you waiting in the green room for very long. This conversation was quite intense.
Oh no, I'm actually early.
Yeah, beautiful. We waited like 55 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. What's up, Buck? Much love, bro. So, Sticker Guy, there is a study on AI, okay? And they're trying to find out, like, the simulation. Are we living in a simulation? And what these scientists did is they created a computer program, and they created these characters. And the characters, what their job is to eat and procreate. So basically they eat and fuck. And they're in this realm, right? Like a circle. And the first generation, like, was completely stupid. These little AI things had no clue what to do. They didn't know the rules of the realm they're in. They didn't know anything. What happened is they started finding one that would kind of move around and find food. And then they would reproduce that one. And all these other dumb ones would die off. Took 500 generations for these AI guys in this computer program to recognize, okay, I have to go get food and find another dude, like chick, and then procreate, and they would reward them. So what they found was stunning. They found that the more these created life forms learned about their surrounding, like the more they learned about the environment, the more self-conscious they became, they actually were less successful at finding food and a mate. The characters that only worried, they like had tunnel vision. I just need food and I just need to procreate. They were the most successful. So like what that study showed is when you know so much about the world, so much about your surroundings, and so much about life, sometimes it makes you less effective getting what actually needs to get done, which is the food and the procreating. So I learned from that, like sometimes tunnel vision helps. So if you can create an image of yourself, like PulseChain moon runs, HEX is at 50 cents and it's stable, like your finances are on point. All the decisions you made to get here are awesome. You have a killer chick. You got tons of sunlight. Your body's all healthy. Like there's a version of you that is reality. Every time you tank, go back to that visual image and just know I'll get there in baby steps. Like whatever happens, that will help you break out and be so proud of yourself.
Okay, enough of that. Let's talk about a completely like 100% different topic. But I loved it. Thank you. I just
much love, bro.
Oh, okay. So Bendebart, you may choose the next topic. Anything.
Oh man. All right, I'm probably gonna get off pretty soon just because it's almost midnight.
All right, he's talking about leaving.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. But yeah, I don't know. Buck is here, so we can talk about fiat or something. That's what I think when I see Buck. I'm like, when is fiat coming out? That's what I think of. But yeah, I don't know.
That name makes me laugh every time I see it.
Butt fucks.
You're killing me, bro.
I think Bitfinesse was saying some good stuff. He said something. Working on your environment will go a long way. We haven't changed over the past 10,000 years, but our environment has, and our environment is designed to make us miserable and better consumers. I think there's a lot of truth to that too. We still have the genes of like running in a tribe and like having a tight knit community where we're looking after each other, but we're pretty.
That's what we do, right? That's what we were community. We were looking at each other every couple of months. That's what we do. We take care.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think getting sunlight, I have found when I feel depressed and down, a lot of it is directly correlated with me sitting down too much inside and not being outside with enough sunlight. It's literally that. Like I'm not exercising, I'm not going outside. And once I change it, I'm like, wow. But the hard part is like making myself go and do that stuff. Because sometimes it's like, I'm like, I know I feel like crap. I know that's going to make me feel better. But it's almost like you feel like addicted to feeling like crap sometimes.
Yes, yes.
You know, and I'm like, I'd rather just sit on the couch, keep doing what I'm doing. So it's weird how that works.
An ex-girlfriend of mine said to me once, she said, everything feels so much more impossible when you're not in a good place. So you're just like, man, like it's like and I think that's maybe why it feels like it's got this it's an impossible climb to get back to normal, is because how you feel makes it seem worse. And so her shit was just like, go to sleep, just go to sleep, and when you wake up, everything will feel so much easier.
Take your sunshine pills.
Sunshine.
I think going outside is actually healthier than taking pills, but I'd rather take some pills than not go out because of it, you know.
Didn't Richard say that the only subs that actually have like really solid clinical backing, that they actually are really effective on that that website? I forget what it was, the one he recommended. Shit, but I think it was vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc. I can't remember if mag was on the list. I hope it was. And there might have been one.
What about the fish thing? The thing Mehdi talks about, the omega 369.
I find it has a massive impact for me, but I don't know whether it was on Richard's list, and I don't want to misquote Richard. But it was like Richard's list was very short on these ones that have got like overwhelming academic support, like clinical trials and that sort of thing, to show that they definitely are effective.
Yeah,
like a lot of other stuff is like pretty, because remember what Lit was saying, it's very effing true. Because of the placebo effect, there's a whole bunch of shit that you might even have people saying, yeah, I took this and I felt better. And it could have literally just been the power of their mind, because they thought they were taking something that makes them feel better. That's why you have to have double-blind trials. That's why you have to have like actual, not just trust what's written on the jar and that sort of thing. So, yeah, sorry. You guys started talking about crypto, and then we've gone back to health. I heard you guys, while I was away for a bit, I heard you guys talking about fucks.
But fucks?
But fucks.
Fuck.
It's PHUX, guys.
Oh, sorry, but
that's how it is.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to say it? Is it Fuchs or Fox?
Like PHUX, like all exchanges. You know, GMX. You know, all the BitMEX. You know, you spell it out. PHUX.
My brain just sees Fox. I can't help it.
There was an interview that I went on. Walrus and Crypto7 and I went on a mainstream crypto channel, and when we were talking about what's being built on PulseChain and that, I mentioned fucks, and when I said it, I stopped and said, by the way, that's spelled PHUX. Like, I'm not swearing, just in case his channel was like a no swearing thing. And devastatingly, the timing of that SEC shoe to drop thing, we recorded it, and then he did post edits and uploaded it, and he literally uploaded it, and like within a few hours of him uploading it, the SEC thing happened and he took the video down. So and Walrus stayed up through the night, because in his time zone it was going to be like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 a.m. or something crazy early. So he stayed up all night to do it. And by the way, I'm not just saying this, we fucking murdered it. We murdered it. We handled it so well. Like, we absolutely killed it. We rolled off each other perfectly. Like, we covered all the stuff. We represented Richard Hart and each of the projects so fucking well. I was like, this is going to be evergreen content that people are going to be able to point to for years to say, if you want to know what's up, watch this video. And so at the moment, we're trying to get the B-roll so that we can kind of like put some of it up on our own channels or something like that. Otherwise, it's just a complete waste of time. But like, obviously, that was his decision to take it down, and no disrespect. Like, obviously, he just
we
thought
still don't know what Buttfucks is.
Oh, it's a DEX.
Oh, okay. What can it do?
All right, I'm gonna hop off. It's midnight where I am. Yeah.
Wait, didn't you say you were early?
No, not me.
No, that's somebody different.
That was me.
Like, Ben has been with you, Tangent, for like 3 hours, so he's not early. And
Sorry, I
thought
thought that was Buck. I thought that was Buck talking just then. Sorry.
It's my
I was like, no, we need to hear about the projects. Wait, thank you so much for coming. Do an outro, like standard shit.
Yeah,
like standard shit. Outro. Where can people find you? Any projects you're excited about? Any messages you want to say to the community, etc.
Okay. Find me on Twitter with this name, Benny Bard, and then YouTube. Go subscribe to me on YouTube. I've been doing a lot of pretty cool interviews lately. And then me and Randy do a course, which some guys in the chat were talking about. It's really good for like older folks, I guess. I'm pretty patient, and it's called A to Z cryptocourse.com. So, and it's A to Z ATO, not number 2. So,
okay,
if you want to check it out, you can like put your email there and get updated.
A to Z crypto.
A to Z crypto course. Yeah, it's TO, not 2. That's I guess the only issue I think with the name, because then I have to say that every time I say the link. But whatever. Yeah, we did the first course. We had 26 people, and like everyone loved it. All the feedback we got was great. A lot of the people you saw in the chat who were like cheering me on earlier, they were in the course, and they really loved it. So yeah, I think the second course is going to be even better, and it's probably going to be in October sometime. But yeah.
Are you doing that with Randy?
Yeah, Randy Hilarski. Yeah. So I made the course.
I only know that because I saw a comment earlier that said that you guys were doing a course or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I made the course, and then he's there with me. So I kind of teach like basic, simple stuff, and then Randy's like, I think of him as like the wise man with the staff who's like seen it all, and he's there just like spitting just like alpha and like knowledge. And we do a whole Q&A, 2 hours, where you can just ask me and him anything you want, and we sit there. And because it's like a private thing, Randy is definitely a lot more personal with stuff. And me too, you know, I feel more comfortable talking to like a smaller group than on like a public stream and stuff. But yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. So Tangent, I'd love to have you on the channel sometime, and Lit. And then Sticker Guy, you were on the channel before with Johnny Chaos. That was pretty funny. And then Buck was on BYOB with me, Westcott, and Disciple, and that was probably like the most legendary episode of BYOB ever, I think.
I enjoyed that one.
Incredible. Yeah.
you and I just kind of sat there quietly and got yelled at for about 2 hours. It was pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. But all right, guys, take it easy. I had a really good time tonight.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the invite. We'll work to make that happen. I'd like to do that. So that's very cool. Thanks, man.
Cool.
Great and awesome convo. Great chatting with you.
Yep. All right. Later, guys.
100%. All right, y'all. I've been here like 3 hours. I'm gonna peace. Much love to everyone. You can find me right here, Lit Gains, on Twitter. My life is awesome. And definitely go check out PulseMarket.app, the full system state of Ethereum. I'm going to be focused on bringing Ethereum NFT communities over to PulseChain. Super excited about it. So much love, y'all. It's always a pleasure. Tangent, Sticker Guy, much love, bro. Absolutely love chatting with you guys. It's super good energy.
Wait, let's make that Twitter space happen, the one that we planned and then we dropped the ball on. We fumbled the ball. You, me, and Cookies. Let's do it.
DM me and I'm on it, bro. You know I love streaming with you.
Done. Let's lock it in.
Much love, fam. So much love to this chat. Best community online. Let's fucking go.
Boom. Let's fucking go.
Much love, y'all.
See you, Lit. Buck, circle us back around into a crypto chat. For I'm sure there are some in the that are watching who think we've probably deviated a few too many times and for a bit too long onto topics that are not crypto related. You have an amazing range of products, and that is my personal subjective opinion, but also the opinion that I have seen of others within the community. And I have a question for you about one of them or one of the distinctions, but feel free to just kick off with like an intro first, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. And I've got a couple questions and topics I might want to address with you guys as well.
Cool.
Just thinking about our mutual interests. So for those of you that don't know the PH ecosystem, we are basically HEX OGs that about a year ago kind of anticipated that there would be needs for certain DeFi primitives on PulseChain, things that we knew weren't likely to be addressed directly by Richard. So we went about forking Aave, which allows you to do borrowing and lending. We call that fiat.io. And we would have launched it this week, except obviously there's extreme volatility as a result of the SEC announcement. This thing being a borrowing and lending platform, it's not really morally responsible for me to kind of get you guys going while volatility is that high. The best thing is to just wait a little bit and until we get back to normal volatility. What we had this week is about as extreme in terms of market volatility as you can expect.
Absolutely.
And
it maybe makes a good spot for it to start from.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good thing about what these things are is that they can't really happen twice. You can only and in some ways we expected this already, but we got confirmation of it. But like you can't really you can't really get more more confirmation of it. It's sort of already happened. So as we find our kind of new levels slightly below where we were before the announcement, I expect volatility will kind of subside. And that's a two-way street. So we'll be looking to launch that this coming week. I thought also strategically from a marketing perspective, didn't really make a lot of sense to launch it, given everybody's got other bigger fish to fry at the moment. But it's already actually internally running on PulseChain. I've been using it myself. We're ready to go with it. So that's coming. We also have a fork of GMX. So that's called Fame.io. And that is currently in the late stages of the audit. We've gone back to them with our comments. We're looking to bring that around sometime towards the end of August, I think, would be my best guess. Could be sooner, could be slightly later.
Which one was that? Sorry, can you?
That's Fame.io.
Fame. Yeah, sorry, I thought so. I just wanted to confirm.
So that's, I think that's going to be quite an interesting one. Obviously, GMX is a super successful platform that exists on Arbitrum. It's sort of
I've used it.
A leverage trading platform that's done exceptionally well. It's one of the few things actually that went up last year in 2022. So we see that as something that will definitely need to come to PulseChain. So we did that, and we've also done a fork of Balancer called PHUX.io. It's the second biggest DEX on PulseChain after PulseX V1. It is basically a bit of a surprising success to me. It's something that we've been giving away through a series of airdrops to the community, and we're going to continue to airdrop the community. So if you guys haven't been participating in those airdrops, you should just follow our accounts on Twitter, and you'll be eligible for those. But you can also basically earn about 50% of the tokens providing LP. So that's been surprisingly successful. It does stable swaps, which PancakeSwap doesn't do. And it allows you to have up to 8 tokens in a pool, which is pretty useful for us as a community because of the wrapped over tokens that come from Ethereum, which I think will continue to have a life regardless of what people's thoughts are on what the right strategy is. I think they're still going to stick around. But also, it's very useful because it allows us to create sort of index-like exposure to a series of tokens. So that's kind of the big product suite. We're pretty excited to be building on PulseChain. We've had a bit of success already with the fiat token and the PHUX token. I think as a builder, I think the people that are likely to kind of keep holding the torch for the community are going to be people that are, not just YouTubers, but also people that are building things, creating products, all these things. And we're becoming truly decentralized. So, this is becoming a much bigger story than just what we kind of talked about in the past with HEX. HEX is obviously still a big part of the story, but it's really about a broad swath of people, decentralized all around the world, doing interesting things. I'm a big believer in the values that Richard's talked about, but I'm also a big believer in decentralization and the community kind of creating value by building a better Ethereum with, I think, more upside potential. That's an opinion. With the ability to kind of relive a lot of DeFi summer, which is what I think is going to be happening over the next 6 months. We're gonna be kind of having a 2023 DeFi summer, or Indian summer, or late summer, if you will, as all these great things that did quite well on Ethereum until gas fees made it prohibitive. And many of these things can't even exist on Ethereum because of gas fees. So we can bring them to PulseChain. So I think that's kind of what we've been doing in a nutshell.
That's a excellent summary, initial summary. And a question that came to mind while you were talking: do you think that you said that you were surprised by how well FUX was received and how quickly it grew? And I'm sure you've got various metrics that you're judging that by. Do you think that the V1 bug that led to a resulting situation where people providing LP on PulseX had to choose between incentives or fees was a contributing factor to the success or the adoption increase in your platform, where I assume that on your platform you get both. You can have the incentives and the fees in the same pool.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think partially that's true, but I don't think that's really the whole story. I think the main thing is that people like the ability to do stable swaps, so that's already kind of a top 5 pool on PulseChain. So for those of you that don't know what that is, that means going DAI to USDC or USDC to USDT cheaply and efficiently. It's just something that PancakeSwap doesn't do. V3 Uniswap does do it. Curve does it. A number of things do it, but it's just something that is really useful for the kind of big end of town, the arbitrage bots and things like that, the people that really need to do these sort of trades to be able to do as efficiently as possible. So that kind of gave it a use case. I think being able to put eight tokens in and have these sort of index-like exposure also helped a lot, because I didn't, and this was something I didn't anticipate. I didn't realize the bridge was going to allow you to bridge anything over. I thought it was originally going to be 4 tokens or something like that.
The bridge, like
the PulseChain
official bridge.
Yeah, the official bridge. Yeah, I didn't realize that we were going to be able to bring whatever we want over from Ethereum. So
I didn't know you could, because in the early stages, wasn't it a limited set of assets?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I only bridged at the very start, and then you went back to use it again. So I actually haven't checked. So now you can do any ERC20.
You can do, as far as I'm aware, you can do just about anything, right?
That's bonkers.
Yeah, well, it's really cool, because if you think about it, it means why would you ever do anything on Ethereum again unless you have to? You know what I mean?
How do NFTs arrive?
That I don't know. Yeah,
and what would be the naming convention for an NFT? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the bridge does NFTs. I'm guessing it does.
Okay.
But like, any stable coin, any kind of ERC20 token, it appears that you're able to basically bridge it over. So, that means that the Maximus perps on Ethereum get to come over, and cool. I've created a pool for them, here, and it's being able to put all those tokens that have similar covariances together,
like an ecosystem together.
Yeah, they have similar risk, right? So the Maximus perps are a very good example of this, right? So you have basically 15, 10-year, 7-year, 3-year, 1-year HEX, and then spot HEX, right? If you think about the different Maximus perps. So those things are all going to be highly correlated, right? Because they're effectively they're the same asset, just with different maturities, right?
So minimizing impermanent loss then, because you're not expecting them to fluctuate too far away from each other.
But those assets also suffer from lack of liquidity as well on kind of typical Uniswap style things. So now that they're able to basically all sit in one pool against one another, and you're able to basically buy one for the other in order to kind of push them into a proper equilibrium price, like a yield curve. So yeah, this was something that I anticipated being a really good use case, but I thought I was going to have to do it on Ethereum. But then I found out actually no, I can just bring it over to PulseChain, which was really happy news for us. And so we have that, or like the kind of Alex from Hedron ecosystem. Similarly, you've got big correlation between HEX, Hedron, Icosa, right? So now you can put those all in a pool against one another. So that's actually been very useful. So we have a pool called RH Maxi, which is all the different Richard Hart coins.
I've seen it.
Yeah. So I mean that basically allows you to basically just get exposure to Richard just with one purchase, which is pretty handy.
It's like an ETF.
Well, we have to be careful because we don't want the government to say that we're saying it's an ETF or a term deposit or things like that. But yes, it behaves like an index, in a sense.
So you create a token and then you put the liquidity of that token with all the tokens from Richard Hart ecosystem, and then you get and then the token moves up and down like the brown mass of the token.
Just
Correct,
for that
yeah.
one pool, though. That's just one pool. That's one of many pools. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So you add to the pool, the LP pool, and you can look at that LP pool and go, well, is it properly priced? If so, there's no arbitrage.
Is that code open source?
Yeah. We forked it from Balancer v2, so you can go have a look at
Cool.
it. Yeah. I'll say in advance, sticker guy, I'm not a developer, so don't ask me any code questions because
I'm something of a developer myself.
Yeah, I'm about twice your age, so these things are well and truly above my head.
You can learn developing at any age, I think.
Yeah, I'm. You don't want to teach an old dog new tricks. I'm definitely an old dog. But anyway, so where was I? So that was a really nice success that we had in terms of, the PulseX thing. I think it's interesting because I think Richard has opted mostly to focus on his coins on PulseX. So I have definitely had success with a niche, which is the third-party developers. So I think partially because I've got my own tokens, right? But also because, we have pretty strong relationships with guys like Alex, and we're large holders of Maximus perps and things like that, and I've really been reaching out very hard to all the different third party guys, like Coast as an example, the stable coin providers that I think are launching over this weekend. I'm really trying to support those people and get them visibility as well. So I think PHUX can kind of be the DEX for third party projects. Which isn't to say that you can't do it on V2 PulseX. You absolutely can and should. But the difference being that, you're likely to get more visibility on PHUX because you'll be right on the front page, with a modest liquidity pool. We have the ability to give the equivalent of farms to kind of useful things. So that's
and logos.
And logos, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So Buck has been more friendly towards projects wanting to add their logos, whereas PulseX on V1 and V2 has been not been. It's not. I'm told. I don't have a project, but I've been told that it's incredibly difficult to get your logo on. You have to get in contact with one of the core devs, and they're not easy to get in contact with.
Yeah, so that might just be a deliberate policy. Purpose. Like I think that might be their deliberate policy. So I actually respect that. If that's
can I say though that and again, this is just things that have been told to me, so I'm just relaying information. People were saying that on testnet there wasn't this level of friction. That on testnet, when people wanted to have their logos, the devs would do it.
Yeah.
And now. So there seems to be a different policy between testnet and I've jokingly said in the past that it triggers my OCD to just see all these tokens with question marks. It makes it harder to navigate because it's not as quickly identifiable. That's the point of pictures, right? So that and that sort of thing. And people tell me that it's to prevent people from getting wrecked, but you just check carefully the first time you're adding the contract address, and then after that it's not a problem.
I wonder though, Tangent, if this is a deliberate move in the sense that it's going to be really hard to claim centralization on PulseChain, right? If we have several robust DEXs, and because if you had sort of a monopoly DEX, right, which is kind of what you could have, right, and maybe what a lot of people expected, then it starts to become easier to make that argument. Right.
That's true. That's true.
And so I wonder maybe if this is a deliberate move.
Move for him to not, for the PulseX DEX to not be the best in class in every single aspect, so that it opens the door to feature sets that can be implemented on other DEX so that they survive. And then you actually have decentralization of DEX.
Correct. And also so that you're
that's a great point.
And also
something I didn't think of.
You're not crowding out competition, right? That's the economic term for this.
Wait.
Could.
So the more DEXs, the better for PulseChain.
In a sense,
for a claim of decentralization.
Okay. Interesting thought.
So that the accusation can't be laid like, look, there's this one place and it happens to also be founded by the same person that founded the chain.
Yeah, that's also good. And you could be like, if you have like there's many communities inside the X community, and if you would make a DEX just for your guys, and then your guys could trade more freely. That's brilliant.
Yep. And, I want to then make the same point that I made earlier, which is we're giving this away for free as well to the community, right? There's no sacrifice for this. So, it's something that everybody can participate in. And the majority of the tokens are going to the LP providers. So, so it's a very friendly, complementary product set because it does those things that PulseX doesn't do, while not trying to do the things that PulseX does better. A pancake swap style fork is sort of the gold standard in kind of 50-50, Uniswap style LP, right? Like we're never going to be competitive in that space, but we're gonna do this other stuff, I think, pretty well. I think that might actually be part of the reason. It could just be me projecting, but I do think I'm right about this point, at least, regardless. Which is, if we're looking to make a case, for PulseChain being decentralized, it's an excellent thing if there's a whole bunch of people working in different teams competing against each other, which is essentially what's going to happen, right? The 9-inch guys are going to come, and there's already things like Easy Swap and other things that are out there, but it makes the case that in reality, this isn't just a one-person chain. This is actually a broader movement. I think that was kind of one thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about as well, was just about kind of, the common values. Tangent, I know you and I are both people that were kind of, I don't know exactly how long you've been in crypto, but I got into Bitcoin a decade ago.
Same.
Yeah.
2012. We were just talking about that.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, the things that attracted me to Bitcoin, and I was interested in it from the very beginning because I was young and working in the finance world, and, we had Lehman Brothers basically happen. And that made me pretty jaded, right? Because that was sort of the beginning of my career, watching all that happen. The things that have always sort of united us are these sort of kind of cypherpunk values, decentralization, having, control over your financial sovereignty, all of these things. And I think that's what I quite liked about Richard when I discovered him in 2017 as well, back when he was more or less a Bitcoin maxi. I've never been a tribalistic person. I believe in diversification. I think diversification is a very good thing. I think it's the only free lunch in the investment world. But I really loved, those aspects of Bitcoin in those early days. And it's funny, what I see happening now is interesting because a lot of those same Bitcoin maxi types are now begging for regulatory capture, which I find,
not all, but most, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it comes from kind of selfishness. They're conflicted.
It is. It's selfish and it's bag bias. It's because they just happen to say everything other than Bitcoin. And so they're just like, well, that suits us. That's our narrative. Like, that's in line with our narrative. So rather than going to their ethical framework and this idea of self-sovereignty and the things that they're supposed to hold dear, they go to, well, this sounds aligned with the narrative that we give in terms of what should and shouldn't be good, like subjectively classed as good. So, and then they just jump on it. Not all, but most.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And they seem to want to selfishly persuade the government to attack everything else that's innovative because they think it's in their self-interest. And I think Richard Hart, being a former semi-Bitcoin maxi, is basically the equivalent of an apostate to them. Which is partially why they've been going after him so hard for the last 3 years, 4 years, 5 years since he came up with the Bitcoin HEX idea way back when. Do you agree with that?
Well, I guess our community gets a taste of that. It's not a direct parallel, by the way, but you know when there's someone in the Hex community and then suddenly they're shilling some other garbage and you're like, what the fuck, man? I thought you were on my fucking team. And now you're like, and now you're over here shilling this complete garbage that we all thought was complete crap. That from their perspective, it would be quite similar. I'm not saying that's the case, but in their mind, that would be similar. You're like, wait, we've got this great product here that we all agreed was the tits. And now you're suddenly doing this other thing that's out of line, man. So yeah, if I guess if you want to get sort of like try to get in their mindset of why they're upset that Richard switched teams. Plus, Richard is very good at speaking and making sense. So you're losing an advocate, you're losing a promoter, you're losing
one of their best. Absolutely.
You're losing one of your best. So maybe the analogy I gave wasn't that good because most of the people that left Hex were like, how do I word this in a way that won't sound like savage and insulting? But we didn't lose our best. Let's just say that.
I think we lost a lot of our worst. Yeah.
Yes. Quite the opposite. I think we lost literally the worst. So, and that speaks to why.
D01.
Sorry?
I think I think D01, the address, I think they no longer hold any Hex.
Oh yeah, I wasn't singling out I was just broadly painting pretty much everyone that just like hopped onto other coins as being they were not people where I was like, oh damn it. Like, oh that like they were so good at like representing Hex, or they were a killer dev, or like they didn't have skill sets that I was like upset about losing.
Pretty much everybody that went to Down Forever coin, I was almost kind of like
happy that they left.
Thank God, please stay there. No, please don't give them back, Jack. That's exactly right. So Richard Hart as sort of an apostate, you see it in lots of tribalistic things all over the world still. There's plenty of religions that will kill you if you try to leave. That people don't like it. And the Bitcoin maxis, I think, they, somehow we have to kind of get through to them that we shouldn't, that it's not actually in their long-term interest to go after things that are innovating, and that, just because they own Bitcoin doesn't mean that they should attack this other thing that they don't properly understand. We should have respect for people's choices and let the best ideas win. I think that's something that we need to really work on with reaching out to these people. Richard's style is cantankerous, and frankly, so is mine. But I think a lot of that was sort of brought on by him because he spent so much time pointing out a lot of the bullshit in this industry, cryptocurrency, and he made a lot of enemies along the way. But I think ultimately most people will say that they agree with most of Richard's values, and for better or worse, I think we're going to be fighting, one of the biggest battles, or he's going to be fighting one of the biggest battles in cryptocurrency, and they're going to be try to be taking, using him as a precedent for the rest of crypto. And I would make the argument that if Hex is considered a security, so is Bitcoin, and so is Ethereum, and so is
everything else is jammed. Everything else is jammed. It was designed to be the furthest from a security as you could possibly be. If that gets classed as security, everything else is jammed.
So it's really in nobody's interest to be happy about this, but yet they are. So I think we need to kind of somehow point this out to them.
Look, maybe Bitcoin would maybe get away with it just purely because of that they've already sort of pre-classified it a few times as not a security. But everything else is jammed. Like everything else would be jammed. Sorry, but I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely that we lose this. I'm like very confident.
Yeah, I would agree. The XRP decision, for example, kind of gives me pretty good comfort around that. But yeah, so I think that's sort of an important thing that we need to argument that we need to make to people, the Eric Walls of the world and everybody else, because I think they actually understand this. And while they are doing, their victory laps this week on this, I think deep down inside they know that this isn't actually something that they want for crypto. And actually, I think a lot of them understand that Richard actually could be a very good voice to make this argument. So,
hollow victory. They're cheering, but they know that it's not good.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't have to like HEX in order to be on the side of HEX in this fight.
It's just the same with XRP, like
same.
And in some way, it's the same with the tradition, like with the Dow Jones. Like you don't want the Dow Jones to go down 99%. Like that would kill so many people's like their wealth. You don't want that to happen. Even though
you don't want riots and people starving and stuff like that just so that crypto can win. Absolutely.
That's not the we want to win against the banks and
slow transition, peaceful revolution. 100%.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hey, so you have another product that's completely free and doesn't have a token. I'm not sure if you mentioned it in your intro. That's Fatty, the portfolio cross-chain, multi-chain, multi-wallet portfolio tracker, which I personally use and love. I just thought I'd throw that in there. I know you probably didn't list it because it's not a project.
I just forgot. To be honest. Yeah, no. Fatty is something that I think is a great tool. It's still being built, so it's not always perfect in every way. And PulseChain is obviously kind of building, itself every day too. But it's a beautiful.
And I encourage people to, if you go there and you're like, oh, my blah 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 coins aren't showing up, or this particular protocol there's something in my wallet that's not showing up. Go to the Telegram for Fatty. There's a sub channel called Feature Requests, and you just go in there and you tell 3 Errors Capital, which is a play on words of 3 Arrows Capital, that it's something that you'd like. Don't expect it to be done instantaneously, because they're obviously working on multiple protocols. And even if they were only working on one, it's called a job queue. They can't literally make everything happen immediately. But within a reasonable time, they generally get those features added. The extra. It's basically coins and protocols get added to it.
Yeah, and it's a nice tool, and we're doing it for free for the community because we like things like DBank, we like things like CoinGecko, but we notice they don't always treat us the best, So we figured why not have our own just in case, and we hope those guys treat us well someday, but just in case they don't.
And while we're on the topic of things showing up, someone, I apologize, I forget who it was, told me, because I was talking about how your DEX will eventually, that DEX Screener is working towards showing your DEX, but obviously because it's got the multi-asset pools, it's not quite as simple as the format that they would typically use. They told me that CoinGecko Terminal does show your pools. I went and looked, and it appears that it maybe only shows your pools when there's 2 assets in the pool and doesn't, or maybe it did actually show the multi-asset one. I'm not sure. But have you looked at CoinGecko Terminal?
Yeah.
And
I think
you were aware that your pools do show up on that site.
I think you're right about some of these DEX Screener type things only showing 2. These guys are very good at listing pancake swap forks because there's about 100 million of them per day. That come online, whereas balancer forks are more complex and much rarer. But yeah, CoinGecko Terminal does, as far as I'm aware, show in the top 10 pools. Usually, you'll see our stable swap pool, which has 3 different coins. And,
I'm on it right now. It does actually show all the multi-asset pools. It does.
Yeah, it may not show every single pool. I think there's a little bit of updating they have to do sometimes to give them.
There's a lot here. There's 3 pages of pools. So there's there's somewhere between 100 and 150 pools.
Yeah, and
there's 123. Does that sound about right?
Nice, it's a really nice tool. You know, I like it better than Deck Screener now, having used it for a while. You know, I would, like everybody else, I use Deck Screener just by default, but now actually I prefer CoinGecko Terminal much more.
There is something on Deck, like on I noticed Gecko Terminal doesn't have the 1 second chart. And as everyone knows, for a pro trader and someone who's experienced, you've got to be down on that 1 second chart. So, and unfortunately, Gecko Terminal, the smallest time frame they have is 1 minute, which kind of doesn't cut it. But apart from that, I agree with you; it's better.
But we will get on Deck Screener eventually. They've told us that it's just a matter, similar to kind of Fatty. They've got a lot of requests, and somebody smart has to look at it and do it. So it is coming. We're by far the second biggest thing after PulseX. So we'll definitely be we definitely qualify. You know, we've got plenty of volume, plenty of.
What's your guys' GitHub?
You have to ask someone smarter than me, mate.
Or where can I
go to our Telegram?
Yeah,
you can. There's a link to it on phux.io. You can ask whatever you want there.
If you go to fatty.io, that's got the links to all the protocols, and so then you can go to the protocol you want, and then and then find the Telegram, that sort of thing. I think that's a decent path.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does look, and I can see your stablecoin pool is actually your highest volume pool with over $1 million of 24-hour volume. So now I really, really like this DEX aggregator called PlsConference, and I believe that would have brought a lot of volume to your exchange because it actually does routing that goes through it. It just looks for any liquidity on the chain that and so whereas before people might have just sort of default gone to one of the PulseX ones, V1, V2, and just trade there, and now fortunately that protocol is getting utilizing the liquidity, which means the user gets better order execution and these pools get better volume.
Yep, that's right. So the Piteous guys I think are very interesting because they seem to be quite competent. They're from outside of the community. They're fully anonymous. You know, they seem to know what they're doing. So like I caution people just to be, careful there. But having said that, I've had plenty of interactions with them and they've been, really pleasant to interact with. But if we can just speak generally about DEX aggregators, I think there's going to be a number of them. And, you guys should definitely use them when you can, because otherwise you're basically kind of raping yourself in terms of order execution, which means there's a bot that's basically gonna basically make free money off of you if you don't use them.
Yeah, PlsConference protects you from ARB bots and sandwich bots. The ARB bots can't attack you because you're getting the ARBs.
Yes.
Like, so it's effectively auto, you are ARBing all of the different things. And it has MEV protection, which protects you from the sandwich bots, which would typically be something that would happen. So I'm all for it. And this is a selfish question because I genuinely want to know the answer to this question for me. Actually, maybe this would be more for your devs. But are you aware of what are the actual risks involved? So, say as a user, assuming we're all using hardware wallets.
Yep.
And you're using a DEX aggregator that is unknown, like it's unknown whether it is malicious or not, or that at some point it could turn malicious, maybe not even by the team. The front end could get hacked.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. Which I guess theoretically could also happen to PulseX.
Yep.
But
it can happen to anything. Yep, that's true.
What would be the risk? Like, are there significant risks for someone that's using a hardware wallet, and say, assuming you're also using Rabby, that brings up a warning if the contract that you're interacting with has suddenly become changed? Is there much more that a user would need to worry about using a DEX aggregator like PlsConference or one of these other ones that you perceive might come up in the future?
Yeah, so I think there are aspects of these things that are closed source, so we don't know exactly everything that's happening. So I think with PlsConference, for example, there's a swap router and a swap manager, and one of them is open, and you can see what it's doing, and the other is not. So you just have to be mindful with these things that, bad things could potentially happen. But we've had a lot of robust arguments about this one in particular in the builders chat. And, we haven't really, come to any conclusions that, there's a huge risk there. Because the part that's closed kind of has to feed into the part that's open. So it looks like it could be okay. But, I'll add that they're also doing a sacrifice, and you just don't know, what their long-term intentions are. That's the thing. But I mean, you take risk with all these things, right? Even the people that are doxed and been in the community a long time. There's risks with those as well. So so I'm just pointing it out that in case something bad does happen, don't come and blame me.
Of course, no. I would hope that no one would ever try and hold you responsible for a different team.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask this. Say I'm an ultra paranoid user that I don't care if I don't get the best order execution. I want to make sure my shit never gets drained. Would it be better, out of these two options, would it be better to use something like this and then remove the approvals after everything that you do, so that there's never any lingering approvals? Or would it be better to just completely avoid using it at all and paying the extra to use a DEX that you perceive is more trustworthy, like a PulseX? Or are they?
I'm pretty happy using their swap feature, honestly, because I think you look at the code, and I'm not an expert in coding, but it's not really asking for any super special permissions or anything like that. I think that's your best defense, really.
And does it seem OTT? Does it seem OTT to be removing those permissions every time? Like, how does it even afford you much additional protection?
I don't think it does, to be honest, because it's only going to just be on that one thing, right? So, I mean, it depends. But yeah, I think in general, DEX aggregators are amazing, and yes, you want to use them. I use 1inch or Matcha whenever I transact on Ethereum. I never ever use Uniswap unless there's something buggy about the thing I'm trying to buy. So, and I think in the long run, we're going to have multiple DEX aggregators. My guys are working on one as well that'll be free and built into Fatty. And the idea of that is just we'll give you another option. But like, if Pythias does it better, we'll probably have the API set up so that you can route it through whatever aggregator you want. Because that gets you just a better, more efficient chain. A lot of people get really angry. This is getting back to tribalism. They want you to only execute via the thing that they own, right? So that could be PHUX or that could be PulseX. But in reality, the way these things work is if you make a transaction on one of these DEXs, the bots basically look around and they go and they do the opposite on the other ones and bring it back to equilibrium.
Exactly.
So there's no virtue in being a guy that sits there like a meathead and goes, I only transact on this one DEX because that's the only thing I like. You're really just making a bunch of
false economy.
Yeah. You're making a bunch of third-party bot guys who don't give a fuck about PulseChain wealthier.
Can I ask you? And it doesn't matter if they didn't answer this, but did they give a reason for and I have reason, I have an answer to this that I could feed them that I think would sound reasonable, but did they give a reason as to why they want to remain anonymous? Obviously, there's a range of acceptable answers to this.
So I did, and look, I'm pseudo anonymous, so I have respect for that as well. They told me that they just like being completely free, right? That was their direct response to me. Look, I worry because it's very easy for these guys to come and show up, and I suspect these guys are likely sincere, right? But I know there'll be people like them that show up that do this sort of thing on other chains, who appear very competent and then do terrible, awful things. So this is
the quote from Richard. This is the quote from Richard in the movie where he says, I think you should trust me, but if you get in the habit of trusting people like me, you're going to get the shit scammed out of you.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's the quote. Yeah.
And that's going to happen again and again and again. So, you know, the guys that have been around for a while, who've been working hard, where you have some information about them, at least you have some sort of, you should have at least some confidence that they're approaching this sincerely. Whereas you just don't know with these guys that are completely, fully anonymous all the time. And yeah, that's what these guys are. So, but yeah, I think their service is great. You know, I've used it. It's interesting because what you find out about it actually is that the routing, there's very interesting things that can happen in terms of efficiencies. So, you know, you go and you try and make a trade, and you're going to end up using all three dexes, Pulse 1, PulseX V2, and PHUX, and sometimes you'll be using it in kind of different hops. So you might be breaking your transaction up into 3 different routes, which may use all 3 dexes. So it's really a good way to.
Often mine are. Strangely, my trades use FUX and V1 and V2 and have 3 different paths that go variably.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So you're effectively the R bot when you're doing this. Yeah, it's a good thing to save money. You should always get best order execution. I want to tell you guys, yeah, go absolutely use Piteous, but I'm just pointing out that there is that risk that I'm still personally trying to get comfort around. But so far I can't really say anything negative about the guys. Like it looks like a great product. But I think Power City's working on something similar. I'm working on something that's similar, that'll be free as well. You know, I don't know if I'll be as good as Piteous, in which case you should use Piteous. But you'll at least you have the option.
So the summary there is Buck has not seen anything that concerns him or any red flags. However, that doesn't prove that it is safe. And that's you have to, it's good news, but you still have to be cautiously optimistic.
And my guys told me, like, I had them look at it, and they told me, yeah, you know, it looks fine. But they said, you know, look, there's a certain amount of trust with these things, and that's true for 1inch, and it's true for Matcha as well. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the risk you're doing every time you use these sort of things. But the nice thing about them is,
can you repeat that last sentence again?
Yeah, so like 1inch and Matcha aren't going to be completely open source, right? There's proprietary code in all of these things, so there is a degree of trust with each of them. And you know, the problem here is just, you know, these guys are relatively new and they're fully anonymous. You know, they've told me that they've been involved in a number of very impressive products, but they've always been contributors, not kind of lead guys on any of them. But you know, they're clearly very competent. You know, their product, they showed up with a, you know, fully functional, you know, working product on mainnet, you know, I quite like
delivered before sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly.
And many improvements have occurred even so. They've been actually actively improving it. Now the routes are visible, whereas before they were black box. And so they've actually been actively improving it before the sacrifice has even ended. So I do think that's great. And everything works so well. It's obvious that they are good developers. I know we seem to be sticking on this one thing for quite a bit, but obviously it's something that concerns me because I was speaking to Ty and he brought up a few things where I was like, oh, maybe there are some things that I wasn't actually aware of technically that were so risks that I was not aware of. And so I wanted to ask you, I am not aware of any examples where a DEX aggregator or a yield farm, actually, sorry, don't do yield. We won't do yield farms just yet. DEXs and DEX aggregators, where the front end was considered to be trusted, reliable, and been around for a while, and then suddenly did some weird shit where they like faked a front end or changed code or did some shit and drained people's funds. Like I'm not aware of that. Are you or any of your team aware of something like that happening in the past that we can point to and say, hey, look, this example over here, this was a trusted thing and it got wrecked?
Well, I think there's been front end UI attacks where they hack the website or whatever. I think that's happened before. Or it could have been an inside job where they claim that that it was a hack. Absolutely. I mean, you look at what happened with GPLX a few weeks ago, right? So GPLX kind of snap launched a GMX fork on PulseChain. We looked at the code.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So they snap launched a fourth version of GMX where they'd added a whole bunch of admin keys as well, which is funny because you actually don't even need to add the admin keys for GMX because actually it's basically got admin keys built into it, which by the way.
So that was already a red flag that they had added unnecessary admin keys.
Yeah. And they launched this thing very quickly, without an audit, without providing much information. I had a whole bunch of people basically, saying, how are you going to let these guys, do this? They're going to beat you to the market and all this stuff. I said, yeah, just wait. I didn't want to be openly vocal about it because I would look conflicted. But
of course, yeah. You would absolutely look biased.
Yeah. So what I did instead was I basically told everybody in the builders chat that has kind of all the kind of brain trust of PulseChain builders in there. I said, and they asked me about it, and I said, I think you guys can go look at the code and come to your conclusions pretty quickly. So Alex from Hedron looked at it for about 5 minutes, saw these admin keys, and made one kind of vague tweet about it, not even naming them, but just saying, hey, I don't like it when people go after things that already. Where there's already people addressing it, and when they added admin keys, and literally 30 minutes later, they rugged, right? And they blamed it all on their devs. Yeah, it was a spectacular rug, beautiful rug. I mean, just beautiful. So
did they do a sack? Did they do a sack?
No. They came out all holier and mightier than thou, saying, no sacrifice. We're better than those guys.
How many millions of dollars?
Well, fortunately, it happened really quickly because like Alex basically took the shot and sniped them. And forced them to basically run.
It forced their hand. They knew that they either needed to take whatever the small amounts of money they had so far or risk starting to withdraw.
So they created a quick pump.
Well done, guys. That's very well done because that would have been a fucking disaster.
Absolutely.
These assholes sell the coins, so we all get fucked. Like obviously,
well, it's not just that they can rug the LP as well, right? So they put up
of course,
15 grand of LP. The way it works. So, you have to be very careful with those things. So just with our fork for Fame.io, we've removed kind of the key centralization issues that exist even with the GMX contract the way it is. But, you're always taking a certain amount of trust in, the teams for these types of things. Whether it's
Richard Hart even says he's like, there's no such thing as something that's trustless from top to bottom because you've got like if you'd have to start going and looking at the chip fab and going to China and like Taiwan and shit like that. So like at some layer there is always trust.
That's right.
And so, but
what about
so these systems are trust minimized. They're not actually trustless, but we use the term trustless loosely to
well,
mean
when you use HEX, you're using a front end contract that could be potentially hacked by somebody. Right. Or if you use Alex's lovely app, which I use, the ICOSA app to do your staking and end staking, you're taking a little bit of risk on that. Right.
Yep.
So the contracts are there, but you just need to be mindful of that.
If I code my own front end, like let's say you're Alex and he codes his own front end, then he knows that there's no trust that. But yeah, okay.
He could still get hacked.
Interesting.
He could still get hacked.
Oh, yeah. You can get hacked and the hacker puts their front end. Yeah, true. So even if you're running your own shit, damn.
It's not a big risk, but it's like, just understand that that's possible and that, you're always sort of exposed to these sorts of things. Double check. The biggest one, is the Pulse bridge, right? There's these scam bridges out there that look identical to the PulseChain bridge. And they were paying to get Google ads.
I remember that.
Yeah. We had many
one way to double
when we launched.
One way to double check that, by the way, is to go to fatty.io because I put a link to the bridge there. If my link is telling you the right one, and you can have more confidence at least that you're not going to the wrong one. I know a guy that lost $50,000 this way. Not a dumb guy.
Wow.
You just Googled PulseChain bridge and went to the wrong one. So there's a lot of clever ways for these guys to do these things. So it's just like
they're masters of this shit. They're like they have refined their strategies on this shit in legacy markets that don't even have as much of a payday in dollar terms, and so they are very good at doing this shit.
And another one is just as long as these guys have a financial incentive to continue, they're less likely to rug, right? But one thing you have to watch out for is, when their thing no longer makes them any money, right?
That's when they rug.
That's when they so they can start out being sincere, but then they can turn evil once they no longer have the incentive to stick around as well. So you can have these things work well for a very, very long time, and then suddenly, boom, gone. That happens every day on
So just like some things can turn into Ponzi's, something that wasn't initially started out as to be a rug pull, they can decide to rug.
That's exactly right. So
would you say that the big crash where the SEC thing where all the RH products went like 60-70% down, like in literally less than 4 hours, do you think that was a reasonable stress test to see if some of these protocols might rug? Because if they were undergoing the same sort of like human psychology panic and thinking, oh, maybe we should, like if they were planning a rug, they're like, if this thing actually goes to zero, and particularly that someone planning a rug probably doesn't actually believe in the chain as much as we do. They're just there to scam money. Would that be a reasonable stress test that they would be like, oh, this thing's dropping heaps, we should probably rug now, a bit like what happened with you and Alex, forcing the hand, basically be like, we're better off rugging now and getting some money than potentially this thing going down and down and down, maybe 90-95% and get no money?
I think that is a pretty good stress test. It's a good stress test for even people that are sincere builders, but maybe aren't completely sure, right? I think there's some guys that don't really care about PulseChain too much, but they were going to build stuff because they saw an opportunity here. I think the guys that are still out and about, being vocal, working with each other, trying to buttress the argument that we're a decentralized chain. I personally feel a lot more.
Remember though that we pitched that to other communities. We said, come and build on our chain, and there is an enthusiastic community waiting to embrace your products. So I don't hate, like if I found out that a builder was over here without like loving the chain as much as I do, I wouldn't hate on that because it's kind of what we asked for in a way. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. And, I would say it's a weird one because on the one hand, we should actually be very receptive to people like Pitius coming over here and building out things that we need. Right. So, I'm taking a risk even by talking about them, but like, I love their product if it's real, right? If it's being run earnestly, I love their product. I think it's great.
I appreciate you doing so, because you are absolutely right that it's like talking about something that's not yours. Like Richard,
but on the other hand, I'll also add that the community is actually pretty terrible about being nice to builders. Oftentimes, I've endured a lot of attacks.
I've heard stories
for the past month from people who are presenting in this conference, as a matter of fact, who've gone out of their way to make up things that they know aren't true, just because they perceive PHEX being a threat to their PulseX bag, which we've already kind of covered that ground. But that just gives you an example. I've said this, and I think some people think this is controversial, but to me, it's common sense. The biggest returning things on PulseChain are likely going to be third-party products, and that's because Richard Hart coins are now kind of blue chips on this chain with hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars in valuation. So the things that are likely to be the highest returning, also the lowest returning, because there will be big successes and big failures, are going to be third-party products that are built by people. And so if you are looking for what I think is something with pretty good upside potential, but has lower volatility, I would say PulseChain, Pulse is a good bet. So I hold most of my tokens in Pulse and Hex for that reason. Right. But if I'm looking for something that's, got potential to do, much higher multiples, then I'm probably going to go after a riskier, lower market cap stuff. And I think the other thing I wanted to say is that a lot of these third-party products you can't invest in currently. But what I predict will happen with many of them is that they're going to do quite well, and they're going to come out in the next few months. And the community should really congratulate them when they do come out and they are up, 5x, 10x, 3x, 2x, because those are amazing results in a market where almost everything is down 80%. So
I agree.
We shouldn't let our personal jealousies, get in the way of celebrating those wins, because those wins are actually wins for a broader PulseChain. And it also helps us make the argument that we really are a community. We're decentralized, and that we really should continue to exist no matter what. So it's hard for the authorities or the people that think that they're here to help us to make this argument that this thing has no value or no merit if there's a whole bunch of people building really cool stuff for it, and having lots of success, right?
Yeah. I was saying earlier today, I said, I consider myself to be an RH product maxi. And for me, that means I do want people building on the chain. I don't see those two things as mutually exclusive. I see those things as the same thing. That to me is logical, and I think is in line with what you're saying here.
Absolutely. So, yeah. You don't have to buy a single non-RH coin. But you should be happy that people are building in your ecosystem.
Yes,
like
I don't care. That's a better way of saying it. That's a better way of saying it.
I don't care about NFTs at all. I don't know anything about them. I'm not a fashionable person. I don't really.
Perfect example.
Yeah,
perfect example.
I want those people here on PulseChain.
And I'm the same.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was even saying this in a Twitter space. I was like, I've actually been looking at the marketplaces, so I know which one to tell people. Hey, look, you should check out this marketplace. And I'm not going to be trading NFTs. And so. Whether that makes it look like I'm actually in it for the tech, which I like to think I am, at least like partially, I know that that's going to be, because NFTs are massive. So I know that's going to be a big one for adoption. So I do care about the NFT marketplace, even though I'm not going to be investing in the marketplace. I'm not going to be investing in the NFTs that are on there. Dude, you've said that so well. That's a better way of explaining it. Great analogy, great example, great explanation.
Yep, and I think it's ultimately in your own self-interest. I really believe that.
Absolutely.
And, I probably have more HEX than probably all but maybe 100 people on the planet, right? So like, I'm not. I'm
not mentioning any names, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I don't have any concerns about this being bad for my bag. It's great for my bag, because let's face it, a lot of people are, you may not like me, you may not like Richard, but you might like NFTs, you might like Tangent, you might like Tangent's hot friends, whatever it is that brings you to PulseChain, I don't care, so long as you come to PulseChain.
There's a market for it. As long as there's a market for it,
yeah.
Everybody.
I mean, so long as it's not terrorism or something like that I won't support. But if you like stickers, great.
It's interesting that if we genuinely believe in freedom and we want freedom for humans, which I think is I don't think it's out of line to say that within crypto that is a generally accepted ethos, then you have to allow people to do what they want. You can't be telling people what they can and can't do, like you said, provided it's not over some kind of like ethical line, like ethical or moral boundary. So, unfortunately, not everyone sees that as a logical position. But it's hard when money's involved, man. We both know. It's like once someone's bag biased and they know that their personal financial situation is going to be, or they believe that it's going to be impacted, and they're already down massive and they're coping, something like that is going to be emotive. Like it's going to be, they are going to be upset about it. So it's easy to see how it happens, but I hope that people listening, hearing Buck and I talk about it, can start to see where we're coming from with that line of logic and that line of reasoning.
Well, it's funny. It's like it's almost like the guys that like look around and they see their buddy getting laid and they go, "Oh, that's not good. Why is he getting laid? Like that's bad for me." But in reality, it's like you want your friends to be successful. You want them to you want them to be wealthy. When they're successful, when they're doctors or lawyers or they build a business, your community gets wealthier, right? So the Bitcoiners should actually love Ethereum because, to be honest, Ethereum enables me to do all sorts of cool stuff with my Bitcoin, right? I'm able to, wrap it and, borrow and lend against it in a decentralized fashion. I'm able to, not use things like BitMEX, but use decentralized version as well. So, it's like, it's actually making these things more robust. And a lot of people just fail to recognize that actually, we're all actually in the same bet together. One argument I always had with the HEX maxis during the bull market was they wanted to tell me that it had no correlation to the rest of crypto, and that Hart's law meant that it wouldn't go down when the rest of other things went down. In any case, I think now, and I was making the argument, of course, that actually they are pretty well correlated. Well, in any case, that's exactly what happened. So everything has gone up and down together.
But there's a statistic that showed that HEX was not that correlated until the top.
Yeah, well, you can look at daily correlation, right? And you can make an argument, but you just look at the chart, right, of every crypto since basically January 1st, 2022, and they've all gone down with only a few exceptions of things that were generally in their infancy. GMX would be an example of it. But if you look at any mature crypto, it's down significantly.
And typically those ones that break the trend, there's a reason for it that you can point to and say, well,
exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah, they're either in
they're anomalies,
or maybe they had a good result, with a partnership or something like that, but in general, everything is going to be, highly correlated. And that's true in all markets, right? Apple moves up and down with Google every day, right? Schlumberger moves up and down with Apple, probably, right? Two companies.
But are Apple and Google bonded by their liquidity?
No, they're just both tech. They're both tech stocks, so that would be like a sentiment bonding or whatever.
So they're
they rally up and down as markets basically go back to currencies.
Because Sticker Guy noticed that Buck's not just talking about things that are on the same chain. He's talking about, like, say, Bitcoin and the assets that are on PulseChain. That there is no liquidity bonding between them. There's only liquidity bonding when you're on the same chain. So
but what if you is wrapped Bitcoin not in any way connect? Like if you have wrapped Bitcoin from the Ethereum. But one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. Like if you like one wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum is as much.
The market's not big enough for it, in my opinion. It's like
let me explain.
Oh yeah, actually, Buck probably give a better answer.
So these things have an intrinsic value, right? And every day the market's trading, trying to guess what that intrinsic value is, right? So we look at different metrics like the number of users and Metcalfe's law and all these things to try to estimate what these things should be worth. And the market's doing that with all assets, including equities, crypto, your house, etc. Right? So they're all connected. We call this generally markets risk on or risk off. Risk on generally means people are rushing out of dollars or euros or whatever you use and into risk assets. When things go bad, they do the flight to safety back to risk off, which means they're buying currency. So we had basically 10 years of risk on, mostly led by a really low starting point after Lehman Brothers, but also led by quantitative easing, which was coordinated globally. And that ended when inflation started to tick up in 2021. And we went into a full-blown risk off mode where you saw dollars getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So everything is connected basically to that sentiment. It doesn't matter what your actual LP is in the long term, because people will just look at this and go, well, if the price of Google's down 10% today, then the price of Apple should probably be down 10% too. And if the price of Apple's down 10%, then probably Schlumberger should be down 5%, right? And if Apple is down 10%, then Bitcoin should probably be down 15%. Right. So they start to readjust their capital accordingly until everything finds equilibrium. So it doesn't matter, what's in the actual LP pool over the medium term, it's going to adjust it. Now, in the short term, you can have those sort of, weird wicks where, these things don't all find equilibrium immediately, but you're not going to be able to sustain that in the long or in the medium or the long term. So that's why Hart's law gets defeated in moments like that, because everybody just looks at HEX and they go, well, if the rest of crypto is going down, I'm going to start selling some of my HEX because I can go buy BTC and which has already dropped, right? So you'll see there'll be this short-term thing where maybe the liquid asset doesn't drop. A good example of this you'll see in real life is in housing, right? You don't see housing prices reprice immediately in down markets, right? That's because you don't have them trading as often, right? So there's oftentimes a stickiness to it. But if everything goes down, your house price is going to go down too. But you may be able to lie to yourself and tell yourself that it hasn't actually changed in value, but it has, right? It's just you haven't observed the marks yet because there aren't enough of them.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, like you said, that with the inflation, the thing went so they're pulling their money out of the risk assets, so it would be risk off. Like, how long is can anyone predict how long this period is going to last? Like, when back at the GameStop short squeeze, like it was almost at the top of the Dow. People were like Rich Dad Poor Dad, and there's like another old guy that I think is really clever on YouTube. They were like prophesying stuff like 1929, which I think was like a little bit extreme. But like how long? Like if you said like the last phase lasted 10 years, like on what time frame are you thinking? Because like my question earlier was like, on what time frame are you speaking?
So how long does it take to come out of a recession? It's hard to say. We had a thing called the Dark Ages, where there wasn't a lot of progress for 600 years, right? It's they can last longer than you expect. If you look at Japan's a good example of this. Had a massive bubble, had a massive crypto style bubble basically that popped in 1991. At one point, the land in Tokyo, where the emperor lives, where his palaces, was worth more than the state of California, right? To give you an idea of just how excessive that bubble went. And if you look at the Nikkei, it's still actually lower today than it was in 1991 when the bubble.
Yeah, I know that.
Sorry, guys, I don't mean to be rude and interrupt, but we've got new guests coming in. And I had one more question for Buck. Is it all right if I ask this question and hopefully he can answer it quickly? Is that cool, or do we need to change over? So, Buck, someone asked me in a Twitter space, and I answered this question, but I wanted to check with you that what I said was correct. Basically, they thought, so the difference between fiat and fame is the GMX fork, which means that you can have these auto-balancing portfolios, hopefully. And they were getting confused, thinking they were like, no, that's FUX, where you can put multiple assets in a pool. And I was saying, no. They're both places where you can put multiple assets. But the difference is in an auto-balancing pool, you can't trade against it. It literally just buys and sells depending on which assets go up and down internally inside the pool. So you can deposit and withdraw, but you can't buy and sell against it. Whereas over at FUX, it's just like an LP, but it's multi-asset. Is that roughly correct?
Yeah, sure. So PHUX is a DEX similar to PulseX, similar to it's a fork of Balancer V2. It allows you to put LP pools with up to 8 tokens in it. Now with Fame, that's a fork of GMX, which does have LP pools where you're going to have multiple tokens as well. But its purpose is really for people to get leverage to either leverage long or leverage short, similar to other perp things that you've seen like BitMEX. So that's fulfilling kind of a different purpose for speculation and hedging.
So which is the one, like on GMX, I used to have a pool that was like Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Yeah, so that's called the GLP pool, which is kind of, if you think about it, they're the guys that are basically.
Yeah, that was it.
They're betting.
Is that going to be? Is that
they're
going to be
betting
on
against the traders?
Is that going to be on Fame?
Yes. It'll be called PHP.
Oh, it is.
And with that, you're basically taking the bet that the traders get it wrong on average, right? You're effectively a house. Hello, Stokesy. It's your mate.
Thank you. Hi, Adam. How are you going?
Oh, it's Fiat.
Hello,
Oh,
guys.
it's you. I didn't realize it was you, my friend.
We finally meet.
Okay, so by way of background, I'm going to embarrass you with credit. You hold the world record for the most number of super chats, the biggest super chat, the most continuous super chats in one stream, multiple streams, or any streams on my channel. It's an honor to finally
Whoa.
meet you. I still can't see your face though, so you're still a mystery man to me.
Dude.
Yeah,
But
can I share how much?
making it fucking rain up in here.
It's public knowledge.
Yeah.
So I had CC on from Liquid Loans, and we're having a bit of a debate. And Fiat came in with some lefts and rights. It started off with like $50, then $100, then $200, then $300, and I think you went $300 because that was when you maxed out. And
Yeah,
it just
maxed
kept
out.
pouring in.
I would have gone much higher.
Oh
yeah.
well, I'm very grateful. The chat was going absolutely ballistic, and I was cracking up.
I like your style, Adam. What can I say?
I appreciate it. Hey, if you ever want to come on the channel, I know my audience would be ecstatic to speak to you because we have very respectful debates. I present one side, you present another, and you pay me to debate. So you're absolutely always welcome on my channel, with or without the super chats, my friend.
In fact, Bucks, if you've got time, feel free to stick around.
Absolutely.
I'll stick around and listen in, sure. And if you want me to opine, I would love to speak to Adam.
Yeah, so
please.
I wanted to say some nice things about all of you on screen because I appreciate you being here so much. And right now we're in the last about 2 hours of a 42-hour live stream, if I did my math right. So we've got Buck, I think. So I was listening live to Adam's stream whenever you were doing all those super chats. And so I definitely respect both of you as thought leaders in crypto. And I'm being serious. Like, I'm not just hyping you up. Apparently I also heard Buck, you say once that you're like the most banned person by Richard or something during a bear market, or sorry, during a bull market, you were telling people not to buy whenever it was a
I'm the most
blowout top or
dedicated.
something.
Richard called me the most dedicated fudster in HEX history.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's a huge title. So that's really important. But I also think your ability to bring people together and to speak publicly has been really outstanding. So I appreciate you being on the stream.
Yeah, thank you.
And,
I think
very
importantly, if I might add there, Maddie, when HEX was going to a bubble, I was saying it, and I'm a lot happier being here when I think, things are cheap, saying, hey, it's a lot more interesting now.
Yeah.
It's that's the way I look at these things. So I like to buy low and sell high. I think that's the way to do markets if you can help it.
Yeah, I don't like dancing on caskets, but sometimes you just have to.
I
show
like
up for the team.
I like people who dance on caskets though, because they give me a very good indicator. So please keep up the rap videos and casket dancing when we're in a bull market. But I think right now we're kind of in the opposite part. I think to me that allows me to be more vocal and more interested.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited too about what's ahead. And then Adam here, he is a really amazing person in the crypto space because you have a channel that is really so open-minded and really true to all the principles I think that a lot of us are attracted to in Bitcoin, Ethereum, HEX, Pulse, and other places. There were so many people along the way in HEX history that didn't give it a fair chance or spoke ill of it without being informed. And so I appreciate you, Adam, for always being informed and for educating your audience about true crypto.
I appreciate it, Maddie, and it's also good to know that right back at you. Many people think that there's HEX maxis, which of course there are, but you're a good representative of the community where you have spoken highly of Bitcoin as well. So there will always be a divide in the community one way or another. And what I'm really looking for is I think we need an industry sort of program. So if you think of the accounting industry, they have the Accounting Industry Awards. If you think of Hollywood, they have the Hollywood Globe. What do they have? The Emmys, the Globe. I don't know. what I'm talking about. The Oscars, all of that stuff where they recognize the whole industry. They do it in all these different fields, but in crypto, we still seem to be divided in so many ways. And what I want to see in the future, not so much crypto against crypto, but of course, crypto against the the scam that is fiat, the scam that is the existing system, the scam that is a centralized banking system. So if we can achieve one thing together, Maddie, that would be hopefully bringing the community together, irrespective of which team we're cheering for.
I think that's a great message. And now Sticker Guy, I already bragged about him having a special place in the history of all crypto, because in the Richard Hart documentary, his sticker was slapped onto Richard's Ferrari, and there was a really sweet scene where the camera was showing that as Richard was zooming around a corner on a cliff or something. So Sticker Guy,
nice.
I was not able to pirate the video for you out of respect.
Yeah,
but
actually,
I can confirm it was just as awesome the second time.
Actually, Trevon James pirated it, but I think he has already taken it down. So I was able to not watch it because he like filmed himself the whole video. Like, who pirates a video gets then like, and then just films himself. Whatever. I listened to the film during the last time. I don't know. I forgot about time, to be honest. Okay. While I have the word, I would like to keep it for a moment. Hello, Adam Stokes. I am honored and pleased to meet you. You are one of the first, if not the if I'm not sure if you were the first video that I saw with you and Richard Hart, but I know that you were one of the at least top 3 or like even first or second videos that I watched where I met Richard Hart, and I think you did an amazing job. And yeah, I didn't expect to meet you ever, but here we are, and nice to meet you.
I'm honored, Sticker Guy. Can I just ask? First of all, thank you for the very kind words. I'm very humbled, but I'm meeting you for the first time as well. Are you by chance the Sticker Guy that there was a HEX meetup? There's a Richard Hart meetup. I saw it in some video randomly. There was some guy, perhaps you, with a pile of stickers, and you asked Richard to sign a sticker, and then he asked for one of your stickers. Are you the guy?
Yes, I am.
You're the Sticker Guy. Oh, I've seen your work as well. It's great to meet you.
Oh, thank you very much. Wow.
and none of the conferences online would have happened without Sticker Guy helping me, and so I want to shout him out. It's really incredible, and I really appreciate you, man.
Yeah, Maddie, I get so much support from you. I actually I started coming here I just wanted to volunteer, have some fun, and it turned out into much more. I'm still sometimes sometimes I just need to take a break and be like, okay, that was very interesting, because at least especially in the first couple of conferences, I was more backstage, and because I was nervous and stuff, I was telling people okay, please be 60 minutes early, we really need to check your microphone. And there were already people streaming for years, and they're yeah, no, I'm already perfectly set up. And then they came early, and I got to spend a lot of time just speaking with them and learning about everything, being a completely noob. And with Maddie giving me the chance again, I'm really honored. I think it is always so much fun hosting these conferences, getting to meet people, giving the community a space to interact. Now, usually you only had the HEX conference where it was no, we only talk about HEX. But now with PulseChain, I think there's so much opportunity for to invite other communities, and I think we still have to work a lot on the to really get to different communities. We have or how I viewed it, please correct me if I'm wrong. During this conference, there were, first of all, the movies were happening, so we had lower viewerships in general, but that's fine. But I feel we had many people that are from the Richard Hart ecosystem that are building on PulseChain. But I would like to invite more bigger names from completely different communities. And I know we kind of want to onboard them to our thing, but I think we have to listen, or we have to be interested in their thing, because why would they come, right?
when I look at how the Hex community has grown since like you joined and everybody was mean to you for just asking questions, that was a huge check on us when everybody was mean to Clay Collins because he said that our market cap was BS. And in my opinion, it was BS. You can't count the OA coins in the market cap if you have really good methodology and you know, if you have a reasoning to how you're counting market cap, then it's okay to question things. And so when Sticker Guy was questioning things, when Clay Collins was questioning things, the community definitely rejected that. But I've seen the community grow a lot, and so I'm bullish on our growth and our ability to, like Adam and Buck and Tangent. I think all of you are great examples of wanting to reach larger audiences and not being focused only on one thing. And Tangent, I want to say your enthusiasm for learning within the crypto space and your high level of technical expertise is really valuable. And I want to put you in charge of this interview and, you know, like make sure that Adam and Buck get their time in the light. But, you know, I'll stick around on screen if that's okay.
That sounds awesome. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate you saying that. And yeah. You, like, let's all hang out. Maybe I moderate and we like it has. So like I'll moderate and you guys have a debate, I guess. What I didn't see the streams that you guys are talking about. What were some of the key aspects that you disagreed on?
We disagree on everything. No.
What?
No,
surely not. Because I know I agree with both of you on a lot of things. So it's hard for me to believe that then there could be so much disagreement.
What was the last one we were debating on? Hang on, can I go back a step? First of all, I like the course of action. I don't even know this guy's name. Is it Fiat or is it Buck? I'm so confused.
Buck. Fiat's the project.
Oh, okay. All right. And because we have a laugh about it, because the mortal enemy, of course, for everyone in the crypto land is Fiat, F-I-A-T. So when Buck comes on the channel and his ticker, his name, his sort of code, if you will, is P-H-I-A-T, I have to, when I'm referring to him in the conversation on the live streams, I have to say Fiat with a P. But we were having an epic battle last week. What was it about? It was about the BlackRock. We were debating about BlackRock.
Yeah, so I think you were kind of repeating the crypto Twitter thing that, you know, BlackRock are the Illuminati and that they're they own everything and all that stuff. And I was sort of just pushing back on it a little bit. So for anybody who works in the industry, you know that guys like BlackRock and Vanguard are passive managers. So their job is literally to create products that allow you to easily and efficiently get invested in basically everything. And that's why they're the world's largest asset managers, because they're like the Walmart, if you will, or the Target of investment products. Their job is not to be brilliant, smart investors. It's to give you a vehicle to get invested in. So I was kind of just making that point. They've been around forever. They're enormous. They have a massive balance sheet. They're professional. They do things well. The fact that they're getting into crypto, in my opinion, is actually probably pretty bullish for crypto, because it means that basically the government doesn't want to have kind of shady, dodgy people that have kind of repeatedly failed. I'll name a few names here: FTX, Celsius, Voyager, BlockFi, these kind of shadow banks. They're going for the usual suspects, which are things that have kind of, you know, $1 trillion plus 10 trillion under asset management, are very profitable. And they're telling them, can you go and make a product that does this? Because we're sick of these assholes basically blowing up and, you know, having to deal with the mess. So I actually look at that as a very bullish thing. Now, to the extent that, you know, are these guys influential? Yeah, they definitely are, like any other large U.S. corporation, but they're not the Illuminati. Is kind of my point. Their job is really just to provide exposure to these things. So it's not like they're going out and deciding which assets are going to go up or down. They don't really care. They have a strategy department that basically looks for new products all the time. Yeah, so I don't really look at it as something that worries me so much.
I say who's in charge. So BlackRock aside, so we'll go all the way back. I have for years on my channel been saying who's in charge, who's running the show. And you might say, well, obviously it's the president and prime minister. And it's like, well, not really. If you go up the constitution chain in Australia, the head of the constitution, the highest ranking person is the head of the crown. So it was Queen Elizabeth and now King Charles. But of course, that's just a figurative or a royal view of what's happening as a bit of a ceremonial and pomp and traditions. And even the Queen, bless her and rest her soul, in the past never really got involved in anything political. And King Charles maybe a little bit more when he's talking about climate change. But we accept that even though at the head of the constitution we have the monarch, we really have the prime minister. So then we drill down and say in Australia, well, the prime minister's in charge. Well, what we've seen is when the prime minister tries to do something that impacts on business, the prime minister can lose his job. Now, our system is very different in the sense that you can be fired from your own political party. And in Australia, we're voting for a party as opposed to a person. It looks like we're voting for a person in the sense that, hey, this is our lead candidate, our leader of the party. But once the party is in, we mainly have Labor and Liberal, or left and right. Overnight, that prime minister can be fired. And we saw that in Australia a few years ago, where we went through several prime ministers in the space of 2 years without an election. England has gone through something similar. So that sort of showed me, particularly within the Commonwealth, that it wasn't so much who was in charge of the country was being the prime minister, but perhaps the party. So then you go back a step and you say, well, who's influencing the party? And you say, well, obviously those who lobby government, which in my mind is just a legal way of coercing or telling governments what to do. There's a very fine line between donations and bribery, and depends how you look at it, that money can become very blurred. So you say, all right, well, it wasn't the Queen, wasn't the Prime Minister, it wasn't the party, it was those who was giving the money. And so you track this all the way down. Of course, the United States political system, it's different in the sense that you are voting for, yes, a party, but the candidate that you put in charge, the president, they're in for the whole term unless they die, essentially, or retire. Whereas in Australia, the party can fire them themselves. But in any case, you follow it goes to the old saying, follow the money, follow the money. And who has the most money? Well, BlackRock, over $10 trillion in assets. And there's only 2 countries that have a GDP bigger than BlackRock's balance sheet. Yeah. And those 2 countries are the United States and China.
But Adam, very important point there. That $10 trillion doesn't belong to BlackRock. That $10 trillion is literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of moms and dads that just invest via their products. They can lose every one of those dollars overnight.
Agreed.
Right?
So not just mums and dads, but most certainly institutions. So there's a lot of institutional money in there. Mums and dads don't make up that much money, but the institutions certainly do. But I acknowledge your point. But
the institutions are usually moms and dads' money, though, being managed by institutions, right?
Cool.
So pensions, pension funds or things like that, right?
Which are centralized through superannuation funds or 401k funds.
Exactly.
But if you to match that argument, if you say, well, hang on, it's not their money, it's the mums and dads and the institutions and the insurance funds and whatever, cool. Well, you could put the same argument on for a government. You say, well, the government doesn't actually own the GDP. The GDP is a product of all the goods and services transitioning through an economy over a year. So the arguments kind of cancel each other out. You say, well, it's not really their money. Well, a GDP isn't a government's money. It's a number. Ultimately, I am not convinced that the president of the United States is in charge of the United States. So the question is, who's in charge?
Not. He's definitely not.
I think we all agree that.
I'll answer that question for you rather easily, and I'm in a pretty good position to answer it because I understand both systems that you're talking about pretty well, given that I'm a citizen of both places. The U.S. system has separation of power, obviously through the legislative branch, the executive branch, which is the president's, the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court. But if you look at the U.S., what's most strong about it is its institutions, and that includes things like the military, it includes universities, corporations, and all that stuff. What the political philosopher Domhoff calls that is the power elite, and that's who runs America. It's basically all the different strata of elite people across all those major institutions throughout the country, and they're all every day sort of competing for interest in the government, and they lobby us as voters. They lobby the government as just pure lobbyists, and they try to influence things. But that's how the U.S. system works. So there is a power elite in America, and these people all tended to meet each other at university on average, right? So they get good jobs coming out of places like Harvard or Princeton or Yale, and they become lawyers, or they become doctors, or they become politicians, or CEOs and things like that. But they all have similar interests, right? And that kind of fundamentally is who controls America. When you add it all up, and you can be in the military, whatever. But the point is, it's primarily a country that's run by the elites.
And those elites have money. And who has the most money?
The elites.
Yeah, but who has the most money?
Well, once again, it's not BlackRock, because BlackRock doesn't really have the most money, right? If you want to really has the most money, it's the Fed, but because they've got infinite money. But BlackRock is literally just a business that takes breadcrumbs out of the 10 trillion in asset holders. So they're not as big as you think. In reality, actually, Apple is much more impressive in terms of.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on when Fink said we will force the behavior of these companies? So that was what we were arguing, or debating, I should say, debating about. I think it was not last week, but the week before, maybe a couple of weeks ago. It's all a blur. But when we're saying that, they're not just, they're this powerful, they don't have that much influence. Well, when Fink comes in and says we will force these behaviors, and they force these behaviors by getting companies to act in a certain way, and they do that by taking away the bonuses of CEOs. If you don't put this rainbow flag up, we're going to cut your wage. If you don't support BLM, we're going to fire you from your position. If you don't say there's 500 genders, we're going to sack you. If you don't put a man dressed as a woman to be in charge of marketing for this, we're going to sack you. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so what you're talking about there is kind of the ESG thing, and I would say that is a insurgent group that is trying to implant itself in all of those major institutions that I just talked about. I've seen it personally in the investment world over the last 10 years.
Who is that group?
That group is predominantly a group of people with certain left-leaning authoritarian views, using these highly emotional issues, which include things like sexuality and gender, race, and all these things, to basically seize control of certain subsets of people, and it appears to be working quite well.
What's their motive, do you think?
Power. Yeah, Nietzsche. Will to power.
Yeah. Cool.
But like, money is power in a certain way, but you don't need money necessarily to have power. So if you're comparing who has the biggest GDP, that does only include money, or like BlackRock having only money, but like you can have influence on something without having money.
Sure. Well, there's all sorts of different types of power, right? There's soft power, there's economic power, there's military power. I mean, the U.S. is super powerful. The reason why the dollar is not going to disappear as the reserve currency anytime soon is because we have the biggest military on the planet by a mile, and we also have the best allies, right?
What do you guys think about soft war being taken off the market? I still haven't heard a good take on that. What is his name? Ben Lowry. He works for the Space Force or something.
Jason Lowry.
Jason Lowry. He had to take his book down about Bitcoin, but his thesis has to do with power projection, and that's why cryptocurrency is so cool. And he's like, I don't know, he's like, he was on his way to being as predominant as safety in terms of writing the Bitcoin standard. This is like the sequel to the Bitcoin standard, was called Soft War. And he just took it down in the past week from Amazon and said, yeah, the military said I couldn't keep it up anymore. That's it.
Yeah, so Saifedean actually wrote his own sequel called The Fiat Standard, where he used the same framework as the Bitcoin standard to write about the fiat system to highlight all its inadequacies. But I see what you're saying in terms of they were comparable in terms of the popularity
stuff. Yeah, I like it.
They're both really good.
So this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. So and I really respect the ability to speak with particularly Americans about this, because I've never ever. So As you know, I challenge the status of the US dollar remaining the global reserve currency forever. I base this on the fact that global reserve currencies always change. They keep printing it. It's losing trust. Yes, it's certainly the most powerful currency in the world. It's backed by war. The reason why it has the biggest military behind it is because they are the biggest currency and they go hand in hand. The United States has the biggest military, not because they have the biggest population or the most amount of resources in the ground. They have the biggest military because they have the biggest ability to print the most amount of money to buy whatever they want to get the biggest military. What's happening now, though, of course, is that everyone is slowly losing faith and confidence in the US dollar. And this is nothing against the good people of the United States. And this is why more than 50% of my audience is American. And when I bring up this as a thought experiment, as an economic fact, that things are always changing, no fiat survives, and global powers always swap over. And we're actually due for a change now. Even Ray Dalio has spoken about it in his book. And he's got a very short video, or about a 40-minute video that articulates this very well. And I'm always really impressed that I've never, ever had an American say, oh, Adam, you're anti-American, or you've got a small country complex. It's never come up. And I absolutely love Americans for that, because I've never experienced that. It's never like, oh, you know, you're racist or you're sexist. That argument just doesn't exist in this economic facts. And a quick little side story. I've just got back from Queensland, where I was involved in, I can't say what I was involved in, but it was a very high level government thing that was happening. And there was an American commander who got up and spoke and gave a speech. And the Australians gave a speech, and then this American commander got up and he gave his speech, and it was absolutely glorious. And I was thinking, that's the America I love. That's the inspiration I get, where they speak so well, they motivate, they drive us. But that confidence with words and speeches and the beautiful brand that is the United States is not flowing over to the United States dollar for being the global reserve currency forever. Now, when will it collapse? I have no idea. Will it be tomorrow? Definitely not. Next 5 years? Probably not. But as you can see, we now have so many different things happening. That we've got the rise of Bitcoin, we've got the rise of BRICS, we've got the rise of the CBDCs, decentralization, gold-backed standard. We've got the fall of confidence in the United States dollar. And so I really wonder what's going to happen in the future. And I really just, first of all, do a micro example. If I didn't need money right now, but you wanted to give me something to buy something that I had, so say you want to buy, I don't know, the house I'm in at the moment, and you said, look, I'm going to give you this money, but you can't tap into that money for a few years. Do you want Bitcoin? Do you want gold? Or do you want the United States dollar? If I didn't need to move the money tomorrow, if I didn't need to buy stuff on the market, there's no way I would take the United States dollar, because it just keeps losing its purchasing power. And that's a mathematical fact, and everyone kind of agrees with that. So we're kind of in this transition at the moment. Sure, at the moment, the global reserve currency, the most liquid currency in the world, is the United States dollar. It moves with very little friction, unless you're Russia, or you've done something that America doesn't like, and then it moves with a lot of friction, which actually shows other countries, oh, hang on a second, we don't want to be in a position where our currency can be shut down, where we're cut out of the global network. But on the micro level, when it's like, if I don't need this money now, I can say as a matter of fact that it's constantly going down in value. Back in my economic degree day, they were saying the natural rate of inflation was 2 to 5%. I would argue now that it's more 10 to 20%. They keep fudging the CPI and therefore inflation numbers. But without a doubt, as we can see, the debt that's going up for the United States, everyone's saying, hang on, what's going on? And if America doesn't have the ability to buy real stuff with fake money in the future, there will be a shift in that militaristic power unless they go out with a big bang. As we can see when it comes to the debt, check my words on this, but as I understand it, of all the money in the United States, there was, or of all the cash that you've got, or the M2 money supply, all of it was printed in 240-ish years, but half of it was done in just the last 2 years. So for 238 years, you built up this big supply of money, and now it's getting so exponentially fast that in just the 2 years, the second half of all of that money was printed. That is simply not sustainable. And when they talk about paying off the debt, when they talk about raising the debt, there's no talk of lowering the debt. The game is just raise the debt. And there will come a point where they say no more. So for all of us, I think on the micro or the macro, at the retail or the institutional, we're saying, well, what's the future of money? Where do we go? And in my mind, it's actually Bitcoin. And I know that stirs up a lot of emotion with a lot of people because they're like, it's too slow, this and that. It's like, nah, there will be more than one currency. We have different languages, we have different streaming services, we have different countries, we have different colors, we have different genders, we have different colors. It's all okay. But there's always an apex. And the apex at the moment is absolutely the United States dollar. Arguably, the second one is then gold, but Bitcoin is moving up very quickly. There's my grenade bomb. Sorry, conversation grenade. What are your thoughts?
So I kind of agree with everything except for your conclusion. But what I think is happening basically is that you have sort of the Western power system, which is the US and NATO. Australia is part of that. And then you have, China and Russia that have a weird alliance where the enemy of their enemy is their friend, but they don't really like each other. So that's the kind of tripolar world we exist in currently. I think that's likely to persist for a very long time. I don't think that's going to change. But what I think is emerging is a fourth pole, which is the internet economy. So if you think about what Ethereum and what Bitcoin and what HEX and what PulseChain and everything else all means is a fourth type of economy, which is going to exist on the internet. That will be a very important check, I think, to the rest of those superpowers, right? And we have the opportunity to basically create a check against that war machine that you alluded to through these different things. In terms of what's going to win, I think they all win because they, on average, I think this internet economy is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. If you think about the number of talented people all over the world that contribute to cryptocurrency in a variety of ways and become more and more au fait with it every day as it improves, much as we saw the internet take over retail, you're going to see it have a bigger impact on kind of the global economy. So that's where I think this is going. I think Bitcoin has a role to play in that, but I also think it's very early days. It's very hard to know, who the winners are going to be. I suspect Bitcoin's one of them, and I suspect Ethereum is one of them as well. But I'm also old enough to remember things like Palm Pilot and AOL Online. I'm trying to think of an Australian example, but a lot of these things basically get leapfrogged.
Maybe BlackBerry?
Yeah, that BlackBerry, great example, more recent one. It's just really hard, and it's always hard to invest in technology for that reason. That's why Warren Buffett usually doesn't, because he doesn't think he's very good at trying to pick the long-term winners. But yeah, I think that's the kind of key thing here. I think you're going to still have atom war. You're still going to have conflict. You're still going to have kind of elites at all these places competing for power. And what's happened recently is they realized that crypto is something so big now that they can't entirely ignore it like they did for the first 10 years and laugh it off. The fact that they're interested in it now and they're bringing, their mates BlackRock and Vanguard and whomever to this is because they realize actually it's something that they realize is going to stick around and actually have a lot of influence, and they want to have at least some control over it to a degree. But I do think, and this is actually probably the biggest thought exercise I would put to the community that's listening, is that so much of Bitcoin and Ethereum are now being captured currently by these sort of elite institutions, right? Either through regulation or through large asset managers or whomever entering the fray. And I think one thing that's very interesting and unique about our community is how we're entirely anti-elitist on average. That's kind of a common theme that I see throughout almost every Hexagon. We come from different walks of life. Some of us are kind of like, ghetto guys from Miami. A lot of us are rednecks. We have bogan Australians. We're all these kind of people that don't trust the man, right? A lot of anti-vaxxers in this community, a lot of, we call them strapists. A lot of people that didn't like the lockdowns. I lived in Australia through the whole lockdown thing. And I remember being the only person I knew that was openly saying, I don't agree with this. This is wrong, right? Everybody else thought I was horrible for saying this. So we're naturally that kind of thing, which I think is really cool because it means that actually PulseChain is likely to be in a cryptocurrency world that's becoming more and more captured, probably the freest place in the internet. So I think that's quite cool as well. But yeah, I agree with your premise that Bitcoin is going to play a big role in sort of keeping these central banks in check. I would say, the RBA, which is the Australian equivalent of the Fed, has a 2 to 3% target. That's what their bonuses are based off of. So they try and manage inflation inside of that. We want a little bit of inflation. You don't want a world that's deflationary. It's not very pleasant. That's what the Great Depression looks like. That's what the Dark Ages look like. You want a little bit of inflation, and you don't want people saving too much. You want them going out and taking risk and starting businesses and trying to increase productivity and doing useful things. So there's a certain amount of inflation that we want to occur. I don't think it's necessarily going to just topple over all those institutions. Though the way, we're not going to go into a debt monetization scenario, which would be like a Zimbabwe thing anytime soon. Not as long as those institutions are still very, very strong. And I think the last few years have shown that they're still quite strong.
Maddie, I'm glad you mentioned Jason Lowry, because it's very concerning that you have this young Space Force officer who he did a very good video with Pompliano, and it was quite he did a couple, but there's one in particular where he basically holds up a picture of a miner, a Bitcoin miner, and a gun. And he basically shows this pistol, and he articulates so beautifully how these technologies, you don't have a choice. And of course they go back to, I'm going to stick to bows and arrows, and I'm not for gunpowder. Well, you don't have a choice. If your adversary is using gunpowder and missiles and planes and bombs and bullets, and you're sticking with bows and arrows, you don't have a choice. You have to adopt, otherwise you will die. And this was the argument that Lowry was making. American commissioned officer, Space Force officer. And it is very concerning to me, for all of us, that they banned his books, and they've basically silenced him. And there was a tweet that came out from himself basically saying, I'm okay, thanks for your support, but I've been advised not to talk anymore. And that's some pretty scary stuff, but it's also equally some reassuring stuff, reassuring in the sense that it seems that truth is punished these days. I mean, really think about it. The more truth you speak, the more you are silenced. If you say something that's so blatantly true, the mainstream loses their marbles and goes ballistic. And I'll give an extreme example. I'll probably get in trouble for saying this. If you say men and women are identical, there's no physical or biological difference between men and women. It's like, yeah, you go, girl. So we play this game. But if you say men and women are different, it's like explosions. Like, how dare you say that? Now, that's one of thousands of examples I could give. But it's just that as soon as you say something that's true, or just, objectively true, not even subjectively true, or an opinion, it seems to be that there's so much punishment. And I'm just wondering, maybe when Lowry, the space officer, spoke about perhaps the truth, you have this flow on to something that's very important to nations, to economies, to the future of humanity. Why was he silenced? And that's quite scary to me.
Adam, I heard someone say, which I thought was accurate. By the way, I'll be quick, guys. I know we've got 6 here. Someone said, if they can destroy our ability to use language accurately to describe the world around us, then they win, because then people they don't believe their own observation. They can't communicate their observations to others. So you start to live in a world where you just have to accept what you're told is true by some kind of authority, because you can't trust your own senses. You can't trust your own eyes. That thing that you thought that through your entire life, that thing that you look at and you go, that's a object X. No, you're told, no, it's not. You cannot trust your own eyes. So I thought that was quite a reasonable theory for a reason why they would want to F up the language so badly to the point where it's just unusable.
Language is so powerful.
Also, I just want to make 2 quick comments. One, I now realize why you know how I said I agree with both of you so much, but then how is it possible that you guys disagree? It was in a category of topics that I do not involve myself with, which is government legacy, like legacy government stuff. I just don't do it. It's not part of my thing at all. So that's why we've never obviously objected internally between any of us. And I just want to know, how frequently were you guys, like, how often was this happening, roughly?
I think we did it like 3 weeks in a row. But there's, but the first one, what was actually happening was, as I said, I had CC from Liquid Loans on. This is the gold. Buck and Fiat was arguing with CC, and it was my show, but those two were like debating each other, but I was getting paid for it. So I'm just sitting back and like, you boys do your thing. It was hilarious. And I'll tell you what,
Buck from the comments, like, so Buck from the comments in text versus
CC from Liquid Loans. That's right. Whilst I was getting super chatted for it. Now, the reason why, and free market, well done, Buck. You know how to play the free market. That is, there was hundreds of comments coming in. Like, everyone was exploding because it was a touchy subject, and it was during something big that happened in the community. But priority goes to the super chats, and his super chats came in, and he just kept decimating everyone by getting on top with the biggest super chats. And I've actually spoken about you offline, Buck, where I said, he's a type of guy who's probably, that's chump change for him. And I don't want to. I've got to be careful with my words here, because a lot of us have made a lot of money in crypto, and you probably can read between the lines that when you're dropping $300 or $400 in super chats, for those of us who have made stupid amounts of money in crypto, it's kind of like buying your mate a beer. Because I had a lot of people come and say, how can anyone do that? It's crazy. And it's like, look, there's different amounts of money out there. Some people have enough money to buy your mate a beer. And I remember my friend saying he once went to Aruba for a poker tournament. He made it to the pre-qualify for a world tournament in poker. And he said one of the big poker boys there, he had this pile of $500 chips, like real $500 chips. And he was playing a game with the girls. Should be careful what I say. It's not my story, but it's a real story. He was encouraging the girls to take off an item of clothing and dive in the pool to pick up a poker chip. But that poker chip was $500. And the story goes that he had all of these girls that were not strippers, that were otherwise quite civil, shall we say. And the game was, you can get this $500 chip off the bottom of the pool, but you have to remove a certain item of clothing, use your imagination. And the story goes, this guy was throwing in poker chips, and all of these girls were coming out of the woodwork. Now, he spent probably $5,000 to $6,000 just on this little game here. And it's just an example of when you're really rolling in that sort of money. I mean, think about when we were younger, $500 is what I would earn in 2 weeks whilst going to university, where you have these high rollers that are just sort of splashing it around, quite literally, just for a bit of fun.
Yeah, that's true. I think, most people don't realize how rich some people are. And if you did, there would be kind of guillotines and things like that more often. It was more observable in the old days because you could go look at the chateau and go, who lives there, right? But it's a lot harder to understand now. But I manage money for wealthy people professionally as a job, and I do all right. But I can tell you, there's people out there that are just so stupidly wealthy, and most of them just inherited it. is the reality, right? And they're just trying to keep their position at the table. For the next generation. That's a big part of what a lot of these things are.
I want to give a special welcome to Crypto7. Thanks so much for joining us. There are a lot of people around the HEX community where they can't wait to tune into your streams, especially with you and Tangent creating a great duo lately. And so I'm really excited for you to be here for the last about hour and 15 of the live stream today.
Great. Happy to be here. And congratulations on a great conference. I'm enjoying listening to you all, and great to see the community bouncing back so resiliently. And I think that's what I'm here for, isn't it? To pump things up a little bit. I mean, there's plenty to be excited about. Obviously, we've had the recent events, but since the recent events, we've had a strong bounce, which is really great. We've had the community cohesion, which is really great. We've had the Highest Stakes movie, which everyone loves, and people are talking about it. That's getting a lot of traction, even in mainstream. And of course, we've had the conference. And we've had a strong bounce. Currently, we look set to bounce even stronger than Cardanzo and Solanzo did when they were targeted by the SEC. So I think it's about 2 weeks it takes on average to recover back to the pre-Gary Genza fingering. So I think we're on track to do that. So that's really, really exciting. And yeah, I'm here to pump things up a bit. I heard Buck talking about how the institutions are coming, and I can hear them coming, and we can see them coming now. And for me, they're the cavalry, really. They're the cavalry, certainly, if you're looking to make big gains over the next 2 to 3 years, which is my sort of timescale. That's what I'm looking to do. I'm not sure how great it is that BlackRock and Grayscale and all that are going to be in terms of hoping for a continuation of the 4-year cycle. But I think that's naive of crypto to expect that. And I think it's immature of crypto to expect that. And it's not going to happen. But certainly it's going to unhinge and create a massive pump for everyone in HEX and PulseChain. And there are two key ingredients, 2 bits of the equation are the secret sauce, if you like, for making tons of money and being able to calculate how much money you're going to make over the next 2 years. And I'm going to share this exclusively with you, the PulseChain conference people. And if you're enjoying this kind of content, then subscribe to Crypto 7. But I'm going to share the exclusive secret sauce ingredients to working out how rich we're all going to be over the next 18 months to 2 years. And there's 2 elements to it. And it's like an equation, if you like. And if you're into numbers, and a lot of people in crypto are into numbers, and this will float your boat, you'll enjoy this. So sit back and get a drink. Let's go, everyone. Let's go. And deploy the like on entry. Okay, so there's 2 elements. In analyzing how much money you're going to make in a crypto, there's 2 aspects. There's the crypto itself. There's a micro-analysis of the crypto itself. That's the tokenomics. That's the founder. That's the roadmap. That's the community. Yada, yada, yada. All the good stuff we've been talking about at this fantastic PulseChain conference, right? So that's one factor. Call that a scale of 1 to 10. So 1 would be Litecoin, 10 would be HEX and PulseChain, right? So then the next part of the equation, the critical other part of the equation, is the health of the overall crypto community, okay? So if the overall crypto space is also popping off, then you've got 10 times 10, which is your maximum score of 100, which is roughly about what PulseChain will do and HEX will do. So that's fantastic. But if the overall crypto market is only a 0, then we still get a 0. Doesn't matter how good Richard Hart is, doesn't matter how good Matty ALLin is, doesn't matter how good Adam Stokes is, all these factors, it won't matter for anything. If we're actually in decline, if the overall crypto space is in decline, then we've got a minus number. So then we times a 10 by a minus number and we're fucked, we're screwed, okay? So that doesn't work either. So the overall health of the crypto market is what's critically important in the fact that, yes, we want to be the best. We don't want to be the Litecoin. We want to be the HEX. Yes, that's right. But we also need that other side of the equation. Without the other side of the equation, we're lost. And that's something that was lost on the HEX and PulseChain community a year or 2 ago when HEX was just going to the moon. But now everyone appreciates that now. But the other critical element is the health. So what's going to dictate the health and what's going to dictate how well the crypto space does in this cycle is mainstream media. And what's going to influence mainstream media? Well, Buck was right when he was talking about people like BlackRock and Vanguard. BlackRock has got a huge PR team. They've got offices everywhere in 6 continents. I was Googling them this morning, and if you Google BlackRock PR, you get telephone numbers and names of senior people in PR for BlackRock across the world. And they're in Santa Monica. They're where you guys are at the moment in Texas. They're in about 40 states in the US, and they're in 6 continents. They've got thousands of PR people. Now, the job of these PR people at BlackRock are to warm up mainstream media. And they've started that process already. And you've probably seen some headlines in Cointelegraph and beyond into the mainstream. But until the crypto market starts to pick up a bit more, mainstream media aren't very interested. But they started the work already. As soon as crypto starts to pick up this time round, then mainstream media will start to be interested. Then all these connections have been made and will have been made. And then it's going to be very different, because what that's going to do then is we're going to get the mainstream coverage much, much earlier in this cycle. So I'm expecting this year lots of mainstream coverage. And if BlackRock get their ETF, even more so. And then what that's going to then do is create retail FOMO. So we're going to get the retail FOMO much earlier in this cycle. Eventually, this cycle is therefore going to be more aggressive than the last cycle. I do believe that this cycle will be more aggressive, but then this will then end the 4-year cycle, because we will then have BlackRock, Vanguard, all the rest in. That means we will have much less of a drop. It's only the savage bear markets that have allowed us to enjoy these savage bull markets. It's only the misinformation perpetrated by the mainstream media which has allowed people to panic sell to the extent they have. So that none of that will happen in the next time round. We've got thousands of people just from BlackRock, just in PR, just working on the PR already. If you Google BlackRock Bitcoin, you'll see they've made about 3 statements in the last 2 days, and they're going to make another statement tomorrow. Soon as crypto prices start to go up, because that's the trigger for the mainstream will be triggered on controversy, pictures of kids and dogs, and also numbers. Those are the 3 things that drive the mainstream, okay? Then suddenly we've got all this influence, and things are going to happen very fast and very aggressively. So I'm expecting this to be a very enriching bull market, particularly enriching for people in cryptos like Pulse and HEX, because as I say, you score a 10 on that critical one side of the equation, but what about the other? Well, the other is BlackRock, Vanguard, and that's why I think they're going to be fantastic, particularly for people whose stakes may be ending in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm not sure if, for instance, you were thinking about getting in a year or 2, or you were hoping for all your stakes were ending in 8 years, 10 years, 15 years. I don't know what's going to happen then, but certainly this bull market's going to be fantastic, and I hope that helps to pump things up for people and encourages people. And in terms of just finishing on this, so as the crypto market overall starts to climb, then PulseChain and HEX will catch up very quickly, because of course PulseChain's a brand new layer 1, so that's a massive tick, and HEX has gone down a lot, so it has a lot of headroom to grow now. From an investor's point of view, it's beautiful because it's gone down so much. As soon as it starts to show its resilience and starts to pick up, everyone's going to be piling in. There's going to be so many more people wanting to buy PLS when it's a tenth of a penny than there is currently at a hundredths of a penny at the moment. And once it is a penny, even more people will want to be buying it than they do now. So that's how it'll go. So you're very, very excited, and thank you for allowing me to be here and help pump things up a little bit, hopefully.
Yeah, great analysis.
Thanks. So what else is going on, guys?
Okay, I have some questions, if I may.
Go for it.
Sure.
Okay, so as you know, I'm not a Hexican. I'm not a Pulsican. I've been accused of being a shadow Hexican and a shadow Pulsican, or an honorary one, and I think it's all fun, and it's I wear it with pride, whichever label you want to give me. But so when I ask these questions, I ask them, and I think you all know they're with very good intent. So when I question Hex or Pulse or Richard, I think we're in a space where you understand that given the amount of work I've put into this project, the amount of questions, the interviews with Richard, the investment I've made in this, when I ask a question, it's not to be a negative Nelly, but it's because I legitimately want to know what the go is. So I prepared some notes here before. First of all, I'm wondering your opinion, and for all of you, where is Richard? I see some tweets, but we've gone from one extreme where he was always in front of the camera doing lots of interviews. Then once the project HEX launched, then we had Pulse and PulseX launch. From where I'm sitting, it appears he's gone radio silent. Have I perceived that the right way? And if I have, why is he missing?
I'll come back on that if you like. Can I come back on that, Matty?
Sure.
Yeah, so firstly, I've heard you say this a lot, Adam. I mean, and as you know, I'm very, very fond of you. One of my favorite Hexicans. And but if you own Hex, you're a Hexican. I hear you say this every time. That is as simple as that. Okay, so let's just bottom that out. If you hold one Hex, you're a Hexican, okay? There isn't an initiation
Says who?
ceremony.
Who made that rule? Who made that rule?
That's how it is. In other words, you're part of a community. Same as if I own Solana, as I do, then you
if
know.
I own a motorbike, am I a
Solansian or whatever.
bikey? If I own a cricket bat, am I a cricketer? You know.
So you're definitely a network participant.
That's
Arguable of whether that is equivalent of equates to a community member. Let's not. Like, as in, I think this is a subjective. It can be a subjective definition.
And
but there isn't a Bible or something. There isn't a sort of like we're not all following some sort of strict rules. You know, I just don't really. I don't understand that sort of narrative that gets played out. It's just like, you know, it's the same as, you know, the Bitcoiners have got red eyes and things. It's just like, okay, if you own Hex, great, fantastic, and it's great that somebody like you does own Hex. But you're a hexagon, same as everyone else. If you're completely liquid, you're still a hexagon. If you completely state, you're a hexagon. They're all just hexagons. In terms of Richard Hart, I think one of the fantastic things about recent events is we've got a lot of clarity now, and investors love clarity and certainty. And it's very clear that he's toned down the outrage marketing once the SEC started to make approaches, and now we've got the filing. So we've got the new Richard Hart, and he's explained very clearly, Adam, to investors like yourself, that we've now got the new Richard Hart, which is a black T-shirt Richard Hart. I think it's a great look. I think he looks good in a black T-shirt, and it's a permanent status now. He said the old Richard, Clown Richard's died. This is the new Richard. Great, I'm on board with that. That's fantastic. I think it suits him. Black is slimming. I think it's fantastic. That's why I wear black T-shirts. And he's constantly on Twitter, updating about the roadmap for PulseChain and how well things are going there. And he did a pre-recorded video just a few days ago. So in terms of where Richard is, that's where he is. I don't know if you've seen that pre-recorded video that was released about 36 hours ago. Okay,
no.
Well, there you go. You see, so it's all there, Adam.
Probably because I'm not a hexagon.
It's probably because you just haven't seen it.
Yeah. Now look at. Give me another take on it. Tangent or Maddie, your thoughts?
I mean, so different people have different identities when it comes to their culture. And it was interesting in the highest of stakes, even in the previews, you saw this dichotomy of like, is Hex a cult, right? It's one of the things that gets people talking. And so I think at the end of the day, yeah, we have aligned incentives if we can benefit economically from Hex. I think that's one type of hexagon. I think another type of hexagon is somebody who is time locking. And so they're kind of stuck with each other for a long enough period of time that we might as well get along at some point, which we've seen since the SEC started fudding. Thanks to Buck for a $100 Australian super chat. RH is the...
He's more comfortable from the comments.
Thank you, Fiat. See, I told you, he buys his spots. He knows the free market. Well done, Buck.
What does that comment mean?
Is it like the mythical whale or something? Is it like the whale that eats people or something? I've maybe got that wrong. Gulch.
Well, thanks for the super chat. And yeah, so I think that there's, people identify differently in terms of the identity of being a hexagon. And look, like some hexagons are more outrageous than others. I think we've got people who want to fit in more than one group. And so, at one point I was a Bitcoin maximalist. Then I started exploring other things. And so, yeah, there you go. Like, I think the way of looking at it to where you're including more people is a nice way to look at it. And so I think your point, Crypto 7, is a good one.
Well, I just think
it's a town,
we're at a PulseChain conference. We've got to be clear that if somebody asks where's Richard, and there's been a video released from him within 48 hours, that we make that clear to the person who raises it, because otherwise, my concern is you've got a lot of people looking in. There's a lot of new eyes on Hex and PulseChain, not least because of recent events. So it's very important if somebody says, "Where's Richard? He's missing," that we say
he's on Twitter.
He's not missing. He's just produced a video. Go and watch it. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think anyone says he's missing. He just doesn't put anywhere near as much content as he used to. Probably, and maybe because the project's launched. I don't know. That was just one of my questions.
He's probably
nobody's
similar.
done as much content as he was doing prolific amounts of content, wasn't he? He was enjoying staying up later than anyone else and exhausting every single interviewer. But it doesn't necessarily have to do that style. Vitarik doesn't do that style. Charles doesn't do that style, and it works, doesn't it?
I think he's probably similarly active on Twitter, maybe a little bit more active, but then obviously YouTube has gone like from 100 to 0. And I unfortunately don't have any additional answers. I would be purely speculating.
Well, not zero Tangent.
Oh, in terms of live, like in terms of live video, zero.
Do we need him to hold our hand? I mean, he was on just 48 hours ago.
No, come on, Chris. Be fair.
They were two incredibly short. They were two incredibly short pre-recorded videos. Like
we've gone from.
Okay, so zero. Okay, zero is unfair. Let's go 100 to 1.
I just think it's important.
Yeah, but saying to hold his hand is also unfair. You know,
I just think it's important as an ex-marketing professional that there's tons of people looking in, or I hope they are. I hope I got out of bed for a good reason here. Tons of people looking in. I think it's important that we don't promulgate this myth that Richard's gone missing, because it couldn't be further from the truth. So I suspect he's more active and more visible than most major founders. So that's all, Adam. I love
Chris,
you.
I hear what you're saying.
I don't want people getting the wrong idea.
So to clarify my question, I wasn't comparing Richard to other people. I was comparing Richard to Richard.
Yeah, Richard to Richard.
And we're going from heaps of streams for multiple hours, live with lots of people, to complete radio silence.
Yeah, well, I used to have a 6-pack.
All right, with that.
Look, the last time Richard streamed was on this channel, so maybe I did something wrong.
No,
absolutely.
Maybe
it's my fault.
It was a conference, wasn't it? It was the HEX conference.
Yeah, and he was on here for a long time. So
that was early last year.
He spoke to a lot of people. Gold Key accidentally said it had been a year when it had only been 6.5 months, and so then I heard tons of people say Richard hasn't streamed in a year, and so
he was excluding the conference.
Because
there was, I think there was a gap, and then there was the conference, and so he just failed to include that event.
It's not that, guys. What it is, it's nothing to do with that. I mean, I hear so much nonsense spoken. Listen, it's because he's lawyered up. He's lawyered up like O.J. Simpson now, right? He's lawyered up, and the first thing the lawyers will have said is, "Well, you can stop all this streaming." What did Hexologist do as soon as he got lawyered up when the SEC tried to scare the influencers, which came to nothing? The first thing that happened was the lawyers said,
we're not talking about the last
streaming.
Week. We're not talking about the last week. I'm asking about the last 6 months. And
okay,
I'm
answering it. The reason I'm answering it accurately, and I'm answering it factually. And the reason the reason he's not on YouTube all the time is because he's had a filing from the SEC and he's lawyered up. He's lawyered up to Kingdom Come.
He didn't have that filing against him more than 2 weeks ago. I'm talking about the last 6 months.
Yeah, we've known they've been starting to move on him though, Adam. We've known.
How do you know?
There was information going out.
I think some of the influencers in America got brought in for questioning.
Yes,
all
that sort of thing was going on, Adam.
So I think maybe he knew that it was coming.
And so those influencers were told by all the lawyers, stop streaming. No, none of this is speculation. None of this is speculation. It's not speculation that Richard's going to be lawyered up. It's not speculation that all the influencers got a letter from the SEC. It's not speculation that those lawyers told those influencers not to stop streaming. And that's exactly what they will have told Richard. None of this, friends, is speculation. It's all fact. If I haven't had a coffee yet, it's early in the morning, but if people ask questions, I'm going to have to address them properly and accurately. That's all. I think it's really important. So that's why, Adam. That's why.
And if I could speak to Richard or one of us I could get them absolutely accurately. But
thank you.
Again, I'm not Hexagon, so this is why I'm asking these questions. And I have XRP, and I'm not part of the XRP army. I'm just here to learn. That's all I'm here to do. So next one is when we look at Richard's support for development on chain. So there's a lot of people building on Pulse. They're building these protocols around the PulseChain ecosystem, which I think is great. I understand that it's very difficult, that you don't want to promote a scam. You don't want to promote something that's dodgy. You don't want to promote all the projects. And I have a lot of people asking me to interview them, so they can get a platform so they can talk about their project. But are there any from what you've seen? Are there any projects that Richard has supported that have been developed in support of Pulse or PulseX or HEX itself?
That Richard himself has developed?
No, Richard has spoken about it. So other people develop it, and then Richard either talks about it and says, "Hey, I like what this guy's going over here." I'll give an example. So a few things have been built on Cardano, and Charles Hoskinson, and says, "Oh, these guys over here are building this, and it looks interesting." Or
no, but Richard made it clear from very early on that he that he doesn't do that. So so you know how you were saying like perceived changes perhaps in his behavior, that is certainly not a perceived change. He's been consistent on that the entire way through. So because even as early days HEX, people started building things that were HEX derivatives or HEX peripherals and websites and that sort of thing. And he was very, he would actively not promote other people's stuff just in case they would pivot into being scammers. Because he can't read minds. So there's always a risk, right? If you say, oh, this website's really great, and then that person runs a scam.
Of course,
So he's been fairly consistent on that he only promotes his own products. And so while he doesn't shit talk them, he doesn't say, he won't go and say like, don't use this stuff. He's aware of it and he's aware of it, but he doesn't actively promote other people's stuff.
Yeah.
So
he's been
as a policy.
Well, look, that makes perfect sense because, as I said, I get a lot of requests to do interviews online on projects, and I pretty much have to say no to all of them now, just in case I'm giving a platform to something that's dodgy. And I think it's a real challenge for all of us in crypto because you want to explore projects, right? So in my world, I want to learn about crypto. I want to explore projects. I want to see the pros and cons. I want to question everything just to seek the truth. But when a project comes to me and says, hey, can you interview us? And then I interview them, and then later it turns out to be a rug pull, or even if it's not a rug pull and it just doesn't work, then I feel guilty that I've spoken about something that doesn't do well. So for myself as a crypto commentator on YouTube, it's very difficult for me now to not talk about projects that kind of haven't already proved themselves. But by that stage, if we're looking at the financial gains, it's kind of too late, if you know what I mean. So you want to make the sick gains are made very early in the piece. So for example, in HEX, when I was interviewing Richard Hart, and way back when it was called Bitcoin HEX, that was the forefront, the lead that you got into this. And of course, when I saw Richard, I'm like, there's something different about this guy. I need to talk to him. But when I see other projects, it's so difficult to know what I can and can't talk about because I don't want to be the guy that's promoted a rug pull or something that's failed. Have you got any ways that you approach this when you're looking at different projects, or do you just kind of stay in the RH community?
I think it's a very honourable position you adopt there, Adam, and I think it's probably why I've chosen, although I started as a mainstream channel with like 50 subscribers, I decided to focus just on a crypto that I felt I had confidence in and a founder that I felt I had confidence in, and it's probably why you're coming with sort of like constructive, critical questions now, because you're thinking, well, I've promoted HEX and PulseChain to my community. The price doesn't currently look too fantastic, so let me just check that. Let me do a critical assessment of it, and that's probably right and just as well. But I think it is a problem that we run into, isn't it? But equally, it's nice if they can get some promotion, but if you just put, look, this is a project, it may or may not be successful. I've heard about it, sounds interesting, you may want to look into it, the usual sort of health checks. I think it's reasonable to, I don't think we need to not promote them at all. I think it's reasonable to mention them and things. And, I was talking about liquid loans recently, because I like the people involved in liquid loans. I like CC, I like Walrus, and so, but you have to sort of make a judgment on it.
Yeah, you raise a good point about the responsibility. So, you see the letter come out from the SEC, and my initial thought was, well, this is, of course, you hear it, and you're like, that's bad. That's your human reaction. It's like, there's an attack against this project. But then, you step back a little bit and you say, well, hang on. The biggest projects in the world have had this same letter, and that being XRP and Cardano. Biggest projects, Bitcoin and Ethereum, technically, when we're looking at the market cap. But XRP is mammoth, and Cardano is equally huge. And they've both been in the top 5 at one position by market cap. So on one hand, it's like when the news came out against Richard Hart, it's like, oh, congratulations, you're now in the club. You're welcome. You haven't been a real crypto creator until you've been taken on by the SEC. Just ask the XRP or Cardano or Solana or what else we've got, Algorand. There's a whole list, is over 60 at the moment. So good on you. But this leads to my third question. The thing that was initially concerning to me, and I do seek your thoughts on this, when they threw around the word fraud, as opposed to challenging securities versus non-securities. Are you either of you concerned about the word fraud that's being thrown out around?
Well, I think it's unfair. We've got the SEC filing, and some people have jumped to calling Richard a fraudster because we've got filing. But as you exactly rightly say, Adam, it didn't make Charles Hoskinson a scammer, etc. But some people have made that huge giant leap, or because he's bought himself some watches, he's a scammer, or he bought himself a Ferrari, and so. I think a lot of what the SEC have gone for is the salacious stuff and the headline stuff, and it's been very effective. They've got a good PR team, and I've seen evidence of that for doing that sort of thing. So they've given the ammunition for the critics in terms of the media assault on HEX and PulseChain and Richard Hart, but I see very little in terms of ammunition on a legal sense, which makes me wonder whether they even expect this to go to court, interestingly. But the focus has been on trying to cause problems, and with their language, which, as you say, has been very inflammatory and very unjust. So I think that the Richards lawyers are going to be rubbing their hands, because I really think that a lot of what they've said just doesn't stack up at all. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. And because there was another thought experiment that we had out there with respect to SEC running out of money. So can they run out of money? Well, they're a government-backed entity, or they are the government, depends. The semantics around it, language is so powerful. But if you look at EOS as an example, so EOS was the crypto that raised the biggest amount of money in any ICO in crypto history, and that was $4 billion. And the SEC gave them a slap on the wrist and gave them a fine. It was either 20-ish million or 200 million-ish. I can't remember, but it was a small amount compared to how much money they raised. So we were having a bit of a joke in my circle of friends that, like, oh, maybe this is just a move by the SEC against all cryptocurrencies just to raise a bit of capital, because you slap out all these fines for all these people and then they crack on, and suddenly SEC has now just cranked up all its bags again. I don't know, but I wonder where it all stops, because you can see the SEC went from from XRP to over 60. Can you hear that feedback? Is that me or you?
I can hear it. It's not me though. I've got my mic off.
Just came out of somewhere randomly. But I wonder where they're going to stop. Like at one stage I've heard that they want to take on the entire crypto community. So interesting times ahead.
Yeah. I've heard that they are, sorry, please jump in if people want to talk. I heard that they are pivoting to AI, that they're taking a break from SEC, and maybe, Adam, that goes to your point about them running out of money or etc. They certainly seem to have stretched themselves. It's very interesting that its feedback's gone now. It's very interesting that they got this filing into Richard Hart just before announcing that they're now going to focus on AI. Crypto can wait, and they're going to come back to crypto. Well, the bull market isn't going to wait, Gary. So that's fantastic. So if you want to take a break for a couple of years, that suits my time scale perfectly. So, but no, so that's all good. It's interesting. So yeah, maybe there is a resourcing issue there that they've. I think that if we're okay talking about the SEC and things, and Adam's asking about it, I think that the issue with HEX and PulseChain is that they've had so many people pleading with Gary Gensler to take action against Richard, no doubt from Michael Saylor to goodness knows who else. And so really they sort of felt obligated to do something, and they've now visibly done something, but I'm not sure whether or not that it'll actually come to anything. I think it was 20 million that EOS paid, Adam. And
yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. I wouldn't be, absolutely, friend. I wouldn't be at all surprised to just hear in 3 months, 6 months that Richard Hart settled. I know that's not the popular view, and I can see strong arguments on either side, but I could just see that just being the case, that in 6 months' time we just hear that Richard has paid 20 million to SEC, and that's then seen as a little win for SEC, but he may decide to fight it because they have such a weak case, I think.
And that's what I was thinking. So I don't know if you've seen the movie, the movie about Facebook, when Zuckerberg was, making Facebook, and they were I've got to be careful what I say here because I don't want to get sued.
The social network? Is that what it was called?
Yeah, social network. But he was alleged to have stolen it from the Winklevoss twins, the concept from them. And going along the way, he basically paid them a certain amount. We don't know how much he paid them, but there was a scene in that movie where a lawyer or someone said, look, just pay it because consider it's just a speed hump, a cost of doing business. And Zuckerberg in the movie, the character that was playing Zuckerberg was like, no, it's a matter of principle and I'm not going to pay it because whatever. It made me think about in this instance, if Richard could make this go away with a fine being paid as EOS did, and perhaps as other cryptocurrencies will have to do in the same sort of theme, if you will, I'm wondering if Richard would in fact say, yep, look, $100 million. I don't agree with this. I've done nothing wrong, but here's the cost of doing business, a speed hump, go away. Or would he in fact say, no, as a matter of principle, and because I've got a strong case, I'm going to fight this bad boy till the end? Which way do you think you could go in that scenario? Pay the fine and move on, or fight to the very last hex?
It's actually 50-50 for me.
Go on, Tangent. And then
I think there's good reasons for both.
Yeah, I do too.
I see him as the type of character that would want to stand up for what is right. And yet there's also the case that you made where it is just a lot easier and is, relatively speaking, is a slap on the wrist. So,
and that if he paid that fine, though, the haters would never let him let it go. If he paid that fine, it's like, see, you admitted you're doing something wrong, so you just paid the fine. So just wargaming it. I mean,
the court of public opinion would say that.
And I think Richard's smart enough definitely smart enough to understand that. He's like, maybe he has to fight it, irrespective. What are your thoughts, lads?
Yeah, I think this is the absolute $1 million question. I'm so glad you asked it, Adam. I think in answering the question, which was what would he want to do, it's very, very interesting because in terms of whether he settles or fights, who might it be better for? You see, in terms of it's whether if he fights, that might be better for overall crypto, but it might not be better for HEX and PulseChain if we are slightly retarded by the grey crowd of the SEC over us for 6 months, a year, or longer. Richard can afford to fight it. There's no question there, and Richard's not going to have any problems financially for the rest of his life, and that's great, and as it should be, and that's fine. But what Richard might be motivated by is the hexicans and pulsicans who might not see the sort of returns we're all expecting if we did have a long, painful, protracted legal battle, and I think those sort of factors might come in as well. So I think it might be better for the Solana and Cardano community and everyone else, and Ethereum, by the way, if he was to fight it. But is it necessarily better for us? Because, I think if he did just settle, that just sort of kills it. There's nothing left, and you move on, and particularly with the SEC targeting others. But it is interesting also that, as I say, that the SEC are now moving at AI, and that they're saying they're going to take a break from crypto. So that's a very interesting message to send. I'm very surprised not only have they made that as a policy decision, but they've made that policy decision to take a break from crypto and focus on AI as a public policy decision. They've made that public, so I think that's quite telling as well. It does suggest that someone, Adam, out there has said, Gary, can you just ease off a bit on crypto? You're going too far now, doesn't it? So that's interesting, as I say. But it gave the baying hounds this the public move against the guy that looks like a scammer but isn't a scammer. I mean, that's the juxtaposition, that's the oxymoron of it all, that he is the only guy that looks like a scammer that isn't a scammer, and the others didn't look like scammers but were scammers.
Eddie, I've got one more question, unless you want to respond to that previous one.
Go ahead.
Okay. Last question, then I've actually got to go do my show. EHEX versus PHEX. So it's a really fascinating case study. So I raise it often in my show, even to the people who have got nothing to do with HEX or Pulse or aren't interested. It's just a really fascinating case study. So you've got HEX that was built on Ethereum, then Pulse is launched. That's forked all other coins that were built on Ethereum, and now you have an E version and a P version. Don't worry about all of those. I just want to talk about EHEX versus PHEX. What I've found talking to many of you good hexicans and everyone in the community is that some say, no, all the money should be in P if you're going to invest in HEX now, you should invest in PHEX. So I'm going to give you 3 scenarios, and then I want to hear your opinion. Invest in PHEX because it's got better gas fees. That's where it was. EHEX was, or Ethereum was really retarding the project of HEX at large with the gas fees in the past. Pulse is where it's at because Pulse is where everything will be in the Ethereum network. The counter argument to that is no, at the moment, EHEX is still going strong despite the price going down. There is a good opportunity because the price is low, so it could go up. The third argument is just split your money and put 50-50, put it in EHEX and PHEX. I war game this in myself, and I think, well, splitting makes sense because, just hedge your bets, put 50 in PHEX and 50 in EHEX. But then I really think, no, the whole purpose of Pulse was to make a more efficient Ethereum. So why would we be investing in an old Ethereum, which is arguably the enemy to an extent? And why would we be putting money into something that was the problem in the first instance? Shouldn't we all be just putting all of our money into PHEX instead of EHEX? Your thoughts?
I've got too many reasons to list of why it should be both. I actually had a debate with someone, and in most people's opinions, I absolutely destroyed him at every level the entire time, and just complete carnage. That's not just my opinion.
Who did you debate?
It was Furu Finance.
Okay.
Just absolute wreckage. Like that. By the way, that's not my opinion. That's almost everyone else's opinions, and for good reason. And so he was frantic and illogical, and I was calm, collected, and lethal. And the thing for me personally, the one I will mention is redundancy. I like the idea of redundancy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that because we can't see the future, I think it would be naive to think that you can just know for sure that something is going to play out the way that you expect. And so I like the idea of having redundancy, and the code is the same on both chains. Ethereum could have advancements in the future that mean that lower its fees, which is the main criticism that the PHEX maxis have. And like I said, there are heaps of others, but I think we'd run out of time if I started going through them.
But essentially, big picture, you say 50-50, split it.
Well, so I'm not necessarily saying that you would split 50-50. You don't necessarily have to. You could do 80-20. You could do like whatever. You don't have. It doesn't have to be down the middle.
Okay.
But the idea of
saying
completely abandon this one, particularly when their statements move to, we are sure that this is what Richard Hart would want, so that it's like you're putting words in someone else's mouth and trying to convince the community that that's what, like, it's what Ivan on Tech calls the Bible interpretation, where you read the Bible and you say, this is what God meant, even though he's not around to tell you what he actually meant.
Yeah, I hate that.
And so, yeah, so I'm both, not necessarily 50-50. That would be something that a user would have to choose their reasoning and that sort of thing. But yeah, certainly not fully abandon one in preference for another.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I agree. That was really well put by Tangent. I think it doesn't necessarily have to be 50-50, but a split is a really good idea. I'm not sure if PulseChain was designed to be a better Ethereum, or rather just to take the pressure off Ethereum. And so if you could debate either, but if you say it was just to take the pressure off, then there's still merit in having your HEX on Ethereum, because the pressure's taken off now, so the gas fees will reduce because we've got PulseChain. So the HEX on Ethereum, which is the Zen contract, becomes an attractive, sexy thing to own as well. Johnny Chaos puts this beautifully. He says that one of the reasons why HEX on Ethereum went down more than HEX on PulseChain is because there's so many more ways to sell it. It's much easier to sell, so it's much nearer to the exit door. But conversely or similarly, when we get to the bull market, which is coming soon, we've talked about BlackRock and Vanguard and all the rest, and all the money's coming to crypto, then HEX on Ethereum is much nearer to the entrance door as well. So it's much easier to buy it. So much easier to buy it. My mum can buy HEX on Ethereum in 2 minutes. It's very, very easy to get. And although there's more and more ways to get HEX on PulseChain, PLS and PLSX, which is fantastic, there's still going to be infinitely more ways to get HEX on Ethereum, and to sell it as well, which has been the problem, of course. So there's been a sell-off post-launch, which is typical in a crypto, and HEX on Ethereum has been nearest to the exit door, but it's also beautifully positioned by the entrance door as all the new crypto comes in. So it might well be, to go to your question, it might well be that HEX on Ethereum outperforms HEX on PulseChain in 2024, for instance, because you're going to have the tsunami of people rushing to crypto with dollars in their hands waving above their heads.
Because to support what you just said, it's not just about the exit out of the Ethereum or EHEX, it's also the on-ramp onto EHEX.
The on-ramp's much wider as well.
Yeah. Maddie?
That's it, Adam.
Yeah, I see a bright future for both EHEX and PHEX, which makes me want to focus a lot more on Pulse at the moment. Now, this conference was scheduled around the same time as it was last year. This is actually the second annual, because last year it was the first Sackiversary, which is an anniversary of when you sacrificed. So that was on July 14th through 16th last year. We did a 3-day conference, and then here we've actually packed more hours into fewer days with a 42-hour stream. Pulse is, so HEX is something, I have it coming out on both chains because I locked all my HEX, because that's part of being a long-term saver and believing in the system and everything. So I've got HEX coming out on both chains. I've even got it coming out on Ethereum Fair and what's the other one, right? Like Ethereum Proof of Work. So I think HEX on Ethereum and PulseChain, they're both going to perform well because they have people's attention and because people have time locked and have accounted for the future market supply that's going to keep incentivizing and motivating people. I think Pulse is a different story, because if you were a long-term staker in HEX, such as myself, you did not have as much liquid funds as everybody else did to sacrifice for PulseChain and PulseX. And so you might think to yourself that the distribution is a little bit different, in the sense that guys like me are still wishing that we can get more Pulse or more PulseX, because
Interesting.
Because we don't have any coming out in the future, and it's actually a deflationary asset that I think is still coming into like what it could be, and so yeah, I'm excited about all the assets, in fact.
So I think we've got consensus that when it comes to investing, if you got new people on ramping, E and PHEX, just split, not necessarily 50-50, but throw a few bob at both.
Exactly, to your preference. But and going to what you're saying about I just took a quick look, and HEX on Ethereum has gone up 5.3% today in the last 24 hours, and HEX on PulseChain has gone up 5%. So there's evidence that there's still life in the HEX Ethereum dog yet. Tangent's very good at the TA. Why don't you add something around how you think the HEX on Ethereum price chart looks, buddy?
Oh, I actually haven't been looking at charts, sorry. I was going to mention there is that asset, which is, it's both together in one, where so you can burn one of each over on PulseChain. So like a wrapped one from Ethereum and a PulseChain version of HEX, and you burn the two of them into it and get a single token that represents both, and you can do the reverse process. So it's fully redeemable. So you would expect it to be pegged to the value of the addition of the two. So if someone did want to go the 50-50 route, they could buy that on PulseChain. Another, like, I'll give you an extreme example where if someone came to me and said, I only want to buy $20 worth, then you would just go 100% on PulseChain, because you would get so chopped by fees on ETH that, so you could start to paint various scenarios, but it is going to be a personal thing. It's going to be everyone's own risk assessment, what they like, what they don't like. One of the other things was institutions are typically more likely to be on ETH first before PulseChain. So if it was an institution, it would be 100% the one on ETH. If it was someone who's a diehard RH maxi, they might go 100% on Pulse, even if they are buying a big bag, because they trust the chain more. I think PulseChain will resist censorship better than Ethereum, but I like redundancy. So I think this is a very personal thing. I just think it's naive to think that the narrative that was being driven by the PHEX maxis, I think, was irresponsible and naive and potentially harmful.
That was brilliantly put, Tangent. And then the other thing, and I think you've touched on this already, Adam, was just that the price of HEX on PulseChain has to go so much higher than the price of HEX on Ethereum just for them to give you the same ROI if you were looking at investing today. Because, of course, the price of HEX on PulseChain is a lot higher than the price of HEX on Ethereum.
Another good point.
And there are psychological issues, as you know, Adam, around that. Is like, oh, a dollar HEX, that sounds rather a lot. I think I'll sell now, you know. So there are those ceilings, those psychological ceilings that HEX on PulseChain is going to bang its head against much sooner than HEX on Ethereum, just to give the same ROI.
Really good points. Really good points.
Cheers, man.
Lads, I have to sign off because I've actually, as I said, I've got to go live on my own channel.
That's fine. We're close to the end anyway. We're at the final sprint.
Cool. I think it was really good.
Adam, it's always so nice speaking with you, man. It's really good.
Yeah, no, I've always got a soft spot for the HEX community. You do so much, Maddie. How you pull this off just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Tangent, it's great to work with you. Chris, we've had a long working relationship and I love having you on the channel. And my audience absolutely adores you, Chris. Like they absolutely adore you.
Likewise, buddy. And I think it was almost, we started a bit fractious, but it finished good. And maybe that's good. Maybe that's what people want. They want to see people.
Yeah, no, it's all right. And you know what? I acknowledge what you're saying. But if you look at, so two parts to it. First of all, we need to encourage debate. So we started this even before you came on. Fiat, as in bucks. We've had epic debates on my channel where he's paid me a fortune to tell me I'm wrong. We're having a bit of a laugh about that. If you have, when I spoke to someone from, it was a developer, can't remember his name at the moment. Michael was his name. He was telling me that when he goes to these conferences, these crypto conferences, and you have a panel of people and they're all sitting up there and they're all agreeing with each other.
Yeah.
What's the point? You know, like, so what happened is he goes to these things and I said, you know, it's really expensive to get in there. And he goes, yeah, the issue at the moment is you get all these people who have groupthink. They're saying the same thing. Yeah. They come on and they just parrot each other. And it's like, well, what the hell did I get out of this? So if you also look at some of the big podcasters, in the background, they actually encourage a bit of friction. I mean, you can see on, you know, extreme TV, so to speak, you know, when you have that daytime TV. Now, of course, we never go that far, but I really close off with this. Chris, you're well loved, and I encourage debate, and we should all encourage debate. We need to test each other, but more importantly, we need to be able to then have a beer with each other afterwards. We don't need to get violent. We don't need to hate each other. And if we all parrot each other, no one's getting smarter. We want to challenge each other's thoughts. And what's so good about the HEX community, if you recall years ago, when I first started talking about HEX and I was getting smashed for it, like hate email out from the woodworks. And I said to everyone, I said, I am here to learn. If you hate HEX, come on the channel and let me know why it's crap. And there was only ever one person who responded to that. His name was Hung Tran. I still remember the guy. He came on, he presented his argument. It wasn't a very good argument, but I still gave him the space to present it because I was following Richard Hart's lead of hearing the other side and listening to what people say. But what really stood out with that is that not a single Hexican said, oh, you idiot, or oh, you're stupid, or you don't know what you're talking about. All the comments were so respectful. And ever since that video, I've had the utmost respect and love for the HEX community, but more importantly, when I was shut down, if you recall, I was silenced. Even if I don't identify a Hexican, but I acknowledge that you might say him because I've got it. We'll leave that to rest. Yeah. The HEX community got behind me and they had my back. And as a result, I'll always have your back and I'm always grateful. For those of you who want to follow me or check out my work, come over to Adam Stokes on YouTube. That's Adam Stokes or Adam_Stokesy on Twitter. Buy my book, 28 Pro Trader Tips, The Art of Trading. And if you want to do anything crypto safely, head over to thecrypto.land. That's www.thecrypto.land. It's just a very simple site with a set of links for all products that I trust. I may get a very small kickback off some of them, but most of them are just like, hey, this is not a scam site. This is something I've used for years. This is where you can come. And I really encourage everyone who's new to the crypto land, particularly, go to that site so they don't go to a bloody scam site, whether it's a hardware wallet, an exchange, learning more about HEX or anything. It's all there. Lads, thank you so much. I'll talk to you next time.
Cheers, Adam.
Thanks,
That's
Adam.
fantastic.
Thanks for
See ya.
Sticker guy, you had a point you wanted to bring up about EHEX and PHEX. What's your take?
Oh yeah, thanks. I think they will fluctuate like everything fluctuates. But like I believe that Vitalik is extremely smart, and I believe that he won't rug his project. So I think that he will somewhat find a solution to like not wreck every ETH user's gas. So that's like, I don't know how they'll do it, but I'm sure they will find somewhat of a solution. And if it is just a bit more layer ones like PulseChain, it would like flatten everything out. That first. And second, I think there's so many background statistics for HEX, like the daily payout or the T-share rate and stuff. At one point, it is just wiser to buy the other side. It might take weeks or years or whatever, but if you can buy for 1 cent gas fee on PulseChain, but you have to pay double the price for a T-share, well, then you rather pay $4 for a swap on Ethereum. Like maybe the numbers were off a little bit, but I think that at some point in time, the T-share rate and the whole thing itself should equalize each other. Like what you guys said earlier with the on-ramps and stuff, like that's also good. I was just wanted to add that to the already existing.
Yep, they're good points. And you made me just realize I forgot to mention the Maximus pools, like the pooling and MC, the Steakhouse and pool party that allow you to have combined. Yeah, so dude, it's that. I saw some comments where people are like, "Oh God, please, not this again." It's like it's so obvious that now that we were right about it, people don't want to talk about it anymore. But we have to respect if we've got a guest and they ask a question, like Seven said, we have to answer it as we can't just say, "Oh, we don't want to talk about that." That sounds defensive. It sounds like we don't have a good answer and that you're just trying to avoid answering the question. So we kind of had to answer it. Sorry, guys, that you had to bear through that again. I know it's tedious, but all good. I think we've got just time enough for maybe a quick outro each before we're done.
Oh, really?
Let's do it.
We've got I think it's 3 minutes till the end. Is that right, or I've got the time wrong?
So in previous conferences, I've been like really set on like if I said 42 hours, it has to be down to the minute. And I have to tell you guys, I was getting ready to do my talk, which like, you know, I had to pull my focus away from all the planning. And so we were running a meetup in person in a conference center. And I had my YouTube studio set up, all these speakers coming in and out, thanks to your guys' help. And I go to give my speech and I knock over every piece of equipment I have here, which is like several lights, an expensive camera, like fell to the floor, water spilled everywhere. Wait, I have like 5 lights here. Everything like it took me so long to set it back up. And so anyway, that like totally threw me off my game. But anyway, so like, look, it was supposed to be a 48-hour stream. We did 48 hours before. I realized when I was planning it that 42 would be perfect because that's the magic number in the universe or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think like, yeah, as long as everybody gets to say what they came to say, then we can wrap it up whenever we want.
That's from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, isn't it?
I believe it is. Yeah. Well, I like I was thinking, you know, 40 hours sounded kind of like too little and 48 sounded like too much. So 42 is just right.
Being that you had the problems with your expensive mic and everything else, maybe you're justified in extending it out. I mean, what do people think? I mean, the issue right now is most people are asleep in the States, aren't they? So the viewing numbers aren't as high as maybe. I know Tangent would keep it going a bit longer.
I love hanging out with you guys, and Tangent is the one who's been on screen the most out of this whole conference. So I totally understand if you want to stick around or take off. But yeah, I'm down to hang for another 20 minutes so we get the full number of minutes in.
Yeah. Let's do it. I am starting to feel a little bit tired, but I can make it. And it does feel like 7 kind of only just came on, and I think because we had quite a few people on screen at once, it doesn't feel like we've had a good chat yet. And maybe we can do a bit of a debrief. Like Maddie and Sticker Guy, you're actually the two perfect people because you would have sort of been involved, seen and been involved with the majority of what's been going on. And I've got some highlights of mine as well, and that sort of thing. So we could do that. We could do like a little recap, little debrief.
Yeah, maybe a recap. Maybe we can find. Maybe we can try to bash our own thing so we can find weak spots so we can make it much better next time.
Shut up,
So,
no. Yeah, so
okay.
So if you like the sound of us trying to keep going a bit longer, do put a comment in, put a 7 in for the algo, retweet, all that sort of stuff. We're gonna try and really
let's go. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, great. Well, you guys wanted to say some things about that. I'm happy listening for a minute.
So yeah, do you guys have anything in particular that were like your? So actually, you know what? I'm going to do the question I normally ask people when they've been traveling. So I say to people, if you tell me your entire holiday, we're going to be here for as long as you were on holiday, right? Or longer because you're not efficient at storytelling. So just tell me your absolute highlight and your dark horse highlight, which is the thing that you were not expecting to enjoy. You either thought that it would be neutral or negative, that ended up being a positive experience. That's the dark horse one. So it's like the ultimate best and the one that was an unexpected positive thing.
What, from recent events or the conference? Or?
From this conference. I guess you could go if you haven't caught much of the conference data, maybe for you we'll just go any sort of recent events.
I think the strong thing from this conference is I was talking to Ivan on Tech and he was saying that the community response now is going to be very interesting, and the conference has been well attended, well viewed, and certainly relative to any other crypto online conferences that would be staged around now. So there's been a very strong community response, and I suppose that's how did you describe it, black horse? I suppose that's the black horse of this, is that, you know, if you like, we've been acid tested, and Matty's conference has been acid tested, and we've come out looking good. So I think that's certainly very positive. I know a lot of investors were saying, okay, so we've got the SEC filing, let's see how the community respond. And here's the response. The response has been really good. So, you know, yeah, I think that's fantastic.
I'll do my dark horse. Sorry, you go, Sticker Guy.
No. You go first. You were like moderating. That's cool.
I was going to just quickly drop my dark horse one in there so prior to the conference, I had decided to make a conscious effort to keep the chat crypto focused and to not let things deviate off too far for too long onto non-crypto related topics. So I would say like my dark horse highlights would be 2 of the times where that did happen and we just went with it and the conversation was really rewarding and I think quite valuable. So one of those was with Thoughts Child, where we were talking about some sort of like fairly, you know, high level spiritual stuff. And that's probably not a great descriptive word, but you guys, if you see it, you'll get what I mean. And the one that we did with Sticker Guy and Lit, which was kind of like the life coaching, positive mindset stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so, some of that stuff can sometimes sound cliche, but it was, I believe that was that everyone that was involved in that conversation came from a very genuine place. So that was pretty cool.
So I think,
what about you?
I think the one of a great moment or a great thing was the talk between Johnny Chaos and Crypto Heartbeat, because like all the hours before, people were already talking about the SEC and stuff, but I don't know, Johnny has like a really his view, and Crypto Heartbeat is like a very kind and moderative guy. So I think I enjoyed that talk the most. But
were they opposed?
No.
Were they opposing views? Because I didn't catch that.
They were just like thinking in the future, like how could it play out, like for the chess, like that. I enjoyed it. But my absolute, like, there's nothing that comes close to it. like the best moment. Tom Gillespie, there was so much fun talking with him. I know like he has so little engagement on Twitter, and he has done like a whole documentary about HEX. And I don't know. I think for his role in the whole thing, he delivered. He trolled. I trolled. It was so much fun. It was like it was perfect. I think that is like the shining star, Tom Gillespie.
That's awesome. I'll have to go back and watch it. I also missed that. So they are two segments that I didn't see. I must have been asleep or otherwise engaged.
Likewise.
Yeah. They both sound really good. I will go and watch them.
Tom Gillespie. He's like.
While you've got the mic, Sticky Guy, can I ask, how are you feeling about the price action at the moment? Are you taking a chance to dollar cost average in a bit more, and are you seeing this as an opportunity, or how are you feeling? Can I ask that question?
Yeah. Well, so I'm trying to DCA as healthy as I can, even though I have to admit that I like struggle real hard with it. Like I'm very bad at deciding in what kind of way I should DCA, and that is affecting my real life outside of crypto. So for me it is very hard to find like the right spot of not too much crypto and not too little crypto. That's where I have really big struggles. For the price, like yeah, you know, I keep DCAing and it keeps going down 90%. So well, I think at this point I have nothing more to lose. If it goes down another 99%, it doesn't matter anymore.
Please don't.
It won't, friend. Yeah.
No, for real. If it goes down 99%, I know you guys are in a different situation, right? Because some of the OGs, or many of them, are still in profit. But I was never in profit, so I was always going for the hodl. I had hopes, like the pump to 13 cents. SJ also mentioned it. That was pretty cool. I wish I had sold some, but I didn't. So now I'm looking like, again, okay, well, got it. We'll do it better next time. I think I'm at a point where I like completely divide price and life, and I got the things that I want to get done in my life, and I got the things that I dream about in crypto, and I'm kind of trying to get the life thing where that I can then push that into crypto, like studying computer science, coding, start coding, because I not only have fun, but because I know that it will most likely help me in the future. I don't know. I'm trying to find a balance.
It sounds like you've got your head screwed on really well for a young man. It sounds like that is the balance. You got to have balance.
It sounds like it, but
you don't want it. You have to balance. When is it getting uncomfortable? When do you can't jeopardize your life for crypto investment, because it's like any investment. There's always a risk element to it. So you do have to be mindful of that. So I think you're wrestling with the right thing to be wrestling with. That's a good sign.
Well, thank you.
Is it my turn to tell you guys,
of course,
what has been the best part of this past week, and then what the dark horse is?
Yep.
Please do.
All right. Well, I know you said like we couldn't stay on vacation forever, but I'm at least going to fork the question. So I'm going to give you two answers. You get your PHEX and your EHEX copy or whatever. So the best, I think, is number one, how galvanized the community seems right now. We see that in the conference. We saw that right before the conference. There were 2 flash crashes this week on Monday and Tuesday. And, the timing of that is suspicious and coincided with SEC FUD on one day. And then Uniswap FUD, like the front end, the other day. But despite all that, I heard a stronger community than ever, which surprised me. I'm not going to lie. It surprised me that when I was driving down here 14 hours, I was able to listen to Twitter Spaces the whole time, and I kept hearing more and more and more people speaking. I probably heard 50 or 100 people speaking, many of whom I've never heard speak before. So that was really incredible. The community being galvanized by everything that's happening against crypto right now was incredible. And there was probably maybe some negative stuff that I didn't even see because I was only listening. So that's a factor too. But of the people that I normally listen to, when I listened to them, they were getting along with others better than ever, which again surprised me. That was one best. Another best here was the milestone that I reached today with Time Pays Me. It has been something I've worked on for about a year now to be able to reach the point today where I was able to tweet out the seed words to my $10,000 as a challenge to show everybody you can load my seed words. You can pretend like you hacked me. You can have my seed words, but you can't have my crypto. It's mine. This is not a giveaway. This is not a drill. This is actually happening on chain where you can load your seed words, my seed words in. You can go to the website timepays.me and you can start to learn about how being able to undo a hack by setting up a second seed phrase, how that works, why that, and explore for yourself why that might make sense. Along the way, you might also learn a thing or two about time locking your PulseX, or any ERC or PRC20 token. You might start challenging your friends who are into Ethereum. Well, if you believe in Ethereum so much, why don't you time lock it as long as I'm time locking my Pulse or my HEX? If you believe in it so much, why don't you lock it? Why don't you use the truth engine that we have here for the things that we believe in? And then there's another feature that was written into the blockchain code to be able to pay yourself to change your own behavior, to stop bad habits and start good habits. That's an idea I've been working on for 7 years, and it's getting very close. We thought we'd be able to release it by today, but the part that got released today, which was the biggest milestone I've seen in my entire project, was being able to share those seed words and to see the community seem to pay attention and to be supporting me. So I really appreciate that. In terms of
massive.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, congrats again. I think this also, like, no sacrifice. Thank you. No coin. Thank you. Just a product that is meant to help the user to delay the gratification. That is it feels amazing. I'll test it. I'll try it out. I'll play with it. I'll most likely
I appreciate
put my
it.
coins in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guy.
And so now for a dark horse, I'm gonna go with the documentary. And I hear it's coming to Europe. I hear it could be coming to Australia as well. Here's my observation. The movie guys, they are amazing storytellers, but they came in when the price was ready to start going down, right? Like they came in at the top. This has been the longest bear market in crypto history. It turns out when I reflect on this, of the price only going down when these storytellers were here, that they've been able to present a really compelling and fair and balanced perspective, even during a time when it was, again, the price was going down. I realized that everybody I know, including myself, usually gets into crypto during a top. And so if that's the norm, then that's one thing, but surviving during a bear market and having a thriving community and participating, being a network participant, as Tangent said, that's something that's not common in every crypto. And it's where HEX, we have a chart of the future market supply. In Pulse, we have people who are already time locked into something very closely related to Pulse. So these people are going to be sticking around, I think, for all the RH assets. And so, as others have said, you've got a game of attrition going on. And it just strikes me that if the documentary team, if they can tell such a compelling story during a bear, what could happen in a bull market?
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought of it that way. So it's like, it's evidence that we're still an enthusiastic community, that we haven't lost our mojo just because we've been in a long bear market, as you say, a really long bear market. And so, because everyone knows, the whole world knows that crypto's been in a bear market, and yet here's this community evidencing that they are still really positive and enthusiastic, and not apologetic about the fact that they were so bullish a couple of years ago, because they're still bullish now. And I think it's, I hadn't thought of it that way. It is a really good sort of evidence of where we're at.
So I guess I'll also throw in, maybe not my absolute highlight, but the thing that resonated with me the most, and this is probably the fourth or maybe fifth time that I've mentioned it, but it is super quick, was that quote by the Maximus guys when they said, every person who is bringing their unique attempt to add value to the chain is, in their opinion, a founder. I really like that idea. And it just, when you first hear it, it can sound like, wait, what? No, they're not. There's project founders, and then there's the rest of the community. But a founder doesn't have to be a project founder. It's like you're founding your little piece of value adding, and the way that you do it and who you do it with, you are a founder of that particular part. And so while it might not be the most accurate word to describe what's going on there, I love the sentiment. I think it's a beautiful way of looking at it. And I've repeated it multiple times throughout. So unfortunately, I don't remember the name of the guy that said it, but it was one of the Maximus guys that was on that at quite close to the start of the conference. Maddie, I know you've probably heard this like over 100 times in terms of how amazing it is to put on something like this. Is this the first time that you did in IRL and digital at the same time?
This is the second time that I've done that.
Second time, because the first HEX conference was like that as well, was it? That was the one with the tank that you ran over the car.
So it's easy to confuse the first mass HEX meetup, which had 369 people at it, with a tank that ran over a car that said fiat lies and high fees, right? That was the first
so that wasn't
HEX
the
meetup. And then we came back several months later for the big conference, which was the largest gathering of Hexicans to date. 555 people paid for tickets. And that was what's known as, that was actually the second HEX conference, but it was the in real life version, which had an online component. But this, let me tell you, it was really hard to plan the scheduling, but it was, I mean, really, really, really hard. But it was worth it.
You said that
it was worth
the
it.
movie got effectively sprung onto you, and then you had to schedule around that.
I didn't know everybody's availability anymore, and I didn't have an efficient way to gather it either. And so, look, I have to say that the online part has shocked me. It's blown me away. I'm thrilled that everybody wants to come speak, that even during a time when there's been FUD, there's been changes there, again, the community galvanized. The other thing that always impresses me is doing these IRL events. And it's like, I've been to lots of small meetups and bigger ones, and this one was incredible. People meeting up in person, like there were lots of times when the crowd in the conference room was like bursting into applause and rooting on the person speaking. And because I wanted to keep this cost efficient, I didn't have as much of a setup as I've had in the past, where, if I can save $150,000 by like separating the audio and visual components and stuff, I will literally do that. So that basically the participants, that they can focus on putting their money into wherever it makes sense for them, other than overpaying for a conference. So I've been really impressed by everybody who showed up in person. I want to thank everybody who is here. And some people, Abundance Man, who is well known for buying his 3 sons each a Tesla 3 during the
I remember
bull
that.
run. I got to meet him in person for the first time. He flew 25 hours in total, including his connections, from Thailand all the way here to Austin, Texas, to just for this event. And
dude,
I
that's
also
a lot of time in a plane.
I got to meet the guy who suggested stem cells to me just because he's been watching my channel and realized that I hadn't gotten better for 4 months because a lot of doctors are idiots. This was a Hexican who is also, a medical doctor and had been so knowledgeable about stem cells that it cured me. Being a YouTuber in this community made it so that I didn't have to do a risky surgery. I got to use stem cells. So, there's so many examples. Yeah, there's so many examples of how rewarding it is when you give to others in whatever way you can. And so this is one way that I've been very blessed.
That's absolutely amazing. Yeah. Were you excited to hear that the movie and the conference were going to coincide?
I've been waiting for this documentary for a really long time. I might have even said in my interview with the directors that I was scared of them at first because I didn't know what kind of story they were going to tell. And at the time, lots of people were telling lots of inaccurate and unfair stories. And so it was like anticipation. It was, I was really charged up for it, but I was asking people, did you like the fact that it was the same weekend as the movie? And a lot of people, pretty much everybody said yes.
I was told that it's over 3 hours long.
It's exactly 90 minutes.
Oh.
And then there's a
comment must have been incorrect then.
There's like 20 minutes of previews.
Oh, do you know what I've just realized? I think they must have been talking about the drive time for them to get to the movie.
Okay.
Would have been over 3 hours. Must have been.
The other thing that I noticed that's worth mentioning for people who aren't like going through the whole movie scene just yet is that lots of people I realized would end up creating a meetup spontaneously by all going to the movie theater at the same time.
Yes.
So what we had in the past couple of days was 2 nights in a row of about, I think 45 cities all had Hexicans. I had friends in Nashville. They said that there were only 4 seats open in the entire theater, whereas other theaters had been like bought out and not all the tickets were given out. And so there was strong attendance. It sounds like there were people creating spontaneous meetups all over the country. And I can't wait to see what happens when this goes to other countries and when it goes online.
That's a great point. It coordinates the timing of the meetups without people having to actually try to coordinate the meetups because you don't get a choice on timing, sort of. it's yeah, that's awesome. So then you can say there were these coordinated Hexican meetups all over America, 45 cities, all the same weekend.
Yeah, I suppose.
Is a true statement, even though the cause of it was not through organization. It was the other way around. Amazing. Guys, I'm starting to fade a little bit. So if I can do my outro, it's really just that there's only really one place to follow me is on Twitter. My handle is this @hex_tangent. I stream with Crypto7 on Wednesday nights, my time, which is effectively I think that's Wednesday morning. Is that right? America time? I think it's Wednesday morning, America. And on Tuesday nights, I'm on a thing called the DeFi Late Show with other Australian Hexicans. So that's, again, American Tuesday morning. And what else do? I host Twitter Spaces where we joke around a lot. So my YouTube appearances are more serious. My Twitter Spaces are more jokes and just sort of like clowning and trying to keep the vibes high. I seem to be on these conferences quite frequently as well. and they're really my main socials in terms of Hex community. I do love the community. I love Hex and PulseChain and PulseX obviously, and it's been 3 years now, hasn't it? And I've really enjoyed the journey so far.
Yeah.
I blacked out somebody else.
I just also like to congratulate Matty, Sticker Guy, Toby1, everyone else who, and I know many other people are involved as well. Everyone who's played a part, as people are saying, there's so many people that have wanted to speak, and I think that's great. It's a new wave of people, and that's fantastic. More than happy to see that. I'm hoping to do a bit of snowboarding later in the year. Let's have the new wave of people. That's fantastic. The fresh horses and all the rest. I couldn't do what you guys do at all. My stamina is low now. I mean, what you've done running this live and in IRL as well, Matty, is just absolutely awesome. I've had a bit of involvement in conferences in my career, and I know just how hard they are. They are. Imagine how hard they are, and then times it by 100. They are really difficult to do, but they are also very rewarding. So I hope you're going to be able to enjoy a drink at the bar with the Pulsicans that are there. And I just, as I say, I think a lot of the world was watching to see how the community responded. Some people were even saying to me, "Is Matty still going to do the conference?" And I said, "Damn right he is." So that's where you are. We've had the response, we've had the clarity, we've had the de-risking, we've had the strong bounce, we've had the community resilience, we've had the timing of the conference and the cycle. Is that a coincidence? And we've had the big influencers get behind Hex and PulseChain, like Scott Melker, like BitBoy, and like many others. And looks really good. And I hope that people looking in from the outside think it looks really good as well.
Thank you. And you've certainly contributed, so we really appreciate it.
I don't know how much I've done. Very little, but thank you, everyone.
I realized I forgot to mention one of the more important things is I've got a community that I've created on Twitter that is specifically meant to be high signal, low noise updates from all the projects on PulseChain. So that's so relevant to this conference, and also we're putting a lot of effort in both the projects and the community members to keep that to be just a clean feed of the most important updates. Matty's in there with updates from Time Pays Me, and I try to cover for the projects that are either not in there or are slack with their updating, and keep an eye on things, and others in the community help me to do that as well. And I really think that is one, especially going into the bull market, I think it's going to be a very valuable community to be a part of. And the numbers are only there's only several hundred people, somewhere between 300 and 400 people at the moment. So I think we can get those numbers up. If you guys are keen, please join me there. Cheers.
Awesome. And as Tangent mentioned, he's co-host with me on a Wednesday. I think that's like late evening, Tuesday, I think, in the States, isn't it, Tangent? But so the Wednesday mornings we stream, and I think we're going to stream this week as well. So I hope you
I think we've missed 2 in a row, and people were starting to panic. They were like, "Oh, are you guys not doing it anymore?" and that sort of thing. I said, "No, it's fine. We're still doing it." It is quite popular, and Seven obviously built that channel from the ground up. I came in very late stage when it was already a very popular channel, so I'm taking no credit for that. But we have been given compliments about our duo on that once a week stream.
Thanks, Tangent. That's fantastic.
So before Matty closes it up, please tell everybody you know that no admin will message you and ask for your seed words. Never give out your seed words to anyone, and please be aware of scammers. There's so many going around, copying email addresses, faking Twitter profiles, faking Telegram. There's anything you cannot even imagine. They're trying to get to you. Don't click any links. Always verify. Ask in public chat rooms. Just please make sure that if somebody texts you and they're like, "Hey, we know each other, right?" Make sure to look at the right handle. It is sometimes even difficult to see because it's like a lowercase letter L and a big letter I look like almost the same. So that's everything. Thank you, Matty, for the conference again. It was a blast. And yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you guys. I couldn't have done it without you. And for some reason, I feel compelled here. Before I hit the end button, I'm going to run through all the names, and I'm going to read off everybody who spoke at this conference. It's going to take me a while, but look, there's 70 people who need to be thanked here. We had Walrus, Rags to Riches, Axis Alive, KG of Internet Money, Crypto Heartbeat, Cabana Crypto, Crypto Coffee, Dollar Cost Crypto, Cultivate Crypto, Hodprol. We had abit_hex, Corey Costa, Serena Alonzi, Cosmic Cowboy. We had Hexy Bastard. We had The Long Vacation, Dip Catcher, and Gold Key. Myself, Maddie ALLin, Toby Juan Hexobi, Brissology, and Marco the Hexican. We had Buck Fiat, Hexistani Dylan, 0x Coast, KDP Crypto held down 3 hours, including Ben Cage, Kareem, and Randy Hilarski. We had Hex Tangent, Hex_Tangent, then hold down 6 hours, including Randy Hilarski, Hex Ninja, Thothschild, Magic Carpet Ride, and then we had Blue. But was there anyone else in there on the first night? There might have been.
Georgia dropped by. Remember, she was an unscheduled drop by, and I apologize if I'm forgetting anyone else. I think you covered it though, as in I think Georgia was the only unscheduled drop by.
And we're hoping that she got her voice back, but she spoke just in time there. Then you got Blue Bum held down 3 hours with Hex Mac, Sammy Chica, DJ Cryptomatic, Das Bomb, Markable. We had Papa Boehner. We had Hans Crypto, Crypto King. Wales Only One held down his hour only with himself, right? Like only one, Wales. And thank you, Wales, for coming on. We had Sticker Guy, Proof of Beard, and Tom Gillespie. What an epic combination there.
I need to see that.
We had Hex Photographer and Frank joining this morning. And then Fashion Coder, who was also in person, Ben Dubard, Crypto Stylist, Gamma DevOps, and David Feeder were both in person. RH Maximalist, Johnny Chaos, Crypto Heartbeat, Freddie Quotes, Georgia Carrera, Crypty Girl, Hexiest Man in the World, Hexray Vision, Ashley is Ash, A Wild SJ, Funding Jim came in person, Nerd Girl 007, Westcott Crypto, ATX Crypto. We had Chris of hexsearch.io and Time Pays Me. We had Crypto Class holding down 3 hours with Hodprol and Wit_Crypto. We had Crypto Power Talk, thanks to Crypto7 here. Thank you. We had Top Gun Hexadian. Crypto Famous couldn't make it, but he sent his regards.
I heard there was a bushfire next to his house.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Everything is fine. But,
he
but
told me
there was a
about that.
bushfire, which sounds cool. But I think he's from Spain. There's like everything on fire, maybe.
Wow.
And then we had Raquel is now. Steve hit. And okay, then we had Tangent come on for another 6 hour and 6.5 hour now with Steve Hitson, Ben Dubard, Buck Fiat. We had Adam Stokes, Crypto7, and then Aubrey DeGray had his own hour earlier in the day. So that concludes the PlsConference.live, the second annual conference. And believe it or not, there are crazy people such as myself who time locked 1% of our Pulse for 55 years. So who knows, we might be around doing this again in the future. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. And until next time, I need to get my screen up here. There we go. Until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Bye.